Well, folks, the time has come. The moment we were all waiting for. After all of the teasing, anticipation, the threats, we at last have reached the pinnacle of Baywatch hubris, the most ill-conceived spin-off of all time. I am, of course, talking about the incomparable Baywatch Nights. Everyone remembers Baywatch Nights because of Season 2, when one of the most insane things ever happened on television. But before it became The X-Files, it was actually a fairly standard detective show. Nights has a very complicated history with many twists and turns. How this ever came from a show about lifeguards is an eternal mystery. But we can certainly be PIs ourselves and excavate for some clues. David Hasselhoff wanted to create a detective show and play a more suave, debonair kind of action character. So he conceived of the idea of a Lethal Weapon type series starring himself and Gregory Allen Williams, and convinced the other Baywatch folks to help him produce it. Now, this is just me throwing a guess out there, but I don't really think he wanted another Baywatch show. I think he wanted to break away from that image and keep himself from just being the Baywatch guy, and either A, was convinced by the other producers it needed to be Baywatch related, or B, use the Baywatch thing as a stealth way to make his self-insert detective show. This could be entirely untrue. But I do know for a fact from interviews that he didn't even want Baywatch in the name of the show. He wanted to name it Santa Monica Nights. It was only changed at the buyer's insistence. And Hasselhoff is a real salesman. I don't believe for a second he wouldn't think about the Baywatch brand as a selling point. He definitely didn't want people to think of this as Baywatch.
Going into Baywatch Nights and using the word Baywatch, which I didn't want to use, was a mistake. And I told them in the beginning we shouldn't try to have Baywatch and Baywatch Nights and Baywatch Mornings and Baywatch Afternoons.
You could keep making Baywatch-related shows.
Baywatch Mornings?
Baywatch Mornings.
Baywatch Afternoon?
Which is probably why things get super confusing super quick. People just didn't quite get the concept of Mitch being a detective as a second job. Even Hasselhoff was confused.
And I thought, well, this is what Mitch does at night. He's a private detective at night.
Right.
However, we see you hanging around during the day.
Right.
And I don't think you're a lifeguard in this show. And I'm really confused. So what's going on exactly?
Well, you know, I'm kind of confused too.
That's a bad sign.
To me, a second job is not confusing. Yeah, Mitch as a PI is certainly a stretch, but it's not as if lifeguards don't get second jobs. What puzzled me is the constant advertising that Mitch is a lifeguard by day, PI by night, which is not even the premise. It's called Nights because it features a nightclub called Nights, and in fact almost entirely takes place during the day in Season 1. But they advertised it almost as if Mitch was some sort of lifeguard PI werewolf who transforms once the sun goes down.
And you thought saving lives during the day was tough. Wait till you see the nights.
Can't be a lifeguard during the day and a private eye at night.
Why not?
Baywatch Nights, quite simply, did not help itself. They overcomplicated things by confusing advertising and shifting air dates. The Baywatch episode that leads into this was a two-parter, and Baywatch Nights premiered in between parts, meaning Mitch goes to join a detective agency after he's already part of it. And on top of that, they didn't even air the pilot first. Yeah, they didn't think it would be important to actually let people know what the hell was going on. So they aired the pilot as episode 8 with a new wraparound segment, and filmed an introductory to-the-camera exposition for the episode they actually aired first.
That's kind of actually happened in the first episode, which never aired, because it was so confusing that even when I watched it, I had to go back and re-narrate the whole show, and it was still confusing.
There's a reason so many jokes about spin-offs include nights at the end. Hell, I named the revamp of my show Movie Nights. I mean, it's hilarious. And that was true back then too. It was a joke from the start. No one was behind this show. And Baywatch itself used to find these kinds of things ridiculous as well. In Season 2, Mitch was cast in an action movie where he played a lifeguard/PI, and the whole thing was played for comedy. It's entirely a hilarious foreshadow into their own future. Who would ever make that? They would. Nights had a huge mountain of mockery to overcome, and it just didn't have that kind of climbing power. Just listen to these glowing reviews.
You thought the writing was bad on Baywatch. Now, Baywatch Nights, that was new lows. It was trying to take Baywatch even lower than it could ever go. It was beyond my wildest dreams.
It was a mistake going in.
Before Baywatch Nights was fully formed, however, they had to get the idea off the ground. Now that Hasselhoff's lethal weapon idea had been turned into this Baywatch mutant hybrid of sorts, they filmed what's called a pitch pilot, which is basically a short or incomplete version of a show used to entice potential investors.
That was amazing.
Thanks. She thinks that was amazing. That was nothing compared to last night.
The Baywatch Nights pitch video is very weird, even for Nights. It plays like a normal TV show with the exception of Mitch, who randomly breaks the fourth wall to give us exposition every once in a while. It's jarring every time. I feel like I'm on Baywatch Nights The Ride, and Mitch is gonna ask us for help finding clues. We're treated to a music video featuring all the action we'll see, which is actually reused clips from Baywatch proper. Garner's clips are almost entirely of Sly Hutchinson, Garner's egotistical look-alike actor from the Baywatch TV show within a TV show, and one episode from season 1. That's right, a character who was in a show conceived as a parody of what people thought action on the beach was like, is what they're using to pitch their action spin-off. The irony is not lost on me. Lending further credence to my theory that Hasselhoff wanted to leave his swim trunks behind, even the lyrics of their proto-theme seem to question how long the Baywatch gravy train will keep going.
But how long will it last, babe?
Also, it looks like Garner is going to shoot himself at one point. That leaves us with 10 minutes to tell a short story that'll sell the show. It starts out with Mitch explaining his lethal weapon premise, with the emphasis on Garner, who's taken over a PI business in a club called Knights and convinced Mitch to become his partner. Knights is owned by Rawls, who has this peculiar exchange with Mitch.
Mitch, don't you get enough of this on the beach every day, man?
Yeah, but Lou, the girls on the beach are practically naked. I mean, everyone here is wearing clothes. I find this much more exciting.
Get it, audience? This show isn't trashy like Baywatch.
The ladies have bikinis on during the daytime, and at nighttime they put on micro minis and that sort of thing. So there'll still be a lot of human anatomy.
What a bizarre way to word that, Gregory, but thanks. Mitch tells us that Garner always wanted to be a detective, but for undisclosed reasons, the cops wouldn't let him do it.
The cops wouldn't let him do it.
So I guess we've discovered that both he and Garner share the same childhood dreams.
When I was 8 years old, I saw the ultimate movie, The Maltese Falcon. For the next 6 or 7 years, I wanted to be Private Eye.
But now both of them own a detective agency together.
Thank you. Thank you.
Quick, cut her off before she introduces me on stage and they figure out what episode the footage is reused from.
Pretty soon, they meet Dana Hunter, partner of the guy who owned the agency previously, played by Lisa Stahl, who has stolen one of Summer's shirts. She has some sort of mystery artifact in her bag, which some dastardly criminals want to steal. This leads to an overnight chase scene that involves tiny trains and carousels. Where'd this gun come from? I don't know. All of which I'll get into more detail later because it's almost entirely recycled in an actual episode.
We spent all night trying to lose them in one of the most spectacular chases you can imagine, which you'll have to do since this is just a presentation.
But what's in the bag? You'll just have to find out, audience.
Believe me, it's worth it.
Spoilers, it wasn't worth it. Well, this was retooled quite a bit, but still essentially the same idea. In the final product, Garner and Mitch meet a PI from New York named Ryan McBride, played by Angie Harmon, and end up becoming three-way partners with her after some shenanigans. Angie Harmon has become really big now, but this was her first role. David Hasselhoff discovered her on a plane and begged her to be on his show. It's interesting that she took Lisa Stahl's place as essentially the same character, and I'm not quite sure what happened there. And I swear that's Harmon in the pitch pilot in the background, so I'm not really sure the sequence of events either. Stahl was kept on as a lead for half of season 1, but changed to the character of Destiny DeSimone, a hippy-dippy chick who appeared on 2 episodes of Baywatch, and I guess was worth expanding upon. Also, she's psychic now. Gregory Allen Williams has become Gregolyn Williams in the credits, and I am both delighted and perplexed. So here's the deep, dark truth. I watched all of Baywatch Nights before I watched Baywatch itself. Quite simply, I just thought it'd be funnier. And my conclusion after watching everything is that it both is and isn't. It's really an enigma. And that, again, is something we'll get into further down the line. But as for Season 1, Detective Baywatch Nights, here's the most baffling part. In all honesty, it's not that bad of an action show. It's got heart and humor, the actors are all pros. This was Angie Harmon's debut role, and you'd never know, she's great. Baywatch Nights' biggest flaw is Baywatch. If you didn't know anything about the parent show, or it didn't exist, Nights Season 1 would hold up just fine. And if you can get over the fact that this character is Mitch Buchanan, you can have a lot of fun with it. Or maybe even more so if you just embrace it. Point is, I think people were a little unfair to the show at this stage. Which isn't to say it was without flaws, because yes, there is still a lot to make fun of. And with all of that said and done, I hope you'll enjoy following me down this rabbit hole too. I plan to review these alongside Baywatch itself according to air date, which is already a little wonky because of the two-parter it aired between, but generally speaking, it's gonna go in the order people saw them. And believe me, Nights will never be the same. Next time on Baywatch Nights, Mitch and company are hired to protect a model from a madman. Will romance blossom? Sexy times.
As we slide into the night, after the sun goes down. After the sun goes down.
I hope you guys are ready for action, intrigue, and romance. Unlike normal Baywatch, things are gonna be real, gritty, and adult. Hey, just kidding. It's like regular Baywatch, but Mitch wears a suit sometimes. That's what happens when the parent show can be any genre depending on the day of the week. If you skipped my introductory video to Baywatch Nights and just wanted to dive right into the creamy center, here's the basics. Mitch, Garner, and a woman named Ryan McBride all own a detective agency above a club called Nights. If you think the pilot is going to tell us how that came about, think again, because they decided to air that as episode 8, and instead we get this rando story about a model in distress. If you're confused, now you know how the audience felt in 1995. Or as Nights owner Lou Rawls would say, what in the ham sandwich is going on?
Yo, what in the ham sandwich is going on?
But perhaps this can clear it up?
Now, I know what you're thinking. Mitch is a lifeguard. What does he know about being a PI? What can I say? When someone yells help, I jump in with both feet. And I hope you do too, as we introduce a new series of private eye adventures called Baywatch Nights.
I know what you're thinking. What does a lifeguard know about being a PI? Everything, stupid!
You know what Baywatch needed more of, though, and that's that sweet blues music. Oh yeah, that's smooth.
I gotta get out of this day for night, quick!
At least she died in the coolest way possible, backed by a sultry guitar soundtrack. One thing's for certain, this ain't your mother's Baywatch.
Out of the way, Detective Mobile coming through! Hope he's living off of ramen noodles and my table scraps, but at least I look cool.
My dad told me that every once in a while you meet a woman so beautiful that it knocks the wind out of you.
Hope you aren't put off by me narrating things constantly, because that's gonna be happening a lot.
This bizarre photo shoot features the model Cassidy, played by Carol Alt, who's coming in hot off her starring role on Thunder in Paradise. There's a lot of crossover between that and the Baywatch properties since it was developed by the same team, but especially around now. Meanwhile, we're reintroduced to Destiny, who's morphed from a new agey weirdo into a full-blown psychic, as you do. No lead-in for us, we're just supposed to accept it at face value. And yes, she does actually have psychic powers. This is apparently very normal to everyone else, who never question or utilize her potentially useful for crime-solving abilities. For some reason, she's only featured in the non-X-Files season. Mitch has just stopped by to check in on Destiny and check out Cassidy.
Your aura. I feel lush. You're radiating.
Thanks for that invaluable insight, Destiny. Just how lusty is Mitch's aura to produce that reaction? Did he splooge his aura all over himself?
As a lifeguard / PI, I can just walk onto this chute and do whatever I want.
How you doing, stud?
Fine.
Ooh, that's smooth. Mitch introduces himself by welcoming her to his turf, explaining that he works in the area. No, not as a lifeguard, because that would make too much sense. Instead, he points her to his detective agency.
Ryan McBride grew up in Texas and got her PI license in New York. You know, women can really complicate your life, especially if your partner's with one. It's an explosive combination.
Look at Ryan complicating Mitch's life by sorting through files and putting her cooties all over them. Ew. Also, Garner roped him into this too, but women be women, am I right? How did she grow up in Texas but get her PI license in New York? I'm confused.
No, it's not missing bodies, missing persons, missing persons.
Body. The Crabtree Funeral Home somehow misplaced the dearly departed Mrs. T. Whistle. They'll pay us real money to find her.
Oh, God, we sunk that low.
I have. Hello? Ellen B. McBride Buchanan.
Alphabetical.
Hello? No, we didn't order any.
Haha, it's business as usual at the Buchanan McBride Ellerby Agency. Buke-Brideby for short.
How does this devil phone work?
I'm really glad Garner's finally got a show of his own so they can give him great plots like this.
You want to come across a hammer?
Yeah, I saw them in the files. Hammer's under D.
Okay, but who files a hammer?
Damn, we're good.
Anyway, a corpse? Wait, why are there lifeguards there? I know Baywatch always treats them like cops, but why is Mitch even a PI at this point?
A supermodel whose photograph was on the cover of 100 magazines. But this was her last photo session.
While going about his lifeguard business, Mitch rescues Cassidy from an overzealous paparazzi man. But what he wasn't expecting was for him to throw a bicycle cowboy at him, the oldest trick in the book. Knowing Mitch is a PI whose only weakness is projectile cowboys, Cassidy appears at the agency to hire them on. She's been receiving threatening notes and fears for her life, so it's up to our heroes to figure out who's sending the messages. While they're snooping around, she's gonna need a bodyguard. But who could sacrifice their life of luxury to spend time with a supermodel at her mansion while she's in such a vulnerable state?
I'll take that bullet.
What's that for?
You got a crazy stalker or something?
Why worry? I got a bodyguard and a lifeguard.
That gives me extra protection, I guess. Despite Mitch's hunky presence, the stalker manages to get inside and take some pictures anyway. Mitch asks about the open window, which Cassidy doesn't seem to think maybe could have been a way inside. I don't know how this stalker is getting into her impenetrable glass-walled fortress, but I suppose nothing is safe from evil. Mitch is suspicious of some inconsistencies in Cassidy's story, but he can't resist the charm of a sexy lady and clunky sports metaphors.
In Little League, I was a pitcher. My catcher and I communicated through signs. Holding hands is a sign too, but I didn't know the game she was playing or the rules. Three fingers was a changeup. Changeup always caught you by surprise. You knew you shouldn't swing at it, but you just couldn't help it.
And maybe Ryan is jealous?
This is not your color.
Let your guard down. She'll kiss you too.
This should be funny if we knew anything about my character right now. Cassidy's got a big fashion show coming up, featuring topless ladies backstage. That's why this show features less of those bikini babes and more of those sexy nightclub outfits, which Mitch finds much more exciting.
The girls on the beach are practically naked. I mean, everyone here is wearing clothes. I find this much more exciting.
When the same paparazzo from before shows up, Mitch springs into action.
By the power of tacky vests in me, I pronounce you under arrest. As a PI, I have exactly the same authority as I did as a lifeguard, which is to say, you're going to the slammer, punk!
How many sunglasses lost their lives that day? The fragility of the human experience laid out in stark relief. Unfortunately, paparazzo goes back to an old favorite, the human weapon, and we all know how susceptible Mitch is to that. Ryan gets on Mitch's case for kissing a client, which is a fair point, and brings up all of the weird inconsistencies in Cassidy's story. Mitch won't hear any of it, even though he was totally bringing up these same points earlier, because how could someone so hot be lying?
Oh, what is that? Is that testosterone?
Will men and women ever be able to work together? Men are from Mars, women are from penis. These accusations are ridiculous! Mitch would never get involved with a client. Except he totally does.
Hey, you're being really unprofessional, man. No, PIs make out with their clients all the time. Come on, dude, it's super obvious she's evil. You take that back, scummo. Damn it, where's the cowboy when you need to throw him? Why does this keep happening to me?
I got halfway to the plate before I realized I misread the sign.
Yeah, keep trying to make those baseball metaphors happen, Mitch. Realizing they've done absolutely nothing to forward this plot in a show about 3 PIs, Garner and Ryan show up on Mitch's sadness pier so we can tell them what the audience already figured out from pretty much the beginning. Cassidy killed her rival to revive her sagging career, so she made up all of the stalker stuff to pin it on the paparazzi dude who was blackmailing her. Time for Mitch to put on his trademark Knight's Adidas jacket and close this case.
Want some help?
Nope.
You guys aren't part of this show. You just got mitched.
I realized that my first case as a PI was about as successful as my first day as a lifeguard. I had a lot to learn.
Apparently, I suffered a massive head injury and forgot this wasn't my first case, as we flash back to that in the actual pilot in 8 episodes. Maybe we made things needlessly confusing for you, and that probably didn't help our ratings. I'd hazard a guess you've already tuned out by now, and I'm just talking to myself. Who can say? All I know is that, baby, when the sun goes down, things really start to heat up. I totally got that guy killed because I suck as a PI, and that's your introduction to me in this show. Really makes you think. See you next week, folks!
Next time on Baywatch Nights, armed rollerblade heists. The excitement never starts. Let's roll out.
As we slide into the night, after the sun goes down, after the sun goes
Man, oh man, guys, I can't tell you how excited I am to be digging into Baywatch Nights after all these years. What wonders there are to behold. Which makes this next story kinda disappointing for all of us, because the second episode is boring as hell. Clearly there was some behind-the-scenes rearranging as far as the episode order, but that's not uncommon, as sometimes TV series are switched around to show some of their stronger episodes first to reel people in. But if that was the idea here, they failed miserably. This might be my least favorite Baywatch Nights episode, but you never know, I got a bad memory, so stay tuned for that cliffhanger. But come on, look at that title, Bad Blades. Doesn't that just make you want to snooze? Lordy. The tediousness of this episode is some feat too, considering the plot is about a rollerblade-based heist. So here's the deal. This is Kemp, played by John O'Hurley, who was in a couple Baywatch episodes previously. I neglected to mention he was on Seinfeld, so if nothing else, this episode exists so I can correct that grave error. He is a big bad thief with a foolproof plan. He's not gonna go himself. Instead, he's gonna train a bunch of punks with nothing to lose how to pull off the greatest rollerblade-themed heist ever conceived. I'm not kidding, there's like a rigorous training program here, which I'm sure they thought was the coolest thing since the Rachel haircut. Just so we're clear, these are all top skaters with bad pasts who this guy thought to bring together for this heist. So that's insane.
That was sloppy. Very, very sloppy.
This plot is sloppy. Very, very sloppy.
Great, so as long as there's a lot of convenient ramps nearby, this plan will go off without a hitch, got it. Cut to our three heroes, who are in the fanciest set they could afford. Look, there's a bunch of statues or something. And are waiting impatiently to meet with their latest client.
I have better things to do than stand around.
Name one.
Evelyn.
Haha, whoever that is. Anywho, they've been hired by Frances Sandrine, who is concerned about her son Todd, one of the previously mentioned rollerblade thieves. She wants them to look into his activities, being too rich and busy to do so herself.
I want you to find out what Todd is into now and what's wrong with him. What he needs to get his life back on track.
Ah, so the standard very special episode Private Detective Mentors package makes sense. Armed with multiple copies of the actor's headshot, they promise they'll do their best. It also helps that they've been hired by someone who's loaded this time, which makes me wonder why she didn't just shell out the cash for a better agency.
There's an expression, throwing money at a problem. I understand it. I'll just probably never be able to afford it.
But make no mistake, if I suddenly won the lottery, all of my Hobie problems would instantly go away.
So they establish that Todd has a dark past, which includes a whole host of things, not the least of which is drunk driving and armed robbery. Mitch and Garner have two different but equally understated opinions on this.
That kid is a knucklehead.
He's finding himself. Maybe he just needs a little time.
Armed robbery. He's just finding himself. All kids do that.
Dad, we're out of cornflakes.
What? You son of a bitch. You no good damn.
Sometime later, Mitch and Garner tail Todd and his buddies to a warehouse.
Think we can make it?
I can. Jane, I can't.
Haha, fatty. Hey, there's some burgers in this dumpster over here. You thinking what I'm thinking, Garner? We're gonna be seeing a lot of boring, slow-motion rollerblading this episode. Yeah, that's definitely what I was thinking about.
What am I doing in this episode? Nothing? Cool, good meeting, guys.
I'd just like to point out that Ryan was a PI before it became trendy and they were handing out licenses to every egotistical lifeguard and beach cop that asked, but whatever, I guess she's there for moral support. You might notice some overcompensation in the music department in this episode.
Pretty exciting, huh, folks?
Mitch meets with Pebbles Runkin, my favorite breakfast cereal, and also a bookie who identifies the thieves as championship skaters who were all disqualified for various criminally related reasons. So he's a 64-year-old bookie who's really knowledgeable about extreme rollerblading? Is that something Pebbles Runkin is really into?
Disqualified from the Nationals last year.
Why?
Tested positive for steroids. For openers. Then he beat the hell out of the doctor.
What a story.
Pebbles also let slip that there's a bet on the street that Mitch's detective agency will fold.
Do yourself a favor, pal. Don't book it.
2 years later, Pebbles became a very rich man. Now what the hell is Garner doing? Playing with his guitar? Who's doing any work around here? Luckily for them, Mitch comes up with a plan for that useless Ryan, something that utilizes her specialized skill as a PI. Bump into Todd at the pool and hope he finds her hot enough to open up about his problems. Sure enough, he's about to spill the beans when his nasty cohorts drag him off.
The young and the restless.
Haha, that's a classic. In an amazing stroke of competence, Ryan actually comes up with something on Kemp.
Snowmobiles, jet skis, one-of-a-kind crimes.
Wait, so this guy is like constantly coming up with schemes like this? Did he just get bored with normal crimes? I've got it! Dogs with katanas! It's just crazy enough to work! And apparently he's number 2 on Interpol's Most Wanted? That's not the only thing that's number 2 around here. Hey, question. If these folks are all formerly some of the best professional bladers with criminal pasts, and they're all in the same area around the same time a complicated rollerblade heist occurs, they're not going to be immediately caught because... Okay, stop! You're gonna have to tell me everything about this man. Hey, look at these 2 scenes back to back and tell me what the problem is here.
You know what the problem with Todd is? You. The kid has no idea how to go through life without a mother bailing him out of problems.
His mother's been buying him out of trouble all his life.
I think she's a good mom.
Who am I and what do I feel about things? Who knows?
Go for it.
Psych, you know that's not in the budget, idiot. Sure look cool in the script, though.
Get this, they actually figure out their plan because Kemp didn't erase the blackboard very well. Like, seriously? Number 2 on Interpol's Most Wanted? They're off to the Treasury Department and the heist is on. Wait, if they were just gonna gas the guards, like, what's the point of the rollerblades? Just wear some masks and run really fast? Okay, now come on, again, the rollerblade seems sorta superfluous now.
Whoa, good thing I installed that ramp on my car.
Was blading through busy traffic also part of this ingenious plan? They head into a tunnel, and Mitch and Garner commandeer a motorcycle to follow them. Oh yeah! Well, why didn't these dummies just pull off a motorcycle heist? Speed, man, speed! Mitch's plan here appears to be knocking them lightly over.
I guess I'm defeated!
This feels like it goes on just short of forever. Just skating in a straight line while Mitch pushes them over.
You wouldn't hurt a lifeguard, would you?
Thank God there's random trash all over the place for me to fall on. Looks like I learned my lesson. Rollerblade heists are bad news.
And money solves all of your problems. Mitch, that was his whole deal, throwing money at his problems. Money won't solve all your problems.
Next time on Baywatch, Hobie gets trapped in a fire with a bunch of blind kids. Meanwhile, Logan is jealous of Cody over something. Seeing is believing.
I believe destiny always leads to trouble. I don't mean destiny as in fate or the future. I mean a slightly bubble-headed person named Destiny DeSimone.
Thanks for explaining the wordplay, Mitch, lest the audience accuse the writing of being clever. So in my Baywatch Nights intro video, I talked a bit about the pitch pilot, which follows Mitch, Garner, and Lisa Stahl as Dana Hunter, who would later be remolded into Ryan's character. The story ends on a cliffhanger to try and entice Nights investors, making us wonder just what Dana had in her bag and why the bad guys wanted it.
If you want to know what all the excitement's about, you're going to have to see Baywatch Nights. Believe me, it's worth it.
Well, good news! Now you get to find out what it was because they reuse a big chunk of the pitch pilot for this very episode. Except, of course, now Dana is Destiny, and they've reworked the premise into a bag mix-up at the airport. These dudes have chased her to a pier, and she's called Mitch and Garner in for backup. She hid her bag on the pier for some reason, and look, this recycling isn't 100% cohesive, okay? Let's just pretend it makes sense. It's kind of amazing knowing this was taken from something else, because you can definitely tell Lisa Stahl is playing it slightly differently, and also they just straight up leave in takes of Mitch calling her Dana.
Stop this thing! Dana!
Or Destiny or whoever, I know who you are!
Hey, they don't need to do any editing of this pitch pilot at all, just cut and paste and the job is done. Okay, so like in this version of the story, they're going to all this trouble over what they think is Destiny's travel bag. Like, just let them take it at this point, dudes. Listen to the back of the chair. Do not rock the seat, you madmen. Can I just say, bless this episode for giving us a Mitch fight scene in some teacups and a Ferris wheel. The whole thing is hilarious though, like 10-year-olds playing cops and robbers on a playground. You can definitely see why this pitch pilot got picked up. It's easily one of the most memorable and silly chase sequences they did. Check out this part where Destiny, is laid out on comically tiny train tracks.
You tell me what's going on and why Destiny is so angry all of a sudden right now or I'll shoot!
Oh snap, this is it guys. Now we finally get to see how this was gonna end.
You're talking about a ripped jacket? I'm bleeding to death here.
Man, that's a flesh wound. Little men, this won't.
Whoa, what a great payoff. I thought they were in danger for a second, but they sure proved me wrong. How did they get out of there? What happened to those guys?
Destiny accidentally switched bags with a couple of hoods at the airport. She got the take from a bank job, and they got the tools of her trade.
Believe me, it's worth it.
Wait, so I mean, like, that was it? They switched them back off screen? And again, how callous is Destiny that she was willing to let them die for what, a sewing kit and some tarot cards? Anyway, guess that's over. That had nothing to do with anything. Cool. While they were riding on carousels and avoiding tiny trains, Ryan found a deed bought by their predecessor, her old mentor, which is now in the name of the agency. She figures the land is hers since she needs a place to live, but Mitch and Garner gotta be little bitches about it.
I actually got something worth something in this deal.
Don't be so selfish, Ryan. You ever think maybe I want somewhere to dump Hobie every once in a while? Where is Hobie anyway? He's with his mother! Ladies, anybody up for some Adidas?
Anyway, this is when the plot actually starts because nothing that happened with that bank heist is ever mentioned again. Haley, a troubled youth from out of town, is just taking in the view when a swimmer is murdered. Jeez, how many scuba diver assassinations happen at this beach? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs! See, if you didn't take off your mask, dude, she might not be able to identify you in a lineup later, but whatever, I'm not a master scuba murderer.
20 years as a lifeguard teaches you to recognize people in trouble.
See, most people wouldn't notice that a girl stumbling around with a bleeding head wound was in trouble, but Mitch has 20 years lifeguard experience in his fresh new PI gig. That's why he's got this uncanny ability.
Women are always running away from me. Why is that?
The episode lays it out for us pretty quickly, so there's no need for a mystery here. The man was a music producer who was killed by his business partner, who was teamed up with his wife. Now they want to find Haley and shut her up before everything unravels. But who cares about her when this flaccid Mitch romance is going on?
Well, I guess you're upset that now that we're partners, we can't become romantically involved.
Sure, we've barely seen them interact even as business partners, let alone in a personal nature, and Mitch regards her with the interest of a wet noodle, and also leads a life entirely separate from her on regular Baywatch where no one really knows who she is, and he has no problem dating coworkers there. But maybe these two are just tragic lovers kept apart by fate.
Oh hey Ryan, didn't see you there.
Excuse me, how dare everyone in the shot be so well dressed? Not a single uncool one in the bunch.
Yo, what in the ham sandwiches going on?
This is the first episode, in airing order anyway, that includes Lou Rawls as Lou Raymond, the owner of Knights. I got nothing bad to say about him. He's smooth as hell.
Man thinks he's Shaft.
You mean he's a bad mother?
Shut your mouth. He's a complicated man.
And nobody understands him but his woman.
Just talking about Garner. Meanwhile, I don't know, Mitch is dinking around learning how to be a PI by reading a book called Modern Surveillance Techniques.
Modern surveillance techniques.
That's gotta instill confidence in anyone who hires him. But he noticed Haley was in trouble. He hardly needs this book. Eventually they remember Mitch is looking for her, assisted by Garner. And Garner's working so hard, he changes into a completely different outfit to go meet Ryan. Ryan, of course, is once again doing nothing of consequence, as the one with the most PI experience out of the three of them.
Made a peanut butter and banana sandwich and just took off.
Did you slice that banana or did you mush it up?
I mushed it.
Absolutely.
It's the only way.
Only way to go.
Funny how we got more chemistry than you and Mitch, right?
See, Ryan can't be involved with the case. She's got that deed plot going on. This episode is just as random and disjointed as it sounds, believe me. Turns out that awesome plot of land she got was a trailer park.
Wow, what a dump.
Look at that view. And look at that sad face.
That's what's great about Mitch. He's always there to help a friend. Feel even worse about bad situations.
We're romantic interests.
This whole conversation reads like an excuse for Baywatch Nights.
Rockford, remember him? Surfside 6, well, it was another classic private detective show, also on the beach.
See? It's not weird!
As Ryan's specialty is forensics, Mitch throws her a bone and asks her to look at the medical report for the drowned producer. Not that it leads anywhere, it's never brought up again.
It's forensic mumbo-jumbo to me.
I only know about lifeguarding, fine dining, and ancient druids. Well, see ya!
Mitch is off to a party. A funeral party for the dead producer, as you do. Say, this is a good time to reuse some pitch pilot footage again.
childhood me was right. Being a detective is all cool suits and sexy parties. Miami Vice, eat your heart out.
Okay, so get this. Evil scuba murderer and his girlfriend hire someone to pretend to be Haley's mother so that Mitch and company can do the dirty work and find her for them. The woman, randomly played by Debbie Boone, aka the woman who sang You Light Up My Life in 1977. I have no idea what she's doing here. Uh-oh, they told the wrong woman where they found her. Shame they didn't confirm her identity when she came in or anything, like a detective agency should. Hey, did you know Mitch can speak Spanish? I sure didn't, but it was stupid of me to think so little of Mitch von Malibu.
Estoy buscando a la muchacha.
In other comical news, Haley ran away because her real mother's boyfriend hits her and they seem to allude to some sexual abuse, something which Baywatch definitely should be talking about.
Woohoo! Looks like you could use a Coca-Cola, little lady.
I have a son. His name's Hobie. He's almost the same age as you.
He's dead now. Yep, witnessed a murder, got killed in a suspicious scuba accident. It was real weird. It worked out for me, though, because how can I balance 2 jobs and being a father and hanging out at a nightclub? That's ridiculous. Anyway, I'm sure you'll be fine.
It's not my mom.
Good luck, Haley. I'm getting out of here.
Light up this, asshole. Doggone it, I can't believe my running joke this episode is ripping my jackets. That didn't solve jack diddly.
Well, Haley went back to her mom, and we've strangely left the abusive boyfriend situation hanging. But at least we can end on a wah-wah joke involving Ryan's new trailer.
I guess it can't get any worse than this.
A direct quote from the Baywatch Nights writer's room. Good night, folks! Next time on Baywatch, Toxic Chemicals, the Beach Boys. It's a summer of love. Baywatch Nights has a psychic character. I know it's been touched on before, but it bears repeating. A main character of this show is psychic, and this episode is all about her having premonitions. Oh sure, maybe she'd fit in more during season 2, but guess what? She's gone before the first season is even over, so enjoy it while it lasts. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Baywatch has already had 2 characters have prophetic dreams. Apparently, foretelling the future is the only TV acceptable bit of the paranormal before things seem weird to them. Weird like this little porcelain doll outfit. Weird like the woman Destiny's talking to being the model from the Cherry Pie music video. Weird like Mitch's narration.
But last night, there was a full moon. It's my opinion that if bad things are gonna happen, they're gonna happen during a full moon.
More Baywatch Nights trivia. A source who wants to remain anonymous came to me about this, so you know it's gonna be juicy. But apparently, my suspicions about David Hasselhoff not wanting the show to be Baywatch were spot on. Not only did he not want the Baywatch name attached, he was originally trying to do a remake of Peter Gunn. The rights couldn't get secured, so instead it morphed into this. But there are still definitely some similarities present. For instance, the noir-inspired narration and the heavy focus on the nightclub. Somebody get this Baywatch Nights documentary going ASAP.
You ever miss anybody? I mean, really miss them? It's a drag.
Anyway, I don't know why Mitch is talking about full moons, because he admits the full moon was the night before, so like, none of this episode takes place during a full moon then. My question is, who's selling denim baseball caps with lace-enshrined sunflowers and cherries on top, and how much do they want from me?
Cosmic combo.
So Destiny is doing her thing, telling fortunes and helping out this Scottish, air quotes, client, air quotes. I have my suspicions about this accent's authenticity.
That is a beautiful ring. Thank you very much, Destiny. Thank you very much.
When Bagpipes O'Haggis says she can't shake this feeling that something bad might happen, Destiny suggests she go see her good detective buddy Mitch. And ask him to investigate what? A bad feeling? This clear racket Destiny and Mitch are running has some holes that need to be fixed. Meanwhile, Garner and Ryan are investigating an unfaithful husband when it turns into a brawl. I don't understand why Cherry Pie starts attacking Ryan. All she and Garner did was inform her the guy had a wife the whole time. It's nice to see Ryan doing something though, that's a good development. Oh, never mind, Mitch's stunt double took care of it. And was this lady just standing there awkwardly with Mitch for like a minute trying to explain she's hiring him because of her bad vibes?
Well, now that I've successfully taken that story away from Ryan and Garner, time for a totally normal tandem bicycle ride with Destiny in the country. I hope I left enough food out for Hobie last week.
Don't worry guys, he's with his mother.
Because she's your mom, that's why.
But I know what you're thinking. What about bad feeling fake Scottish lady?
Thank you very much.
Not for nothing, dudes, but there were 2 people controlling that bicycle, and one of them could have maybe stopped the other from falling down a cliff face.
My totally preventable save.
So it turns out Destiny had a vision of the woman's death, something she realizes too late as she finds out about the murder on the news. That's really gotta put a damper on your mood.
Let me just jump right in your face. Does that help you feel better?
As you can see, this is a truly grim situation. Ryan, Garner, and Mitch must tread delicately around their shaken friend.
Ecru.
Beg your pardon? Ecru. That's a vegetable. That's okra.
Ecru is an off-white color. It's a good professional color, don't you think?
It's so female.
Okra. You know, when I hear a dude say an off-white color is too female for his taste, that's a man I know is comfortable in his masculinity and definitely not covering for something. Okay, maybe premonitions are a bit of a stretch, but as you can see, Baywatch Nights has that covered.
Okay, it's weird, but who knows? I mean, there are some things we just can't explain. Hobie got an A in algebra. Nobody can explain that.
Well, you got me there, Baywatch Nights.
My son is dumb as a brick and somehow not failing completely. Therefore, Destiny can have psychic powers. Eat it, Peter Gunn. You lost out on a gold mine.
This is a completely reasonable reaction to having my cheating exposed. That'll be the last time you mess with Red Herring. I'll just continue with this painting subplot. Hopefully none of these colors come off gay.
I'm seeing something else, Mitch. It's the ratings. The ratings, Mitch. They're just too high. We're gonna destroy every other television show in our time slot. Garner's license plate says Shaft? Damn, he's smooth.
Yeah, we need the paramedics at 401 Dell Street, please.
4, 5.
And another life saved thanks to Mitch and Company. The best premonitions are the ones with like a 10-second delay so you can do nothing about it.
He's my stepfather. I'm Lyle Abbott. I tried to fight the guy off, but...
He was obviously me, so when we reveal that later, you're gonna think about this clever misdirect.
You want some ice cream, champ?
Destiny's gift is also a curse. She doesn't want to see any more murders, but leave it to Mitch to help her feel better.
I've decided to keep my brain empty of all thoughts.
Well, if anyone can do that, you can.
Thanks, Mitch.
Where Ryan sees a desperate girl with some mental problems, Mitch sees opportunity. Even though they already mentioned that Destiny helped them out in the first episode they aired, now he's talking about hiring her.
She figured out the files, she exercised the phone system, she can cook.
And every PI agency needs their own cook. I don't know, guys. Is there a way you can make things more embarrassing? So, this plot's nuts. Apparently, this guy is obsessed with Destiny and making a whole bunch of paintings relating to her and the people she knows before he murders them. You could say they have a stroke with death. I'm sorry, but look at this. Look at this painting. How can you not laugh? Mitch seems to think the killer is the cheating husband from earlier, even though the episode already showed us who it is, thus making the red herring even more pointless. Whoever the murderer may be, they gotta lure them out somehow without attracting suspicion. Might be time for some deep undercover work. Even though, according to Ryan, nobody uses disguises except for them in almost every episode.
Maybe he wore a disguise or something.
Nobody wears disguises.
Thank you, Baywatch Nights. You can run the credits. It's all downhill from here. Just pack everything up and close the show down. Canceled forever. Good night. A visual metaphor for Mitch's penis whenever he thinks he's coming off too ecru feminine. Was Mitch's mime routine worth 2 minutes of screen time? Yes.
What do you think about my Jamaican bit? That's pretty funny, right?
You can never match up to me, Garner, so you might as well stop trying.
Then they chase down this guy in a really bad wig who appears to have stolen a workout belt. I don't know, they gotta kill some time.
Is that a mime and a Jamaican guy?
We hate that, get him!
I don't know why any of this is happening, but I know it's timely.
Figures, full moon, bad things.
What is going on? Why does the painting murderer seem normal compared to you? Anyway, that doesn't do anything. But things seem a little more serious when Destiny sees that the next victim is Ryan. Beautiful. That's a shot good enough to feature prominently in the credits.
I have a toy truck now. Does that keep with my painting theme? I don't know, whatever. Murdering time.
Throw it behind you. Now!
Eat the world's most powerful sprinkler system, asshole! I've used this technique on Hobie many times.
A slip and slide? Baywatch, you shouldn't have. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Mr. Ellaby?
Thanks for giving me this one, Mitch.
Cartoa could only escape the forest of screams by covering the eyes of the predator.
Alright, cool, so I'm gonna be partying downstairs.
I feel like somebody's watching me.
Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
Next time on Baywatch, Cody trains for an Olympics. Meanwhile, Mitch's mother has Alzheimer's. It's an ep you won't forget. Case number 26 for Baywatch Nights being better than Baywatch proper. This episode has not one, but two Oscar-nominated people involved, scriptwriter Len Jansen and Candy Clark. I am of course burying the lead here, because actually the most important guest star is Lisa Vanderpump of Vanderpump Rules fame, aka one of the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, a show I've definitely watched. And what brings together this smorgasbord of talent? Well, a fairly standard detective episode involving gigolos.
Hey, what's this episode about? Just a gigolo.
So this woman here was just taken advantage of by a gigolo. She wants to avoid this schemester stealing money from other vulnerable women, so she asks the Buke Brideby agency to look into it. This means Mitch is once again gonna have to go undercover as a gigolo himself.
Gotta get in shape or no one will ever buy I'm a hot young man cougars use for eye candy.
I noticed they don't use Garner as the undercover gigolo. I suppose standards and practices wouldn't let them show that much raw sexual energy on the program.
Now, Ryan, she was going to be my sexy but oh so innocent target.
Generally, gigolos are younger men in the service of rich, older women, but Baywatch is always breaking boundaries. I mean, what 23-year-old woman wouldn't hire a stud like Mitch, 20 years her senior, to hang on her arm?
Take me to your leader, bleep bloop blorp.
Hey, I have a question about Ryan. Ignoring the fact the minimum age requirement for getting a PI license in New York is 25, just how young was she when she started the process of being not only a PI, but a forensics expert? It's possible maybe she's just that good, but as this and many other episodes indicate, I have my doubts. Man, hanging out at private resorts and taking advantage of lonely old women, this scammy gigolo has got it made.
Life is sweet, Margot.
Just call me the Real Housewife of Malibu. I mean, she's gotta know where it's at if she's knocking off Marge Simpson's country club outfit. Marge or Margot? Speaking of dumb names, Ryan's going undercover as Rihanna.
Yeah. No one will ever know your true identity, Ryan. And wait, so she just spent a whole montage trying on sexy outfits, only to walk onto the scene wearing something she'd wear on a normal day anyway? Planting the seed that Rihanna is wealthy and recently widowed, it isn't long before their gigolo comes slinking over for some booty. This is all part of their plan, however, because Mitch is gonna roll up as a rival gigolo horning in on his turf. The following narration is a look not only into Mitch's head, but David Hasselhoff's.
Although I don't consider myself over the hill yet, living in a town of hard bodies sometimes makes it hard to ignore the aging process. So when I walked into that beach club, the reaction from the locals sent a smile clear to my toes.
Oh sure, I may be aging, but I'm not as old as these losers. In the land of Werthers, the burger is king.
Oh, dearie me. Okay, guys, David Hasselhoff is a good-looking man, but you aren't going to tell me this is even a competition.
I speak 6 languages.
Yeah, sure. Remember to stick to a persona you can reasonably pull off, Mitch. Merhaban.
Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Why do I laugh? You see, of the hundreds of languages that I speak fluent, this is not one of them.
The way this episode presents it, apparently Mitch emits a pheromone that's irresistible to little old ladies. He scoops one off and makes everyone else jealous.
Thanks a lot, Aunt Clara. I owe you one.
Wait, I'm sorry, what? Okay, so which side does Aunt Clara come from? Emmy Cancer Dad or Emmy Alzheimer's mom? Is her brother the gold prospector? Hey, maybe he gave her some gold nuggets and that's why she's so loaded. Help me out with the Buchanan family tree, people.
Hi, it's Mitch. You know what to do. Thanks.
Hi. This is Toby's friend? Is this the right number?
Well, at least this episode offers more fan service. Garner is working a case trying to catch a bail jumper named Bobby Bahama, but unfortunately, Mitch and Ryan just aren't available to help.
I'm sorry, pal. We're pretty tied up on the Gigalo case.
30 seconds ago, you were checking your mail nonchalantly. Well, with his partners out, Garner's gonna have to team up with Destiny instead. Oh no, not Destiny! She kind of giggles when playing basketball. How can she ever solve a case? Apparently, she's so bad at it, she makes Garner forget he was a basketball savant who made it through college via shooting hoops and inspirational t-shirts.
Oh, I hate this game. But I could shoot from anywhere on the court. I could shoot.
Yo, what in the ham sandwiches going on?
Yeah, I can see why he needed Destiny around for this. Okay, he pushed that guy on purpose. And I don't know anything about Bobby Bahama yet, but he can do a mean roof slide. All of this devolves into a pretty sweet man versus car chase. It makes me wish Garner's adventure was the main plot of this episode, but then again, if we focus too much on the exciting part, we'll miss out on Mitch and Ryan hanging out at a country club. Maybe Destiny can't play basketball, but she can do one thing, and that's pull magic powers out of her butt. Using her psychic abilities, she concludes Bobby Bahama likes red-headed call girls. Doggone it, Destiny! You and your Deus Ex Machinas have no place in the detective world. Wow, lucky for them, that also means he'll go for whatever redhead enters his line of vision, or the stakeout wouldn't amount to anything. And if they showed up at this club because call girls frequent it and they know he'll probably be there, then why bother with the disguise? Just arrest him.
A little gangster, huh?
You're under arrest for giving people the creeps. I tell you what, guys, you'd never see edgy stuff like this on Baywatch proper. Meanwhile, Mitch is being an asshole.
The only thing that bothered me was that Ryan seemed to be enjoying all this a little too much.
Literally, all we've seen her do was go to the bar and vaguely smile at the gigolo guy. Holy shit, Mitch, you've got clingy issues.
I can't believe you kissed a guy while undercover specifically to lure him out romantically. I would never be so unprofessional.
This little old lady club is kicking. Everyone's having a sexy time here. The game is set and the plan rolls forward. Ryan pretends to be falling for new gigolo Mitch, who introduces himself as such.
Bond. Robert Bond.
Okay, I take back what I said about using Rihanna as an undercover name. At least it sounds more plausible than Robert Bond. Yeah, this is really interesting. Definitely much more exciting than Garner and Destiny's stakeout based on a psychic hunch.
I need to stop this immediately! Nobody has a completely flat romantic tension with Ryan but me!
Oh, by the way, just as an aside, this guy's a kickboxer. As we all know, Mitch is a formidable kickboxer himself, so it's pretty hard for him to keep in character and, air quote, allow his ass to be kicked. I'm gonna skip ahead in the episode, but I want to clarify that regardless, there's a massive tonal whiplash coming up.
Whoa, that's rough. Would it help if I disguised myself as a mime?
Clearly, Gigolo McHandsome has a short temper and they're making him mad. Next step, Gigolo McDad steps in and sweeps Rihanna off her feet.
Eat it, small fry. Your abs are no match for my crabs.
Robert Bond has gotta go, and somebody just watched North by Northwest. Now, is this an homage, a ripoff, amazing, or all of the above? If we pan like 40 feet to the left, we could see all of Mitch's lifeguard friends being endlessly confused. Now, I'm no expert on gigolos, but do a lot of their money-making strategies involve sniping the competition from motorized hang gliders? After having missed the easiest target in the world, Dreamboat McMuscles heads to Rihanna's mansion to break into her safe. I don't know why he bothered trying to kill Mitch if this was what he was gonna do. This has nothing to do with being a gigolo at this point and really just makes him a thief. But then again, them setting up a camera to catch him is sort of pointless too because Mitch just waltzes in to gloat and make pop culture references.
Smile. You're on the camera.
It's your lucky day. Smile. You're on candid camera.
You know, at first I was afraid of the guy who beat me into the hospital and chased you down with a gun on a hang glider, but you taught me that everything works out on TV and you'll never come after me again.
Just don't know how I'm ever going to repay you.
We are paid in full.
Unless your check bounces, in which case we're coming after you to the fullest extent of the law.
Next time on Baywatch, girls rescue! Meanwhile, Mitch looks into replacing Hobie with a cuter kid. Sweet child of mine! Christmas hibernation is over, Baywatch reigns again! So Destiny's dead? I don't know, I actually just completely missed that her character's last appearance was the previous episode. I knew she was gone pretty quick, but I guess my brain figured she had more than just an incredible 4-episode run. And randomly, until episode 10, she will continue to appear in the credits like the ghost she is. You all remember in 1995 when everyone was wearing Who Killed Destiny Desmond shirts, right? I guess we'll never really have any answers. What I do know is, Lisa Stahl had moved on from her Wheel of Fortune appearances and found her true calling as the host of the Florida Lottery's Flamingo Fortune.
Hi, I'm Michael Young.
And I'm Lisa Stahl. We're the new hosts of the Florida Lottery's Flamingo Fortune.
Also, holy shit, did you know she was the girl from the Careless Whisper music video? 'Cause I certainly just found out. Damn, I'm gonna miss Lisa Stahl. I'm never gonna dance again. Until her random appearance in season 2, that is. Other things I discovered past reviewing an episode. Look at this painting from Deadly Vision. Now Now look at the cover from the 1982 film Mazes and Monsters. Pretty spooky, huh, folks? Well, we might have lost Lisa Stahl, but I can tell you one thing, they more than make up for it with the bizarre rogues gallery in this episode. Check it, we've got Heather Campbell, aka the OG Neely, Nancy Cartwright, aka Bart Simpson, and Michael Winslow, fresh off of the 7th Police Academy film, regretting missing out on the 1st Police Academy the series before being in the 2nd Police Academy the series, doing his Police Academy thing. And all of this somehow revolves around Ryan going undercover as a sex phone operator? I can see why Baywatch Nights wanted to pull out all the stops for this one.
Hardcore crop dusting!
So Mitch and Garner are doing some surveillance in this empty field where they couldn't possibly see anything and not be detected, eating a bucket of not-so-disguised KFC. I can see where Mitch went awry thinking this was a good idea. After all, he just learned modern surveillance techniques like 3 weeks ago. All's well and good until Mitch realizes they've run out of meat.
Oh no, I'll have to eat something or I'll die. Goodbye, Garner. You were the only man I ever loved.
Look at all of that junk back there. Did they eat all of that during the surveillance operation? I don't believe Mitch has eaten a single vegetable. And they were poisoned. Anyway, on to the real story.
Oh shit, watch out, Ryan, it's Neely. I've dealt with her before. She'll sue you out the butt for anything.
Mitch, thanks for letting me stay here until... Sacre bleu! So this is Addie Nichols, and she's hiring the Buke Brideby agency to get her the money she's owed by a sex hotline she worked for. But how could an uggo like her possibly be on the other end of one of those calls?
Oh, I was hoping you'd call. What do you want to talk about?
That's very good.
Every day when the editors look over the Baywatch Nights dailies. Doing their due diligence, our heroes head over to where the phone line seems to be stationed. Unfortunately, it appears the number has been redirected elsewhere.
They don't want nothing, Mr. Sex.
Mr. Sex? But they're not the only ones snooping around. Ryan climbs onto some scaffolding to take a look through the window. Did somebody ask for an action scene? This is a stretch even for me.
Mitch! Oh, Mitch! Mitch!
I'm down here too.
This is no time for jokes, Garner. Seriously, where did he go, though? The truck apparently blasted him into the Phantom Zone.
Well, time for me to show how heroic I am. This is what I get for trying to give Ryan more screen time.
Having two partners isn't always easy, especially when one of them is an independent woman with her own methods of solving things.
Could you repeat that, Mitch, but make it more sexist sounding?
Let my great weight save us. Get your breasts and or vagina out of the way. I hate detectives. Well, looks like we've discovered suspect number 1.
I'm Addie's boyfriend and I fix motorcycles. Check me out later in the app.
While Mitch is interrogating dogs, Garner has enlisted the help of Michael Winslow as Whistler, a former criminal who does sound effects for no reason other than the fact he's Michael Winslow, who can help him track wherever the calls are actually going.
Thanks, Michael Winslow. I loved you in Police Academy. Yeah, anyway, it was really funny when you... I'm gonna go now.
Anyway, this all leads to a dead body and some wacky cop show antics.
I think she cut her killer like this. Uh-oh.
We all have fun around here, whoever I am.
Okay, I went and got a real detective.
People don't usually wander down here without a pass.
Oh, professional courtesy. She knows my best friend back in the...
You were a damn fine officer and an even better basketball player, Garner. But you're a loose cannon. Apparently we have a previous history, but we're never gonna tell the audience what, and I'm never appearing again after this scene. Stay on your guard, Garner, because the hurricane of justice is coming. I'm tired of you PI scumbags littering my streets. Get ready for the...
Now that there's a body, their client becomes a suspect with Detective Hardbutt. But the Buke Brideby agency is nothing if not discreet and reassuring.
But why would I do that?
Well, Fran owed you.
Sorry. It is what the cops think.
I mean, you're basically no more important than a fly to them, and we have a pretty terrible track record, so the chances of you going down are pretty high.
Mr. Sex and his operation is nigh impenetrable, except for, of course, the girls on the line.
What's that? Have Ryan go undercover as someone sexy for the 3rd time in 6 episodes? Okay then.
What's your name? Mitch, huh? Wow, that name just drives me wild.
A phone sex operator? This requires dressing up. Also, good thing she got a disguise, or Mr. Sex might recognize the woman he tried to run down earlier.
Gotta get these guys hot. Don't have a cow, man.
Did I try to kill that lady?
Like this. Sugar. This is candy.
Oh no, things are getting too ecru in here for Mitch.
Oh, me too.
Alright, that's enough of that.
Eat our shorts.
Like the best detectives, they just barge right in and immediately blow their cover, thus ending the hook for the episode. And I guess they'll never press charges against Mr. Sex for that whole attempted murder thing. Hope you enjoyed! Anyway, the killer was Addie's possessive boyfriend. Good work, Mitch! Ladies and gentlemen, nothing can really prepare you for what comes next. It kind of leaves me in shock every time. I still can't really believe someone looked at this and thought, yeah, this seems like an acceptable final product. Feast your eyes on the greatest climax of all time. 3 full minutes of dialogueless motorcycle chase. Garner gets ousted. At some point, it appears to become a drag race between Mitch and boyfriend guy, even though he could very easily turn around and escape. No one seems to have a clear goal. And then, this.
Yes, stop!
What was that? What happened? Never in my life have I been more confused or delighted. Denouement? More like denouement? Fall over a cliff, become a dummy, credits. We don't need any real conclusion to this story. The money shot is over. Pack it in, boys. We're out.
Next time on Baywatch.
Faking blindness, workaholic fathers, horse races. The Baywatch beach crew learns about the face of fear.
As we slide into the night, after the sun goes down.
Aw yeah, now we get to the good stuff, guys. This night's ep has it all. Suspense, intrigue, chicken suits. We're in for a real humdinger. Just look at this masterful television.
Yo, Chicken Little. We ordered like 3 dino wings with corn feet. I guess like chickens here can't count.
Have you always been a knucklehead, or is it something you picked up along the way?
Nope, they can't do it. They can't make Gregory a loser. Even dressed up as a giant chicken with adorable eyelashes, he's still a badass. After a string of holdups, Garner's understandably embarrassed about their latest undercover mission. But I'll tell you who's in meat heaven right now, Mitch Buchanan.
Can't eat chicken, must resist getting withdrawal sweats.
So let me get this straight. This fast food restaurant is apparently in the middle of Rob Me Town, and so instead of contacting the real police, they hire a couple of dopey PIs to, make a citizen's arrest? How does that stop the overall problem of them being robbed? Is it the same culprits every time? Why have they held up the same chicken restaurant 5 times? I'm very confused. I guess they've gotten a hot tip that a robbery is about to go down, which again begs the question of why they didn't call the people who can legally arrest someone. And lo and behold, the burglars cometh.
You Chicken Little on the floor now!
2 Chicken Little jokes in 2 minutes, huh? You're missing out on several poultry-based insults nights. Foghorn Leghorn, Kellogg's mascot. I would have also accepted a Peeps reference. Oh, come on, how did Mitch not hear that?
If I die, at least I won't die hungry.
I don't want to hype this up too much, guys, but you'd better be ready for one of Baywatch Night's greatest moments. People study this scene in film classes for its exemplary editing and choreography. It's historic in its levels of awesome.
This will always be the defining moment of Baywatch Nights Season 1 for me. My poor memory decided that dumping loved ones' birthdays is perfectly fine, but the image of David Hasselhoff shoving an entire roast chicken into a man's face will be forever seared into my mind. One of the crooks tries to take a cashier hostage, but Garner pulls a switcheroony with the old double hostage.
What the hell are you doing? Cops don't take hostages.
We're not cops.
We're PIs.
So you can do even less? Hey, watch it, or what surveillance you're sorry behind. Worth it!
And that's why they call him Mitch the Tiger Buchanan. Okay, so Garner helps too.
Freeze, or you be wearing your butt for a hat!
Well, 2 of the dudes got away, but they did manage to catch one of them, who vows his brothers will take revenge. And by catch him, I mean they wait until the police arrive, and yet another one of Garner's old buddies makes fun of him. I get he was kind of low on the totem pole because he broke his captain's nose, but was he just the laughingstock of the entire police force? So what was the plan here anyway? As soon as the robbers showed up, Mitch was pressing the foot alarm, which anyone at that restaurant who wasn't a PI could have done. Their mission was as pointless as it was bliss. Well, it was a short episode, but I gotta tell ya, I was super entertained and... oh wait, that was just Act 1? Oh, okay. Kind of a downhill spiral after that, but I've come this far, Baywatch. Oh, thank God he switched to his leather hat, or else he'd still be looking like an idiot. Garner's string of bad luck continues when his car breaks down, but things might just be turning around when he gets assistance from a Price is Right model that just happens to be driving by. And I know there's a finite number of names and 4 million Baywatch characters by this point, but they probably should have not called her the same thing as someone who was a main character for 2 years.
I'm Summer.
I was just driving by until the gas ran out and I could simply die in the desert. But I suppose you can wait if you'll go on a date with me, I guess.
Thumbs up, car.
Meanwhile, Mitch has more slice-of-life anecdotes for the audience.
My Uncle Jerry used to say, life stinks. You lose your keys, you die.
Ironically, that was just before Uncle Alex was murdered while gold prospecting. You never really saw that one coming. Aunt Clara wouldn't even take off her diamond-encrusted sunglasses to look at him after that.
But who cares about Mitch and his endless string of useless relatives? Lou Rawls finally gets to do something, and that's have his club taken over in a hostage situation.
Yo, what in the ham sandwiches going on?
That ham sandwich joke is played out, man. Fine, fuck you. Ham sandwich.
That's right, guys, it's a hostage situation as retribution for a botched hostage situation. How did the bad guys find out who Mitch was and where he works? Who knows? They also don't seem to give a shit about where Garner is at all. They ask Mitch to call in a SWAT team and the TV show Flash Copy, all in the hopes they'll get their brother out of jail and become rich and famous? No one ever claimed these guys were smart.
That is one fine woman.
Nobody acts sexist toward Ryan but me. When I talk down to her, it's charming.
If anything, this episode is Exhibit A in demonstrating that Garner and Lou are way too cool for this show.
Take care, huh?
Once again, the bad guys underestimating Garner is to our hero's advantage, because now he's their man on the outside.
Mitch?
Mitchell can't talk right now. He's a hostage.
Wow, another brilliant plan spoiled by these criminal maestros.
All right, boys, this is my show now. Looks like we've got 3 people in a closed-down nightclub being held hostage by a schlubby guy with sweat stains and his weenie little brother. I'm gonna need a rocket launcher, a tank, donuts, and coffee. Black, because that's how hard asses like me take it.
I can give you a cell phone and emotional support.
You're on the team, but any wrong move and I'll throw you out of here.
This hostage situation is brought to you by Hostess.
He's got 3 hostages.
3? Did he give any names?
Which 3 people in the club owned by one guy, which is closed except to you and your 2 PI partners who own the space above it, could it be? And how about that Flash Copy, huh?
And there you have it, Mr. and Mrs. America.
On second thought, I didn't want to watch this live hold-up anyway. What's that? Have Ryan use her feminine wiles to distract a bad guy again? Fine.
Why don't you play us something? Make it real slow and sexy.
Well, he's a bad cat, a cool cat. Nobody's fool cat, but look out, cause here comes Garfield. He never keeps it easy. He likes his cat
It's one of those rare moments when everything seems to come together at just the right place and the right time.
Mondays, am I right?
At least you can say the one thing you weren't is a scaredy cat, right, Lou? I'm dying, you asshole.
So far, every one of their ideas has been a flop, so now it's time to bring in the big guns. Garner in another disguise. And I mean, how recognizable can he be? It's not like he was a big part of the hostage situation that led to this hostage situation.
Boo! Shoot Lou Rawls again! Close enough.
The real insult is that Garner got shot right in the old bullet wound. And as that episode proved, gun-related injuries only make him stronger.
Not this time, Garner!
I don't see how I can sexy my way out of this, so I guess I'll just stand here.
Don't do it, weenie boy. You have so much to live for. It's not worth it to throw your life away.
Shoot him. No.
Yeah, he's not getting it. Fire away, Garner.
Wow, we sure sucked more than usual today, huh, Mitch?
Yes, it's truly been harrowing for us men. Ryan, where's our dinner?
My emotional state is irrelevant. Callback joke.
Compliments of California roasters.
Man, the guy who shot us took us hostage there too. Not cool. I thought it was funny. What in the ham sandwich is wrong with you?
What? Next time on Baywatch, Logan steals Cody's car. Meanwhile, CJ takes in a sea lion and paintball goes horribly wrong. Baller! As a professionally paid opinion giver, I must confess that I live in two worlds. If something is so bad it's good, is it bad or is it good? Sometimes something is objectively good, but it ain't my cup of tea. Sometimes something is quite clearly bad, but in a way that I enjoyed it, so can it really be categorized as bad? And then sometimes you get something like Baywatch Nights, the eternal mystery that cannot be put into one box, because it is everything and nothing. One thing can be agreed upon, however, it is very, very confusing. With that said, 8 episodes into Season 1, let's actually watch the pilot and maybe get some answers as to what the hell is going on. Here, let Paul Schaefer summarize it.
It stars David Hasselhoff.
Right, Eric
There
Estrada.
he is. And he plays Mitch Baywatch.
Mitch Baywatch.
Baywatch, the head lifeguard.
Right.
Saving lives isn't part of competition on my beach.
Yeah, but if you can't show off in front of chicks, then what's the point of saving lives?
And David Hasselhoff is Mitch Baywatch?
Mitch Baywatch.
He's the star of the show.
Star of it, the head lifeguard, yeah.
Okay.
Sets me straight on a couple of things.
I hope that cleared some things up. Alrighty, so as I went over in Baywatching before, for whatever reason, they didn't feel the pilot of Baywatch Nights was up to snuff. They had to re-edit and re-narrate, all in an attempt to make things less confusing, and in the end decided to move it further down the roster and just give the audience nothing. No explanation as to why Mitch is now a detective, except for the new intro that boiled down to,
"What does a lifeguard know about being a detective? Everything's stupid."
The perfect solution. But they've still got a 22-episode season to fill, so the pilot's just going in, I don't know, the middle somewhere. Except now they have to add a new wraparound in order for them to flash back to when they just met. Most certainly more confusing than it ever would have been otherwise.
Hey Ryan, you remember when we started this agency?
Sure, Garner. You were chasing down some thugs who stole Dana's bag and...
No, not that pilot, the other one.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? Just let me tell it.
So I went to see Mitch, who was on vacation. I knew he'd been partying all night, so I wanted to catch him before he fell asleep. You know how Mitch is when he first wakes up.
Not really.
Well, let me tell you, he is not a happy camper.
Okay, questions! Immediately questions! So, Baywatch Nights screwed the pooch as far as their intro ep went, but Baywatch proper did do a lead up to it, so let me refresh you on how that went.
What other career?
I don't know, maybe a private eye. Maybe I should take a vacation.
So take one.
I think I will.
Several days later.
I knew he'd been partying all night.
What happened? Hey, Baywatch Nights, what happened? Apparently Mitch was idly considering a second career, decided to take a nice vacation to think it over, and then immediately went on a 24-hour coke binge. Hobie had to fend for himself at the video game liquor store.
Dad? Dad? Please let me in. It's so cold.
Also, if they're gonna make innuendo about Ryan not knowing what Mitch is like when he wakes up, meaning she's never slept with him, then we have to assume that Garner having this knowledge means he definitely has. Marner confirmed. Misguided spinoff-ogram.
Suddenly I'm more sarcastic and gritty and wear Miami Vice suits to bed. It's okay, Hobie's with his mother.
Hobie's with his mother.
Dad, please. I'll be good, I promise.
Garner is considering a career change at this point in his life. Mitch, who is currently on vacation to think on a second job, specifically a private eye like Garner is also hinting at,
I don't know, maybe a private eye.
obviously understands where his friend is coming from.
I'm quitting the police force.
Again, have another donut. The feeling will pass.
Your happiness means nothing to me. Blueberry lives matter or whatever. Anyway, whatever you say next, if it's badly ADR'd, then I'm out of here.
You're going running now? I'm in a midlife crisis.
Bye!
Mitch thinks this whole PI thing is stupid. He's got more important things to do, like use his lifeguard jurisdiction to investigate a scarab that keeps getting through a restricted channel.
Lieutenant Mitch Buchanan, Lake County Lifeguards.
While on his vacation, I guess?
Lifeguards go on stakeouts, right? I love further proving that this spin-off is pointless in the long run.
Mitch is becoming suspicious that this boat has something to do with some stolen jade that Garner had been talking about, which causes him to spout off some bad narration.
No reason to worry, right? Wrong.
The thing he's most suspicious of, however, is the attractive brunette who shows up on this restricted dock he's checking out. This is Ryan, of course, who has just bought a detective agency and is meeting up with the previous owner, fellow PI Nikki Pine.
I brought you this for buying my detective agency.
Oh, thank you.
Boring!
Oh, holy shit, this is totally what lifeguards do all the time!
Heard there was an action scene starting over here.
Somewhere out there, there's a territorial surfer beach brawl that is going sadly unbroken up. Right about now, you're probably wondering why Mitch didn't just suggest that he and Ryan jump out of the burning boat into the water, but that's because you're a simpleton.
I'm afraid of heights.
It might be a bad time to ask for this, but I have a really cool move where I ask for a chick's number when I'm filling out an incident report, and in case I don't get a chance to do that, can we have sex right now?
What's a lifeguard doing out here?
Yes, aren't lifeguards kept fenced into their section of the beach via electric collar?
Good thing we came up here!
Doggone it, Mitch, you missed my cool shootout and everything.
Upon discovering that Nikki Pine has been blown up, Ryan's feeling pretty lousy, and I gotta say, it's difficult to have a worse first day of work. And you know the police captain is putting on a front, because inside, he's horribly upset about Nikki Pine.
You can be first back on the beach. We wouldn't want anyone cheating at volleyball now, would we?
The guy with him is Garner's former partner, who was just promoted to detective because of a tip about the Jade case. Garner's got a huge chip on his shoulder about it, and I guess the writers took this to mean that every episode should have someone Garner knew on the police force make fun of him. Hey, quick question, why is everyone an asshole all of a sudden?
He's been in people.
Cool.
Mitch will give you a ride.
Thanks, officer.
Thanks, officer.
Thank Mitch here. He's the one who pulled you out of the soup.
But as he says, he's a lifeguard. He does it for a living.
Lifeguard, scum of the earth! Look, I mean, I'm probably the target audience for a detective-themed spin-off of a lifeguard show, but you still gotta stay true to what little consistency you have in the parent series. You can't just pretend Mitch is suddenly a cynical anti-hero who parties all night and reluctantly helps people. And the fact Garner is the one really driving the detective stuff here and knowing he'll be pushed aside so Mitch can do everything later is deeply sad to me. Also, I thought Ryan's dumbness was an act, but it seems that no, she really is the world's worst PI. Suspecting Ryan is involved in this Jade case somehow, Mitch gives her a ride to her new office. Here, Knights showcases Brody Buster, a real-life 10-year-old harmonica prodigy who still performs today. Later on in the ep, we see him play with another accomplished blues performer, Arthur Adams. I make fun of the show a lot, but genuinely, their highlights of amazingly talented blues musicians are pretty damn cool.
Cool. Let's have the bracelet.
Hey, jerk, welcome to it. It's only plastic.
Imagine you're Ryan. You have just moved to LA to start your career as a PI, and you do absolutely nothing as this random-ass lifeguard and beach cop come bumbling into your life to punch out bad guys. What is going on? Look at this. She doesn't even care what happened to them or the guy who showed up to rob her. She's too busy being pissed that the super awesome PI office she bought was actually a dump run by a cheapskate slob. No explanation as to why the office had to be owned by another PI when all she needs is a working space, but okay. Apparently, she owns everything that comes with it, including his set of wheels he picked up at a police auction. That's right, the red convertible is the agency's official car, which is why you only ever see Mitch driving it like he's the prince of PIs.
Let's take the car.
Neither of you have any stake in this business at this point. Mitch and Garner were apparently trying to find Ryan, even though they were getting her car for her, or I don't know why they were there, honestly. And apparently they drive all night, don't find her, and then Mitch just comes across her the next day throwing some bread at some seagulls outside her office? How the hell do these two become PIs? What kind of pathetic excuse for a montage?
Mitch drives for so long he changes outfits.
In what could almost be classified as a bonding moment, Ryan explains that she doesn't need a hero because she's made out of tough material because she grew up with 6 older brothers in Dallas, Texas, where they don't like sissies. You can tell she's an independent woman because she's doing absolutely nothing in regards to her situation.
If you're soft, you'll get dented.
Well, you had some great body work.
Oh, by the way, while Ryan was doing nothing, Mitch, the guy who apparently wants nothing to do with this nonsense, found some vital clue to the case. I'm glad Ryan and Garner have contributed so much to this plot so far. In keeping with this episode's narration, pretending being a lifeguard has given Mitch valuable detective skills.
There's not much difference between being a lifeguard and a private eye.
He explains that he asked his lifeguard buddies to keep an eye out, and they were the ones who found the clue. So as long as every case has to do with the water, Mitch is gonna do just fine.
That's the guy who tried to grab your bracelet.
Damn, impenetrable!
Using her forensic criminologist skills, Ryan takes some fingerprints and they put it into the police fingerprint computer. But uh-oh, former partner is upset that Garner is breaking the police rules.
I wouldn't talk to him like that. He's already broken my nose twice in situations like this.
Wait, hang on, excuse me, pardon. Is this supposed to be the same captain that demoted Garner to beach duty because he broke his nose? The one we already met in Baywatch Season 3 who was a black man? Or does he just go around breaking multiple captains' noses? And also twice now, apparently. And if he's scared of him, why doesn't he just fire him? What is the dynamic here? Good fun. We just skim right over that part, but it's not like Garner quitting and becoming a PI is part of the premise of the show. We gotta focus on Lifeguard Sasquatch.
Look who was in my room.
Don't tell me. Nikki Pine.
Oh, you thought you were doing something meaningful in this episode? Think again.
What follows is a reveal of Scooby-Doo proportions. They find Nicky Pine at his own funeral getting a slice of ham and identify him by his socks, despite sporting the world's smallest fake mustache.
Nicky!
Come on, stop this! Hey! You can't go any faster, I'd have to drop the waxing compound.
It turns out Nicky tipped off the cops about the stolen jade after finding evidence in the car he bought at the police auction, but he took a bracelet off the list to keep for himself. In order to get the criminals off his back, he faked his own death with the help of his secretary and a bunch of paid actors, and handed off a decoy bracelet to Ryan.
We just wanted to show Landau how Nicky died. I mean, we didn't want to hurt nobody.
For reasons I'm not clear on, he broke into Ryan's motel to throw someone off of something? This is all treated like he's a lovable old scamp and not someone who most definitely nearly got several people murdered.
Excuse me.
Women.
Ryan is understandably upset about being played for a fool, and she explains that she moved here to become a PI after saving her boss from a shooter, expecting to be promoted to an investigator, and ending up with him taking all the credit. Wow, just like Garner, the person who was inside chuckling it up with old man McShucks ya got murdered, and instead left her with a patronizing lifeguard whose PI experience is seeing the Maltese Falcon when he was 8. But now she's in a better situation, working with a man who will take credit for all of the cases. Time to take out the jade smuggler!
Got it all on tape.
Nice try, boys, but we all know you can't use that in court.
After going back to Nights, Mitch smugly beats a lady at a pool game and gets ready to take her back to his place for some of that not sex he has on the show, and apparently off-screen, Garner and Ryan have decided to become business partners. Again, oddly brushed over for something that is literally the premise. They realize they're still in a lot of debt, however, and decide to guilt Mitch into joining up.
No. N-O. I don't know, maybe a private eye.
Despite mentioning multiple times that I'm interested in pursuing my childhood fantasy of becoming a PI on Baywatch, I'm a completely different character here.
Most of the money I got saved is for Hobie's college education. And I'm not gonna touch that.
Oh, who are we kidding? We know Hobie is never graduating high school. I'm in!
And that's how that happened. We had a plot for this framing device, but who cares? Let's be awkward for a while.
Next time on Baywatch, it's another detour! We're exploring a 1976 film that predated Baywatch, but features a very familiar face. So let's take a dive into Lifeguard. Funkadelic!
As we slide into the night. After the sun goes down.
Blues Boy, Blues Boy! I'm sorry, I just can't even be interested by the title of this one, guys, but hey, let's see how this episode pans out.
Hey, check it out, they're filming some beach show over there. Bah, it'll never take off.
So these two brothers in crime have robbed a bank, and one of them, presumably the smart one, has taken off with the case to hide the money for himself and his guitar prodigy son, played in the present-day portions of the episode by guitar prodigy Nathan Cavallari. Let's see, how do we pretend this is the same kid while not having him be able to play guitar? Just have him hold it like a dead fish, it's fine! At least he's enjoying Take Your Son to Work Day. Okay, come on now. They didn't have to put Vaseline on his face. Present day!
Things can happen to you as a child that are so terrifying, you block them out of your memory forever.
Just leave me alone, will ya?
This is Willie Logan, who's been living in and out of foster care since he witnessed his Uncle Lyle kill the crap out of his dumb old dad.
Whoa, out of here. You have a math assignment and I've got a gig.
Just gotta hope his crazy Uncle Lyle didn't recently get out of prison.
Grab your math homework, Willie. We can do it during the car chase. Here, behind this dumpster. That cat with rabies will help you with your multiplication.
Time into episode until we see any of our main characters, 10 minutes. And what is Mitch up to anyway?
The difference between being a lifeguard and a private eye is
absolutely nothing. They are one and the same. That is why it makes perfect sense that I am simultaneously a lifeguard and private eye. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
I do quite enjoy Baywatch finally acknowledging Mitch's egregious abuse of parking space.
our rent includes 2 parking spaces.
Yeah, it does. Out there, anywhere you want to park.
Oh, come on, Lou. This is a very expensive car. If I park it out there, it could get dinged.
As established in the last episode, the car belongs to the whole company, and yet you hog it for yourself and never paid a dime for it. Therefore, it is fair game. Mitch has got to move or pay the troll toll. That being done, he's gonna get to that boy's hole. Willie is concerned that his Blues dad never came home, so he hires the Butte Brideby agency to help him out. Specifically, he comes looking for Mitch, so I can only assume Ryan and Garner earn very small print on their business cards. Haha, who cares if this isn't legal and the kid is clearly lying about his mom being too sick to be there and they need a contract signed by an adult and the actual police should definitely be involved. Kids are adorable. Let's help the little scamp out.
See ya.
Yeah.
He'll be fine out on the street.
Touching. But so stupid.
You know, I'm not one to tell them how to do their jobs, but it's possible they're always broke because of smart business decisions like taking cases from 12-year-olds.
Want a Chevy? Want a Ford? That old car making you bored? Hurry on down to Mer's Car Town. 105 South 5 Road.
Yeah.
Man, I'm cool. Adidas!
Oh. What do you think, baby?
I think you couldn't get a real photo of me? Really? Just a still from later in the episode? That's lame, dude.
You're under arrest for not doing your math homework. Just kidding. We need you to come down and identify your new dad's body.
After poking some holes in Willie's story, he takes off.
All right, let's split up. I'll take Venice.
I'll take Paris. Instead of going to Europe, we went to Child Protective Services.
Now might be the time to note that Mitch's narration is almost always the most useless thing ever recorded.
I recognize the child. Who's the man?
That's a very good question. Whose man's hand was that holding those photos? Child Protective Services lady reveals that Blue's dad is not actually Willie's father, adoptive or otherwise, making me question how he's able to homeschool him or do anything under the radar. They also learn about Willie witnessing his birth father's murder when he was 5. Being someone who works with troubled kids a lot, this lady is very kind and understanding of the situation.
Kids had it pretty tough.
The child has made it tough for all of us who work in the system.
Kids, fuck 'em! This whole scene is just baffling to me. I don't understand why she hates kids so much, or why Baywatch Nights feels the need to portray the foster system as some sort of snooty child kidnapping operation.
Where is he?
We don't know. And to be honest with you, Miss Belda, if we did, we wouldn't tell you.
Well, we'll find him. We can't have him running around the streets with some vagabond musician, can we?
We'll place him in a dirty, nasty foster home with all the other Dickensian orphans. We are barbaric and authoritarian. Child Protective Services exist for one purpose only: to protect the world from children. In that case, let me ask Mitch permission to give you a little speech about empathy.
Am I done?
Doesn't feel like it.
You, Miss Belda, are a sourpussed, constipated butthead.
Oh, snap! Oh, snap! Oh, snap!
There. All done.
Thank you for that, Mitch. Well, doesn't this just cheese Mitch's burger? Garner reveals what we already know about Willie's backstory, and our heroes take off to find him before his Uncle Lyle does. Speaking of that fun-loving Uncle Lyle...
Barbecue time!
Too soon to sauce.
I always sauce early.
You fork, don't you?
I beg your pardon.
'Cause it sounds like fuck! Go long, young people!
Hey, just an idea. Do you think Ryan and Garner could, do some detective stuff instead of focusing on lunch all the time, or... Anywho, Mitch smells a Hobie 3 or 4, depending on how you count Joey. But luckily, both of his children are, in another dimension this episode. I don't know. He decides Willie would be safer staying at his place, where he serenades our crew with a heartwarming montage of their long-ago pasts. Wow, Texas sure looks a lot like the same place they shoot every week. But maybe this is the continuity where she moved a lot as a kid. Really depends on if you believe the first episode or Silent Witness. Wait. Is David Hasselhoff playing his own dad in this flashback? The hell? Baywatch Nights, thanks!
I can't wait to get on your ass about not being an architect until the day I die. I really hate my son.
By the way, this is the only time you see Hobie in the entire 2 seasons of Baywatch Nights. So, enjoy it? Anyway, whatever. The uncle kidnaps Willie and Ryan ends up hostage again. Good job, Ryan! Luckily, Mitch and his adorable sailboat sweater are ready to kick some ass and take questions later.
Flashlights always remind me of that movie E.T.
I love that movie. Did I ever tell you it was always my dream to hunt down aliens, Garner?
Mitch, I'm leaving the show before next season.
Because I just saw Jurassic Park. Scared me to death.
Did I ever tell you it was always my dream to... who am I kidding? We can never afford dinosaurs.
The clock is ticking. Not only does Mitch have to free stupid Ryan while Lyle takes Willie out to get the money, but water from the reservoir is about to flood the tunnel and leave them all in a soggy situation. Let's just reuse footage from season 1 of Baywatch at almost the exact same timecode in both episodes for some reason and hope no one notices. Couldn't actually really flood the place, so take our word for it that it happened.
Good thing I'm a lifeguard, am I right?
Coordinate Baywatch with the Coast Guard.
There, they exist.
Scuba fight! Kinda anticlimactic, but okay. And more reused footage from Baywatch Season 1? Why? They shot new stuff of people running into the water. Why did they... This saved them 2 seconds of footage. The day is saved, and now Blue's dad is able to legally adopt Willie thanks to their good buddies, the world's worst PI/a lifeguard. And the Best Dressed award goes to Garner. Take it away, Willie and BB King. And we helped. Next time on Baywatch, Logan makes baby. Meanwhile, Cody trains to be in Olympics. Go for the gold! Hot diggity dog, guys, strap in, because we are in for an absolute classic Baywatch Nights. Truly a crowning achievement, which I'm sure Oscar-nominated writer Len Jansen was proud to put on his resume. Actually, looking at his IMDb page, I don't know, that might be a non-sarcastic statement. Okay, so I don't usually put warnings on Baywatching videos, but in case you're sensitive to this sort of thing, this episode's plot involves a drag queen whodunit. There are definitely a few not gay jokes in here, and the ending is basically one extended haha man in a dress gag, but personally, I find it more inept than offensive. But as far as I recall, this is one of only 2 times gay people are even mentioned in Baywatch, and it involves a crazy murderer, so, you know. Anyway, warning over. Joke time is now! Hey, sexy ladies, nothing gay about this episode. Whose hand is that? Maybe it belongs to this corpse she finds. This looks like a job for Shippy and his arm candy. Yes, keep posing. Looks natural. That's how you know this is a Nights episode. Suddenly the rescues are being pulled by a bunch of second stringers. Alas, they're too late to save the poor woman. But that's not the most shocking part of it all.
It's a man, baby!
Anyway, what's Mitch up to?
There are many differences between being a lifeguard and being a PI. Lifeguards run on sand. PIs run on everything.
Wow, truly the biggest stretch you've made so far. So this very quick monologue is to tell the audience how Mitch met a beautiful woman named Cindy. Later in the episode, he is dating a woman also named Cindy, who may or may not be the same person played by a different actress. So either he rescues an unrelated Cindy and brings it up in the narration for no reason, or they just hoped we didn't notice it was 2 different women. I'm a little lost on that. But to be fair, I honestly didn't notice until looking at IMDb.
What's your name?
Cindy! Wait, Cindy!
The Cindy mystery may be the one case the Butte Bribeby Agency couldn't solve, but I can say with 100% certainty that both Cindys are here for one reason, and that's to remind the audience that Mitch is straight.
A drowned man wearing a woman's dress, a knockout named Cindy, and a man in a Nixon mask. Funny how one thing can lead to another.
Especially when we haven't even seen a man in a Nixon mask in the episode yet. Really adds to the mystery.
They are super amping up the noir pastiche in this episode. Look at this pink fog, it's like my old movie nights opening credits. That's not A&W! Ever seen Point Break? How about Point Break you in half? Meanwhile, Mitch is on a date with Cindy number 2, who cries over a play they saw together. Mitch, being the manly bunch of sausages stacked up in a trench coat he is, of course, can't shed any tears over this one. Cindy number 2 says the problem with men is they just won't get in touch with their feminine sides, because of course crying is inherently feminine or something. Mitch not crying over this play is apparently enough to anger Cindy number 2 into leaving. A bit of an overreaction. Maybe she should be pissed at him for parking on the beach like an asshole.
I'm a detective/lifeguard. I can do whatever I want.
I cannot stress enough how much he didn't need to be sitting in his convertible on the beach in a full suit and vest to talk to Garner about his bad date.
We went to dinner. I was witty, charming.
Humble? What went wrong?
To make things even dumber, Mitch and Garner are actually there working. So while Garner is using a metal detector to find whatever they were hired to find, Mitch is sitting in a car like the world's biggest douchebag because he doesn't want to get sand in his shoes.
Get your mind off it. Come help me look.
No, I don't want to get sand in my shoes.
Why did he pick that outfit then? Garner agrees with Cindy number 2 though. Most men aren't in touch with their feminine sides.
How do you know that? Solid Jesse Rabbit, yeah. Geraldo says the same thing.
Oh, I met Geraldo. You don't need to tell me how in touch with his feminine side that guy is.
Doggone it.
Where's the dog? I'll kill it.
Coca-Cola.
I changed outfits between scenes and I'm exhausted.
Anywho, Nights is hosting a drag show, and our heroes marvel at all of the celebrity impersonators. You got Bette Midler, Cher, Madonna, Marilyn, Dorothy, Rose, Blanche, Sophia. One of these drag queens, Chris Vogel, was the man attacked earlier in the episode. According to the previous scene, he called Ryan but wouldn't say what the problem was. But now that they meet in person, he acts as if they're already up to speed on things. And he doesn't seem scared so much as inconvenienced by the exposition.
What's the problem?
I don't know. You're supposed to meet us at night, so 15 minutes, give us the whole story.
We need to hire private detectives. It's been 2 days since I was attacked, and the police still got no leads.
This is literally like the first time they're hearing about an attack or a call or anything. I feel like they had to have cut something for time, which is really unusual for Baywatch use every part of the Buffalo Nights. So someone is calling and threatening the queens in the show, but not everyone is on board with having detectives/lifeguards involved.
Just for the record, I think we can handle this ourselves. We don't need you guys.
Why would you say that? I hope you turn out to be the villain.
I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller.
Wait, now why is this happening?
Go listen to some Muddy and some T-Bone, you understand? Then come on back, we'll talk about it.
Then why did he let a rap group audition? That's just a dick move, Lou.
Blues is the only valid music genre.
Well, look out, 'cause here comes Garfield.
Big fat update, everyone. Okay, so I've been informed that this is a gentleman by the name of Skilo, and this was a reference to a popular novelty song he did at the time called I Wish. I wish that I'd known about this song, because it would have saved me some time, but now I'm gonna rectify my mistake here, let everyone know, and officially apologize to Mr. Skilo.
What's this?
It's Duncan's script.
Now, who is Duncan? Seriously, why is this episode so bad at pre-establishing characters and events? So yeah, cool, let's visit their good buddy Duncan. You all remember him and his scripts. He's played by Stuart Fratkin, who you might remember as a dead body in Season 2 of Baywatch proper. He's watching some footage of his late mother, Dahlia Valentine, that seems to be mimicking the 50s, but is actually the 70s, and features a lady who definitely has eyebrows from the 90s. You might notice Duncan here has a little bit of an unhealthy obsession with his mother. In fact, he's so obsessed that he's written a book and a script all about her life. She was a famous singer and actress, and the celebrity being impersonated by the drag queens who are being threatened. You can see where this is going, so that makes him suspect numero uno. Hey, let's check in on Mitch and Cindy number 2's crumbling relationship.
The last time. When was it?
Well, I boned down with another lady named Cindy shortly before I met you. Does that count?
I'll tell you when my last time was.
No, I don't want to know.
Half hour ago.
Half hour ago?
On the bus.
On the bus?
My car broke down. I have to catch the bus to work. I did it. I just broke down and cried.
Oh, when you cried! My mistake. Yeah, last time I cried had to be when my cancer girlfriend died in my arms, never having had the chance to truly experience love or a lifetime of happy memories with me.
Cool, Garner and Ryan got into the same position with the same Tupperware full of fruit as earlier in the episode.
At some point we got separated, and now we're back here again for this scene.
Yep, and I've got my inside jacket on. Ryan mentions an off-screen conversation with Mitch about the case where he talked to the police about what they had, despite the fact in an earlier scene he asked Garner to talk to his police buddies. And then Garner asks how things went with Duncan as if the last scene of them together with Duncan didn't happen.
Check with the LAPD, huh? See what your buddies can dig up on the attack.
I talked to Mitch. He said that the police don't have much.
Oh gosh, here comes Duncan. How was, Duncan?
So, look, I don't know what went on behind the scenes for this episode, but something tells me it was a disaster. I realize it's hard to tell in the Baywatching format, but honest and truly, it's shot and edited like a nightmare. Scenes don't really make sense with one another, people wear the same outfits for days on end or randomly change between scenes, and I feel like some of these bits were written for Mitch and they didn't have David Hasselhoff. I'd be interested in seeing the script for this one because guaranteed this was not the episode as intended. Also, I think this was improvised and it makes me laugh.
You wouldn't believe his house.
Yeah, I would.
So this guy is just going around bonking people on the head ineffectively after drowning one person? And to be honest, I really had trouble figuring out who was supposed to have been attacked here. Does that make me drag queen racist? Well, it only took them 3/4 of the way into the episode, but our heroes finally figure out that all of the victims are impersonating Dahlia Valentine, and the killer's catchphrase is something she always said to her kid on the TV show. I could have established the catchphrase earlier in the review, but this episode doesn't seem concerned with that sort of thing, so why should I? Case and point, they say that Duncan is actually just a child actor who played her son, and I realize I'm making it sound like a twist, but it certainly comes off like they just didn't let us in on that fact until now.
I'm lost.
You're too young. He was a child star. He played her son on the TV show. You think Duncan did this?
Shocking revelations!
Our heroes realize there is but one option. In order to set a trap for their perp, one of them must go undercover as a Dahlia Valentine impersonator. Someone who needs to get in touch with his feminine side.
Don't even think it. You will be hot.
It's Mitch! And ew, he looks terrible! No hip or butt padding? He has a completely boxy shape, Ryan. You know nothing of the art form. You cannot imagine the misunderstandings that follow.
I knew it. I knew it. I
You
knew
gotta
it.
understand it's for a case.
God.
It's for a case!
Nice try, Mitch.
Well, you told me to get in touch with my feminine side.
You know, Baywatch Nights gave us so much to root for, but I'm starting to think that Cindy number 2 just might not be a very good person. But don't think it's just Mitch who gets to have vaguely homophobic jokes thrown his way. Ryan suggests that Garner also take on a drag celebrity persona.
Me? Whoopi Goldberg? In that dress?
He's right, Ryan. Whoopi Goldberg wouldn't be caught dead in that outfit. Well, the show must go on. I tell ya, nothing highlights just how unglamorous and shitty their nightclub is, like pretending there's some sort of red carpet event happening in the parking lot at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He died as he lived, pushing his singing career on everyone else and extremely insecure about his masculinity. This doesn't really match the guy's usual MO of hitting someone with a bat when they're alone, or drowning that one time, but regardless, Mitch was wearing a bulletproof vest. Someone who wasn't just shot point blank 6 times in the chest could have chased after him, seeing as how they were expecting this to happen, but no, this is Mitch's save. And oh, it turns out it was that one guy who was a dick earlier. Who could have seen that coming? It's the same old story you've heard before. This queen was so obsessed with Dahlia Valentine, he became convinced that he was her, and that nobody else could play the part in Duncan's upcoming movie. Thanks for making us root for her creepy TV son, I guess? But let's be real, he definitely has a few bodies in his closet. It's like Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees going head to head if they were unstable TV fans with mommy issues.
Mother, it'll be a great movie.
Duncan, don't listen to this imposter. Nobody can replace your mother.
Not now, Mother. Listen, let's not fight. We all know I'm getting the part.
My save!
I softened him up for you. That counts as mine.
Did Ryan do Garner's makeup too? Just curious who thought his foundation shade was corpse.
Man, bad call on our part.
So things are wrapped up except for, of course, Cindy number 2, who decides to give Mitch a surprise of her own.
Mitchell Buchanan?
Yes, I'm Mitch. You're not from the IRS, are you?
Not even close.
Now, come on, how were any of them fooled by this? She didn't even put her hair up into her hat or anything. They think some random guy came up to kiss Mitch and he just goes along with it? He knows that'll hurt Garner's feelings. Anyway, we won't miss you, Cindy number 2. Take it away, Lou. Fill in time,
Credits, filling time, yeah.
Next time on Baywatch, Caroline kills someone. Not dealing well with the trauma, she becomes embroiled in Neely's world full of drinking, motorcycles, and evil outfits. Bad to the bone. Well, not only have I taken a break, guys, but Baywatch Nights itself was on a short mid-season hiatus, and now it's back to be even more daytime than ever. But the series is in for some big changes, so let's go over some stuff real quick. As you might imagine, the reviews were coming in, and it turns out you can Hasselhoff. Nights was a complete laughingstock, and audiences weren't really tuning in to David Hasselhoff's Peter Gunn fanfiction series, so if they were going to stay afloat, they had to do some serious revamping. Yeah, not a lot of people know this, but Baywatch Nights X-Files edition was not their first retool. In fact, I'd categorize Baywatch Nights into 4 different flavors. Detective show with a blues theme, detective show with a Baywatch theme, the X-Files the bad version, and Warehouse. And now we're entering its second phase. It's time for Baywatch to return to its roots. Get some eye candy in here, quick! Enter Eddie Cibrian and Donna D'Erico as Griff and Donna, the newest members of the cast. They were added for sex appeal to try and lure in Baywatch's uninterested audience. Now, I know what you were thinking. There was just too much Lou Rawls here. But don't worry, he's credit only except for 2 more episodes now that Donna has become the new owner of Nights. What starts out as a savvy businesswoman and shameless Pamela Anderson clone quickly turns into someone competing with Cody as Baywatch's dumbest character. In the beginning, she might fool you into thinking she's okay, but trust me when I say this. She is one of the worst actresses they ever had. She's right up there with Kelly Slater, only she has way more screen time. As for Eddie Cibrian, he's best known for being married to Leanne Rimes. Yes, that guy. Griff is a photographer who can be summarized as such. He's Griff. Anyway, remember how one of the few unironic successes of the first season was the moody blues club that got some legendary singers involved and created a distinct noirish atmosphere? Well, that's over. As of this episode, it's redesigned, has no live music, is run by a hot lady, and staffed entirely by women in tiny outfits.
The girls on the beach are practically naked. I mean, everyone here is wearing clothes. I find this much more exciting.
Also, now it isn't a nightclub, it's a bistro. By far the funniest thing about this revamp is the fact that is now what the show is named after. They took the one thing that might have been cool about this series and made it the lamest it could possibly be. Welcome to Bistro Nights, people! The most important addition, however, was the running joke about coffee.
But they... Thanks. Worked it out.
It only keeps getting funnier. As for the stories, I think they were told to tone down the broad humor, so I'm sad to say things took a real nosedive into Snooze Town until they decided to retool again in Season 2. Please try and enjoy this very mundane episode about managers being killed at a financial firm. If it's any consolation, this story is by Chad and Carrie Hayes, a twin writing team who's probably best recognized these days for scripting The Conjuring. But before that, they were writing scripts for Baywatch Nights, and this was certainly an episode of television.
Takeover!
What's this? A cold open? A first for the Baywatch franchise, what a historic moment! As you will come to find out when the parent show discovers cold opens, Baywatch has no idea what the purpose of a cold open is.
On the edge of your seats, tune in to the rest of Baywatch Nights to find out what happens next.
Don't panic, everyone, I have Coke!
Okay, I take back what I said. This is the perfect cold open.
Wow, this is really what we're going with now, huh?
The show wastes no time by showing us the new and improved version of Nights, where the Butte Brideby agency is waiting to meet with the new owner and sign a lease. Thrilling. While all of this is going on, Mitch is in full smarmy asshole mode for no reason.
DG Marco, what's DG stand for?
I don't know, but whoever this Marco is, he's done a really nice job with renovating Lou's place.
Whoa, this new owner is a girl? I guess women could do anything in the 90s.
Hi, I'm Donna.
Ryan is very interested.
Well, if you're going to be one of the new waitresses here, let me assure you that you'll be getting all of my business.
Well, thank you, sugar. I'm the owner.
Get wrecked!
What actually is this intro of Donna being led by a parade of men with flowers and a banner like she's the new goddess of fierce? All she says about it is, that's awfully sweet of him, with no explanation of who him is, so I choose to believe she ordered these for herself. Look at this, all the banner says is good.
Yes, I'd like the banner to say something really special to show I'm doing a good job, like, good. Yeah, that.
Oh, you're all so lovely. Thanks a lot. I think the customers should be paying attention to you, not the prices. Oh, that's sweet.
So anyway, back to the main plot. Mitch has been invited to a party run by a financial firm because two of the managers there are old high school friends of his. And as we all know, things always work out great with Mitch's old friends. Ryan wonders why they're there if this isn't a job, meaning Mitch just tricked her into coming so he can once again act like a conceited douche.
I'm not real sure about this.
Don't worry. I won't bite.
You better not.
Well, not that hard anyway.
Mitch, you're 2 decades older than every woman on this show. Fuck off, old man. Mitch introduces Ryan to his old friends, Rhett and Deborah. Rhett says Hang Glider Man was one of their managers, and they don't think his death is an accident. So joke's on Mitch, this actually is work. Apparently it takes them from day to night to actually finish the conversation and explain what they meant. Turns out another manager at the company died in a mysterious accident, which they don't think is a coincidence. The investigation is on, and any of these boring financiers could be the culprit. Could it be Glasses? Could it be the chick from Mortal Kombat Annihilation and that Nick Fury movie Hasselhoff did? The possibilities are endless. Of course, Deborah just immediately tells them Mitch and Ryan are PIs looking into windshield fodder, so I can see nothing going wrong here.
If there's anything I can do, please let me know. We'll let you know.
I love being Mitch's old high school friend and having nothing bad happen to me.
I bet you're thinking Garner doesn't have anything to contribute to this episode at all, but here's 30 seconds of him with no dialogue looking over the boat, so take that! Mitch has got to feel pretty down right about now. This is at least his third old friend who's gotten blown up. While he tries to get some information about who would be motivated to kill the management at a financial firm, the audience wonders when he's going to figure out that it's obviously one of the 2 suspects the show has presented us. Garner steals Mitch's obviously empty cup of coffee. See, the show still has a tiny bit of that trademark Baywatch Nights humor. While Garner and Ryan prepare to do boring jobs like PIs usually do, Mitch heads out in the middle of the day for a dinner date with Nikki, the clear villain. Ryan goes to look up the different employees at the firm in a scene that's pointless and will never come up again in the episode. They cut to this guy checking out her legs like 3 different times. Oh, please stop, Baywatch Nights. Legs in business attire are just too hot. Hot like Mitch's date. Whoa, nothing says hip like a swordfish on the wall. Before Mitch meets up with the blonde villain, he and Donna have a meaningless conversation about pool tables where the show desperately wants you to think she's cool.
So you'll spend your time and spend your money.
Where did you get those suspicious eyes?
Try lifeguard.
What's the connection between being a lifeguard and doing PI work?
I don't know.
Oh my god, Mitch wore loafers to his date. Yikes, looks like someone's after her now. They've successfully thrown us off. She can't possibly go home after that, so why not cozy up to a PI in loafers?
There's a phrase that lifeguards use. It's relax. I gotcha.
Yes, that classic lifeguard catchphrase. La 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 la, just casually walking around in his shirt and saying things right next to him to tell the audience you're evil.
You're quite the gentleman, Mitch.
Why the hell did she think that wouldn't wake me up?
Trusting his suspicious lifeguard eyes, Mitch goes to, I guess, another old friend who we haven't met previously, and asks him to run a background check on his date. He says he'll do it, but only if he sets him up with Donna.
The blonde.
CJ. No, not CJ, the other one.
Get with the times. She's the new Pamela. She's the sex symbol. She is. Pamela is nothing.
Deal.
Mitch, you've known Donna for 2 seconds. You do not have that kind of relationship at this point. Donna's a pretty hard no on this, but Mitch is like, come on, this guy did him a favor, so I guess she has to do it. Man, what an asshole. Oh my god, an evil fanny pack.
Poison humidifier! Oh no, it's the most contrived way someone could attempt to murder me! Please let me save you and do something worthwhile in this episode, I'm begging you.
Point 1 for Garner, Glasses guy is saved. The show definitely isn't pushing him aside to focus on the flaccid Mitch-Ryan romance that only exists in this show's universe. Mitch finds out Villain Lady was in the intelligence branch of the Special Forces. Her father committed suicide when the financial firm absorbed his company, so now she's out for revenge.
Dismissed, loser!
Correctly guessing that now the plot twist has been revealed, Deborah will be the next victim, Mitch and Ryan head out just in time to see her being kidnapped.
Call Baywatch back up, huh?
Calling Baywatch is literally the only thing that might actually make sense for me to do as the lifeguard in the team, but I gotta go. My save! Wow, another great job by me. I don't know what you two failures did, but let's check in with Donna, shall we?
Hello! I've made a huge mistake.
Next time on Baywatch, this country singer guy is back, for some reason. Meanwhile, Mitch and his new girlfriend witness a murder. Yeehaw! Ah, Smoky Alley. It's gotta be New York.
Hey,
oh, Mamma Mia.
Forget about it.
This mobster meeting goes decidedly not well when one guy rips the others off by stealing a suitcase full of coke cash and tossing it to his girlfriend in the getaway car. And by getaway car, I mean a car she gets away in without him. Meanwhile, the Butte Bribeby agency is discussing their latest case, another one involving adultery, and in the very first mention of Griff, they already have to stretch to pretend this rando photographer is a useful part of the cast.
I'll probably need a telephone.
Talk to Griff.
You know Griff, who's always been around. The token guy who has a camera that every detective agency has. It's never established if he's actually employed by the Butte Bribeby agency, only that he owns a camera. Garner could borrow it like this seems to imply, but no, they just send Griff on the stakeout alone.
3 rules to a stakeout. Stay alert, don't complain, and take plenty of food.
I'm Griff! We never see this scene and he isn't brought up in the episode again. Mob girlfriend shows up and oh my god, it's the princess Mitch fell in love with and said he'd never forget and then totally forgot about! I mean, she's Ryan's sister Charlie! Ryan, being the planner and Charlie being the non-planner, is stuck going to the DMV at the moment so Mitch can hit on her sister.
Mitch is gonna stay here, right?
I think I'll grab a bite to eat. I'm starving.
If you want, I'll take you. There's a great restaurant downstairs.
Mitch, she was politely declining. Take a hint. Just as she's arrived, she gets a call at their office, which is some timing. Mob boyfriend's pretty pissed, and Mitch can't help but notice things are a little off with this conversation. This boyfriend will be a big problem later. I know 4 episodes ago, Ryan mentioned she was the baby in the family and grew up with 6 older brothers, but now it's a sister. I know it's hard to keep track of the backstory you introduce in the pilot of your show.
So that's when she left New York and moved to Texas.
Ryan McBride grew up in Texas and got her PI license in New York.
The one thing about Dallas, Texas, if you're soft, you'll get dented. When I was 9, my father had just gotten transferred to a new fighter squadron in Norfolk, Virginia. It was like our 4th move in 2 years.
Charlie's here to give the audience Ryan's very inconsistent backstory, rivaling Stephanie's and how quickly it all fell apart. She tells Mitch that growing up they were inseparable, and at some unknown point in time she moved from New York to Texas, where she was also crowned Miss Texas. The only information that seems to stick with Mitch is the fact she could have been Miss America, which he intends to dig into further later.
Miss America, huh? Bet you were super jealous. Hey Donna, quit doing business stuff and come check out Ryan's ugly sister.
Charlie mentions that the airline lost her luggage, so Donna offers to let her borrow some trunk clothes.
Voila! Wow!
The next line summarizes the show perfectly.
What's the story with Mitch and Ryan? How should I know if they don't?
It truly is the will they won't they of the century. While Charlie goes to use the phone, Donna notes that she couldn't be more different than her sister, someone we have only seen her interact with once via handshake.
You know, it's hard to believe she and Ryan are from the same mold.
It's true, Ryan would never fawn over trunk clothes. I didn't know Donna was also a detective. And hey, remember, Mitch has 2 jobs.
Hey, Steph, it's Mitch. Actually, I'm not being a PI or a lifeguard. I'm just kicking it. There's a major rip. Be sure you keep everybody out of the water.
Way to backseat lifeguard, Mitch. Meanwhile, Charlie calls up stuttering John from the Howard Stern show to get a fake passport. But you know what she really wants right now? A Wave Runner TM!
I saw those water bikes.
Oh, actually, they're called wave runners.
So Mitch, who is already suspicious of her strange behavior, decides screw it, she's hot. He's totally gonna make the moves on Ryan's sister. New scene, new Mitch! You and me both, Ryan. So Ryan, who has taken 1/3 of the episode to have any significant interaction with her sister, is awfully jealous of the time she's spending with Mitch. And Charlie points out that she's not making a move, so she might as well. Presumably, he didn't tell her about his girlfriend in the previous week's Baywatch. Ryan, I can assure you, you can do better. Ryan and Charlie definitely have a strained relationship, with Ryan citing Charlie as one of the reasons she left New York. But despite their differences, she's willing to give her a fresh start. I genuinely have no idea about Ryan's backstory anymore, but there's something very funny about extremely Texan Angie Harmon being called a New Yorker who stayed up all night partying.
What happened to that New Yorker who used to stay up all night partying?
Hey, remember when we had 6 brothers and we moved around a lot?
Let's go to Nights. I hear it's fun.
Who the hell told you that? You know it's a bistro now, right?
So far, outside of seeing her talk to someone with a case of beer, I've seen Donna do nothing but schmooze at this club/bistro she now owns. Charlie is hanging out alone now, so I have no idea where Ryan went, and Mitch is watching from another dimension. Wait, so the passport guy is just gonna take her photo for it there? How is that gonna look convincing? There's Ryan moping outside for some reason. New scene, new Ryan. They aren't getting along now. I mean, Mitch gets it. Just listen to this convincing line read.
Ah, sisters.
Sure, Mitch just saw more suspicious stuff with Charlie, but what about this Miss Texas thing? Turns out Ryan did it to one-up Charlie. Ah, sisters. Oh, and also their mom died in a car accident while going to bail Charlie out of jail?
Ryan, I'm so sorry. I never would have tried to bang your sister if I'd known.
Yes, their relationship is complicated, but as Mitch points out, maybe Charlie has shown up to prove she's changed. New scene, new Mitch. Now he's suspicious of Charlie again. Turns out he recognized the passport guy as a bad dude and thinks something shady is happening.
Thanks for listening, Garner. Gotta go!
Charlie discovers that passport guy is dead, and the rest of the mob is there to finish her off. But luckily, Mitch was right behind her. This next sequence is ludicrous. Mitch and Charlie run past a bunch of basketball players Mitch apparently knows, and with one signal to slow down the guy with the gun chasing them, they're happy to oblige.
There's a guy with a beard behind us. Slow him down.
You can go around and go down. You're coming through. Any questions?
It is unclear if they only know each other because the ADR told us so.
The audience almost forgot I was a lifeguard.
God, we don't care. She's not the new Pamela, so just stop.
Morning.
Morning. Oh my God, it is.
This isn't even a working watch.
Do you think I'm personally boring?
Yes.
Oh yeah? Well, would a boring person be taken hostage? Take that, Donna.
Buchanan McBride.
Garner, I need to talk to Mitch.
He can't even take a hostage call? This doesn't even specifically have to do with Mitch. Come on.
No time to explain the plot to you. Bye!
Yeah, I knew something was up.
You must be pretty good at reading people.
Shut up. Mitch has had 5 different personalities in just this episode. Oh good, I'm the guy who gets to open cases. Thank you for making me part of this.
Hey, phone book. Maybe I can call up someone who cares.
Well, they don't have the money, so they're gonna have to put on some good poker faces. This is when shit gets real for Garner, and Mitch acts like he doesn't use guns now?
You got one, that's enough.
No choice this time. It's Ryan.
We saw him threaten someone with a gun last week on normal Baywatch. After a visit with Mitch's old friend Earl, they're now armed with grenades and smoke bombs? Who the hell is Earl?
Promise you'll come back?
Yeah. Next time I'll call first.
Aw, what a heartwarming moment. Anyway, Charlie was totally hiding the real money and was willing to let her sister get killed for it.
Not on my Adidas, lady. Wow, kind of a bummer ending, huh? Guess this is all part of the grittier, more exciting nights. In the next scene, I'm gonna pretend like I've never shot anyone before.
I'm still thinking about that guy I shot.
What, you mean the guy on the carousel?
No, the other one.
I'm sure there's an example I'm forgetting.
I'm talking about this episode.
Oh. Okay. Next time on Baywatch, Charlie's Angels. You'd better believe it. I'm in heaven. It's no secret that Baywatch Nights ratings were going down the toilet fast, so whenever you want to prop up a failing spinoff, a good way to bring over new viewers is to feature a character from the parent show. And while we're at it, let's throw in a good stunt casting. Let's see, Baywatch has had so many fantastic choices. You got Little Richard, Dr. Joyce Brothers, Gilligan, Geraldo Rivera? Sure.
Acting, well, I guess you could call what I did acting.
In Season 5 of Baywatch proper, Geraldo Rivera showed up as nerdy McNerd Albert Romero, who tried to pick a fight when his girlfriend just kept comparing him to the handsomely sculpted Mitch von Malibu. Instead of continuing the cycle of violence, humble Mitch taught him how to be the Mitchiest he could possibly be, only to discover in the end that the man she was truly looking for had been inside Albert all along. A happy ending. Well, screw that! This time Albert is cool and wears a dark jacket, and there's a kidnapping plot and shit. And now he's married to someone named Bobby, which may or may not be the same character from the previous episode, who was named Kim, but played by an actress named Bobby. Baywatch gets kind of confused sometimes, so it could go either way.
We tried to do a cool noir-type detective show for you, but no, you didn't watch. Are you happy now? This is what you wanted. This is what you deserve.
What a cold opening. I can't wait to spend 40 minutes uncovering the mystery of what— oh, I guess she was just a courier for the mafia. This is a real change from the last episode where the Buke Bribeby agency took on the mob. Aha, I love being an old leathery gangsta. So do I. Cheers to being undistinguishable. So here's the deal. This guy keeps whacking their couriers unless they cough up some cash, and the person he wants to deliver it is his ex-girl, Bobby Taylor. Problem is, Bobby's retired. But if they're gonna keep up their lifestyle of playing cup golf in shitty hotel rooms, Bobby's gonna have to go back into the business. Capiche? Meanwhile, Mitch and Ryan are celebrating getting paid by a rich client by taking a Catalina cruise? Garner is trapped in a dumpster somewhere, I don't know. Ryan, who isn't much of a drinker, has had just a little bit too much, which makes her flirty with Mitch, who she would otherwise find off-putting and charmless.
You have a very strong and steady lifeguard arm.
Hobie, get out of the house. It's time for me to get creepy.
This is nice.
Come on, kids! See the beep beep beep, see the beep beep beep, do the bingo. Beep 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 beep, beep 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 beep.
How come you never ripped my clothes off?
Okay, well, I guess now is as good a time as any to warn you all that this episode, while not thematically about rape, definitely includes a comedy subplot where Mitch allows Ryan to believe that they slept together while she was blackout drunk. I say this now because the following exchange is going to be super uncomfortable, and it's only going to get worse. Geraldo Rivera's not even on screen yet, and already things are super gross.
You know, it's the 90s. Men just don't go around ripping women's clothing off without permission. You want me to rip your clothes off, you have to ask.
Well, that's not very romantic.
Wrong! No! Do not put that in your show! Women do not want this! Consent! Women want consent!
Rip off my clothes!
What do you say we go to bed, huh?
Sounds good.
See? Look what a gentleman I am. I wouldn't sleep with you drunk, which makes it totally not messed up that I let you think that I did later in the episode. I'm a scumbag. Good night. Actually, wait.
Fuck you! Fuck you, Mitch Buchanan! And a little something for the foot fetishists. Commercial break. Here's something totally normal. Mitch's teenage son installing a new doorbell for some reason.
What's with the doorbell?
Oh, Hobie put that in before he left.
Get ready for comedy! Ryan's mortified at sleeping with her business partner, and it's chuckles ahoy for our hero, Mitch Buchanan. So funny! So funny!
She doesn't know, does she?
No.
I knew Mitch was an asshole, but Garner, I expected better of you. Hey, you know what would make this even more hilarious? If everyone were aliens.
Coffee?
I never thought I'd say this in my life, but thank God Geraldo Rivera is here.
Original recipe? You marry a guy that's still buying original recipe?
You should be buying KFC Nights. It's a clever and spicy twist in the chicken genre. The mobsters take Bobby away, and Albert knows exactly which lifeguard turned PI he can call for help.
I came as soon as I heard how much chicken was left in the bucket. We can still save it!
Can the episode just be about people beating up Geraldo Rivera?
You know, if there's some kind of problem, let's get it out. Is it about last night?
What about last night?
Nothing.
This is character assassination. This isn't the burger-loving, sun-hating, smarmy, but lovable lifeguard we came to know and cherish. I don't even know who this is anymore. Meanwhile, Donna and Griff still exist. But this time, Griff has a plot? He's behind on rent, because as of right now, we've discovered he rents a room at nights, but that's really irrelevant to what happens. He needs Donna to cover for him in case some people come snooping around that want to kill him. Apparently, they're very offended by useless add-on characters.
You don't have to worry. I'm so stupid that I'll forget who you are in 2 seconds.
I'm Griff.
Oh, hi, Griff.
I'm Griff.
Hi.
I'm Griff.
Hello.
Quickly realizing that was a mistake, he turns to Garner for assistance. There is a lot to unpack here. So his friend, the paparazzi king, apparently needed to hire him out to covertly take some nude photos of this model. So that's another fucking unacceptable plot added to this disgusting episode. As if we're supposed to feel sorry for Griff somehow, now he believes someone's trying to kill him because of this photo of her sleeping? Oh, I guess she's supposed to be dead. That was incredibly unclear. Apparently somewhere in this blurry-ass shit, we're supposed to see someone in the mirror, and that someone thinks Griff might know who he is. Garner turns to his buddy on the police force, Detective Byron Brown, who may or may not be the same as Detective Dennis Winfield from the episode where Ryan went undercover at the sex hotline. Who knows anything anymore? I've been waiting to buy you a beer, you PI scumbag. I may not approve of your unorthodox methods, but damn it, the results speak for themselves. But you better watch your butt, because the moment you slip up, I'll be right around the corner. He's been working this case already, and they have one suspect. Former Irish soccer player Felix Dennis, played by former Scottish soccer player Glenn Ratcliffe.
Nice thing about the Brits is they don't carry guns.
Yeah, except this is America, where guns are given out like Halloween candy, and we live in a hell world, but sure, Brits don't carry guns. I'm Griff. This is darker, grittier nights, and this is just what I do now. Violence is the only way to solve anything. We have become a parody of ourselves. Isn't that right, Griff? I'm Griff. And that's just sort of how that ends. Garner shakes down the guy and says to leave Griff alone, and then he does, I guess. And then he's arrested because of the photos. That was some minutes of screen time.
What are you looking at?
Someone who sucks, yes.
Well, Bobby is going to make the drop in exchange for Albert's life, but unknown to her, the briefcase is loaded to explode, presumably to wake up the audience. Why they keep Albert alive at this point, I don't know, but they are unaware that he's been trained by Mitch Von Malibu himself.
No! No!
That sounds like someone doing burger foo.
Please, Mitch, this episode is so boring and disgusting. You have to help me stretch it out to 42 minutes.
With or without the 2-minute opening credits? With or without them, Geraldo? Alright, I can throw in some slow motion, but that only buys us so much time. Wow, thank God. Something exciting could have happened. Screw subtlety, the episode's almost over.
And the Emmy goes to Geraldo Rivera!
Like that'd ever happen. Clearly all the Emmys go to me.
At last, Mitch fesses up that nothing happened after the cruise. The audience has a good long belly laugh.
We made an agreement when we opened up the agency not to have our personal and business lives mingle.
Do you want to change that?
Because she's disappointed he didn't take advantage of her drunk. So funny! I'm laughing so hard! Next time on Baywatch, forget this stupid episode, it's Hulk Hogan time! WCW is invading Baywatch for the Bash at the Beach. Yeah, brother!
As we slide into the night. After the sun goes
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy! Could it be? Has the time at last arrived when we're reunited with our favorite Baywatch punching bag? The lone wolf sex symbol / pug with angel wings / Oedipal creep? Could it be the return of Harvey? Just kidding, it's Eddie! Hi guys! Ew, I yelled so hard I got a hernia! That's right, after 3.5 seasons, the desperation of Baywatch Nights' tanking ratings has at last brought back the one and only Eddie Kramer. Boy oh boy do I love to hate him. I'm not ashamed to admit I've even missed him. Behold, the wondrous reintroduction of Baywatch's spectacular teen heartthrob. Guess he's just here. No need to have any big build-up or anything. Pretty representative of a majority of Baywatch Nights. Extremely underwhelming. Look, over there! A urine-soaked homunculus! Surely he can help us! I'm only 18, but I'll do my best! Black clouds! Oh shit, here comes the real hero, Numi in his first Baywatch Nights appearance! Yeah! And the crowd goes wild! While I'm at it, this is an episode of many high-profile guest stars. We have entertainment reporter Sam Rubin as a medical examiner for some reason, Duty from Greece, the return of Gary Casper as another thug, and the return of Shawnee's blonde friend from the pilot. Shawnee! And another, less fortunate first for the series, the introduction of sexist creep Maurice Hurley to the Baywatch universe. He wrote this episode and several others for Nights and Baywatch proper, as well as becoming a producer for Nights Season 2 and the first season of Baywatch Hawaii. You'll definitely notice.
Could you kind of get to the point?
Anywho, this rescue is terribly uninteresting, but important to the plot nonetheless. The couple in the dinghy insist the woman's husband is on the burning boat, but Eddie can't find him inside and decides to check the water. Everyone argues for a while until the boat sinks and Numi handholds Eddie inside. Then the most hilarious shot of the episode happens. Few times in my life have I ever seen such beauty. In the year 2020, as I make this review and the world is overcome by a pandemic, truly I didn't know that what I really needed was a shot of Eddie's stupid screaming face before he breathes in seawater and drowns himself.
I'm telling you, Numi, something's wrong here. He wasn't on that boat.
Look at the utter disappointment on Numi's face. It's not like he expected much, but Eddie fell far below even that. Why did Michael Newman never receive an Emmy? Anyway, you know what this show needs? Another Bistro Nights makeover. Will Baywatch Nights ever be satisfied with its mediocrity? That's a mystery only the heart can solve. This reconstruction apparently consists of just adding a ton of similar boat pictures to the wall.
Oh, put those on the bar.
All right.
Meanwhile, Mitch has gone out to surf with Eddie, and the show just could not give a shit about Eddie's return. No like, hey, what's up? It's my good friend Eddie I haven't seen for 3 years, or why didn't you ever come back from the exchange program, or what the hell happened to Shawnee? Apparently, they just swam out to sea, and then Mitch decided to ask why he even inconvenienced himself to come out here.
So, I hear you got a problem, Eddie. What's up?
Mitch, will you adopt me?
I don't know. On the one hand, I hate you, but on the other, Hobie's getting a little old.
Continuing with the ho-hum theme of it all, we find out Eddie was here to do his 10-day recheck, and this incident got him unofficially suspended, which Mitch already seems to know, and it makes it hilarious that he begins the scene by asking what's up.
Heard you got a problem, pal. Does it have anything to do with that guy who died because of your negligence? Jeez, Eddie, you've been a real downer since Shawnee left you for that stamp collecting freak.
I'll hire you, all right?
You're not gonna hire me.
Speak for yourself, Mitch. We're broke as hell. Yeah, I've been eating cardboard for a week. I don't even care that Eddie's back. Judging by this episode, we had absolutely no history together.
Eddie says he can't look into this himself because he's on suspension, but like, come on, has that ever stopped anyone on this show? But also, he says Mitch is perfect for the job because he's a lifeguard. Not because he's a detective, just a lifeguard. And as we know, lifeguards are superior to every other profession.
I'm a doctor.
And he's a lifeguard.
This was a pretty good scene, but what if they headed back to the McBride office and Eddie recounted the exact same thing he just told Mitch and we saw in the cold opening for the third time in 10 minutes, except now Mitch is in an LA Kings t-shirt. Okay, that's being dishonest. They do reveal some stunning new details for the audience.
Backup then arrives.
Backup? Other lifeguards?
Yeah.
Whoa, thanks for the insight! And that's what they've apparently named the episode after. I can't believe Eddie's trying to lump Numi in with him by saying they both checked the boat the first time though, and that is incorrect. Numi was only there for the second check, leading me to believe that Eddie is definitely guilty of something and should be sent to the electric chair. Trivia fact! This was my first exposure to Eddie as a character because I saw Baywatch Nights first. I had no idea who he was and I couldn't tell him and Griff apart. The real mystery, however, is why Griff, a photographer and as far as I know not even a McBride employee, is there in the first place. I'm Griff! Mitch is on the case. Coffee? Check. Trademark Adidas jacket? Check. Here's where things intersect with Garner and Ryan's subplot involving a lawyer who thinks his mistress is going to order a hit on him. And before you ask, yes, it involves mobsters for the 30 millionth time. The three of them decide to do a case switcheroony. Garner and Ryan will check with the coroner and police on the boat death, and Mitch will spy on the mistress in the infinitely sexier sounding plot. And what's sexier than Eddie interrupting his stakeout? Mitch, I had a nightmare!
You're calling to drive me crazy. Now look, relax, okay? Go work out or something and don't call me again.
Stupid Eddie all worried because people think he's responsible for a wrongful death. If that pointless phone call proves anything, we have absolutely no content for this episode. Oh good, Garner's back from his off-screen adventure at the police station. You can take it from here, buddy. I'll go and do the real work.
One very tactful visit to the boatman's wake/wine party, and things are starting to point suspiciously toward murder. And, you know, they just stated outright for us in case we're dumb.
You got what you wanted? Marty's dead.
Mitch ain't buying that Eddie is a negligent murderer. That's his specialty. But Eddie? Pfft, he's a damn good lifeguard.
He is a damn good lifeguard. She's a damn good lifeguard.
Mitch, you know that's not even true. This is quite the quandary. Luckily, Lou Rawls exists again to dispense some wisdom about the case.
I'm looking for a motive.
You know, I work for a dude in Jersey at a club. One night his old lady picked up ice pick and put in his brain because he wouldn't pass the peas.
Excuse me? You're just gonna throw an ice pick in the brain story into this uninspired, half-assed lifeguard detective show? What in the ham sandwich is going on?
Do you like the makeover? The place looks exactly the same.
Check this out. Eddie totally gets dissed like a grounded kid.
Alright, I'll dive the boat tomorrow. I'm sure the answers are there.
I'll go with you.
No, you can't. You're too close to the case.
I love that in his big guest starring ep, they won't let Eddie do anything. Were they paying him by the word? Hey, speaking of characters this show hates, look whose work gets explained by someone else again.
According to Garner, Paul's mistress is supposed to meet the hitman tomorrow at Fisherman's Village.
Cool. So here's the plan. Scare off the hitman and have Mitch pose as him to get the girlfriend to incriminate herself. Here's a really good edit that's actually in the episode.
Then I will meet you and put on my best De Niro.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is for how sloppy this show's getting. But what about that diving thing? Some thugs wait to beat up Mitch and Griff, and then they don't. Good scene. Anyway, they found out the wife and brother-in-law killed the boat guy because of the upcoming divorce, and Eddie didn't find him because he was stuffed into a seat. Ryan is very honest about how to proceed.
Well, it'll need more than that, but it's enough to get Eddie off the hook, and that's pretty much all we care about.
Whoa, now who's putting words into other people's mouths? Pfft, I don't care about Eddie.
I'm Griff. Mitch, I'm gonna need that popsicle right now.
You can have this popsicle over my dead body. I'm out.
Man, why couldn't the show have been about Garner and Lou opening a detective agency together? They're like 1,000 times cooler.
You make a hell of a hit, man.
It turns out the mistress was trying to have the wife killed, not the husband. Stupid. Anyway, we have 4 minutes to wrap up Eddie's weak sauce plot. Being a hothead, he's decided to confront the killers himself. I heard you're looking for a sex symbol.
What's up, Mom? Where are they?
I can't swim. I missed seeing Eddie getting beaten up. Thank you, Baywatch Nights. You've almost redeemed this suck-ass episode. But this guy was a fool to attack lifeguards in their domain. Mitch isn't gonna let this save slip past him. Hard to believe this was a main character for 2 seasons.
Nobody beats up Eddie but me at dry land, my one weakness. The water replenishes me. My save, you son of a Mitch.
And I helped.
No, you didn't.
And so Eddie tried to sneak some adoption papers to Mitch on a cocktail napkin, and everyone laughs at how pathetic he is. Donna acts like she knows what's going on. Mitch makes another advance on Ryan, so creepy she has Donna bail her out. This is what Baywatch Nights thinks is a cute romance. And I'm back on the show forever! Next time on Baywatch, we're gonna take another detour. It's possibly the greatest concert video ever recorded. David Hasselhoff and the Night Rockers. Rock on! Baywatch is on a mid-season break, so guess what that means? That's right, a Baywatch Nights triple feature. Folks in 1996 weren't deprived of Mitch Von Malibu for 1 second, as they could tune in to see what was happening with his wacky PI crew.
But I'm keeping my day job.
And thus they were treated to 3 weeks of love, psychosis, and samurais. First up, we have a story about Mitch falling in love with a cat burglar. But Allison, I can hear you say, couldn't this be a plot on normal Baywatch if it wasn't already? And my answer is, did the lady have brown hair? Checkmate. Here's some fun facts for you. The cat burglar in question is played by Christiana D'Amore, who, as far as I can tell, is a model who got her big break here playing a character with a name. I would just like to note that one of her 5 credits is a self-produced music video from 2014, and it's incredible. You can find it on her YouTube channel, and please give it a thumbs up. I love it. Oh, and she also runs D'Amore's pizza chain, so if you're in California, maybe check them out. Also, the guy who voiced Roger Rabbit is in this. Charles Fleischer as, according to IMDb, Carl Fleischer. Carl. After a scene of the cat burglar doing her thing in one of the sleepiest cold opens yet, we get, what's this? Mitch Von Malibu lifeguarding on nights? Guys, I'm just too confused. Which show am I even watching anymore? Mitch gets a call from Ryan at his tower asking him to meet with a client later, which just seems pretty unprofessional from Ryan and like a gross misuse of the lifeguard phone line. Also, how is she calling him on that phone line? Mitch, by the way, is facing away from the water for an unacceptably drownable length of time. Why is he using his binoculars from like 10 feet away? Who knows? I was very interested in the pigeon in the background. This scene was unnecessary, as was Griff seeing off these models he was photographing. I'm Griff! This episode is just question after question, which partly stems from boredom. Why is Mitch changing at the office? Why does he not seem to understand Griff's Maltese Falcon reference when we know this was the film that inspired him to become a PI as a child? Why is this yacht club lady so pissy at them? There's many things to be mad about. I just don't know what specifically set her off.
Our club directors felt that perhaps your lifeguard experience could serve us well.
But now that I know you wear dirty socks, out of the question. Okay, fine, you twisted my arm. Put down those obviously empty coffee cups and get to work. Don't forget Garner with his shirt unbuttoned. The Buke Bride Bee Agency is on the case of the burgled yachts. Or, as Ryan calls themselves, private investigations.
Private investigations?
While Mitch and Garner go to speak to the security guard at one of the yachts, cat burglar Nina Cutter is doing some snooping of her own. Now, she might be a skilled thief, but she wasn't expecting this hunk of handsome roast beef to show up on this case.
Who might you be, handsome?
The XXL polo shirt is catnip for cat burglars, I tell ya.
Maybe I can mix a little pleasure with business.
Jerry Ross, I'd like you to meet my partner, Garner Ellerby.
Yes, I remember, from literally the last scene. Oh, shut up. Okay, so this is actually a very important scene. Get ready for this. 1, it's an excuse to do gratuitous close-ups of Donna's boobs. 2, we find out that apparently Nights was bought for her by her sugar daddy, completely undercutting her whole independent girls can do it too characterization.
Oh, no, baby. I love the club. And I'm gonna turn it into a real moneymaker.
Let's be real. She absolutely bankrupted this business. And 3, we're hit with this. Donna is training to be a lifeguard.
Yep, I'm gonna be a lifeguard.
That is the face of a man who is very worried about losing saves because of this woman. Oh man, move over, Mitch. Looks like you aren't the only one who can lifeguard and work at a nightclub simultaneously. Yes, folks, this is actually dreadfully wonderful news, because Donna is in fact going to be moving over to normal Baywatch as well, starting next season. Sure, Ryan is apparently Mitch's love interest and business partner, but aside from one very small bit, she is non-existent on the other show, and Garner apparently lost all of his previous friends and acquaintances, but Donna is going to be getting 2 shows at the same time. Holy shit!
Oh, okay.
That's hilarious.
I'm gonna save the whales or something. Wow, 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 wow.
Baywatch fans wanting the Donna origin story had to tune in tonight. They just had to. Speaking of unrealistic suspension of disbelief, Nina is still staking out her claim on Mitch. And what better way to get a date with someone who clearly wouldn't give the time of day to such an uggo otherwise than making it look like they ran you over?
Not again! I do not need all of this paperwork on Burger Tuesday.
I love that Mitch doesn't seem remorseful at all. In fact, he blames her for the accident.
I'm gonna give you a warning. Will you slow down, please?
Look, we know she faked this, but in the court of law, if you back up over a pedestrian, you're at fault. This burglar is very, very good at her job. She knows how to pick her marks and hone in on their weaknesses. Case in point, she offers to make Mitch dinner, and as we know, he will never turn down a free meal. And she says she'll make him lobster, because she knows he doesn't eat much red meat.
Oh,
sorry.
Excuse me.
This is the next scene. Why are women constantly fawning over Mitch this episode? I'm not saying Hasselhoff is bad looking, but this is a ludicrously high number of models giggling over him for no reason. Mitch meets up with Ryan and Garner to see what they've gathered on the case, which is diddly.
We got diddly.
Lucky for them, Mitch has the plan of the century.
What are you gonna do, Mitch? You're gonna wait in the water until this boat burglar makes his move?
Yeah, that's it.
Of course, that's where his lifeguard experience comes in. And while he's just waiting under the water at a random yacht, the other 2 can do surveillance outside of the water like normal people.
All you guys gotta do is drink bad coffee and eat donuts.
Not real work like me. You aren't lifeguards. You wouldn't get it. Okay, I'm starting to think this is a really dumb, ineffective idea that involves me getting pneumonia from sitting in the freezing cold water all night at some random yacht.
Just as they're about to pack it in, lucky for them, Nina strikes again. This was his plan? Dive under the water and shine his flashlight around conspicuously in the hopes maybe he can see a diver in the ocean in the middle of the night? This is stupid. This is so stupid.
Mitch, I thought you were that cat burglar we've been hearing so many rumors about.
First I run you over, then you point a gun at me? We've got to stop meeting like this.
This is classic Mitch. She offers him some tea and he just totally ditches the stakeout. What an asshole.
I think you have very nice ears.
I always thought they were kinda big.
No, I think that they're just right.
Ugh, this is the worst Mitch foreplay since that marshmallow thing. Mitch asks Garner to pull some strings with his old buddy, Detective Byron Brown, to look into Nina's records. Not because he's suspicious, but because he's a total creepazoid who spies on the women he has sex with, apparently.
The male ego is a disease.
Also, he gave her his business number just to call to, I don't know, say the sex was good? I'm the only one allowed to unprofessionally call someone on their work phone.
What?
Ryan is jealous, but she's also a lot smarter than Mitch, pointing out that Nina is the perfect candidate for cat burglary, not to mention the fact her background doesn't match what she told Mitch. Mitch, of course, just focuses on the jealousy angle.
Shut up, Ryan! Is it so unrealistic that a smoking hot model I ran over with my car would want to cook me a lobster dinner because of my completely gorgeous bod? You never let me have anything nice!
You got a shirt I can borrow?
Mitch, you have an entire closet full of clothes in this office. We don't need a post-lobster dinner swim sex montage, thank you.
She's pretty hot looking, huh?
You can't have her, I saw her first!
Well, Mitch is looking quite the fool, but perhaps he saw in Nina's eyes that the reason she was doing this was to get back at the yacht club for framing her brother for embezzlement. See? She's got a heart of gold. It's cool for her to threaten someone with a harpoon if they just mention her incarcerated brother.
We have no authority to arrest you at all. Now talk.
Did you want the same scene as before, but this time they bought some new equipment and Griff is there and still no one but Mitch is doing anything significant? Well, here you go.
Stop the damn boat!
Hal, there's no time.
Nina!
Okay, now come on. She just took out herself by running into a boat. Cool. Another great job by Mitch and no one else. Nina goes to jail, and then Ryan has to make big baby Mitch feel better about being a dumb jerk. The end.
Buy a beer?
No. I'll buy you one.
And no comeuppance was had.
Next time on Baywatch Nights, Caroline stops by to be kidnapped, and the Hoff is extremely depressed about how the show is turning out. Ratings extravaganza!
In the night, you can hear the sirens call as another angel falls from Greece to the boulevard. In the blink of an eye, the devil is watching as we slide into the night. After the sun goes
We are in for a good one tonight, folks. After last week's night's episode that could have just as easily been an average Baywatch episode, this week we have something that could have easily been an outstanding Baywatch episode. And look who's here to help us out. It's Caroline Holden, Be Still My Heart.
That's right, I'm the star of Baywatch Nights now. No one else from Baywatch ever showed up on this wildly successful spin-off, just me.
You know Mitch and I are Baywatch characters, right? And Eddie showed up 2 episodes ago.
What?
Oh, and so did Numi. Yeah, so did Numi.
Numi?
Oh yeah, and he's in this episode too.
Don't forget Shippy.
Even Shippy?
Did that Hobie clip count? And that one lifeguard named Chris?
Who the hell is Chris?
And I don't want to get into any spoilers, but Stephanie's got a pretty big episode in season 2 that blows this one out of the water.
This plot kills me. It's so good. But before we get into that, if you want a peek behind the curtain as to David Hasselhoff's mindset during this period in Baywatch Nights, there's actually an interview conducted during the filming of this very episode. And guys, I'm not gonna lie, I feel kind of bad that I enjoyed it so much because it's actually the most depressing interview I've ever seen from David Hasselhoff.
If nothing else, he is honest, and it's really only confirming what was pretty obvious from the everything we've seen. January 30, 1996, Sharon Waxman of the Washington Post published the article "The Actor with a Sure Thing," and here are the highlights. Today, Hasselhoff can barely disguise his boredom, despite a hectic shooting schedule. On the beach since 7 a.m., he spends his time between takes signing 8x10s and calling on a cellular phone to check on his prospects elsewhere, which is where he'd rather be. Endless episodes of telling Pamela Lee he's not breathing, quick, mouth to mouth! And now Baywatch Nights? It's like, been there, done that, he says. I look at this as a necessary time in my life so that I can move on from this. Hasselhoff is completely checked out of Baywatch. And I think this is in no small part to losing his Peter Gunn series to the Baywatch machine. He made compromises to try and push himself into the next part of his career, and then they retooled that into another sexy beach show he wanted to escape from. The article goes on to explain in great detail the Huff's overwhelming malaise. He sees scenes on TV he doesn't remember shooting. He doesn't bother learning his lines. His only motivation is the obscene amounts of money he is making to perform a job that became a monster to him. Baywatch Barbie, Baywatch swimsuits, suntan lotion, hair care products, a planned Baywatch restaurant. He just got a star on the Walk of Fame. But does any of it mean anything to him? He is weighed down by the success he thought he wanted. Even in its first season, Baywatch was not exactly an acting challenge. But that, explains executive producer Greg Bonan, was never the point. This whole venture is about making money. Hasselhoff's shopping for a new mansion and plays with his Baywatch sea toys whenever he likes. He won't say how much he earns, but remembers paying $750,000 in taxes a few years back. He says, like in every interview, he will be done with Baywatch the next year and move on to the theater, to motion pictures. And, as we all know, he is only barely over the halfway point of his Baywatch curse. I haven't really achieved what I'm looking for from this show, he says finally. Or, he should add, from his career. I mean, I get it. I really get it. But man, this is a grim inside scoop, and it becomes increasingly obvious on screen how true all of this is. The good news for us is that Baywatch and Baywatch Nights still have a lot of entertaining episodes left to thrill, confuse, and delight us. And I think Hasselhoff is living a pretty good life, enjoying the success this frustrating road got him to. But for now, let's watch this piece of crap he hated filming. Here's a jarring content warning, but it's better if you know now. This episode deals with themes of suicide and mental illness, so this is your heads up. Speaking of content warnings, here's a steamy scene of Angie Harmon wearing her bikini from Just a Gigalo again so they can advertise Hawaiian Tropic prominently behind her. Then she and Mitch make innuendos at each other, exactly as Hasselhoff intended this series to go.
You, wearing protection?
Don't worry, I'm, practicing safe, son.
Beginners can really cook out here.
Well, I'm no beginner.
The girls on the beach are practically naked. I mean, everyone here is wearing clothes. I find this much more exciting.
It turns out this was all a ploy for Ryan to get Mitch to check her out. What a good romance. Anyway, now a Baywatch episode they've shoved into Nights.
Nothing bad is gonna happen to me today. Everything's coming up, Caroline.
Oh yeah? Well, how about some acting?
I'm sorry, you can't.
I'm gonna kill myself. Am I homely or just plain? There was a big argument over which one a long time ago.
Well!
So this is, Garth Evan Youngblood, your average unhinged person who has decided to kill himself in a lifeguard tower. Caroline is desperately trying to convince him to put the gun down, and she is so poised she even manages to slip in a Garth Brooks reference.
You don't meet too many Garths, you know, you, Garth Brooks.
Credit to Yasmine Bleeth because I do think her acting is good here. Perhaps a little too good, because Garth Evan Youngblood decides, yeah, suicide isn't worth it. He'd much rather shoot her. Oh shit, I actually forgot that this was in fact a Nights episode up until the theme started. Caroline's in a bit of a pickle, so she covertly takes the phone off the hook and gets a hold of Deanna Shapiro, winner of the Most Photogenic title at the Disneyland Hotel Annual Festival Pageant Competition in 1983 and 1984. She patches into the absolute star of this episode, and that's Numi.
Newman, Tower 8.
Dispatch, this is Tower 8. There's a crazy guy chasing Carolyn and she's got a gun.
I hope that this was the line they wrote this entire episode around. I am thankful for whoever thought this up because this is possibly Numi's greatest action scene ever.
Hey! Buddy, with the door, Carrie! Please don't let him in!
You thought the writing was bad on Baywatch. Now, Baywatch Nights, that was new lows. It was trying to take Baywatch even lower than it could ever go. It was beyond my wildest dreams.
Good luck with that, Numi!
As we see just a little bit later, Numi, as the kids say, got really fucked up. I hate to see this happen to Numi, but this was a true treat to watch, really getting good use of his stunt card. Caroline rushes over to a police car with the gun in hand, which is a really smart thing to do. But the cops aren't really that smart either, because this entire episode they act like complete morons, which is the only realism I can see on display. Luckily, Detective Mitch Buchanan is here to help us out of the darkness and into the light.
Anybody see what happened?
No way, man. Sorry.
Anybody, anything? No? All right, thanks.
Did you attack the chef? Thanks for your time. Did you attack the chef? Thanks for your time. Did you attack the chef? Thanks for your time.
Why didn't anyone see anything? It was a busy beach and a woman was screaming and running with a gun.
I saw a suspicious looking guy. I mean, there was just something about him. I don't know. I saw him running down the beach.
Wait a minute. I'd recognize Numi's blood anywhere.
Take him to headquarters and check him out.
Ah, yes, at Lifeguard Police Headquarters. First he attacks Numi, now he's punching Shippy. Mitch is so infuriated he does a flying leap off of his truck.
All those nice things you said about not wanting me to die? No one's ever said stuff like that to me before. Carrie, I love you!
Too good for television, grouses director George Finati with a scowl. The things you do for money. This is the Baywatch supporting lifeguards extravaganza, people. Even Chris Fiore is there to hit on Donna in one of maybe 5 lines he ever said.
So when do we get to practice mouth-to-mouth resuscitation?
He knows with Numi fallen, after 10 or so more people, the kingship will go to him.
Good try, but no.
Hey, Eddie, have you seen anybody messing with my bag?
My disguise is working perfectly!
Okay, so get this. Garth Evan Youngblood told the police he was very, very sorry and that he'd take his meds, so they just let him go and assume everything is fine now. Even if we dismiss Caroline's concerns, Numi has nothing to say from his hospital bed about this. And yeah, people do have bad reactions to going off of their medication, but they still can't, hang around someone they attempted to murder consequence-free. Also, I just realized Garner isn't even in this episode, so Griff is the phone guy. I'm Griff! Maybe Ryan can take this opportunity to ask Caroline if she knows her fiancé, that greasy butt-crack pooflap from Charmed whose friend she got killed. Thus begins the hilarious stalking of Caroline. Check this shit out!
That man said these are for you.
I'd protect you, Caroline, but even I don't know if we're dating anymore. Garth Evan Youngblood is violating Caroline's restraining order, giving phony addresses to the police, digging up her unlisted number, and breaking into her apartment, and yet only Mitch Buchanan apparently knows something's up and wants to do anything about it. Oh man, Hasselhoff sighs, hopping into the lifeguard truck that takes him to his trailer. It's so nice to work with. He's talking about Culp, a real actor? Yeah, he says, it's so much fun. By the way, according to that article, there's a woman in a yellow top and shorts during this scene who won a contest in Tennessee to be an extra on Baywatch Nights, but I could not for the life of me spot her. Maybe that blob under Hasselhoff's arm is her? I really don't know. I think that's probably the funniest ending to a story about someone winning a contest to be an extra on Baywatch Nights. Oh my god, this is amazing. Move over, Peter Gunn, because there's no way you can get to this level of entertainment. I mean, credit where credit is due. This seems like a pretty accurate dive into the psyche of a mentally disturbed man. And to be fair to Garth Evan Youngblood, this looks like a way better union than Caroline's marriage to Cheaty McCheater Frank, or Fartface, or whatever his name was. Oh my god, this guy's plan is great. He sneaks into the lockers at the pool where Caroline is training some junior lifeguards, distracts her with kittens for some reason, and chloroforms her. And then the episode becomes something truly wondrous to behold.
Stephanie, this was all a plan to get back at me for borrowing your sweater, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
I don't even... where to begin? He's created a cage for her, made to look like her lifeguard tower. This might be one of the best final acts we've had on a Baywatch Nights yet. So, it turns out, this wasn't random. This guy's been obsessing over Caroline for a long time, collecting newspaper articles about her lifeguard heroism, her sister with a chip on her shoulder award, etc. And now he intends to collect her in a display as a reward? And all of this because Garth Evan Youngblood has a complex about his dad, also named Garth Evan Youngblood, who was a hero in Vietnam. What in the world?
You're nothing but a disappointment, son. I'm cool now, Dad. I have a girlfriend in a cage. Yeah, but she's a lifeguard. That's like the worst profession she could have. Maybe if she was also a PI, I would approve of this. Shut up, Dad. Baywatch Nights is gonna run 2 seasons and everyone will be totally embarrassed.
Please, there's no one to be unnecessarily angry at in here!
A creepy cobweb military base. Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
I don't even know what to say at this point. This episode suddenly changed into a completely different genre. I'm living for this. I'm Griff.
You're not turning Baywatch Nights into a horror show. This is a nice detective program about a blues club.
You can't fight fate, Mitch. In 6 episodes, you become the thing you hate.
No, that's not true. That's impossible.
Shut your feelings. You know it shall be true. At least my dad is proud of me now. No, I'm not.
Well, at least Caroline remembered the real MVP.
Carrie.
Alright, relax, you big baby. This won't even be mentioned on normal Baywatch. And thus, the reset button is pressed.
Next time on Baywatch Nights,
Mitch fights the Yakuza! Also, he becomes an honorary samurai. Yes, really! Baywatch and Baywatch Nights have presented many ludicrous things to us, including wrestling-themed real estate deals, rollerblade heists, and ghosts. And yet, I still find those things more believable than the episode we're presented with today, wherein lifeguard/PI Mitch Buchanan takes on the entire Yakuza and wins. Sure, he's fought a single samurai out for revenge, but this is just going a step too far. Maybe I'm a bit miffed because it's Lou Rawls' last appearance, thus ending his 7-episode season run. He was just too cool for this show. Anyway, since this is a plot focusing on the Japanese mafia, you're going to be seeing a cornucopia of Asian that guys, which means a lot of capable stuntmen are going to have to pretend David Hasselhoff is at their level. Get ready for comedy with just a tinge of stereotyping. We're 4 seconds in. Duh, looks like someone left a damn net on the beach again. While this little girl leaves her mom to go help, Mitch pulls up in his truck because Baywatch Nights has given up trying to have its own identity at this point.
Say hi to your friends for us.
No one can stop us from kidnapping in broad daylight, not even a lifeguard.
My save, you all saw it.
Well, time for Griff and Ryan to show up in the PI SUV. Whatever happened to the red car Mitch stole from Ryan? Is that gone now? And is it the best idea to be broadcasting the initial interview in a kidnapping case and with a traumatized child right there? But please, lean into the microphone and tell them everything, Mitch.
You alright? What happened?
I think this little girl's mother was just kidnapped.
This detective is a character until she's forgotten halfway through the episode.
Wow, can't wait to get out of this dumpster fire.
So Lou is in town for a gig, apparently pursuing his up-and-coming music career full-time now, and he's heard through the grapevine that a bunch of rich assholes are going around trashing bars.
Your friend, how does your friend know this?
I can't tell you that, babe.
My headcanon is that this mysterious friend is Pebbles Runkin. You cannot change my mind.
It's a good thing I don't own a bar.
What are you talking about? You own Nights.
Oh, it's a bistro now.
What in the ham sandwich has been going on since I left?
I said, here comes Garfield, so you better look out.
So Lou says the source is reliable.
Says he's the best.
Actually, I think his exact words were a very unsure, yeah, he's reliable.
Yeah, he's reliable.
And what the hell is this? I know it's been spoken about before, but here we see that Griff actually rents out a photography studio right next to their PI office on top of Nights. What even is this building? Anyway, back to the rich assholes.
Cha, we are the rich assholes in question.
Donna goes over to try and smooth talk the troublemakers, and Garner takes this opportunity to make a very obscure reference.
Who the hell are you?
Willie Hop.
Donna may sound like the dumbest person in the world, but she's actually slicker than a rescue can and a riptide. She challenges these dorks to a game of pool, and if they lose, they're bound by honor to leave, I guess.
Damn, I lost.
So the little girl is named Mariko, and her mother has been taken by the Yakuza to Starfleet Academy. Turns out she stole a disc with some incriminating info, and now they want her and her daughter.
Get a job with the Yakuza, they said. It'll be really badass, man. Ugh, I'm so bored.
The beauty of this instrument is that it causes great agony, even death, but leaves no marks.
Baywatch night? Mariko has run away from the police, and Mitch, spotting a random Japanese man sitting in Nights when they're closed for some reason, assumes he must be involved with the case. Coincidentally, he is! So this is Mariko's grandfather, who wants to team up with Mitch and Ryan to rescue his daughter. They mention that Mariko has been completely mute this entire time, and then he comes out with this little gem.
Samurai no Budo. It can only mean she has pledged a code of silence.
Ah yes, of course, the small child has pledged a code of silence. That is what is happening. Oh cool, I'm glad Grandpa is here to help Mitch do exactly what he was doing 6 minutes ago. Really get to the action. Meanwhile, Ryan actually found where the girl is, staying at the wig store owned by a friend of her mother, Lily.
Her name is Marika Nakahira.
Mariko.
Do you work with a man called Mitch?
Wait, if this little girl is pledged a code of silence, how does Lily know about Mitch? And how did they know her name was Mariko before Grandpa Useless showed up?
She wouldn't talk to anyone. I mean, she wouldn't even say her name.
Mariko took off.
I need a wig really bad. Looks like I'm gonna finally do something without Mitch this episode. Oh, never mind. Who am I kidding?
Stay in the car, old man!
It's okay.
See, if you just push them over and run really fast, the Yakuza can't do shit. Oh, come on. You can still see the little girl's legs in this shot.
Come with me, stunt person in a wig!
How hard can it be to find a Yeti in an Adidas jacket? This is ridiculous.
So he grabs a cab and circles back to where they just were? I guess it's lucky for him none of the guys stayed behind or decided to come back. And they don't think to take Ryan or Lily as leverage here? I don't know, guys. These Yakuza dudes kinda suck.
Please, Mitch, don't let them kill my mommy.
What? I thought she had a code of silence. That was kind of a big deal. What, you're just gonna... Baywatch? You can't do that.
I tell ya, that really Carl's my junior. Babysitting is women's work, so Ryan will stay behind. Garner, you may now lift me.
Just call me Willie Hop.
It's go time!
This is incredible. Garner Kung Fu. Mitch leaping out of the water like Jason Voorhees, then throwing himself through a paper wall blindly hoping to hit someone. Sword fighting. Mitch launches a man like 8 feet through a wall and into a pond. They have defeated the Yakuza. This episode is not really that great, but these last 5 minutes are 100% worth it. I don't see how they could get any more ridiculous than
The souls of the samurai. The souls of the samurai are never given, only earned. You have demonstrated the heart of a true Japanese warrior.
Yes, folks. You heard right. Mitch Buchanan is now an honorary samurai. When I see David Hasselhoff, I think the heart of a true Japanese warrior. Is there nothing white people won't steal?
Play your cards right and you could be Hobie 4.
Thanks, Mitch. I love you.
I love me too.
Next time on Baywatch,
Hobie 3 exists again, but will her stupid grandparents get in the way of Mitch's adoption? Meanwhile, lifeguard stuff. Wowee!
In the night, you can hear the sirens call as another angel falls. Race to the boulevard in the blink of an eye. The devil is watching as we slide into the night. After the sun goes down.
It's 18 episodes and 1 retool into Baywatch Nights, and somehow they have not had an episode about Garner. Yes, really. There have been much more interesting B-plots about Garner, but the further along we've gotten, the more he's been pushed into the background. And that sucks, because Gregory is easily the coolest one in the main cast, Lou Rawls notwithstanding, and the show was originally pitched as a buddy cop thing with him and David Hasselhoff. Well, today that all changes, because finally Garner will get his due. And it's a story by Maurice Hurley, so I'm kinda scared. Let's get a sip of that sweet, sweet vengeance.
It says here I'm dead. That can't be true.
Wait!
Enter Detective Leah Brassard and a man simply identified as Detective Bob. It's a pretty gruesome scene, with the judge being murdered with his own gavel and a news article stuffed in his mouth.
Talk about making him eat his words.
The body's right there, Detective Bob. Why yes, Brassard does know Garner. How did you guess? It turns out they were the ones who arrested killer Johnny Larkin, who vowed at the trial that he would get revenge on everyone involved in the same amount of time it took them to convict him. Oh, and Brassard and Garner used to be lovers. But not just lovers, Brassard was the one love Garner could never get over. This will surely mean a lot, and she will definitely exist outside of this one episode. Meanwhile, Mitch and Ryan are working out and talking about dates they both have later while trying not to act jealous. This goes over with the audience about as well as Mitch's flop sweat. They will be having lunch at nights around the same time Brassard will be meeting with Garner to discuss this Larkin situation.
It'd be quite interesting. The lunch of lost loves.
The fact they didn't name this episode The Lunch of Lost Loves was an absolute crime, and the Butte Bride Bee Agency should be called immediately.
Well, I think I'll hit the showers. Join me?
Maurice Hurley stink or shitty Hasselhoff improv? You decide!
The male ego is a disease.
Anywho, let's check out The Lunch of Lost Loves. First up is Garner and Brassard.
Johnny Larkin's been popped out on appeal.
Wait, what? The guy is convicted of murder, vows to get vengeance on the people who convicted him during the trial, and then is allowed out on appeal, thus immediately killing the judge who sentenced him just like he said he would? Surely when someone is appealing a life sentence and publicly threatened to kill more people, they aren't just allowed to roam free? This is too serious. How about some comedy with Mitch and Ryan's snooty dates?
Bunny is in town on a promotional tour for Beauregard Towers.
Bobo's an old friend. Whatever he's paying you, it isn't enough.
That's sweet. Call me later.
Ta-ta.
Ooh, as funny as it is unpredictable.
Hi, Howard. I gotta go. The assistant DA who prosecuted has been murdered.
I love the line delivery. Like, she just got called in to cover someone else's shift.
Johnny Larkin doesn't stand a chance against Adidas.
Bob Brown always liked pushing iron.
What is with all these ironic deaths? Is this supposed to be meaningful, funny, scary? It'd help if we knew anything about Larkin other than he likes to murder. They don't even tell us who he killed to get convicted in the first place. Hell, they don't even bother mentioning he's a serial killer until halfway through the episode. But not like a classic serial killer like Bundy or Gacy.
Larkin's not the classic serial killer like Bundy or Gacy.
Wait, how did that whiteboard become a mirror?
Larkin wants you to know it's him.
Yeah, he said he'd do it, and he left an article about the case at the first crime scene. I thought that was pretty obvious. It's kind of amazing how dumb everyone is in this episode. It's like no one can retain any information for more than like 2 seconds.
Why weren't there some uniforms around?
He refused him. He said he could handle it himself.
Crunchy, let me see you home.
I'm a cop. I can see myself home. I should be seeing you home.
You're allergic to my cat.
You don't have a cat.
I've got the job of my dreams. I've got my cat.
This is Garner cat erasure, and I won't have it. Meanwhile, Mitch and Ryan discover their dates took off together, and Mitch could not give less of a shit. I guess this shouldn't be too much of a surprise, as when they start talking about their types, Mitch says one of the things he likes in a woman is if she doesn't constantly fill the air with words.
Doesn't constantly fill the air with words.
When he asks what Ryan's type is, she just flat out says you. And depending on the episode, she's either so disgusted with him she needs Donna to bail her out, or is already spontaneously made out with him. And then she says she doesn't date people she works with before making out with him again. So I don't even fucking know what Nights is going for with this will they or won't they hate story. I don't date people I used to work with either. Want to make out? This wouldn't have happened if the show had remembered Garner's cat. They spent all this time talking about how they should have backup to protect them, unlike the dummy who got killed working out, and then they went to Broussard's place alone and immediately got assaulted. Excellent police work. If not for the grace of Larkin also being stupid and just showing up to promise he'd kill them last, they'd be dead.
He was in there the whole time. How does this devil phone work?
Looks like you could use some extra denim, buddy.
Oh wait, no, here's some protection at last. So this juror's being targeted by a murderer and decides it's time to clean his fish tank? Oh man, big mistake. Now that water is involved, a lifeguard PI is gonna sniff you out faster than Baywatch Nights forgets Garner's cat. Fun fact, this guy was played by a magician whose only other acting credits are playing magicians. So, naturally, Nights cast him as some random victim?
2 cops and a civilian. We gotta stop this guy.
We got less than 12 hours.
Wait, they stopped by just to say that? What the hell was the point of this? Hey, question, why are Ryan and Mitch figuring everything out about Larkin while Garner just worries? Doesn't he have some personal thing with him? He doesn't even seem to know anything about the case, even though he was responsible for catching him. And where is Broussard now? Did she just give up on this? Garner thinks about doing something proactive and talking to Larkin's prison buddies, but Ryan says she'll go because this show hates Garner now.
I have some questions I would like you to slip into the conversation.
And I'll be glad to help out in any way that I can, just as long as it doesn't interfere with my case.
Oh, what the hell, I understand.
The real mystery of Baywatch Nights is not the cases, but determining which scenes are included because of bad writing, being short on time, or hasty on-set rewrites that make no sense. Anyway, this guy has been helping Larkin get supplies in exchange for killing off a witness that could hurt his retrial, but for some reason he helps Ryan anyway? Good work, team! Oh, what the hell? Are the police escorts like stormtroopers? And why are they acting like everyone else is dead? Was there only one juror on this case? Well, Broussard, Garner's one true lost lover, whatever exists again, and now they gotta rescue her. Larkin tells Garner to come alone, but nobody tells the Buke Bribeby Agency what to do. Because, see, Mitch knows this random steam plant like the back of his hand, for some reason.
Garner, I know the Scattergood plant like the back of my hand.
Wow, that prison guy even provided Larkin with a harness so he can attach her to a crane like a cartoon villain. That dude had connections everywhere. So why doesn't he just drop her onto the ground instead of slowly lowering her into the water? The fool! He didn't know about the secret underwater entrance like lifeguard/PI Mitch Buchanan.
That's right, folks. Even on Baywatch nights, we have way more boring diving scenes than is ever necessary.
Okay, this shootout's kinda awesome, though. Just kidding. This is what really happens.
What the hell?
Alright. It's this. My save, you son of a gun!
Well, that was depressing. See you next week, folks!
Next time on Baywatch,
it's a repackaged movie! Take a trip back in time to Season 5 as our crew travels to Hawaii and adventure ensues. Aloha! I don't even know what I was thinking in my intro video for Baywatch Nights. I take it back. This isn't a pretty good action show at all. Take everything I said and apply it to the first half of Season 1 only. Guys, I swear to you, I've seen Baywatch Nights all the way through like 3 or 4 times now, and somehow I always seem to forget that after they add Donna and Griff, it's like they stapled it together out of soggy cardboard and Monopoly money. With a few exceptions, like the Curator or Mitch defeating the Yakuza, the last half of Season 1 is just so uninspired and boring. You can tell everyone's given up. I didn't think it was affecting me this badly, but then I had to start this script and I just didn't even want to look at the screen. This season cannot be over fast enough. But hey, maybe this episode will turn things around, because Epilogue and the season finale are the highest rated episodes of Baywatch Nights in its entirety. Yes, people on IMDb looked at the buffet of choices and they thought excellent. Beach Boys knockoffs and trust fund murders are the pinnacle of Baywatch Nights for me, a solid 6.8. Or maybe it has to do with Carmen Electra being in this and she kinda shows off some boob, I don't know. Electra got her start in the early 90s as a singer and dancer touring with Prince, and she'd done some hosting on MTV, but Baywatch Nights was the first time she was allowed to show off her acting chops. Apparently they were impressed, because in Season 8 she was added to the main roster of Baywatch proper. I'll talk about her more then, but for now we are unfortunately watching this episode of Baywatch Nights.
You ready for some BMX jet skiing? Woo! This makes sense!
So these guys are getting ready to race someone named Burdette, the big nasty dude.
He's the big nasty dude.
Candy holds the cash.
Candy holds the cash.
After some TV-safe trash talk, they take off. And, well, things don't go great. Okay, who filled this boy with explosives? Credit where credit is due, I did laugh a lot at this. From one vehicular-based accident to the next, the opening credits immediately bring us to a woman choking and driving off of a cliff. Wow, suddenly she became much older footage. Impressive. Baywatch Nights couldn't decide on one cold open, so they just gave us 2.
And now time for me to totally cream Griff. Yes, I win at sports!
I'm Griff.
Must you take the fun out of everything?
Get a load of this excitement, guys. It's a Griff plot. Guess they had to write Garner out of the episode to make room for this giant personality. Turns out the lady who died in the car was the mother of an old girlfriend of his, or Griff friend if you will, named Renee. She's coming to town for the memorial, and just like Garner in the last episode, this was Griff's super special totally the one that got away. Mitch says that now that he's older and wiser, he should try and give it another shot.
Her mother was just incinerated in a massive fireball. There's no way she's not thinking about romance.
Oh, Griff. I feel so empty.
I'm Griff.
Actually, I'm glad I'm dead, because I briefly imagined the possibility of Griff becoming my son-in-law, and now I am blissfully departed from the world.
I love that everyone is dressed in black except for Carmen Electra in her powder blue mini dress.
Truly paying her respects. She's there with RJ, the guy from the beginning who is Renee's brother. As you can see, he's devastated over his friend and his mom blowing up so close together and all.
She was a good lady. Yeah. Candy, this is an old friend of mine.
Memorial party for everyone!
One person who kind of cares about their mom is Renee, who suspects her mother was murdered by their stepfather. She can't prove it, but she tells the Buke Bride -B agency that if she and RJ were out of the way, her shitty stepdad would inherit a lot of money. And what's this? Candy is working with the murderous stepdad? No, not Candy! Trust no one, not even yourself! These Carmen Electra sex scenes are the raciest on Baywatch Nights so far, and that's why the ratings soared.
I'm wasted. Any more of that?
This is exactly how they gave the drugs to his mother!
So listen to this plan, it's wild. Get RJ hooked on drugs, call in some loan shark he owes money to, and send his sister in so he can accidentally shoot her?
Okay. Coulda, like, pretended he overdosed or something, but I guess?
No! No! No!
What the hell did this accomplish? And while I'm thinking about it, are we even gonna mention the fact that one of his friends blew up, or was that, like, completely irrelevant?
Unbeknownst to evil stepdad, our heroes have an equally stupid plan. Send Donna in undercover to get some dirt on him.
Excuse me, do you have this clock in digital?
You buy antiques and tow time? Step right this way.
Oh, it's so nice of you to order us some Denny's. I've never felt so spoiled in my life.
Yes, baby, this Hobbit Hole breakfast and Bilbo's berry smoothie is all yours.
Donna informs them that he's very interested in her made-up, dead-rich husband, and then later finds out he knows about untraceable organic compounds you might poison your wife with, which actually doesn't prove anything or give them any info they didn't already know. So thanks for nothing, Donna. So on to the next plan. Mitch and Ryan are waiting to meet up with a source Mitch has dug up, and Mitch, for no reason other than he's a jerk, decides to play coy about who this guy actually is.
The largest and scariest man I have ever seen is walking over here.
Whatever you do, don't run.
Are they good?
The best.
Seashells.
They're from my kid's aquarium.
Okay, but for real, was anyone actually laughing at this? Did anyone in the history of the world as we know it see this scene and even politely chuckle?
This guy's a bail bondsman Mitch used to work out with, and he uncovered that evil stepdad has played this game before under another alias. In any other world, this would be proof enough to send to the police, but this never comes up when they eventually catch him at the end.
I'll just never believe anything you have to say ever again.
By the way, I do like your new haircut.
You do? That's not funny.
But you believe me.
Moonlighting? More like gaslighting.
I'm Griff. Time to change into my business, crop top. Things have gotten serious.
Really serious crop top, Ryan? Is something going on?
What's going on is that the show remembered Ryan as a forensic criminologist, which means boiling beakers or something.
What'd you find out?
Scientifically speaking?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Thanks, Ryan. Meanwhile, RJ thinks he can pay off his debts by participating in another race. Candy is there for some reason. So is Griff. I'm Griff.
Look out, Griff! No! You're not gonna finish this race, RJ!
Why is everyone so explosive in this episode? And they just blow up the brother? Seriously? I don't understand what they're even doing. This doesn't affect a single outcome of this episode. Why does anything happen?
Before evil stepdad can make Renee stupidly kill herself by exploding too, Ryan and Mitch come up with yet another plan. Convince evil stepdad that crazy Griff is going to exhume his wife's body and find the poison in her system.
Stop it, Griff! Stop it!
I'm sorry, even Mitch's poor acting can't convince anyone that Griff has ever gone nuttier than eating Little Caesar's crazy bread.
I'm gonna shoot both of you and bury you in the hole you just dug.
Wait, so he's arrested, but we never see Carmen Electra or the guy who blew up 2 people again? There's just no comeuppance for them? I'm Griff.
Next time on Baywatch Nights,
it's the return of Pebbles Runkin! Donna dances. Something to do with embezzlement. I don't know. Fruity Pebbles! You might have noticed in the last Baywatching Nights I sounded a little, dispirited, bored, counting down the seconds to when the season would be over. Grumpy even. Well, thank God Rendezvous is here to brighten things up, aka the return of the informant / random side characters you never gave a second thought to. Remember Ned Judd, that nerd who begged for a date with Donna to prove she's the new Pamela Anderson? Well, he's back! Except according to IMDb, this time his name is Ned Judge. This pales in comparison to the return I'm super excited about, and that's Pebbles Runkin', my favorite extreme rollerblading bookie and Rainbow Bright villain. Things are really looking up on Baywatch Nights. I'm ready for a miraculous turnaround. Oh my god, please! Some nefarious embezzlement business is happening where this guy is supposed to have a car dropped off for him to escape with the money, and the weenie who dropped off the car comes back to get his jacket real quick. Things go super well for him.
A cheap-ass jacket. Wasn't worth your life, kid.
Now, if it had been an Adidas jacket, then maybe. Man, that old lifeguard captain that worked with Mitch is falling on some rough times. Speaking of rough times, Griff is having a Naya water photo shoot. There's a hilarious joke in there about only needing Donna's hand for the shot, but honestly, it's not even worth a sentence mentioning it.
Pfft, what a couple of losers.
Ryan and Mitch are meeting with old pal Ned from the FBI, who wants to have an innocuous meetup at his favorite fishing spot. Mitch mentions he's done them a heck of a lot of favors, so I guess off-screen Ned here has been a recurring character. Perhaps that's also where the hell they had the explanation as to who the hell Earl was. This time, Ned is the one who needs help. The FBI has been on the lookout for Bradley Thurman, who stole $100 million in bearer bonds and is currently in the area with a new plastic surgeried face. He's looking to kill his wife after she testified against him and take his daughter. They're having a bit of trouble finding him, so naturally, Ned turns to the lifeguard detective agency that does business in a nightclub turned bistro.
What makes you think we can find him before you guys do?
Well, you know the area.
Yes, unlike Ned, who apparently lives here, frequently gives them intel, and fishes in the same spot every day. This lifeguard really knows the lay of the land. However, Mitch is far more interested in backseat fishing for Ryan.
He's on, let him run.
I am letting him run, but it could be...
Right.
Tighten the drag.
Will you relax?
Don't let him go underneath the pier.
How have I stayed single for so long?
And now it's time for a Baywatch Nights family dinner. Minus Hobie. All of this is just like a bizarre reason to have some stage business while Ryan spouts off the most generic of generic details about this Thurman guy. It's like every episode they describe the same egotistical cardboard villain who is somehow the most nefarious man they've ever encountered. They figure he's going to be laying low and buying off the street. Apparently, he is buying something. Drugs? I don't know. Up until this point, he was just an embezzler. Garner's got that covered like Granny's quilt.
I'm sure you can cover that.
Like Granny's quilt.
This guy selling stolen goods grabs Garner by his jacket in such a way that it appears to be comically tiny on him, and he doesn't much care for that.
No warrant, no way you're getting in there.
When the thieves sold it to you, boy, you didn't care about any of that!
I mean, they could have recovered some of this stuff and returned it to their owners, but I guess not that TV.
Oh, but he sure would be interested in a hot new set of wheels! Wait!
Please, the show can't afford you to actually wreck a car! This is amazing. Look, I mean, it's kind of over the top, but I'd just like to point out that this scene is the only part past the cold open so far that isn't people discussing off-screen intel they acquired, and that is a solid 18 minutes of screen time. Meanwhile, Griff decides to do a secret photo study of the life of Mitch Buchanan. This elevates Mitch to undeserved importance and is relevant to the plot, and it's pretty rare to have both in Baywatch Nights. He follows Mitch as he goes to talk to none other than Pebbles Runkin. Oh my god, the star power! Pebbles thinks the description he's given is a little vague, so while Mitch poses sexily, he breaks things down into specifics.
Oh, this guy be new, maybe less than a week. Pretty visible. And athletic.
New, visible, and athletic? On a California beach? I think I got the guy you're looking for.
Well, it's not as if the one piece of remotely useful info Mitch got is that Thurman is into racquetball, and he's currently talking to the bookie with his hands in every sport in Malibu, or Detective Lifeguard might seem kind of like a dum-dum for not asking about it.
What about racquetball?
Mitch, if Pebbles Runkin wasn't here to save your ass all the time, you'd be dead. Mitch is ready to totally wreck this guy at racquetball.
Announce me,
he orders Pebbles Runkin like a king.
Announce me.
Hey.
I'm Griff.
Damn it, Griff.
This is perhaps the most hardcore racquetball game ever played. Why was this show canceled? What a great scene! Half of it being shot from behind with obvious stunt doubles.
Not now, not now. I got something going here.
It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. It's incredible.
Mitch wins, of course, because he's the best at everything. This guy thought he was competitive, but he'd never met Mitch Pissy Pants Buchanan before. Super casually noticing a card in Thurman's possession for a club called Gizmos, Mitch wonders what the movie Gremlins has to do with anything. Yeah, if you take pictures super obviously and then look away when they notice you several times within the span of 1 minute, you'll never get caught. I'm Griff! Oh man, that's embarrassing. Getting garbage canned by Griff, I'm Griff Walker? These guys can never show their faces to the other goons ever again.
Stupid idiot! You stupid idiot! You stupid idiot! You're a stupid idiot!
I love that Griff shows up at nights to let everyone know what happened, and then they just pretend like he doesn't exist. Stupid Griff.
You're a stupid idiot!
I mean, but they're also stupid, because he says the man sent dudes to beat him up for taking his picture, and then everyone's like, still not sure if this is their guy? Like, I mean, that's probably a strong indication the dude isn't on the up and up. And I don't really understand this next scene at all. So Ned's FBI, right? He and Garner go to investigate another suspect, and Garner asks him how he would handle things normally. So he suggests a phone tap, a credit check, and building a file, and fine, that makes sense. Garner says they don't have time for this, and Ned asks how a local cop would do it, which isn't really accurate as Garner is no longer a local cop, but I digress. He says they'd get inside or get the suspect outside, which, I mean, you still need a warrant unless there's imminent danger, and that also takes time. But Garner is in fact a PI, and none of this applies to him because PIs can't do shit. And Ned thinks breaking and entering would be bad, but maybe they could mess up his car, which doesn't seem any better. And Garner thinks that would be bad if the guy isn't guilty, as if you can just destroy property if the person who owns it is a criminal. But literally 10 minutes ago, we saw him destroying a bunch of stuff and nearly messing up a car. All of this is extremely pointless, however, because they see a couple of hookers go inside and decide that doesn't fit the profile, for some reason, and leave, never to mention this suspect again. Anyway, here's Mitch with Ryan and Donna on each arm.
Hobie's with his mother.
This is all part of Mitch's brilliant plan to have Donna catch the eye of a suspected murderer with her feminine wiles. What a cool and original idea. This was previously Ryan's job, but now her job is to be talked down to by Mitch. But right now, everyone is here to dance, dance, dance. Party, party, party.
We're here to dance, dance, dance. Party, party, party.
Terrible.
Apparently, by Donna dancing with this random man who came over and had nothing to do with anything, Mitch has successfully made Thurman jealous. I don't know what this really accomplished or how that confirms that that's their guy, but I don't really care at this point. The only thing that stayed with me about this episode is Donna's interminably long dance scene, because it's hilariously bad. Mitch tells Ryan to call in the cavalry and get the hell out of there with Donna, because this is men's work.
Wait, don't you want us to be here when all the action starts?
That's right, I don't. The male ego is a disease.
Ryan's backstory is that she started her own agency after a guy took all the credit for her work. Just came to my mind, no reason.
Well, do you want to dance?
No, I don't.
Shut the hell up, Ryan. I love you.
La 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 la. I'm a police academy now.
Did you,
I had no idea. She's wonderful.
Block, block, bitch!
Stop it! I'm gonna piss my pants laughing at this dramatic intercutting between Donna's stupid-ass Elaine dance and Thurman's family being taken away to be murdered. I mean, what is the tone they're going for?
Yeah, do the Donna!
So where's your guy?
right over?
Congratulations, Mitch. You failed at your one job tonight. It takes them until the next morning, apparently, but they find Thurman and his family at an airplane hangar. I'm glad we took the Donna dancing detour.
Yeah, like a cat.
I fail to see why Mitch told Griff to call for backup, then went inside alone, then didn't wait for said backup before swinging into someone like lifeguard Tarzan, but who am I to question the world's greatest detective? Ah yes, all those empty airplane parts boxes you always see lying around hangars like this. I'm Griff!
I'm hungry! Thanks for nothing, Griff. You know, with all this punching murderers we're doing, I can't help but feel like we're forgetting something.
Whoa, can I stop dancing yet?
Next time on Baywatch.
It's Kay's last episode! Incidentally, remember Kay. Meanwhile, Stephanie remembers her cancer. Bummer! Just remember that we only have one episode left of Season 1 after this, and if I can give it anything, it's not boring like the last string of them have been. Unfortunately, for now, let's take a closer look at A Closer Look. This was directed by Bernard L. Kowalski, whose sole other Baywatch Nights credit is the drag episode, a classic. He was nominated for 2 Emmys, while Baywatch and Baywatch Nights, again, were nominated for 0. Griff is doing a photo shoot with an actress, because they have to shoehorn photography into every episode now to justify him existing. The woman's agent gets pissy at him for looking at his client the wrong way or something. I'm Griff! He punches him out and quits, and I guess that's the cold open. This can barely be called a B story, so I wouldn't worry about this possibly being another Griff-centric episode. Anyway, here's the real plot. A clothing company merger. One of the companies is owned by McKenna Morgan, and this deal is upsetting and confusing to her husband Dewey, played by host and actor Gary Collins. He goes to his old pal Mitch for help, because he has a million old friends with cases to solve apparently, explaining that his wife just hasn't been the same since she went off to a fat farm. In fact, he doesn't think she's herself at all. The new McKenna is an imposter! Dun dun dun!
That's stupid. Boy, am I glad we'll never do any plots on normal Baywatch involving plastic surgery lookalikes.
Naturally, Mitch goes to talk to Donna about it.
Oh, I see imposters all the time. There was this lady in Candyman 3 who looked just like me.
Donna has an important plot too. She's thinking about investing in a gym. That Donna, always looking for business opportunities. Will she? Won't she? I feel like there was something in season 2 about a gym. I don't know if it was hers. I don't really care. It never comes up in the episode again. McKenna is hanging out with one of her business associates, and it's Vance Duke himself. Yeah, buddy! I legit got excited about that. This is the state I'm in at this point. When season 5 of The Dukes of Hazzard was due to begin filming, stars John Schneider and Tom Wopat quit over a pay dispute, and they were hastily replaced for one season with 2 lookalikes in the form of their cousins Coy and Vance. I want to give Baywatch Nights credit for that as a parallel to this episode, but it's far too clever for this to be on purpose. Mitch goes to see McKenna for himself, and she claims Dewey's the one who's been acting strange lately. He comes away unsure if it is really her, saying she used to be really affectionate and now she's cold and aloof. It does not cross his mind that perhaps she just doesn't like him anymore. And as Ryan says, none of this really proves she's an evil double.
Guys, that's nothing.
Meanwhile, thanks for your invaluable contribution to the show, Donna. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm cutting out all of her good stuff, like the fact she owns a bar and doesn't know how to make drinks. Hey, how can we cram Griff into the imposter plot? Well, have him pretend to deliver some prints for McKenna so Ryan can sneak in with him and get some fingerprints. This calls for another Ryan disguise, despite the fact no one there has ever met her. Oh man, I really hope that's a disguise anyway.
If you weren't wearing that stupid hat, I might think you're some kind of undercover PI. Come on in.
You'll be shocked to hear off-screen Garner's friend downtown ran the prints Ryan got. Some of them belong to an actress from Mississippi who might be the imposter. Mitch goes to talk to Dewey about it while Ryan and Griff look for the actress.
For some reason, I had to get into my Baywatch uniform to talk to Dewey. It sure will be a coincidence if he's in need of some rescuing. Bringing him in is woman's work. I'll do the punching. He's too far away now.
At the actress's apartment, Ryan and Griff immediately get caught trying to break in, so Mitch can wander in from his scene and steal everyone's thunder again.
I'm so much better at this than everyone.
So wait, he left Ryan and Griff to go find Dewey working out, got into uniform and did a whole shift, went to the hospital after his friend was run down by a boat, changed into another outfit, and still got there the same time they did? What the hell were Ryan and Griff even doing? Well, whatever. All the recordings of McKenna at this actress's place very strongly indicate she was preparing to impersonate her. I love this one. So she has a file of all of McKenna's friends, and Mitch is apparently important enough to top the list. From this, we learn that Mitch was a guest at their wedding and was a speaker at Dewey's Surfing Hall of Fame indoctrination. And surely he means induction?
Speaker at the Surfing Hall of Fame indoctrination.
Yes, Dewey's fears were true. McKenna was killed and replaced with an actress who studied her whole life, dyed her hair, and got plastic surgery. All in a dastardly plot arranged by Vance Duke to merge two clothing companies. My God, you see it too much. How close was Mitch to McKenna? Because he doesn't really seem that broken up about finding out she's dead. Oh well. Now the actress is afraid she'll be killed once the deal is over, so she goes to Mitch and Company for protection. For this, Mitch has brought in their old friend, Detective Byron Brown.
Now listen here, you PI scumbags. Garner might not be in this episode, but let me tell you something. I won't go easy on you. I'm sick and tired of these clothing company merger imposter cases cluttering up my desk. You let one more fall through the cracks and I swear I'll put my foot so far up your...
Guy's got a hell of a lot of money. It's going to take more than circumstantial evidence to convict him.
You're talking to someone who had plastic surgery to look exactly like her. I think you have some pretty solid evidence. Well, anyway, I guess this means Mitch has to do some sort of Marlon Brando accent or something.
Think of me as a business partner.
Business partner?
Perhaps my friend could put things in proper perspective.
I use this voice on hubby when he's being bad.
With a recording, they successfully trick Vance Duke into believing the real McKenna is still alive. It is pretty fun impersonating a woman who died a horrible, senseless death, Ryan.
Where's the Englishman?
Was that the accent he was going for?
And I'm gonna make sure that you and your partner are good and dead.
We have you on tape.
Yeah, but it was recorded illegally. So if Neely decides to sue, that tape can't be used against her.
I throw my flashlight at you. Goodbye.
I'm involved in an action scene. Hooray!
I'm tired of this.
Damn these explosive barrels!
And then they pick them up and just wander off together while Ryan and Mitch argue a bunch? The hell is anything right now? I'm Griff!
Wow. Sure is a bummer about Mackenzie or whoever. She was a friend of mine too. I still remember talking to her at the Surfing Hall of Fame indoctrination. Just goes to show you how precious spin-off shows are. One thing's for sure, nights will never be the same.
Next time on Baywatch, Cody has gold fever when some drug smugglers show up. Meanwhile, Numi gets his first major plot line. New malicious, baby! As season 1 of Baywatch Nights comes to a close, let us not remember it for the boring drag to the finish, but for the sweet blues music, the many disguises, that weird motorcycle ending, and weaponized rotisserie chicken. We are on our last episode before things go completely off the rails, and it's an explosive conclusion. But first, we must bid a fond farewell, unfortunately, to Gregory Williams as a regular. He only appears in one episode in season 2 and one more episode of Baywatch proper. It's a shame the show seemed to forget he existed and shoved him into the background after a while, because he truly was one of the best things about it, and one of the best characters in Baywatch in its entirety. According to the Hoff's autobiography, he ended up being dropped from the show as a result of David Gerber being brought in as president of All American Television and trying to fashion the show after Police Story. This wasn't a change Hasselhoff was happy with, nor am I, but he went on to be one of the most successful actors to come out of this show, and I'm happy for him. We'll miss you a lot, Garner. Godspeed, and may you finally figure out how that devil phone worked. On to Baywatch Nights. Content warning. I can't believe I have to say this on an episode of Baywatch Nights, but this episode is prominently centered around a gang rape. Yes, the episode about a fake Beach Boys band features gang rape. I didn't make the episode, I'm just letting you know. Sorry about that. Anyway, you ready for laughs?
How about some more bubbly, baby?
Hey baby, hit me over the head so the whodunit of this episode is completely pointless.
You can also drown in your bath.
Okay, I started out serious here, but this episode does include Donna's dumbest plot, so I can't be too bummed. So she's driving along thinking about quantum physics, most likely, when she's flagged down by some folks in trouble. They ask to use her car phone because their friend has jumped off the bridge.
Don't worry, my breastwork has flotation devices! Damn, I lost an eyelash.
Sorry, we just wanted your car.
Right! Well, they seem nice.
Wait, how the hell did a boat sneak up on her? And why is this cruise ship anywhere near this bridge? There's no way that thing got clearance. Is that a shot that's reused from the vacation episode of Baywatch? According to Donna, there's a strong current, though it's kinda hard to tell in the pool she's shooting in. This does give me a moment to bring up something I didn't know until recently, and that's that Donna D'Errico is terrified of the water. She said that on her Instagram, and also that she can't swim, but I'm not really sure how true that is, considering, like, here she is swimming. It is more obvious to me now, though, why they limited her rescue scenes. It seems like rewriting her character to be a lifeguard, knowing that the actress is scared of the water, is kind of mean, but at least they didn't give her a plot where she spends half the episode stranded at sea. Oh, wait! Yes, folks, Donna jumps off of a bridge and somehow can't figure out how to get back to land. Now, I'm not a bistro owner / lifeguard in training, but it kinda seems like land can only be in two directions here.
Oh, I know which direction to go. Lengthwise.
Anyway, time for fun, fun, fun till her daddy takes a spinoff away. Oh, sorry. This is the intellectually distinct group, the Heat Rays, the completely different 60s beach band having a resurgence in the 90s due to a massive wave of nostalgia. They're getting ready to do a concert, like across the street from Nights, but not actually in Nights, because it's a bistro now. Ryan, being young and hip, has not heard of this band, but old men Mitch and Garner are the super fans she didn't ask for.
I need to serve, serve, serve. It's all for me. Serve, serve, serve is where I wanna be. Shifting sands.
It's all in good fun. I'm a musical artist!
Hey, remember when the Beach Boys showed up on Baywatch 7 months prior to fix up a storm drain and sing their Simpsons movie reject song? And Mitch said that he sang with them in a garage once because his big brother Buzz the Beach Nomad was a friend of theirs? No reason I brought it up, just on my mind.
Yeah, I mean, that's a regular La Boheme.
No. You can't enjoy music sung in a foreign language.
By foreigners. These guys played at my first kiss, my first slow dance, my first...
Ooh, this is gonna make things awkward later. The band is led by Buddy Ray, who Garner credits as creating the California beach sound. Again, unrelated to the Beach Boys, who are largely credited for creating the California beach sound. And I guess who took inspiration from the Heat Rays in Baywatch Nights canon? Buddy used to be in the band with his brother, the dude from the hot tub in the beginning, but now that he's dead, he's changed his songs and taken over, unlike the Beach Boys, which was taken over by another member of the band after their most prominent member had to step down for a while.
Well, it's a love thing.
Buddy is played by singer and songwriter Billy Vera. One of these men has won a Grammy. Can you guess who? Buddy's ex-sister-in-law is pretty pissed about the songs being changed, so groupie catfight!
Time to insert ourselves into the situation.
Easy. Beach music's supposed to be fun.
So they just toss the sister-in-law aside and casually go to schmooze the celebrity without finding out anything about what happened? What a couple of Hollywood phonies. Meanwhile,
I'm not worried. I heard if you drink seawater, you'll survive longer.
Hey, is that a woman in the water? Book it!
oh fuck the Beach Boys, they really suck. We'll write an episode with thinly veiled versions of them who are complete monsters. Oh man, I never get tired of these ripped straight from the headline stories. As you can see, these two are super broken up over their bandmate of 30 years / cousin blowing up right in front of them.
When can we load our stuff in the trucks?
It's a regular whodunit. Was it a greedy bandmate? A vengeful ex-sister-in-law? A suspicious lifeguard / PI? The only young woman in this episode that isn't Ryan? Anyone could be the killer. Oh, by the way, that guy died.
The surfing buffalo are near. Hey Ryan, can you read this for me? I forgot I'm illiterate.
Under the sea, under the sea.
Hey, is that Pamela Anderson? Oh wait, it's just Donna D'Erico. Yeah, might as well.
Thanks for the pickup, boys. You can just drop me off anywhere. That is, unless you're busy smuggling drugs or something. La 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 la. I had a lot of fun. Bye!
Hey guys, have you noticed Donna's been missing for like a week?
She comes and goes.
Is that the heat rays?
Yeah, back then they used to wear really, really terrible wigs.
Mitch and company happened to notice a similarity between the groupie hanging out with the heat rays now and the groupie hanging with the heat rays in the Party City wig picture that's supposed to be 1971. While looking for the present-day groupie, Marnie, they end up finding her mother, Grace, who was the groupie in the picture.
Woohoo! In the 70s, we just recorded everything in front of a poorly redressed green screen.
Something is definitely wrong when they ask her questions about the photo, but I think the rest of the band is safe. I mean, how many explosive instruments can there be?
Yeesh, tough break. Hey listen, in case you don't make it, can you sign this picture for me real quick?
Alright, so here's where things get serious, because this is where they reveal that during a recording session in the 70s, the entire band gang-raped Grace in a drunken stupor. This is about as awkward to watch as it sounds. If there is any humor to be found at Baywatch Night's expense, however, they are wearing their stupid wigs, and the mystery continues to deepen as to what happened between Baywatch and the Beach Boys that they wrote an entire episode about them as evil gang-raping monsters.
I'm just remembering that time I lost my virginity to a song recorded during a violent gang rape. What a wonderful memory.
Wait, so Garner is watching Buddy and Marnie and didn't ask about her mother or the picture? They were looking for her to ask about it earlier. Then, when she suggests she and Buddy go out into the middle of the ocean alone, he doesn't even attempt to stop them? Garner, I'm sorry, you're a terrible PI.
This is not good.
But I'll just stand around and do nothing. Oh well.
Hands off that bastard!
Now that I've hit you with a guitar you had on hand for some reason, I'm going to leave you in a dinghy. My murder methods are inconsistent and convoluted. No one will suspect me after telling the PI investigating these murders that I'm going into the ocean alone with him.
Think again, butthorn.
Drat, but my plan was foolproof.
I'm Griff?
I don't know, honestly, my plot kind of went nowhere in the end.
Lady Grace.
Fuck the Beach Boys.
Next time on Baywatch, it's a new season. Logan is a director now, I guess. Awesome! Can you feel it? That chill in the air. The goosebumps on your flesh triggered by the distant sound of a Pepsi can being freshly cracked open. The terror crawling up your spine can only mean one thing. We've reached season 2 of acclaimed horror series, Baywatch Nights.
The nights will never be the same.
Sometimes I forget that not everyone is as invested in Baywatch as I am, so perhaps I buried the lead in the past assuming everyone knew what we were in for. But in case you weren't aware up until this point, here's the skinny. Baywatch Nights is now The X-Files. For those who want a deeper dive into the origin of Baywatch Nights Season 1, I did an introductory video all about it. But since Season 2 is basically another show, I thought it would be appropriate to make a separate video trying to investigate just what the hell happened at this point. Because, you know, it's insane. For those just catching up, in 1995, around the time they were starting Season 6 of Baywatch, David Hasselhoff ingeniously devised a plan to escape his swim trunks by starring in a remake of Peter Gunn. It turns out they didn't have the rights to that, so instead he made a very similar detective show starring himself, Gregory Allen Williams, and Angie Harmon wrapped in a Baywatch package.
As a lifeguard on the beach, I thought I had my hands full. Then I got involved in this detective agency, and my nights have never been the same.
Despite multiple retools in an attempt to save the show, the ratings were pretty bad, and everyone made fun of it. I maintain what I said in my intro video that Baywatch Nights' first season was not that bad of a detective show, but after watching it through again, I want to apply that to the first half only. Once it became Baywatch Light and they stopped trying to be funny, it just became boring, with the exception of a few outstanding highlights. Part of the reason it was so boring, it turns out, was because their distributor, All American Television, had just appointed David Gerber as president and tasked him with trying to fix the show. Being a producer for such 70s hits as Police Story, that's what he modeled the show after, leaving us with a lot of half-baked, tired stories with no budget and nobody else on board. Apparently the character named Pebbles Runkin was a reference to the Rockford Files, another influence on the show. What I'm getting at is that it was dated on top of being confusing. According to Hasselhoff's autobiography, Don't Hassle the Hoff, ratings were so bad that the stations in LA and New York passed on buying any more episodes. But the company was worried that canceling the show after one season would make it look like Baywatch as a brand was failing, so they decided to renew it for a second season nobody wanted and buy airtime themselves. That's right, they were paying people to please put this on the air. This was a series being made by people who knew it would fail, didn't want to make it, and was in fact being produced simply to save face. The Roger Corman's Fantastic Four for television. Astounding. Here's where things become a little murky for me. It was kind of hard to find info on this, so I'm gonna have to do a little guesswork. I see two paths here, neither of which entirely makes sense to me. One, the producers knew this show wasn't going to get renewed, so they just took the piss out of the whole thing, which wouldn't exactly help the Baywatch brand. Or two, they decided they didn't have anything else to lose and threw out the most insane idea they could think of in a last-ditch attempt to stir up interest. If it was the latter, I still can't imagine how they thought this was gonna go over. Mitch Buchanan fights monsters now.
We have creatures of the week now. We've got the blob, we've got the vampire, we've got the devil, we've got the ghost.
So, okay, here's how I imagine this went down. They all get into their little boardroom, right? Okay, guys, this is not going well. We need to change things up again.
Well, you added the Baywatch, babe, and you see how well that went.
Have I got an idea for you then? What if we emphasize the nights?
Like the nightclub?
No, not the nightclub. Make it about monsters. It'll be spooky, like the X-Files.
You've never steered us wrong, Maurice Hurley.
The nightclub slash bistro? Gone. Garner? Gone. Detective cases? Gone. Mitch and Ryan are now PIs, I think, who investigate the paranormal, in a similar fashion to a little show called The X-Files. In 1996, X-Files was at its peak popularity, so if you're gonna completely change the genre of your show, why not rip off the best? Here's how Hasselhoff pitched it in the Greenville News on July 21, 1996. "We took the concept of Baywatch and changed it to the concept of Nights," he said, "and even the series logo will emphasize Nights over Baywatch." And what is Nights? Nights is Fright Nights. Nights is stuff that we grew up watching as kids. Twilight Zone, Outer Limits. Hasselhoff's team noticed that one of the highest rated Baywatch episodes was about an alligator, that The Beast was a successful miniseries for NBC last year. They're also coming in on a wave of creep shows, from the established The X-Files to fall network series like Dark Skies and Millennium, although clips from Baywatch Nights seem to be more in the screaming women in go-go boots tradition. I actually watched The X-Files after this concept came up because people said they're going to compare you to The X-Files, Hasselhoff said. "It was great, but it was much more cerebral than our show. I wanted our show to be like hockey, where once it starts, it goes." I don't even know where to begin, so let's break this down. They didn't want to admit they were ripping off The X-Files, so Hasselhoff lists off some anthology shows he knows, and even goes so far as to imply he watched X-Files for the first time because other people said the idea was similar. Okay, bro. And then they named the episode where a mutant alligator is running around on Baywatch as an inspiration, the one that didn't feature anything supernatural and was most certainly rated highly because of the photo shoot subplot. I love that episode, but come on. You could have named actual Baywatch episodes that featured ghosts and aliens. I looked up whatever the hell The Beast was, by the way, and it's a middling miniseries about a giant squid. Neither giant squids nor mutant alligators appeared on Baywatch Nights. But hey, they pulled from a lot of inspirations that year that weren't The X-Files, like Dark Skies, the one-season X-Files ripoff, and Millennium, the X-Files spin-off. Also, it was much more cerebral than our show. I wanted our show to be like hockey, where once it starts, it goes. What the hell are you talking about, man? Just what are you talking about?
That show is too thinky. Ours is more like dumb hockey, somehow.
Later on, of course, everyone admitted to what we already knew. In an interview with the Bristol Bad Film Club in 2015, Hasselhoff said, "We decided to go the supernatural way because we all love The X-Files and investigate weird-ass crimes."
I guess the success of X-Files was happening at the time, and the creative team, Dave and the creative team, felt that they wanted to take it in that direction.
Here's the most telling quote, however, from that Greenville News article. In X-Files, they talk about it, they explain it. We don't really explain as much. I hate it when you take the time to explain. I want something like the movie Alien, where every time you're waiting for the next jump. For some reason only known to Hasselhoff and the Nights team, they hated explaining things. Maybe it was snobbery, maybe they weren't paying very close attention to the film Alien. Except no, they absolutely loved explaining every boring exposition dump detail about the monsters, they just didn't want to explain the show. Because fuck you, that's why. You thought it was puzzling starting up a series about Mitch Buchanan moonlighting as a private detective and then airing the pilot 8 episodes in? Well, try to swallow this pill. Baywatch Nights never, ever, under any circumstances, not even in passing, explains why Mitch is suddenly fighting the supernatural. You heard me. They never explain it. You're just thrown into season 2 and they fight monsters now. They're given their assignments by a mysterious man named Diamant Teague. And yes, indeed, that is Daryl from Charmed. And we never find out who Teague is. Who does he answer to? Is he the government? How did they meet him? Do they even work for him? Is there pay involved? Is he just some crazy man? We will never know. Holy fucking shit. Why? Why would you do this? Why would you not even throw in a,
"Ever since we started working for Teague, things have gotten weird"?
We don't even see Mitch and Ryan's discovery that the supernatural exists, they just know now. To be fair to Mitch though, he did see a woman abducted by aliens once, and I suppose they did have a psychic friend in season 1. This might be Baywatch Nights' biggest sin. They are asking us to accept a lot here, and there is absolutely nothing to ease us into it. If it was difficult for fans to accept Mitch Buchanan as a PI, they definitely weren't going to accept him as Fox Mulder. It didn't help things that this aired alongside normal Baywatch, as Mitch continued about his day as a lifeguard. And in case you're curious, yes, his second job does come up in some interesting ways. Well, you can probably guess how things went after this popular change-up. On top of everything else, they were $1 million over budget, starting with the first 5 episodes of season 1. So if you thought things were getting cheap then, man oh man, can you feel the lack of money now. They were swiftly cancelled, and Baywatch Nights was quietly swept under the rug and never mentioned again. I think people were being a little unfair to Baywatch Nights when they were starting out, but season 2 was justifiably panned. The question now isn't whether or not the show is bad, it's is the show funny bad? And well, look, Baywatch Nights is hilarious to talk about. I can't emphasize this enough. I love talking about Baywatch Nights. But guys, this is work. This is really, really work. Baywatch Nights X-Files edition is slow, extremely hard to follow, and half-assed. Honestly, the original Baywatch is a more entertaining sit if you're into so bad it's good shows. However, if you are someone who is into trash TV and has a strong stomach for this sort of thing, it is an endlessly fascinating, mind-bendingly misbegotten program. Few television series can claim they had a spin-off so infamous or baffling. It's an incredible thing to have been made. So join me as we analyze every bewildering episode in the continuation of Baywatching Nights. It's going to be quite a journey, and for the second time, nights will never be the same.
Next time on Baywatch Nights,
Mitch and Griff set off to rescue some people from a sunken ship and encounter some sort of monster thing. Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
Nights will never be the same.
It's here, Mitches and Mitchettes! After too many years, Baywatching and Baywatching Nights has finally come to this. The shark officially has been jumped, and it's all out of Jill's to eat. We're in the deep end now, because it's time for Baywatch Nights, the X-Files edition.
Who will survive the terror of the deep?
We can't go out the way we came in. Whatever's down here is not going to let us.
On the next Nights. Baywatch Nights.
I did an entire, excellently crafted video all about how this version of the show came to be. But to sum things up, ratings were bad, X-Files was popular, so now Mitch fights monsters. No, we will never find out why. Not even a single throwaway line. This is just how things are now. I want to note also that the air dates are a mystery to me. IMDb has wildly different dates for these episodes than the German box set I have, and a slightly different episode order. Since I don't know which is more accurate, I'm going to review them in the order listed on IMDb, but swap out the episodes to match the box set. Makes sense? Me neither. So here's some other, less wild, but still notable changes to the show. First off, it has a new kick-ass saxophone theme by Alfonso Blackwell. It is called The Nights Will Never Be the Same. Hell yeah! When will the theme song play in an episode? Well, the show doesn't really have cold opens anymore, so much as they have cold opening acts. Maybe, or whenever. Could be near the start, could be in the middle somewhere. It's a fun little game you get to play as to when they try to jump scare ya. Used to be, long TV intros doubled as summaries for a new audience that let you know the vibe of the show, but Baywatch Nights says fuck that, we're like hockey or something. This season saw the addition of Maurice Hurley as an executive producer. That's fitting because Baywatch Nights is often compared to Star Trek, and something Baywatch needed more of was sexism. I mean, he's probably the least of the show's problems by this point, but when he becomes an executive producer during the first season of Baywatch Hawaii, things are gonna get creepy. As previously noted, Garner has been written out of the show, and unless I'm forgetting something, I do believe that isn't explained until his appearance in the series finale. Donna and Griff are still in the cast, now having even less of a reason to be here than when it was just a detective show. And I'm happy to report that the newest character added to the roster is Diamant Teague, played by none other than Dorian Gregory.
In this series, I do want to know,
Anyone who's familiar with my Charmed retrospectives will know that I love me some Darrow, so it's delightful to see Dorian Gregory starring in this absolute mess. Diamant Teague is their Walter Skinner of sorts, for lack of a better comparison. He tells them what assignments to go on and is saddled with just the worst info dumps. He likes to speak cryptically for absolutely no reason. Teague is, astoundingly, never given any sort of explanation or backstory. We don't know who he works for, if he is in fact working for anyone, how Mitch and Ryan came to know him, why they follow his orders, why he needed a former lifeguard/PI for these particular assignments, or what he even wants. This is pure art, people. I like to headcanon that the time Dorian Gregory played an extra on season 2 of normal Baywatch was actually Teague undercover looking to recruit Mitch. And seeing as how that's the first part he played listed on IMDb, it's only fitting that Baywatch Nights was his first starring role. And for the Baywatch Nights folks, it helps that he was probably very cheap to hire. So let's talk about Dorian Gregory a little bit. Did you know he was the last permanent host of Soul Train? Did you know Soul Train was even airing in 2006? And circling back to Star Trek, guess who also showed up on Next Generation in an episode conceived by Maurice Hurley? It's not listed on IMDb, but I know a Daryl when I see one. In his personal life, he's been involved with a ton of programs and events in support of people of color in various areas of the arts, the Jeopardy program, AIDS Project Los Angeles, and Mothers Against Drunk Driving. And as someone diagnosed with diabetes when he was 9, he works as a motivational speaker about it. In addition to all of that, he's a musician, poet, screenwriter, and part-time owner of my heart.
2 pops to the head, 2 leprechauns dead. They stole my mama's gold, so I got my mama's gun. I had the little green man on the run. Over hill, over dale, overseas, over roads.
Apparently he hunts leprechauns in his spare time? Anyway, I think he's an awesome guy. Also, I'm dreading actually talking about this episode. This is one of just 2 night stories directed by Gregory Bonan, and it's called Terror of the Deep.
Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
Speaking of Gregory Bonan, here's his girlfriend apparently. To start things off, she and Mitch find a character simply credited as Woman in the Ocean.
It's a woman.
Look familiar? You might remember her as Mariko's mom in Code of Silence. Wow, she's moving on up. Also, cannot understate how much adding spooky tones to Mitch Buchanan on a rescue is the opposite of unsettling or atmospheric. Mitch and the rando lifeguard revive the woman, and she's super freaked out about something. But that's not Mitch's problem.
Got everything you need, Mitch?
Oh, come on now. You just told us Donna sold Nights in the season 7 premiere.
Isn't Donna the owner of Nights?
Actually, she's the former owner.
I don't really work here anymore. I just like to play pretend sometimes.
Okay, guys, are you ready for Teague's fascinating introduction? Well, here's all you need to know.
Your friend is here again. What's his name?
Diamant Teague.
He drinks champagne on the Champs-Élysées. Always has interesting things for you to investigate. Has he ever told you what he really wants?
No.
Cool, well I think all my questions are answered. Here's my takeaway from this exchange. Donna is aware Mitch has a new friend that sends him on cases, and I guess at some point she was told about his various world travels. He drinks champagne, so he's either rich or likes to pretend he's fancy. Mitch doesn't know what his goals are, but does these cases anyway, either because he was hired out or as a favor to a friend, who he doesn't seem to care about or like that much. It's not clear if calling him a friend was sarcasm or not. The audience is asked to follow along as we dive into the supernatural on fucking Baywatch Nights, and our first scene talking about Teague features Mitch barely giving a shit. I hope you aren't too bothered by this, because that's going to be Mitch's mode for the next 22 episodes. Enjoy!
The other day you were talking about past lives. I thought you might like that book.
Wait, so they're apparently on good enough terms to be giving book gifts and talk about past lives, but Donna doesn't even remember his name?
I don't know how you knew it, but as a matter of fact, yes, I would.
He knew it because you were talking to him about past lives. It ain't that mysterious, Donna.
Thank you.
Interaction complete. Mitch is all huffy about something, for some reason, who will ever know. But Teague ain't got time for that. He is a man who gets straight to the point. There isn't a jogan on the loose. What isn't a jogan, you ask? Well, I hope you've had your bathroom break, because this is gonna be a long, boring sit.
Every culture has one. A legendary creature which is the embodiment of all that is evil. The Ajogun is from New Guinea, the fiercest creature from the fiercest culture on the planet. Boats would be found adrift near the mouth of the river. No crew.
Where are you going with this?
Okay, so this is very typical Baywatch Nights from now on. Teague just sort of nonchalantly throws out the most insane shit in the world, while Mitch gets progressively annoyed. Imagine someone out there was a big Baywatch fan, so they watched Baywatch Nights, but they didn't know about the genre shift. This very conversation would be their first time realizing this was now about the supernatural. It's not exciting, it's not intriguing, the overwhelming feeling is confusion. Like, at least give us something in the second pilot that anyone's ever heard of? In a Jogan? I looked up a Jogan, by the way, and there's varying definitions, but the common theme seems to be a general term for evil spirits. In Africa, mostly, but New Guinea does come up, and not just on sites talking about Baywatch Nights. It seems to be a thing, although I can't really vouch for the accuracy regarding boats, or if it's really the fiercest creature from the fiercest culture on the planet. To make a long story short, the woman Mitch rescued kept repeating the word Ajogan, so Teague thinks it sunk her ship. The only problem with this theory is that the ship he's talking about sunk 3 weeks ago.
It sank 3 weeks ago.
If you're waiting for a reason why she survived that long, you will never get it. It seems to be a separate issue from the whole Ajogan thing.
And a Jogan, huh? Sounds like a real snooze job. Better call in the D team. Griff, get over here. As a photographer, you are integral to this mission.
I'm Griff. Mitch thinks this is all a bunch of bullshit, but if that one woman survived, other people might have too.
I don't believe in the Tooth Fairy or the Easter Bunny. I'm not buying some New Guinea boogeyman off Catalina.
But for some reason, I continue to take your cases anyway. What is our relationship?
Might be others trapped on board, and that's worth the look.
Mitch might technically be the Scully as the skeptic of the team, but Ryan is the lady, so she's gonna do the Scully captain's logs.
This is a supplemental log for the Argos Z. The date is September 11th.
Hey, question, where did they get this equipment? Was this supplied by Teague? He does seem to be rich. Maybe. Anyway, it's a good thing they've added a lot of lines in post when characters are off screen, or this episode might come off so slow that time is going backwards. Apropos of nothing, here's 5 straight fucking minutes of diving footage. Mitch and Griff are now inside the wreckage looking for more survivors, and I guess if there's time, in a Jogan. Actually, that's not true. Mitch is looking for survivors, Griff is just there for funsies, and nobody except Teague cares if there's an Ajogan. Teague, meanwhile, is off doing Teague stuff. But oh shit, it's that damn Ajogan. You know how Jogans do, just waiting for the perfect lifeguard/PI snack. Well, here's your first Baywatch Nights monster, folks. Impressed? A spooky, scary skeleton! They're pulling out all the stops! But for some reason, Mitch doesn't seem to think it's weird that there's a whole-ass skeleton picked clean in a ship that sunk 3 weeks ago. And look, even if you don't believe there's an Ajogan, they found a diver's body down there, so there has to be something dangerous hanging around. I'm Griff! See? Yeah, just let Griff go during the commercial break. Convenient. You know, if you aren't gonna show Griff being eaten down to a skeleton, I don't even know why I even bothered with this episode.
We can't go out the way we came in. Whatever's down here is not gonna let us.
What? You don't know that. You're just pulling stuff out of your butt. This Ajogan seems very easily escapable. Also, they made a smart decision to not show us a lot of this creature, but is it just a dude in a pirate outfit? There's also venom in its bite, apparently. The more I see of this episode, the more I think the woman was just speaking metaphorically about Ajogans, and this is just some generic sea monster.
What was that?
So, where was that in relation to them? If you're beginning to suspect that 2/3 of this episode is just Mitch and Griff wandering around in a sunken ship, you are unfortunately correct. They're looking for a specific part of the ship to get out of, and it all seems impossible. But they have to make it there. They have to! Griff is dying from Ajogan venom. The Coast Guard won't make it in time. Anyway, I bring this up because that part of the plot is dropped and doesn't go anywhere. You could create Chekhov's armory with the amount of things they set up in this episode and then never bring up again. But what about the monster? Can Ryan help them out with the assistance of the World Wide Web?
Well, Teague was right. It is an Ajogan.
Oh, cool.
It's sort of the Bigfoot of New Guinea.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay, so the skeleton they found had a necklace, and that leads Ryan back to when the ship stopped by New Guinea and they apparently killed an Ajogan. Seems like you wouldn't need the necklace to look at the history of the ship and see that they killed the very thing you guys suspect is on board. Ryan also says the necklace belongs to the Ajogan for reasons unexplained, and it doesn't relate to anything and is never brought up again. I also don't know what the second Ajogan has to do with anything either. However, Mitch is inspired by them killing the shit out of that other Ajogan to he himself kill the shit out of this one.
Burn out all O2. Suffocate it.
Oh, so they didn't so much suffocate it as blow it up.
Keep an eye out for you, Stingray.
Yeah. See ya. Huh. Really makes you think about how sacred life is. Oh well.
Anyway, after spending all of that time looking for a way out because Griff was dying or something, they remember they were looking for survivors and decide to wander around very slowly again. The audience gradually withers away into dust. Hooray! Mitch was right for some reason! Let's get the hell off of this ship!
We use that canvas. Make a lift bag.
If you can blow that bilge, you're clear to the surface. The lift bag will bring you straight up. Hang on! Forget the lift bag, Mitch. The Coast Guard's here.
Then why did you set it up, Baywatch Nights?
Final supplemental log for the Argos Z. 2 surviving children reunited with their mother after 3.5 weeks, escaping the Ajogan. File closed.
Let's just get this out really quick and we're done here.
Melee woman's gonna be fine. So's Griff. Pretty heroic thing she did for her kids.
What? She didn't do anything for her kids. She left them for dead on a ship with an Ajogan, and then you begrudgingly went down there on a hunch. Champagne?
Whatever I saw, I am forever changed. Nights can never be the same now that I know the dark things that live in the shadows. Is there a heaven or a hell? And if so, what kind of god would create such a twisted, evil thing? Or perhaps it was simply a beast, and by killing it, we have become the monsters. What have I done? Dear God, what have I done?
Next time on Baywatch, Mitch judges a swimsuit pageant. Meanwhile, Cody invented a boat. Hooray!
Nights will never be the same.
Some of you may have been a little disappointed with the premiere episode of this new monster-filled Baywatch Nights, what with it being 75% wandering around boringly in a sunken ship. This episode attempts to make up for that with an action-packed 45 minutes of ripping off the X-Files if they were ripping off the movie Species. The Creature was directed by David W. Hagar, reprising his role in the director's chair after the Baywatch episode Beauty and the Beast, which, if you will recall, was a big inspiration for Baywatch Nights. Hey Johnny, you never did tell me what your last job was.
Ugh, don't even ask. There was some lifeguard/mutant alligator fight in a subterranean cave, and I was like, I am out of here. Things are much more relaxing at the shady animal-human experiment lab.
You're right, nothing bad ever happens here.
I got a little business to take care of.
Okay, on the surface it seems kind of dumb that this guy just couldn't resist sneaking into the experiment's cage to have sex with her. But when you really think about it, she does appear to be part woman and part Kermit the Frog, and no one can ignore that siren's call. As we later find out, this show is beyond parody. She really is part Kermit the Frog. Is she meant to be wearing a green unitard? Is she supposed to be naked? The mystery deepens.
Come on, dude, this is ridiculous!
Meanwhile, they've darkened this establishing shot of Baywatch headquarters and added a shitty gradient over it, which I guess makes it nighttime. Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
Get in, we need you.
Okay, I guess I'll tell my son to go fuck himself.
Mitch, you don't even know where Hobie is.
Nuh-uh, he's with his mother.
We put a tracking device on him a long time ago, and we know that isn't true.
Who's we?
Us.
Us who?
There's a sexy lady involved.
Let's go, bud!
Teague has asked Mitch and Ryan to investigate whatever broke out of this facility, but they don't know what it is, and also they've not talked to the cops yet. Teague is pretty shady about what he and whoever we is knows. What little we do know is that this lab lab was used for private research by an acclaimed biologist, so biology is involved, probably. Also, the guy died, so they can't ask him anything. No, they don't explain who was running everything after he was gone. Who are these security guards? Did they work for Teague? Ryan makes herself useful by finding a piece of chewing gum at the crime scene.
Mucoid exodermal slough.
I don't know what any of those words mean.
Using the approximately fuck all of information they've been given, Ryan deduces that the dead biologist was doing DNA manipulation, and that whatever he created, it's mutating. Based on what, exactly? Looking at a skin flake in a bag for 2 seconds? She also says that it's becoming more dangerous because it's mutating, but like, how could she possibly know that? Mutating could mean literally anything. Yeah.
Is that a Kermit woman?
This is Dr. Lloyd's secret project.
What the hell is that thing?
Hey Teague, what exactly are we looking at?
Dr. Lloyd's secret project.
If you could just look here the entire time, why didn't you come here in the first place?
Because I literally have no idea what's on the screen. Apparently nothing.
It's amphibian.
I wasn't lying. She's a frog woman. Yes, this really is the dumb plot. But see, it's species for lifeguards, because water-related or something. And yes, these credits continue to run until about 13 minutes into the episode.
Do you remember high school biology?
Remember your human-frog hybrid class? This is exactly the situation it was preparing you for.
That's just some weird Texan thing. See, we were taught about Viking funeral rites in my high school.
Anyway, turns out this biologist had a theory that eventually land won't be able to support human life anymore, and humans will return to the sea like when we first evolved. So naturally, he created a frog woman. As Ryan is laying all of this out based on purely guesswork, Teague gets a notice from some gentleman of indeterminate occupation who informs them about the attack on the trucker picked up on a police scanner.
Time we call the cops.
Mitch, be serious now. We don't need any cops. We need a lifeguard. No, but seriously, Mitch is right. Maybe Ryan can be argued to be helpful, but this is nothing the actual police can't do. And Mitch is doing absolutely nothing. He provides no valuable skills as a PI, a lifeguard, or even just a bystander. Based on more stuff they pick up from the scanner, they determine the frog lady has gone to a nightclub, because we all know frogs can't resist a sick beat. While Ryan does more research and Teague sits around vaguely, Mitch heads for the club.
Fine, I'll go and get the damn frog lady. I have to do everything around here.
Meanwhile, right about now, you're probably wondering why they included a minute 40 of Griff and Donna working out in a smoky gym. And let me tell you, it's foolish to ask these questions. Yeah, okay, like an hour ago, this frog lady couldn't even interact with a dude offering her his jacket without mauling him to death, but now she's just enjoying the scene at a nightclub. And they didn't even have her visit nights, what a waste. Upon arriving at the club, Mitch jump scares his old friend Ned Judge/Judge. He's back! Oh, sorry, he's Marley now, a different old friend of Mitch's we've never been introduced to. He's a homicide cop, and more than willing to just tell Mitch everything. Makes it easy! Oh shit, watch out, frog people of the world, it's Mitch and Griff with guns. I guess Mitch got over that whole fear.
I'm still thinking about that guy I shot.
When did Mitch tell Griff about the frog lady, exactly? Was it over the phone? How does Griff feel about any of this? Is he Griff? You know who else is at this club? Malibu from American Gladiators. Yep. If only they'd done anything interesting with him.
So you gonna tell me how you found out about this before the police did?
I was called.
Guess what time it is? It's Mitch Falls for a Lady O'Clock. Thanks, Baywatch Nights. I always wanted to see Mitch Buchanan form a close bond with a sexy frog woman hybrid. I think that's where we all knew this was going when Baywatch began in 1989. Yes, out of all the people in the crowd, Frog Lady immediately recognizes the sexual prowess of one Mitchell Buchanan. She simply cannot resist his salty, sea-woven hair, his Adidas musk.
A woman? Ryan, no woman has the strength to do what's been done.
The male ego is a disease.
Frog Lady doesn't want this sleazoid. She wants a bite of that Mitch sandwich.
Damn you!
Ribbit, ribbit. Nah, nah, it's Mitch and Frog Lady. He really likes her, and she's got cat-like eyes. I don't really get that.
I know what it's like to be different. You're a frog-woman hybrid, I'm a divorced lifeguard with a tiny, motherless son. But I promise you, if you come home with me, there's a fireplace just waiting to be made out by.
Step away from it, bitch.
No! She's my save, damn it! My save!
She dropped into the power plant tunnels.
I'm sorry, the power plant tunnels? So now Teague just wants to let SWAT handle it because she's too dangerous, even though he got involved after she mauled 2 people. I don't understand what the point of him is.
She's heading for the ocean. She's an amphibian. It's the only place she'll feel safe.
Now it's like The Fugitive with a frog woman while they wander through these tunnels, which apparently go through the whole city? How long can Baywatch Nights milk wandering around in a tunnel while bathed in green frog light, set to powerful intermittent club music? 10 minutes, it turns out.
This is a restricted area! Get out! Get out!
I'm gonna hold you to the honor system on that, I guess.
Oh, they did manage to cut away and give us this info, so here goes. Ryan says that based on her skinflake research, Frog Woman can regenerate because of artificially induced evolution? That is not how evolution works in any way, shape, or form, but sure. Then Teague says this makes her effectively indestructible, which... No, it does not. Even in this episode of nonsensically written television, it emphatically does not. Then they throw out that that means she can self-replicate, and as for what that has to do with anything, your guess is as good as mine.
Me, Mitch, you, Jane. We make tadpole children together?
Put the woman down, or we will shoot you!
This is a truly potent look at the harsh reality of frog-human hybrid hunting and discrimination. I haven't seen something this gritty and raw in a long, long time.
No.
Excuse me, what? She's explosive? She's explosive? How is that indestructible, Teague? How is that indestructible? Isn't that just the way? You think you've finally found love as a 40-something single father, and the next thing you know, you're running from the exploding remains of your frog hybrid girlfriend. When will Mitch ever find his soulmate?
She paid for Dr. Lloyd's mistake. They all did.
I'm Griff?
I'm going home.
Next time on Baywatch, Hobie exists again just in time to introduce Manny as their newest junior lifeguard. Meanwhile, CJ kills an old man. Matlock!
Nights will never be the same.
Things started off so well, but 3 episodes in, and you might be noticing that Baywatch Nights Season 2 is complete trash. It is only fitting then that we will shortly be seeing Mitch Von Malibu fighting a literal trash bag. I promise that Nights does actually have more stuff happen later, but they simply did not help themselves by front-loading the show with some of their most boring episodes. You snooze through Mitch wandering in a sunken ship, now get ready to take a nap as he saunters through an oil rig. The Hayes brothers were responsible for the stories for both episodes, presumably at gunpoint, and presumably they didn't have a lot of story ideas. This is also the first to be directed by Emmy Award-winning director and producer on 24, John Cassar. I've never seen so much star power so utterly wasted. Enjoy! We begin with a group of smelly men playing cards on an oil rig. This episode is like Armageddon, except instead of getting to be an astronaut, this guy just dies horribly. but why were they holding him down? Why is this suddenly deathbed, the bed that eats? Fun fact, this guy was played by Lance Gilbert, who'd worked on Baywatch a couple times prior, and in the same year he did this Nights episode, he did the stunts for The Long Kiss Goodnight.
He broke out 2 days after seeing something on TV that quote-unquote disturbed him.
Yeah, I saw it too. It's called Baywatch Nights. You want to get to the fucking point?
Did I just want to use that clip? Yes. Speaking of good transitions, here's one of those. 'Cause all the monsters gone surfing USA. It's a nice day on the beach, and Mitch is transformed into Tom Sawyer?
Don't interrupt me, Ryan. I'm trying to lure Cody onto Baywatch Nights so he can do this for me. I've already got Eddie on Tower 12.
Now why am I doing this?
My plan is working perfectly.
As usual, Mitch is irritated for no given reason. It could be because Teague is relaying messages through Ryan now and not even bothering to show up himself. Yeah, they've already run out of things for him to do, so he's just not there. While the police have claimed that incident at the oil rig was a product of mass hysteria, Mitch thinks that sounds like a bunch of baloney. He's not into the supernatural now, he just thinks anything anyone claims at any time is bullshit. Well, for once, Teague is in agreement with Mitch, because he's seeing similarities to an incident 20 years before in Saudi Arabia.
Another oil rig, another crew, except none of them survived.
So? What do I care about a bunch of people who died before I was even born?
Ryan says they should check it out, and Mitch agrees. It's never stated that this is something Teague wants them to do, so that's probably why he doesn't bitch about it.
Hey Ryan, it's looking pretty cheap out here.
Hair down, nips out. Things are about to go from 1 to 0. Well, I hope you enjoyed those 5 minutes of freedom, because this is about 95% of the fucking episode. Holy shit, I hate this oil rig. They used it for that season 6 premiere, and that was also a colossal time waster. I've never seen such an uninteresting setting to meander through, only surpassed by the vast amount of warehouse episodes later in the season. This episode sucks, it just sucks. As Ryan explains some fascinating facts about oil drilling, Mitch has his own priorities.
Can we eat now?
Oh, but he kids. He takes his second job very seriously.
What is it? Get out of there! What?
Gotcha.
You might not believe he was melted by green goo, but you know someone did die, Mitch. Unlike Mitch's other pranks, this actually has a payoff. Some residue on his hand begins to slightly burn, which is probably why you shouldn't reenact the exact way someone died in the off chance you also melt. Get a load of this one. Ryan thinks the rig has drilled down to uncover an ancient life form, a giant one-celled organism that exists only to eat. Based on, nothing. I don't know. I just don't know.
Killer.
Mitch, why are you here? They've broken out the ecto-cooler light! The blob's on the way! Blob schmob. Mitch and Ryan are asking the questions we actually want answers to.
So we get all these assignments from Teague. Why do you think he gets them? Government?
It's probably privately funded.
Well, why do it? I mean, what's the point? I have this vision of the guy Teague works for, this big fat guy, kind of like Orson Welles, sitting in a black leather chair.
I'd like to meet that man.
Me too.
Well, that conversation went nowhere. Anyway, oil rig?
This episode needs someone to scream and annoy the audience, so Mitch and Ryan find a boat adrift with Eyebrows' old motorcycle girlfriend on board. She is Claire now.
There was this big thing in it, it reached down the water and it grabbed Jeffrey and pulled him off the back of the boat. It kept saying it wanted burgers. Burgers!
Oh no, I thought this was some dumb bullshit, but now I'm scared. We can't let this monster go to land.
Mitch can't warn anyone on land, however. That bastard blob monster killed their engine and took out their radio. Somehow, that son of a Mitch. Naturally, Mitch thinks the safest place to go is back to the oil rig.
That'll be okay. Griff knows we're headed there anyway.
You're putting all your eggs into the Griff basket? You moron! I can't think of anyone I'd trust less with my life. Oh no!
I'm a professional life-saving individual.
Please, just let the sea take me. Griff, I wasted more screen time. I can't wait to tell Mitch.
I'm Griff.
What do you mean he's on an oil rig? He told me he'd be painting lifeguard towers all day.
I'm Griff.
Doesn't he know oil rigs have a high probability of encountering ancient single-celled organisms that, once awakened, will consume everything in sight until it's wiped out all life on Earth?
I'm Griff?
I can't believe Donna thought I'd be excited about her stupid thing. Ryan, continue to console Wiener Girl.
I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid.
Claire, I'm sorry, can you be quiet for just 1 second, please? I've been working alongside a giant monster that eats everything in sight for over a year now. I think we'll be okay.
I'm scared. Jeffrey's dead and you're yelling at me. Well, I can't take it.
Claire, sit down and shut up!
Ryan, I found some rations and I ate them all. Is that okay?
I shouldn't be worried. He's Mitch Buchanan, out on the ocean, in a boat.
I'm Griff. Wow, beautiful night for a blob attack, huh? Big deal. I can do that. Ryan, you won't believe how much I didn't see out there.
Can this thing survive out of the water?
Theoretically, the environment doesn't matter.
Theoretically nothing. What kind of single-celled organism are we talking about here? There probably haven't been that many studies on blob monsters, but let's narrow it down a little. So far, all we know about it is it's a giant floodlight that melts people. Okay, but if it doesn't have a brain or anything, then how is it opening doors? How is it so smart and so dumb?
Hey guys, it's me, the Blob. You're probably wondering if I'm going to eat you, and the answer is yes. One of you smells extremely well seasoned, as if you've eaten a diet exclusively of meat for 40 years.
40 years? Well, that's definitely not me then.
This reaction is good. Mitch is just annoyed at it.
Do you mind? I can't believe all of the vegetables I threw in the trash have come back to haunt me. Nickelodeon.
Okay, say what you will about Baywatch nights, it is kind of awesome seeing Mitch and Ryan using a makeshift flamethrower. Psh, typical unicellular organism screams. 40 minutes of Mitch running in and out of rooms while Ryan and the screamy girl sit around like idiots. Cool stuff. Is Ryan going to crowbar the blob?
I don't see any lights.
Alright, the editors are just being mean to Donna DeErico now. That's not even just the blob glow. There are clearly lights on the oil rig still working. And a random lightning bolt for no reason. Do they have the budget for this? No. But do they have the ambition? Also no. Stunt double away! It's just people under a rubber mat.
You have initiated manual override of the internal self-destruct system.
What? The oil rig's what now? Okay, but before you actually me, apparently there is a self-destruct mechanism used in deep-sea oil drilling, but it's a means to seal off disconnected oil wells, not, this.
Detonation imminent.
Between the commercial break and now, it suddenly became daylight. That or it's taken us until morning to find Mitch. Pick whichever seems more plausible to you.
I'm sorry, who the fuck do they have doubling for Donna here?
I'm alive! Pranked ya!
Next time on Baywatch,
Mitch is stranded on an island with a sexy lady. Meanwhile, Cody joins the Mighty Ducks. Skater boy!
Can we eat now?
The nights will never be the same.
Alright, Baywatch Nights, you've had 3 episodes of your X-Files season, and only one of them was passable. It's time for you to get funny. I will accept nothing less than lifeguard Mitch Buchanan being struck by lightning and forming a psychic bond with an alien child, or this show and me are over.
My save!
Yes! Pure cinema! I'm back on board! Mwah, mwah, mwah! The guy who wrote this was nominated for an Emmy, by the way. Time for every lifeguard B-roll to rush in to save Mitch Von Malibu. And maybe the kid if there's time. I love that clearly much older footage of Numi and some guy runs over, only for them to transform into another man and woman. Well, shove Mitch into the dungeon section of the hospital, I guess. Because Mitch has no friends, nor even his son on Baywatch nights, he wakes up to Ryan creepily smiling at him. Not even Griff or Donna showed up, presumably because they were too busy working out in a smoky gym.
Seriously? I couldn't even get Hobie holding a can of Pepsi for me? What's even the point of him anymore?
Ryan explains that Mitch was struck by lightning, to which Mitch responds that that's impossible. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. Nothing is mentioned of the weirdest part about it, that Mitch is in pretty freaking great shape for someone who was just struck by lightning.
Where's the boy? Is he okay?
He's over there.
Here's a visit from Nurse Girl from Silent Witness, presumably hiding from her mom's abusive boyfriend who Mitch left her to deal with. Anyway, she's unimportant. The kid's name is Jake, and he's acting awfully weird. Not the creepy staring part, that's just what everyone is doing in this scene, but he seems to think the lightning strike was all his fault. Somehow, Mitch knows his name is Jake despite not being told, and rather than the usual bad writing from the show, this is a plot point.
No, come on, Jake. It was an accident. He'll understand.
What?
Jake just said his dad's gonna try and kill him.
He did?
Mitch was just projecting his own fathering instincts here.
Hey, if you need any parenting tips, I've got a whole warehouse full of sun clones, so I could give you a pointer or two.
Stop. Don't tell him that.
Well, good luck with that. Pretty cool kid, huh? Much better than Hobie.
No one seems to think it's odd that immediately after being struck by lightning, this kid is taken out of the hospital into really bad day for night, but okay. In an impressive alien extravaganza, Jake's dad starts up their car with a sound effect. Inside the hospital, Mitch feels a sudden, unexplained fear, as if someone just walked over his burger-filled grave. He must know the jump scare opening is coming. Okay, so Jake is in a bad situation, but that's nothing an Adidas shoebox can't fix. As he opens up the box of product placement to enjoy some treasures he's hidden away from his disapproving alien dad, Mitch is back at the Knight's office and feeling pretty good for someone who, again, was just struck by lightning. But maybe he's not feeling so fine, because it turns out Jake has a whole bunch of alien dads, and as soon as he starts reacting to them showing up, Mitch simultaneously becomes terrified of absolutely nothing.
Mitch?
It's horrible, Ryan, horrible! The show is forcing me to give a little bit of a shit in this story, and I don't like it.
Oh, you could say something sexist to me, will that help?
Thanks, but I don't think so.
They're gonna kill me.
Would you cut it out? Jeez, you're worse than Hobie when I lock him in a broom closet.
Yes, Mitch has psychically bonded with Jake via magic lightning. He feels what he feels, and sometimes can speak to him through his mind. As the episode progresses, we will learn that this is both a curse and a blessing, for there is so much they can teach each other, Jake and his knowledge of Adidas shoeboxes, and Mitch with his heart of a true Japanese warrior.
It's me. It's Mitch, the lifeguard.
When you're terrified of your alien family trying to kill you on an alien planet, the most comforting words you can possibly hear transmitted into your brain are, "It's Mitch the lifeguard." Jake takes off and Mitch goes to find him. All the while, Ryan, who's watching what is clearly a man with severe brain damage fall into paranoid delusions, simply lets him go because the boy needs him.
The boy needs me.
Well, at least I didn't try.
Jake has a lot to worry about, but nothing more so than the leader alien, Jesse the Dad Bod Ventura. He is, as we will soon see, the best character of the episode.
Newspaper boxes of the world, beware!
Yes! Yes! Whatever your situation in life, be comforted by the fact there is footage out there of David Hasselhoff being chased down an alley by a dumpster without a single hint of irony.
Hey, come on, what'd I do?
I tell you what Jake and Mitch could really use right about now, and that's a shadowy man with no past and nothing useful to contribute.
I'm here.
Teague heard about this clear air lightning incident.
He was then struck by clear air lightning.
And now he's looking for Mitch. Mitch is not available and exceedingly useless on a good day, so Teague asks Ryan some very normal questions.
Is he experiencing unusual brain activity, various forms of kinesis, heightened alpha waves?
How did you know that?
Hey, here's my question. What the fuck is happening? How does Ryan know he's had any kinetic activity or whatever the fuck heightened alpha waves are? As far as she knows, Mitch was struck by lightning, started talking to himself, and ran out the door. And as far as Teague is concerned, whoever he gets his intel from clearly knows Jake is some sort of alien with electrical and telepathic powers, so his first instinct upon finding out Mitch and the kid were simultaneously struck by lightning is that yes, this alien from another planet and this human lifeguard PI must have formed a psychic bond because of this. Why? Does this happen a lot? Is there precedence for magic lightning alien connections?
There are secrets.
What secrets?
So many secrets.
This may be shocking to you, but Mitch does not come off incredibly smart in this episode. By this point, he has been struck by lightning, talked to this kid through his mind, and seen him jumpstart a car by simply touching it. And yet, he still hasn't cottoned on to the fact this kid is an alien. He keeps asking why he doesn't just go to the police to escape his dad, but he never asks why his dad is suddenly a different guy than the one we saw in the hospital. Maybe Mitch thinks he has 2 abusive dads. He's not going to be judgy about it. Meanwhile,
We've never been this close before. Never had an address.
We tried tracking their heightened alpha waves, but we kept getting roadblocked by telekinetically maneuvered dumpsters.
It's an execution chamber.
No, it's an energy station.
what about that screams execution chamber to you, Ryan? Right after this, Teague basically tells her that these guys are aliens, so that makes me even more confused as to who she thought they were and why she thought execution chamber. And why is the cameraman drunk? This is just wasting time. Mitch is up to his ass in alligators here.
I'm up to my ass in alligators here.
Teague, singularly focused on finding the boy, for seemingly his own nefarious reasons, tells Mitch that he's in great danger with him. Mitch's reaction is justified.
Well, no kidding.
He's been dodging exploding newspaper boxes and flying dumpsters all afternoon, Teague. This ain't his first rodeo.
I'm from up there.
Okay.
Here comes Jesse, the dad bod Ventura, coming in for a wham bam body slam. Well, I guess there's time for a squat and a backstory. Mitch asks many questions about things that should be a no-brainer to him in order to spoon-feed the dumb baby audience everything they need to know. Jake and his alien family crash-landed there 6 years ago, and now that Jake has drawn too much attention, he has to go. Take note of this scene, folks. Baywatch Nights is beginning its slow descent into the world of constant Dutch angles. Gradually, stupid normal shots begin to appear less and less as the people behind the scenes fall asleep from boredom. By the end of the series, there is no angle that can't be Dutched.
Run, Mitch, run!
Can I teleport now? I don't know.
Well, so far Mitch is batting 0 against this guy in every encounter, but maybe he can get him with a pipe or something, I don't know. Thanks, Baywatch Nights. I was beginning to think in Season 2 you'd lost your sense of humor.
Phew, thank God I stole those fizzy lifting drinks.
Shh, just ignore the wires and stay engrossed in Baywatch Nights' rich fantasy world. Teague told Mitch to meet them at some other location, which is where he and Jake have been continually trying to go before being impeded by all of these explosions. The plot is moving backward at this pace. And where is it Teague wants them to go? Like a majority of Baywatch Nights Season 2, all roads lead to a warehouse. Ryan begins to think that maybe Teague and his vague, unexplained group of mysterious figures who want to experiment on Jake for the remainder of his life are not in the right here.
We're all created from an energy source. Somehow, it's connected to electricity.
Wait a minute. That explains the lightning.
You're just now getting this?
I guess to be fair, Mitch's psychic bond with this kid stopped being relevant halfway into this episode. I too am psychic, and I know what you're thinking. How do we make this lifeguard related? Throw in some water, of course.
Somehow, despite being able to wield the power of electricity, we are also damaged by it. We make absolutely no sense.
Yaw beans!
Hey, do you guys want this? I broke it.
I have to go home.
Can you do that?
Then why did... The plot was that they were stranded on Earth, you dumb fucking show!
Don't even think about it.
Now, why don't you just shoot me?
Well, after Teague demonstrated that he was willing to hold a child captive in the name of science, I'm sure these two will think twice before they work again with this dubious individual. I guess he's in a morally gray area. But the real question the episode leaves us with is, did Jake really go home? Did he return to the energy from whence he came, or did he burn out in a blaze of glory, granting Mitch one final kindness by telling him he was simply going back? Maybe once Mitch lost his connection to the boy, he knew what his ultimate fate was. As he searches the stars, he wonders if Jake is out there, or simply returned to Stardust.
Whatever, in the end I just don't care. Press the reset button.
Next time on Baywatch, it's Meanwhile the Episode. The audience drifts through B-plot after B-plot in search of a point. Next. On May 3rd, 1996, a little movie called The Craft landed in theaters and became a surprise hit. With the use of teens and magic, dark themes, cool effects, and a hip soundtrack, it became pretty influential in witchy circles. Teenage girls were inspired to say, "We are the weirdos, mister." It has made its mark as a cult classic and a defining film for its genre. In October of 1996, Baywatch Nights Season 2 aired their own witchy episode to ride off of The Craft's success, the impact of their take passing faster than a fart in the wind. Sure, like anything they've cribbed from, they understood nothing of what made it successful, but that wasn't gonna stop them from producing an episode of aggressively mediocre television. And look, it's not like they didn't care. They put a lot of time and research into like spells and stuff for this. In fact, they maybe made things a little too accurate.
The writers had originally put real incantations in the script. You know, I was kind of like, you know what? I'm not real crazy about that. Can we kind of change that a little bit? So they went back to change it. And when they did, the computer wouldn't print up the changes.
You hear that? The incantations made their computer haunted. It was cursed. The scripts were cursed. The show was cursed. The downfall of Baywatch Nights can be traced back to this very moment. They have made a fatal error here, one from which they could not recover. Anyway, I guess this is one of their less bad episodes. Remember the scene in The Craft where they cast a spell by the ocean? Well, here's a tree nowhere near the ocean. A girl who is never named is cosplaying as one of the wives from Manos the Hands of Fate. The audience is filled with terror as she recites incantations worthy of hexing a computer.
Red Lords of the Watchtowers of the East.
See, this was her problem. She was invoking the Watchtowers of the East when she should have been seeking the Lifeguard Towers of the beach. Thus, what happens is entirely her fault. I refuse to look at beach fun. That's how serious I am.
What do you know about witchcraft? Incantations. Things that go bump in the night.
Everything's stupid.
I met Linda Blair once.
Yes, we're well aware of the film's witchery and bailout. We've got a filing cabinet full of your entire filmography.
Wow, even Cowboys Run?
Oh, especially Cowboys Run. Well, after that nothing interaction, Mitch simply must put on a stupid vest to investigate the scene with Ryan. I guess both of them got over that whole child torture incident from last week.
Yeah, I was pretty mad about that, but after I told Teague I met the president and he hasn't, I think we're even.
According to Teague, the woman from the beginning is another victim in a long string of serial killings. Apparently, he told Mitch nothing except to look around, which makes me wonder what Mitch thought the whole "what do you know about witchcraft" question was all about. Despite Mitch picking up a delicious peanut patty, Ryan isn't convinced they're gonna find anything. Holy crap, is that a haunted computer?
The inside is burned more than the outside. Like the fire started in it.
Really? The inside is burnt more? Nothing else is mentioned about whatever the hell Mitch picked up at the beginning, so I guess it was just stage business. Noteworthy that the theme song happens only 5 minutes in, and at a time it would actually make sense to end a cold opening. A rarity on this show. Seeking more information, Ryan heads over to a rare bookstore, only to be shoulder-checked by some rando on the street. I don't know who that bald guy was or why it mattered. This, too, is never brought up again. Inside, she meets Robin Sachs, playing a proto-version of his character on Buffy, a spell-casting gentleman with shifty eyes who definitely knows something we don't know. I hope this was on his demo reel and helped him get the part.
Yes, this is the cover to a grimoire.
Magician's Book of Rituals.
Heaven help you if you type its incantations into a script for a terrible television show about a lifeguard turned PI turned monster hunter. Oh, then the chaos begins. Well, this is a pretty scary book, I must admit. Found at the scene of a serial killing, full of pictures of demons and evil spells. I'm glad it was burnt almost to non-recognition.
Do you have a copy of it?
Sure.
What? Anyway, now Ryan has a non-burnt copy, I guess. She takes it back to the apartment she's apparently moved into since season 1, reading the pages like she's enjoying a particularly grown-worthy newspaper comic strip.
This thing reads like a cookbook recipe.
Hear me, O mighty one, dreadlords of the Watchtower of the East. This reads like a cookbook recipe to you? And the page before that was just repeating one paragraph over and over about having a crush on some guy named Kenneth.
Son of a Mitch, they found the body.
Actually, this is the second and final appearance of Marley, Mitch's old friend the homicide cop, who very normally pulls him over, doesn't get out of the car, and asks him a bunch of questions at an intersection. He suspects that maybe whoever hired Mitch has something to do with these serial killings, because some other unrelated serial killings he heard about involve people who were investigating it. And I guess that's a possibility, says Marley, someone who doesn't even know who Teague is or anything about the case. He asks Mitch to keep him apprised of the situation, should whoever hired him turn out to be dirty, and promptly leaves the episode. Thanks?
Time to cast a spell in this book for absolutely no reason. I'm incredibly stupid this episode.
Yes, it seems Mitch and Ryan have temporarily swapped intelligence, because I don't really understand what Ryan was hoping would happen here. Either she thinks it's a bunch of baloney and does nothing, or she casts a spell without even knowing what it does, only that it's connected to a woman's horrible death.
Elo, Alafak.
Getting all that from the Kenneth page, huh? A bunch of wind and growling makes Ryan think maybe it's time to get into her underwear and take a bath? But wait, maybe that didn't stop the monster noises?
We could have just gone straight into this without the 2 seconds of me taking a bath, but how else would we get me in a bra?
I always thought Baywatch Nights should be more like a particularly bad sequel in the Witchcraft series. Story by Maurice Hurley. Ryan fears she is just too clothed at this point and strips down for bed. Unfortunately, the next day is when Eddie's unstable brother and Stephanie's old geologist boyfriend, now the building's plumber, decides to come barging in unannounced.
I didn't mean anything. I'm a plumber, here to fix the leak.
Yeah, no, dead time.
Jerks like that should die.
Meanwhile, whoa, Teague spritzing some kind of wilty flowers in a stranger's yard. How sophisticated yet mysterious all the same. Mitch has some questions for old Teague. Can he really trust him when he could be the killer, based on a guess his buddy pulled out of his ass?
There's more evidence of evil in the world today than there ever has been. Don't you feel it? It's time of the demons, Mitch.
Wow, deep. I mean, can't argue with that. It truly is the time of the demons. Teague warns Mitch about the book that's come into Ryan's possession, which Mitch dutifully tells Ryan nothing about when they get coffee later. Instead, he smirks patronizingly at her when she describes the mysterious happenings in her apartment. And because creeps are just crawling out of the woodwork this episode, a waiter, who apparently has been hitting on Ryan for months, starts making the moves again.
Get fried, Jed.
This gentleman, playing a waiter named Jeb, who gets his hands deep fried in a single scene of Baywatch Nights, is named Rib Hillis. And apparently they were so enthralled by his performance that they pitched him as their would-be lead of Baywatch Australian Edition in Season 9. As you can see here, his star power bursts out of the screen like a geyser of talent.
Hey, Abe. What are you doing here?
What? Who the hell is Abe now? Was this supposed to be Marley in this scene? And according to IMDb, his name is Merv, so which is it? Whoever this guy is, he says Ryan looks awful guilty for an innocent bystander. As she confides in Mitch, she believes she is responsible. Somehow, she made this happen just by saying it.
Because I said the words, go fry yourself.
Actually, you said the words get fried, Ryan. Totally different. Pretty spooky, huh, folks? And now you know the origin of this freeze frame.
Ryan now finds herself in a spiral of self-condemnation, while simultaneously imbued with untold power by a surely demonic entity. As Teague said, it's the time of the demons. Luckily, she has Mitch there to lend her support in her desperate hour of need.
Next Halloween, maybe we could rent you out.
Jerks like that should die.
A
couple of times in this episode, Ryan talks to her neighbor, played by spokesmodel Cindy Margolis, fresh off her stint on The Price is Right. These scenes serve the important role of they need to fill 45 minutes of television.
No, not sexual assault plumber. The world has lost a wonderful man today.
Hey, Merv, whoever. Thanks for calling me in. I definitely needed to be here.
Suddenly, replacement detective has changed his mind and doesn't think Ryan did this, even though statistically 2 incidents in one day would probably point more in her direction.
I don't think she did this.
I did this.
Knowing that the book is the true cause of everything, they call in Robin Sachs for help. While he and Angie Harmon do some actual acting together, Hasselhoff sits in the background looking bored out of his mind. The sad thing about this episode is that when you look at the scenes that don't feature Hasselhoff in them, it's almost like a real show.
The circle isn't closed. Any entity can pass through the portal, and you are the conduit.
Circle closed, time of the demons. I think we got it.
Actually, Mitch, you can stay outside.
Happy to be useless, Ryan.
All I feel is fear.
Confront your fear.
They'll put me on normal Baywatch, I know it. I'll never escape.
Trust me, Ryan. After this season, you'll be set free. They have no interest in doing something that won't waste everybody's time. Oop, demons have pulled the dead mom card. It's over.
What's happened to her?
Why is she acting surprised that her mom is dead? Wasn't she mad at her sister because their mom died in a car accident while going to pick her up from jail?
Ah, sisters.
Daddy?
Shoo, shoo, shoo.
Don't worry, I'm here to save the day.
That's the cruelest illusion of all.
The demons possess bookstore guy and start throwing Mitch around, which brings us some much needed levity. This also means it'll be very easy to just kill something, because screw that guy who basically saved their asses. They even throw in an ADR at the end, saying he was part of the thing from the beginning just so Mitch doesn't look bad. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Look, Malcolm left me no choice. He was a part of this from the very beginning.
After reading the rest of the passage, things go quiet and their computer is now clean.
You want to get a cup of coffee?
Okay, yeah.
They aren't even gonna check on bookstore guy, or... Yeah, alright, I guess he's just dead. Well, hopefully Mitch doesn't take credit for everything like a big dumb asshole.
I drove him back into the world where he's dwelling for all eternity.
And I helped.
The best we can hope for is a tie.
Teague, I don't play for ties.
Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
Next time on Baywatch, Jenny McCarthy shows up to host MTV's Beach Blast.
Meanwhile, Cody moves in with CJ and Caroline.
Son of a beach.
Much like Baywatch Nights itself, Baywatching Nights is full of missed opportunities. For instance, I could have mentioned Charmed in the witchcraft episode since Daryl is in it, or the episode of Baywatch proper with the aliens and the strike, but I didn't. I will forever be haunted by the specter of jokes not taken. And speaking of specters, this episode is about ghosts, kinda. The script was written by William A. Schwartz, whose only other involvement with Baywatch happened way back in season 1. I wasn't able to determine the relationship, but I'm absolutely certain this is more Baywatch nepotism in regards to Douglas Schwartz. I don't think the quality has taken a noticeable dive from their usual golden standards or anything, just noting it. Anyway, the cabin. We open on a cabin. A stunt lady is selling the hell out of some falls as she runs away from an old-timey prospector. Presumably, this is the ghost of Mitch's uncle who left him that treasure map that one time. This time, the editing is purposefully weird and not just confusing for the hell of it, as she falls down the stairs and fades outside. Prospector Man has a spooky filter on his shots. Whoa! Bold of them to edit this episode on Video Toaster. Sure, a stupid transition kind of undercuts the terror of that scene, but it was worth it because damn did that look cool. But not cooler than Mitch Von Malibu, who has just been gifted a fire axe from the 1800s for pulling a kid out of a burning car. Yes, this shitty rubber prop axe they didn't even try to make look old is supposed to be from the 1800s, and is a very normal thing to be gifted for saving someone's life. We're only a minute and a half in.
Not just a fire axe, one of the great fire axes of all time.
And I should know, I have a poster listing the all-time greatest fire axes, and this is at the very top.
Mitch is extremely proud of his all-time greatest fire axe from the 1800s that they apparently ruined by sticking on a shitty plaque commemorating how awesome he is, so he is willing to display it at his detective agency and far away from his actual house.
What do you know about fire axes, Mitch?
Actually, I want to talk to you about things that go bump in the night. Things that go bump in the night. Do you believe in ghosts?
No.
Well, Eddie once encountered a woman who may or may not have been a ghost, and Summer was possessed by one, but I wasn't directly involved with those plots, so I'm not really sure. Also, I guess I was a ghost one time, but technically that was an out-of-body experience, so I'm choosing not to count it.
Teague wants Ryan and Mitch to visit the haunted cabin with him. Why them?
Every ghost hunt needs a skeptic.
This may be the one time Mitch's involvement actually seems justified. On the drive over, Ryan literally reads the dictionary definition of a ghost, because for a show that doesn't like explaining anything, they sure do think the audience is stupid.
The dictionary definition of a ghost.
Time filled. Mitch has brought out his trademark beige vest, so you know this is going to be a thorough investigation.
Are you sure this is the place?
Let me check. Yep.
Thorough. While Ryan muses that the place doesn't look that scary, this gives Mitch a chance to talk more about his family tree.
When I think of haunted, I think of Aunt Tilly kicking off and hanging around long enough to make sure that Uncle John doesn't hook up with some floozy.
Assuming this isn't a hypothetical aunt and uncle, we now know Mitch had an Aunt Tilly married to an Uncle John, an Uncle Jerry who thinks life stinks and then you die, a loaded Aunt Clara who's willing to pretend to be in a romance with him while undercover as a gigolo, and of course, a gold prospector uncle who was killed and left him a treasure map, who I think is on his father's side.
I am participating in this weekend because I'm a scientist. And unlike you, I believe in the paranormal.
That makes me the Scully and the Mulder. I provide the rational and paranormal explanations, while you complain about being hungry. That's what makes us such a good pair, providing what the other one needs.
Anyway, as a scientist, Ryan thinks Mitch is a big fat chicken for listening to Teague when he told them to wait for him. This insult rolls off like water on a Mitch's back, because he knows she's really saying that because she thinks he's hot.
Because competition is your middle name, and subconsciously you're attracted to me, and it's a way of getting my attention.
The male ego is a disease.
I think once you've kissed and she blatantly told you were her type and she also asked you drunkenly to have sex with her, it's not subconscious anymore, Mitch. Mitch doesn't actually give a shit about Teague though, especially when Ryan points out that they need to get the groceries in the fridge. Because, adorably, they've brought groceries to the ghost hunt. This is a cabin Teague ominously told them was too dangerous to go in alone, and Mitch was like, "Bring the ruffles!" I don't know if this shaky shot is supposed to be from a ghost POV or it just sucks.
Whoa, some haunted house.
Was it a good idea to have Mitch become the audience proxy and point out how asinine things have become, or a great idea?
You know, I never realized how judgmental you are.
Me? Judgmental? Ha! It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
That is a good one, Mitch. And now that they're inside, Ryan has completely changed her mind and thinks that Mitch is being totally close-minded by saying this place doesn't look like it could be haunted.
You walk in, you take a look around. Oh, this place can't be haunted. It's just not what you think of when someone says haunted.
I'm not really clear on why Ryan uses the specific adjective judgmental here. I mean, Mitch is judgmental, but like, he's judging a cabin, so like, who cares?
Oh boy, time to judge.
Following a secret hallway while calling out to Ryan, who ignores him, I guess, Mitch eventually comes across some old-timey stuff. Some singing is coming from the bathroom, and he finds Destiny's ghost in the tub! Oh my god! Now we can finally find out what happened to her! Where has she been since season 1? Why didn't any of the characters mention her or remember she existed? Did Teague get rid of her once he found out she was psychic? Does she know the fate Baywatch Nights has in store? I'm just kidding. It would have been kinda cool if they did that. Instead, Lisa Stahl is just here playing a random ghost from the 1800s, and no mention is made of the fact she looks exactly like their old friend who was a main character last season. Pretty cool show. Destiny's ghost tells Mitch to strip down and get in the tub, and I don't know if she thinks he can magically shrink to hide in there, or the prospector ghost would prefer to find them naked together. Faulty ghost logic, I guess.
Give me back my treasure map, you son of a Mitch.
Yes, everyone, that is the opening credits, and we are 10 minutes into the episode. That is 1/4 of the way in, my friends. Meanwhile, Ryan is still somehow sorting through groceries. Mitch is convinced these are ghosts now, but I'm not sure what changed his mind.
These ghosts are not friendly like Casper!
Just like a ghost. Some creepy stuff is going on for sure, as Mitch is now stuck in some sort of otherworldly maze Ryan doesn't have access to. They can talk to each other, but they're separated by ghostly forces.
None of it's real. It's just a bunch of ghosts and illusions. It's maybe something with the light, maybe some molecular imaging. But trust me, Mitch, it is not real, okay?
Alright, stop! That is a whole lot of nonsense you were throwing out here. Okay, so Ryan is basically saying this is all fake because it's probably ghost magic, or maybe a hologram, or maybe molecular imaging? Do you know what molecular imaging is? Also, you are talking to him from the same room in different dimensions. Is that something that can be done with a trick of the light? And wasn't Ryan the one who believes in the paranormal, but now she's poo-pooing all over him? Choose a characterization show, choose one! Ryan tries to leave and call for help, but instead she finds the opening credits still happening 15 minutes in. Danny Woodburn Ghost is waiting around to ask her to get naked, because all these ghosts want Mitch and Ryan naked. This is his second appearance in the Baywatch universe, but he will have to wait until season 9 of the parent show to play someone who isn't a fantasy creature. Anyway, I guess this place is a brothel, and Prospector Man's wife worked there, and he went on a jealous killing spree. A ghost prostitute tries to hit on Mitch, and she gets axed down by Prospector Man.
Daughter of Jezebel!
Question, is his axe supposed to be related to the axe that Mitch was gifted? Because if so, I really don't think a serial killer fire axe should be counted as one of the greatest fire axes of all time. Someone should talk to the fire axe committee about this oversight.
The fuck is this?
Your worst nightmare, butthorn!
Help me.
Mitch, you cannot make out with every ghost that looks exactly like your psychic friend Destiny. You're just setting yourself up for heartbreak. I will say, if I can give season 2 any credit here, I think for once the show's confusion is working in their favor. The trippy time loop sequences and spatial displacement is sometimes used to good effect, and I think this episode is more ambitious than their usual fare. Maybe William Schwartz was onto something. Maybe, given an infinite amount of time, a monkey hitting a keyboard could produce an episode of Baywatch Nights with some promise.
You alright?
Then again, maybe there's a lifeguard tower in this cabin for some fucking reason. Whatever.
That's right, it's me, Evil Mitch. I love dogs and hate red meat. No, that's impossible. I'm both humble and love my son. No! Baywatch is going to run for 4 more seasons. Stop torturing me. And you won't even be in the last one. Oh, thank God. It's worse than you think, though. And the season will be interminable. At least I'll be living my life happily elsewhere. Oh, you poor dumb bastard.
Much like the dumpster chasing Mitch down an alley, this is the perfect visual metaphor for Baywatch Nights. Lifeguard Mitch and PI Mitch, forever at odds, each struggling to take control. One is the vision of Mitch's success, and the other, his unfulfilled dreams. Slowly, the earth is swallowing up PI Mitch, caught in the gaping maw of the beach he once loved. He will never escape.
Subtext. What the hell is subtext?
Ryan, if you can hear me, I want you to pass on a message to Hobie. It's gonna contain a lot of expletives, so you might want to write it down for him to read later.
Wait, Ryan, the door's back.
I'm glad this quicksand situation solved itself, I guess. Anyway, that had nothing to do with anything, and we're back to wandering in hallways. Just want to point out, all of this is happening because these two couldn't wait less than 30 minutes for Teague. How will Mitch get out of this one? I don't know. Have him burst through a ghost dimension like the Kool-Aid Man. Why not?
Oh, yeah.
Mitch, are you okay?
I'm fine, Ryan. This is very important. Now listen. Did you get the groceries in the fridge?
Ryan points out it's 10:45, meaning Teague is late. Probably got caught up spritzing some flowers and lost track of the time of the demons. He's not the only one whose time is off. Mitch has 12 on his watch, and according to Ryan, that means he's in a different year altogether. I'm not sure how time travel would change how fast his watch works when they seem to be going in the same sync as each other, but maybe time works differently for him. So now, on top of ghosts, we've got time warps. Mitch has gone back to a time before Hobie existed, and burgers were invented in the late 1800s, so he's basically in the perfect era.
We have to touch. We have to make a physical connection.
Is this another one of your theories, or are you sure?
Touch my hand, Mitch. It'll bring us together.
I don't know, Ryan. I'm not touching your icky hand until I'm sure your theory is correct. Maybe I kinda like it here with the murderous prospector and my evil lifeguard self.
Hard to believe the show wasn't nominated for an Emmy. Wait, so just anyone who falls down the stairs will get outside? Seems like an easily exploited flaw in the ghost security system, if you ask me.
What happened?
I haven't been able to ask anyone cryptic questions in like 30 minutes, and who can wait that long for anything?
Yeah, I guess Ryan hasn't been haunted by demonic spirits since last episode, so now she's the one stuck in the time travel brothel. I still don't really understand exactly what's going on, but maybe T can shed some light on the situation.
What is haunted about a house is the place, not the time. Time is never constant, only a place. Time is a continuum.
Well, those sure were some words.
I won't ask you to get naked and hide in the tub, Ryan, because even though I'm a spirit caught in a time loop, I can't say anything that could be construed as gay.
Destiny, you can see the future. Do Mitch and I ever get together?
Oh, baby, 16 episodes from now, you won't even get a passing mention.
Ryan must use her smarts to get out of this situation. Figuring she can reason with Prospector Man, she asks him to tell her all about his horrible harlot wife that sent him on a killing spree.
Well, I suppose it all began when she found me chewing on a rat while I was out gold prospecting. Being 1890 whatever, there was basically nothing else to do. She found my resourcefulness charming, and I liked that she had most of her teeth. Seeing as how she was 14, she was basically an old maid with no other options. It was a timeless romance, up until she decided she wanted to work at a brothel by day and as a PI by night. I told her no, but she wouldn't listen. Anyway, long story short, that's why I hacked everyone to pieces. Boy, you know, when I say it out loud, it just sounds crazy.
There's some bad sound effects in there. I'm going back in.
Was that supposed to be Ryan?
You're not the only one.
Good luck, Teague.
Good luck, Teague.
Ah, you just disappeared. Okay.
Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
But not as spooky as this twist.
Mitch, wake up.
What happened?
You keeled over.
What? No! No, no, no! You don't just go to commercial and then come back and say this was all a fucking dream? How does... No! This makes no sense! Why would the whole episode be a dream when they encounter things like this all the time anyway? And also, why was he seeing things from Ryan's perspective? And what was that scene in the opening all about? That happened before he hit his head. Why? Why?
Oh, I had a horrible dream. And you were there, Ryan? And you were there, Teague? And the groceries, are they still in the fridge? What's their expiration dates?
Now that you're feeling better, we have to get on the road. I have a full crew meeting us at the haunted house.
So I think I'll pass on the haunted house.
I have to go. I will speak to you later.
Wait, he could just say no this whole time and Teague easily gives up? Since when?
Oh my god, Mitch, what happened to your arm?
Wait, so this... It was a Freddy Krueger type dream about a haunted time warp cabin that might have also been a prophecy about the real cabin Teague wanted them to go to?
I'm not going to sleep for a very long time.
Next time on Baywatch, CJ's mom comes to town from Vegas. Will the Baywatch team be able to save her from Shawn Michaels and his vest? Snake Eyes! It's time once again for Nights to Never Be the Same, everyone. We're swerving away from ghosts and shit to do an episode about voodoo. Voodoo is a real religion people believe in, and of course this has nothing to do with that, because it's another crappy episode of Baywatch Nights. You will be surprised to find out all 3 of the writers involved with this story are white. But not as white as Mitch Buchanan, who's just been called in to investigate another spooky case. A woman named Celia is being terrorized by strange visions of her daughter Annie. So naturally, she contacted the lifeguard who rescued her kid from drowning a couple years back. This is apparently not something they were sent to do by Teague, but they never explain why Celia thought to call Mitch or what she expected him to do. Are they still PIs and they came in that capacity? And to do what? All anyone knows at this point is the mom saw some shit and her daughter went to work. Does she know it's magic? Are there supernatural investigations common knowledge?
What is this, blood? Well, let me just stick my finger in that and ruin that evidence. Hey Ryan, am I right? It's blood.
You ought to know.
What's she into?
I don't know. Voodoo.
Ryan got that from one spot of dried blood and a tiny feather she found in it? What if it came from a pillow or something? Like, come on, there's far more compelling evidence she could have used. In Haitian voodoo, some practitioners turn people into zombies by using a powder that includes psychotropic elements such as blowfish. In the background of this shot, a poster for the band Hootie and the Blowfish can be seen. Therefore, it can be deduced that not only is Annie part of a voodoo cult, but Hootie and the Blowfish are being used to recruit impressionable young minds to their cause. Well, we're past the opening credits. It's time for Mitch to complain about that case he humbly took on. He didn't want to be spending his Saturday on a stakeout when he could have been spending it fantasizing about flying to Germany to pursue music and leaving Hobie far behind. Ryan suggests that they should pretend this stakeout is a date.
We could pretend it's a date.
Yes, more evidence that subconsciously she's attracted to Mitch. Somehow, Mitch turns this around and makes himself way, way, way creepier than Ryan in this scenario.
There's certain things you don't do on the first date that you do on maybe the 5th.
Well, then let's pretend it's our first.
How about the 10th?
Ew, stop it!
The male ego is a disease. Let's see where she's going.
So much for a date.
It's still early.
This is how powerful Mitch's grossness is. Ryan was the one who suggested this fantasy date scenario, and by the end, she's actively repulsed by the mere idea of it continuing any further. Anyway, they eventually follow Annie into, I think, the power plant tunnels that run through the whole city where they blew up Mitch's frog hybrid girlfriend?
Must be one of those rave clubs.
Ryan, you were the one who threw out voodoo earlier, but sure, a middle of the day power plant tunnel rave. Guess what? The tunnel is now a cave. Fuck you. Of course it isn't a rave club. That would be dumb. It's some people doing that voodoo they do. Mitch has got to put a stop to this.
2 men are no match for my 1 foot.
Mitch is a samurai sword guy, not a machete person, and thus he nearly gets his dumb blocky head chopped off. This is stopped by voodoo priest Papa Doc, and you can tell by looking at him that he's probably on the up and up.
MySpace.
Well, let's just add some more stuff on top of this offensive caricature by naming this guy after the Haitian dictator, Papa Doc. Really good taste, Baywatch Nights.
What do you do that makes you so brave?
I'm a lifeguard.
It's beyond parody anymore. Is it self-aware, or am I just slowly going insane? I don't know. I'm not a lifeguard. I can't decipher these things. I've got to cower behind Mitch. I'm on my period.
They just tried to decapitate me with machetes, Ryan. Quit being such a baby.
The history of my religion goes back 1,000 years. It all comes from Africa.
Well, that's very interesting.
The power of voodoo is no match for the power of Mitch not giving a single shit. He bounces back their threats with a concentrated blast of apathy.
Good luck with these guys, Ryan.
Annie didn't really want to be rescued because parents just don't understand. Stay out of it, Mitch von Malibu.
Heck of a date we're having, huh?
Enough!
Okay, here's where things start getting good, though. So, this Papa Doc guy is pretty pissed at Mitch for being a smug asshole, so he decides to curse him. This is when the thin veil separating Mitch's two realities, Lifeguard Lieutenant and Monster Hunter, is completely shattered. We have perhaps accepted Baywatch Nights to be some parallel world also starring David Hasselhoff, but it is scenes like this that remind us that it is, in fact, intended to be the same Mitch Buchanan in both programs.
Hey, Mitch! Mitch? 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 Mitch?
No time. Have to touch Ryan's neck again and say something condescending.
Don't worry, Mitch. Me and Chris are here to save you.
You'll never kill me with your incompetence. Activate self-destruct. Oh man, I wish Nights me had any friends.
I'm your friend, Mitch.
Shut up, you have girl cooties.
I guess we have nothing else to say about that.
While Mitch is convinced he's come down with a virus, Ryan does, their job and finds some voodoo stuff around his tower. How they knew what tower he would be at is a mystery. Maybe they had all of them covered and Cody is out there drowning somewhere. Ryan has the audacity to connect Mitch's sudden hallucinations with the voodoo ceremony they recently interrupted, suggesting that they talk to Teague. Seeing as how Teague is credit only, Mitch has got a better idea.
I got a better idea. Come on.
You've been tagged.
Who is this woman? Go fuck yourself. Nights is not concerned with things like that. You will never know her name, her relationship to Mitch, if there is in fact any relationship at all, or if there was any correlation between these two scenes whatsoever. IMDb tells me her name is Madame Truder and that she's a voodoo priestess, but neither of these things are ever uttered or implied. And for that matter, they said that Mitch saved Annie 2 years ago, not 6.
I rescued her daughter a couple years ago.
Whoever filled that out seems to be taking some creative license here. All we know is that Mitch says he has an idea, and then they cut to them talking to this lady who explains voodoo stuff to them. Is this another old friend of his? Or was she just like a voodoo lady in the paper, and Mitch noticed her ad while he was ignoring Hobie that morning? And if he thinks he has a virus, why does he decide to go talk to her? Was this written for Teague and they didn't have him that week? Is that why she's pruning flowers? Whoever the hell she is, she's played by long-running Showtime at the Apollo host Kiki Shepard. She is making her big return to Baywatch Nights after playing a camera woman in that episode where Lou Rawls got shot, but we will always remember her as Mitch's tough but fair physical therapist when he was temporarily paralyzed forever. Baywatch EU fans will also remember her from Thunder in Paradise, where she talked about dream crowns and hot sauce.
He's a Hongan priest from New Orleans. He's not somebody you mess with.
I didn't mess with him.
Well, you did bust in there and start throwing your kickboxing legs around, Mitch. I would maybe qualify that as messing with things a little. This lady's great advice? Ugh, don't even with that guy. I'm glad they talked to her so Mitch could completely ignore what she said, go to confront Papa Doc, and tell Ryan to stay in the car.
I'm coming too.
No, it'll get a lot more complicated if you...
Women be complicated, yo.
I'm glad this guy wields all of this dark power and leads a voodoo cult, but he still has to have, like, a minimum wage day job. He starts throwing around a bunch of magic at him, and then Mitch just, doesn't give a fuck. It's the opposite of badass. It's full-on too dumb to live territory. Why does Mitch seem to think this is parlor tricks? Does he think he had all of this stuff set up and the off chance the lifeguard PI came to his work? I don't know. Once the guy almost drowns you, maybe you should take his threats a little more seriously?
Look, if you kill me, it only gets me out of Baywatch Nights faster. I truly am a man with nothing left to live for, and that's what makes me so dangerous and unpredictable.
But wait, Mitch still has one thing that can make him feel an emotion.
Son of a Mitch, not a damn dog! It's not weird!
Now do you know who you're dealing with, huh?
Well, anyway, I'm on the clock.
Where did he get that from? His chest?
It begins at sunset.
What begins?
It's my best guess, but I think Papa Doc is going to use Annie to gain the power of demons.
It's the time of the demons once again.
Griff was in there somewhere too, but honestly, I'm not even going to talk about it.
While Mitch charges headfirst into danger like the dumbass he is, Voodoo Lady convinces Ryan to stay and help her cast the Curse of the Mirrored Box. As Ryan loves casting spells that involve demons, she's all in on this. No trauma left behind from the last time she tried that out. So what is the Curse of the Mirrored Box? Well, it's apparently based on a real curse meant to reflect back the evil someone else is putting on you. They never actually explain that at any point, despite the Voodoo Lady asking Ryan if she knows what it is, only that it's a good one.
It's a good one.
Someone tried this on Neely once, and they were never heard from again.
Your lifeguard can't save you now.
Oh no, now he's poking Mitch in the chest hair doll. Must be another stupid parlor trick.
You know, Tanya Harding could have used a guy like you.
No!
Get out of my head!
Isn't this just like Mitch? He's even made a voodoo demon sacrifice all about himself.
Yes, we got him!
Wait, what? The mirrored box reflected his evil back and made his chest explode? Karma! I don't even know what Voodoo Lady was worried about earlier. Seems like it was super easy to just kill him. Well, I guess the whole backstory about Annie's father dying and her falling into the wrong crowd and voodoo being a multifaceted religion with good and bad elements is not something they wish to explore any further. Trauma over. Mitch, isn't he cute? Many things happen during the course of this small interaction. First of all, Mitch kisses both mother and daughter. Problematic. Secondly, Annie says she's cast a spell on Ryan to make her horny for Mitch?
Here you go, honey. I love these little curls back here. They're so cute.
What are you doing?
We should go have a drink somewhere.
Okay, see, it's funny because Mitch did the exact same thing to her earlier. Looks like they cast the Curse of the Mirrored Box on him. The male ego is a disease. Next time on Baywatch, it's the girls against the boys. Baywatch proper is gonna end sexism with some prank time. Gotcha!
Nights will never be the same.
Somewhere along the line, I gotta believe the folks making Baywatch Nights thought they'd lost their way. Perhaps turning the spin-off of your lifeguard show into the X-Files was not the wisest creative decision. And thus, Last Breath takes a turn back to their roots by removing the monster stuff and just doing a batshit plot about some guy who kidnaps lifeguards. I can only assume they took a look at the episode in Season 1 where Caroline is turned into a human collector's item and were inspired to take another stab at it, much like The Simpsons would in 1999. And David Hasselhoff did that interview shitting all over the show and saying he was basically trapped in a prison of his own making during the filming of that episode, so I imagine he was incredibly pleased to see this script. The plot similarities aren't the only thing connected to the Curator. We also have the next and last appearances of Chris Fiore and Numi on Nights.
So when do we get to practice mouth-to-mouth resuscitation?
Additionally appearing in this episode is James Wilczek, who co-starred with Yasmine Bleeth in the soap opera Ryan's Hope. Coincidence? I think not. Not appearing in this episode, Yasmine Bleeth. It seems everyone wanted in and out of this mess, because we have a few more people coming back and turning right around through that revolving door. The first is Henry Brown as Detective Byron Brown, whom we last saw in Season 1. Everyone was wondering what happened to that guy. Behind the scenes, this is the second and last time Gregory Bonan decided to direct on Nights. In case you're curious, Bonan directed 2 episodes of Nights and 57 of the original show. Then we have the return of Anthony Guidera, winner of the 1996 MTV Movie Awards Best Kiss as presented by the band Kiss. We last saw him as the French photographer who romanced the homely CJ Parker in the episode where Mitch kickboxed his paralysis away. After winning that prestigious award, this episode of Baywatch Nights was the only project he did in 1996 where his character had a name. And last, but certainly not least, we have the return of our old friend Domino's. Anyway, this is the only episode of Season 2 that's not monsters or aliens or some other dumb shit, so it's Season 1 with more gradients on it. Last breath.
What a great lifeguard day.
Best day turn to the worst!
We've retrieved his can, but that's all. That's just not possible. Lifeguards don't just disappear.
Yes, truly impossible for him to have gone into the water and never surfaced. An unlikely situation for someone who works in the ocean.
Okay, this is just getting sad now.
You know, lifeguards don't just disappear in the water.
Unless they're chasing a ghost and or a woman who escaped from an asylum who appears to be a ghost, like Kirby did.
And they don't drown, not like that.
What are you even talking about? What is Ryan talking about?
If it was a shark, there'd be some sort of evidence. What else could have done it?
I don't know. Something.
Okay, that should be Mitch's answer for every question about what's going on for the rest of the show.
Oh, something.
Mitch decides he's gonna go swimming for a think, and Ryan warns him that it's too dangerous right now. His response? It's his water!
It's my water.
I can't believe the guys who wrote this wrote The Conjuring. But then again, The Conjuring was kind of overrated and portrayed a couple of known hoaxers as sexy ghost hunters, which is exactly something Baywatch Nights would do. But at least they had a budget and a good cinematographer, which means it's okay to glorify terrible people.
What are you doing here?
I'm very interested in the disappearance of lifeguards.
You have no idea how hard it is to decide what lines to acknowledge in one of these reviews when almost every sentence is the dumbest thing you've ever heard. But honestly, this episode blows my mind with just the sheer amount of dumb they've packed in. But anyway, Teague doesn't have any special knowledge here, he's just very interested in the disappearance of lifeguards. Ryan has been going over the records of every possible encounter a lifeguard could have with the public over the last couple years, saying the list is not long. Now, what exactly defines an encounter here? Like, the public seeing a lifeguard in the wild? A conversation? Just an altercation? I feel like by any metric, including what we've seen on Baywatch alone, the list would be very long. Ryan only has 2 examples here: angry surfers and a car accident over a cliff. Now, even if she narrowed her search down to car accidents over cliffs involving lifeguards, I feel like she'd still have a lengthy list. Anyway, for whatever reason, this car accident seems significant to her. A family of 4 went over a cliff, and a lifeguard was only able to save one of them, who happened to be a twin. Here's Teague's nonsense response.
Twins, Romulus and Remus, the founders of ancient Rome. When Romulus was murdered, his spirit avenged his death and protected his twin brother.
I'm sorry, did Teague suddenly become genetically spliced with a frog? Because he is leaping to conclusions. Let's sum up the sequence of events here, just to highlight how many brain cells we've lost watching it. A lifeguard disappeared while on duty, which other lifeguards have deemed impossible, even though that's an incredibly common way for a lifeguard to die. Ryan hops on to ask Jeeves to inquire about lifeguard encounters over the last couple years, randomly deciding some car crash with no unusual details is significant enough to highlight. Apropos of nothing, Teague decides a twin existing means there's a connection to Romulus and Remus. Therefore, the dead twin is avenging his death and protecting his twin brother from, something, I guess. You might have noticed I already spoiled that this episode has nothing to do with anything supernatural whatsoever, so Teague's theory about ghosts and Romulus and Remus or whatever the fuck has nothing to do with anything. How is this more confusing and ridiculous than other episodes featuring far more outlandish foes? In case you're curious, we are only 6 minutes in.
I'm not talking about ghosts. I'm talking about willpower. The combat soldier who refuses to fall.
Teague, shut up. Just shut up. And why is Ryan suddenly shitting all over ghosts existing? She was the one getting on Mitch's case about not believing in Prospector Fire Axe ghosts. Despite having precisely zero reason to do so, be it actual evidence or even personal motivation, Ryan calls up Mitch and says he should look into this car crash. Mitch talks to Gus, one of the lifeguards who was involved in the rescue. Numi was also involved with this, but the bad guy in this episode doesn't seem too concerned with him, just the other guys. And despite having the power of Numi on their side, they were only able to save one guy. Ryan could have told Mitch all of these details without asking the lifeguard who was currently mourning the loss of a friend to traumatically recount what happened, but at least we got to hear the same story twice. Twice. Twins. Romulus and Remus. Just when you think things couldn't get any stupider, suddenly Donna. And unlike 90% of her episodes in Baywatch Nights, she's actually here for a reason. To get kidnapped and traumatized.
Here, take him to shore for me. He'll be all right.
I'm just gonna sit around in the water and smile creepily at you for no reason.
It's Code Donna. Yep, she's done it again. She jumped off a bridge and couldn't figure out how to swim back to shore.
That's no accident. Somebody's after lifeguards.
Well, she did call in a kid in a riptide, which tends to pull you under and make your body hard to find, but I guess the only logical conclusion is someone is hiding under the water and pulling lifeguards into, I don't know, some sort of underwater cave system or something. Like this. You know what this brings to mind? That's right, Romulus and Remus.
For once, I'm not the most moronic part of the episode.
I don't know, you're still pretty dumb.
That's true.
Luckily for them, Mitch Von Malibu is mildly interested in what's going on. The car is still underwater, so Teague asks Mitch to investigate for, reasons.
You know, Teague, things that go bump in the night.
Actually, I want to talk to you about things that go bump in the night.
Things that go bump in the night.
Yes, the opening credits are still fucking going. This is 16 and a half minutes into the show.
I'm Griff. Somehow I heard you calling underwater and inside a trunk.
They found nothing inside the car and come to the conclusion that it probably wasn't a ghost that put Griff into a trunk. Good waste of time. So when the guy isn't snatching lifeguards, is he just diving nearby his family's sunken car perpetually, or... Mitch does what should have been done in the first place and heads over to the house where the living twin resides.
Spider Mitch, Stephanie is a bitch. Oh, we found the culprit.
Okay, but to be fair, Mitch has just broken into the home of someone who, from his point of view, only had the misfortune of losing his family in a car accident.
Take that, you piece of shit! What'd I do?
You come into his house and he attacks you. That's not enough for me to put out an APB.
No, but it is enough to arrest Mitch for breaking and entering. Or you could just let him go back inside with his friends and look through his stuff? Now come on! Arguably, this is the episode where Teague is required the least, and yet here he is doing the most he's ever done. Ryan wonders if this guy planned all of this in the 6 months since the accident, but Teague says his mourning turned into rage.
Look what he's done.
It's all directed at himself.
What are they referring to? The mess? He isn't practicing self-care? It would help if the episode showed us anything to back up any conclusion they come to at any point. This is just a team of idiots harassing someone with survivor's guilt.
Why don't you just blow his brains out?
What?
Why didn't he just kill himself, idiot?
Get a load of this logic from our hero, people. Mitch decides that him having not committed suicide yet means he's grabbing lifeguards so he won't die alone. The only thing they have to go on at this point is that Griff was stuffed into a trunk while diving. Which, I mean, it could have just been an accident and fell on him. I mean, he is Griff. And that still doesn't connect the accident to the lifeguards disappearing in any way whatsoever besides Mitch having read the script. Oh, see, he's been tying up their legs and using an underwater ski type thing. That explains how he's been able to magically grab people without surfacing and throw his voice like a ventriloquist and somehow not drown them and also apparently drug them. I'm such an idiot. Now they're just looking through his yearbooks and photo albums? How does this help them do whatever the hell it is they're doing?
Yeah, thanks. He's got Gus.
What?
Donna, fine, but not Gus. Not Gus!
All of this was so that Mitch could figure out that the guy is recreating the accident with lifeguards in place of his family, but he already knew magically that he didn't want to die alone, so all this did was waste time.
I'm guessing he's got to return back to the place that started.
Here.
No.
car.
You knew he was recreating the accident. Now come on!
We really appreciate you guys co-signing on our loan. Your mother and I were thinking that Gary should do the accounting. You think I'm stupid or something?
You know, Gary's always been good at math. You know that.
He's not better at anything. Why don't you just don't you touch me?
Oh man, tale as old as time. This guy killed his whole family because they said his brother was better at math. You can't really blame him.
Dear, loving, sweet brother. Remember him? He's the one that's better in math, Dad. That's my bro.
Okay, before I piss myself laughing, props for the twin effects. I actually think they were pretty damn good for the time. Shame they were wasted on a math-based car accident on Baywatch nights, but still.
Look, Ma, no hands.
But you are using your hands! You think being underwater will stop me from overacting? The fool. Doesn't he know he's in a lifeguard's domain? What do you know about Romulus and Remus?
Oh, ew, it's Donna. Never mind. You know, I'm beginning to think you don't even want to be rescued. Huh, fair enough.
He's not gonna make it. He didn't make it.
Baywatch Nights is doing the comedy edits for me. Every single sentence until the end is nonsense. It's like getting repeatedly punched in the face. Incredible.
Well, Teague, you were wrong. Wasn't a spirit out there.
Wasn't it? Seems to me it was. Spirit in pain, a tormented soul, releasing the monster inside.
For God's sake, just take the L, Teague.
It's not safe out there.
No, not completely. That's why they call it the ocean.
That's why they... What are you saying? Next time on Baywatch, Donna's recovered from the trauma of this event, and now she's posing for Playboy. But will that hinder her ability to rescue people from a rock slide? Rock on!
Never be the same.
Fellow Nights enthusiasts and/or innocent bystanders who can't look away, we've made it. Baywatch Nights is rocky and at times insufferable, but this episode is truly a highlight. At last, Mitch is gonna face off with the vampire.
We have creatures of the week now. We've got the blob, we've got the vampire.
You might have noticed that, in the fashion of The X-Files, a lot of the stuff they've faced on the show has been murky and ill-defined, some weird thing you've never heard of, or something you've definitely heard of but given a stupid name. Not so here. It's the vampire. Lifeguard/PI Mitch Buchanan faces the vampire, a tale as old as time. The vampire is played by Felicity Waterman, who the Baywatch team previously worked with on the pilot to Thunder in Paradise. She was set up to be a main character, then unceremoniously killed off-screen when it went to series so Hulk Hogan could steal her daughter or something. Whatever the reason was she didn't end up in the series, they were on good enough terms to hire her again to play the vampire. And oh, what a performance. Vampirgeflüster! There's a lot of slinking around to pseudo-enigma music in the opening here, but in summary, the vampire pours herself some champagne, rubs the glass against her boobs before taking it outside to another bottle of champagne so she can pour a tiny bit more champagne into the glass. Also, Ryan and Griff are jogging nearby. So apparently dumpy, schlubby Ryan has enlisted Griff's help in becoming buff, so they're taking a casual late-night fog jog.
I'm making record time on this fog walk. Better pick up the pace.
Yes, this is where we're at with trying to include Griff at this point. But they aren't the only weirdos doing this oddly specific activity.
You ready? Come on.
Yes, they did just add jump scare music to a jogger. Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
No, not the vampire!
Ryan and Griff happen upon the jogger's body, to which they react extremely mildly. Going into the daytime, which makes me wonder just how late they were out doing this jog, the homicide detective they speak to, another rando we've just met named Chorus, says a witness description of the killer matches a woman in the hotel across the street. So he asks Ryan to come along and see if she looks familiar. I don't know why they didn't ask the witness who said they saw the woman and instead asked Ryan, who stated she didn't see anyone, but who am I to tell Detective Chorus how to do his job? Griff excuses himself from the episode.
I'm Griff.
Oh yeah, she seems normal. Next suspect. Hey, is it procedure to bring a potential murder witness to meet the murder suspect face to face when there hasn't even been any charges and with no protection whatsoever?
Sunlight's too much for me to bear. It, pains my eyes.
Look, if this chick has been a vampire any longer than like a day, I'm sorry, I don't believe she's lived this long.
Do you have some sort of identification?
Absolutely.
Just a formality.
Something that's very important to deal with in life.
I'm sorry, what? While Chorus very loudly lists off the vampire's full name and license number to run a background check, Ryan covertly writes it down to do her own investigation. Basically, every single person in the room sucks at the thing they're supposed to be doing.
By the way, you have an explanation for the blood found on a nightgown of yours in the bathroom?
What? That's something he's throwing out in an "oh, by the way"? Why wasn't that the first thing he asked? Who is this man? Really though, the audacity of this bitch. Not only does she put absolutely zero effort into hiding that she murdered this guy or that she's the vampire, but she asked Detective Chorus to put her cloak on for her while they head out to the station. And he does it! Would have tried to not stand in front of the mirror, but okay. The first thing Ryan does is call Numi. She knows what's up.
Numi, thank God.
Unfortunately, Numi's not available because this was just filmed to fill in time. So she's gotta settle for stupid Mitch.
Alright, Ryan, you got 5 minutes to tell me about whatever bullshit's going on this week, and then I'm going into vacation mode.
How is that different than normal?
You know, you make a fair point. You should be a detective.
Mitch is already aware of the murder the night before and is pretty uninterested as usual. Ryan is beginning to suspect this woman is the vampire, but even for her, this seems far-fetched. I don't know why, but apparently this is sillier than usual. And if it's far-fetched for Ryan, she's got to throw out a damn good Mitch pitch for him to be pulled into it.
There was a reflection of him in the mirror, nothing of her. Mitch, she wears gloves.
Yeah, sorry, real quick, I'm just checking when my contract expires.
I think she's a vampire.
Okay, that's genuinely an amazing reaction. Masterful comedic timing. I have no critiques. At this point, we're all Mitch. But Ryan isn't gonna give up. In order to prove that this woman is the vampire, she pulls out a bunch of books she picked up with info about the vampires. Mitch's condescension is 100% justified in this situation. One of these is a pop-up children's book, for God's sake. And then Ryan's pulling out facts like the vampires wear gloves because they grow hair on their palms. I think having no reflection is probably a clearer sign of the supernatural than wearing gloves, but maybe the pop-up book has something about that. Ryan also points out that this lady has no permanent home, no birth certificate, and first got a credit card in 1951. I kind of feel like if this is information that is able to be pulled up by any ding-dong asking for a background check, maybe the vampire shouldn't have easily given it to the police. They might not think she's the vampire, but they'd probably suspect she stole someone's identity and not really help her out in the murder investigation. And this is admittedly kind of nitpicky, but women couldn't get credit cards without a cosigner until 1974, which Ryan waves away by saying the vampire used a large cash deposit to get around it. Which seems like a weird thing to have on record for someone who appears to be illegally in this country and is, you know, the vampire. Perhaps Mitch will reluctantly consider the idea that this woman is the vampire. Here is his response.
So what do you want to do about it?
Not his fucking problem. Ryan flirts with the idea of calling the police, forgetting that all of this started because she was accompanying the police on an investigation of this woman. So instead, she and Mitch are going to talk to the vampire themselves.
Whatever. Maybe if the credits run long enough, we can reach the end of the episode.
But first, they run to Mitch's place so he can take a shower, despite the fact he's magically become clean on the drive home. And this is gonna take some time. After all, he is a mountain of a man. In fact, this shower is so lengthy that Ryan has time to find blood on her sweatshirt, do some Googling on her computer, call a friend at the coroner's office, call Teague and ask him to bring over some forensics equipment, set up said equipment, and then run some tests on the blood. At this point, I kind of feel like Mitch snuck out his bathroom window and made a run for it.
Teague, what are you doing here? You don't usually show up until after I'm done with my 13-hour showers.
13. The unlucky number.
Take a look at this.
It's blood. Healthy and arterial.
Right, in its first stages of coagulation.
Obviously, blood hits the air, it coagulates.
Look at the next slide.
No coagulation, which means it has to be fresh.
And that blood is 12 hours old.
It's impossible. The blood coagulates.
Shut up. Just shut up. All of this was an extremely long-winded way for them to basically say the blood from the murder victim hasn't coagulated yet because of some vampire anti-coagulation enzyme or whatever. Look, you didn't need a microscope to look at some blood and realize it wasn't coagulated. That is something that is evident on a non-microscopic level. And Ryan already saw the woman has no reflection and believes she's a vampire. This is non-relevant information at this point. I do, however, believe that from now on, every show's boring info dump should be broken up by a disinterested middle-aged man making a protein drink in the background.
How long had the murder victim been dead?
Couple of minutes.
You hear that?
Mitch and I are gonna go talk to her in a little while. Do you wanna come with us?
No.
I thought this type of stuff really intrigues you.
Oh, it does. Quite a lot.
Yes, what could this mean? Is Teague doing his own investigation into the vampire woman? Is he hiding secrety secrets from them that will later come into play? Does he possess the forbidden knowledge of the vampire? The answer is a resounding, He has exited the episode, never to return. What the fuck? Just when you think things can't get more baffling, Mitch and Ryan head over to the police station and find it closed off. The building is being condemned, they have no power. In fact, they're in the process of cementing the entrances, but for some fucking reason, they are still conducting business inside. But at least this guy got his handgun folder out in time. Ryan has to make a quick pit stop inside, and who should show up but the vampire?
Oh, jeez, I never realized how creepy that was until someone did it to me. Man, I got issues.
I am, just waiting for someone in the women's restroom.
Are you always so protective?
Have we really given Mitch credit for the bare minimum of waiting outside while someone uses the restroom? Is this considered protective?
Fascinating. And most attractive.
Whatever floats your boat, lady. Yeah, I don't know why more shows don't include scenes where characters make post-poop noises just as a vampire mystically fades out of the hallway. Anyway, Mitch tells Ryan nothing about this, despite the fact that these two specifically came here to talk to a woman matching this exact description. Further inside the station, we are introduced to two comic relief prostitutes and their pimp. Pantalone? Anyway, I don't know, they'll come back into play later.
Hey, lifeguard, how's the water? Because we're drowning in here.
Wait, how does this guy know Mitch is a lifeguard? This is literally the first time these two have met. Ryan asks if they can speak to the vampire lady and can't come up with any lie whatsoever as to why they want to talk to her. Detective Chorus likes that and says to go right ahead.
Thank you.
Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
Alright, where's your client?
Ugh, this disgusts me as someone who doesn't eat a lot of red meat.
Why should they have a consistent establishing shot at the front of the building? It's not like it's a plot point that they're cemented in or anything.
The phone's dead. We can get calls coming in but not going out.
What? It's a magic phone that can take calls but not make them? This is nonsense. And the fact that they can receive calls doesn't even come into play. They could have just said the lines are dead. Well, folks, we're gonna be wandering around some hallways again. While Detective Chorus kills some time searching for his suspect, Mitch finally puts together that the lady he met in opera gloves that seemed kind of vampiric might be the vampiric woman in opera gloves Ryan was describing to him.
What'd she look like?
She's my height, my weight.
My height, my weight, irresistibly attracted to men who wait politely outside of bathrooms. Typical vampire stuff.
Oh no, I thought I was the main character!
You poor dumb bastard, didn't you see me?
Hey!
Rude!
This is scary, but it's no dumpster chase, that's for sure. Incredible how Mitch is able to transform into a stunt double, and suddenly he's even more monkey-like than usual. Somehow, doing this gets him away from the vampire for a little bit for reasons? Wait outside of the loo for me, like one of your French girls.
You are fascinating. Each time you just continue to impress me, to amaze me. You come so quickly, so unafraid, and for such a hopeless cause.
Look, love makes you blind, but what show is this lady watching? Because once he saw her, he was nothing but afraid as she followed his pee trail to where he fell down the stairs. Which, I mean, I wouldn't find that impressive, personally.
What do you want?
That is a question I have been asking for the last 400 years. For the first time, I think I may have the answer.
Yes, after 400 years of wandering the earth alone, it wasn't until this lady saw humble, sweet, jean shirt bedecked detective / lifeguard Mitch Von Malibu waiting politely outside a bathroom for his friend that she realized what love truly was. We still have 13 minutes left to fill. See you later. 13. The unlucky Ryan, a lady officer, Pantalone, and his prostitutes have been looking for the side door this whole time, and honestly, I have no idea what the layout is because they've been all over the place. Also, I mean, I feel like you could probably break out of some of the entrances anyway. I mean, they were just cementing it now, so it's probably not even dry. So I feel like they could have gotten out. Even the lady officer points out that she doesn't know where anything is and she works here, so this is needlessly confusing. Ryan says they should stick together, but the prostitutes have other plans.
If you want to stay here and like swap spit with a vampire, that's your turn on.
Cause we are out of here. This way, Jose.
VIPs of the episode. Now, where the hell is this in the police station? The warehouse section?
Once we get to that elevator, we're home free.
Pretty spooky, huh, folks? Oh no, let the vampire get me instead!
That bitch with the overbite, she did it right in front of me!
This might seem like an obvious suggestion, but can we replace Griff with this chick? Well, the vampire left prostitute girl with a message. Either Mitch Von Malibu gives over his body and soul to her, or everyone dies.
It's a tempting offer, but I'm still not over my exploding frog hybrid girlfriend, so... we die?
Right around this point, it's understandable that you may have forgotten that this is a spin-off of a lifeguard show. Well, not to worry, because they've incorporated water into the plot, so you know it's in the same universe.
It's water.
Why there's water, there's gotta be a tunnel.
It's the old vampire water tunnel rat trick. For some reason, that means the tunnel isn't usable, I guess. On to plan B. It's time to bring in the big guns, and that's Mitch's irresistible sex appeal.
Ladies?
I knew from the first moment that you were special.
I am just waiting for someone in the women's restroom.
That you are one of us.
The nights will never be the same.
I heard you like bad 90s video effects. Does this turn you on?
Honey, you're hotter than a burger patty sizzling on a grill and chillier than Hobie when I lock him outside. Give me some sugar, baby.
Back off, bad woman.
But you didn't even wait outside of the bathroom for me. Sure, why not? Gotta say, really didn't expect Pantalone to make it, but Baywatch Nights does nothing if not subvert expectations.
Kinda thought they were setting something up earlier in the episode for Teague to show up and save us. Oh well, I guess I'd better act really bothered by the light while I'm all alone so I can prank Ryan into thinking I'm turning into a vampire.
I want to suck your blood.
4 people died.
Next time on Baywatch,
Mitch is, hunting a vampire again. Also, it's a crappy backdoor pilot about firefighters and lifeguards. Let's get fired up.
Nights will never be the same.
We here at Baywatching Nights like to make a lot of jokes about the X-Files, and that's not going to stop, because this is one of the most X-Files episodes they ever did. We've seen a lot of stories aping the Creature of the Week formula X-Files excelled at, but this is their first venture into their more boring alien conspiracy/myth arc episodes. They did already do an episode featuring an alien and some shadowy, ill-defined organization that Teague works for at the very end, but I'd say that was mostly a dumb action story. This one is just straight-up X-Files. You know the drill. Space stuff and ominous figures in hazmat suits, floodlights everywhere, fan silhouettes, German text with the location, date, and time, and of course, things that explode and infect people. Anyway, this is called Space Spores. It's about space spores. We begin with NASA stock footage, harkening back to X-Files' most popular episode, Space. It looks great. The space shuttle Discovery is making its way back to Earth, and what do you know, they've brought back some dang space spores. These space spores land on the Burton farm, so it's time for a visit from the EIT, which is some sort of cryptic organization that's totally sneaky and covert.
Oh, it's routine, sir.
Got it.
Well, what's the EIT? Really, there's no reason for concern.
Sir, we need to check out your farm. No, I won't even make up a lie about who we are, but trust me, everything is a-okay.
check every nook and cranny, everyone, because if this shit gets out, we're talking full-scale invasion. The human race could disappear. Move, 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 move.
Well, after a thorough inspection, the EIT has determined this farm is clean of any and all space spores, except for all those space spores they left behind. You know what that means? It's Teague time, and he's called in Ryan and Mitch to help him investigate.
Let me guess, chupacabra.
What?
You know, Mexican vampires?
No. That's not one of the possibilities.
Firstly, Teague is the kind of guy who knows about Ajogans and psychic alien connections via lightning, but he's never heard of the chupacabra before. Secondly, while chupacabras drink the blood of livestock, I feel like calling them Mexican vampires is not an entirely helpful or accurate description. Thirdly, Teague wouldn't be saying that's not one of the possibilities if he had seen the episode of The X-Files about the chupacabra, which was also about some sort of space spore and had fuck all to do with the chupacabra, which aired, 1 week before this episode of Baywatch Nights. Anywho, the farmer and his daughter are missing, but Teague doesn't want Mitch and Ryan to investigate that. He wants them to investigate something, somewhere, for some reason.
So that's who we're looking for?
No, the police are on it.
Then what?
I don't want to give you any parameters. It clouds judgment.
So just wander aimlessly until the credits roll.
I'm not sure why, but our lifeguard PI team is not into that. So Teague reluctantly has to tell them fucking anything. He explains the situation, and, you know, if I were Mitch and Ryan, I might be pissed that he was trying to get me to blindly walk onto a farm he believes is crawling with contagious space spores. But then again, he wanders onto the farm crawling with contagious space spores himself and doesn't seem concerned about getting infected, so I have to conclude he's just an idiot.
You're alone on this. You think there's something here, but your colleagues, whoever they are, they don't buy it.
So does he work with the EIT then? If they're even called the EIT? And whoever the hell they are, what exactly is his role? He seems to be in charge of some folk at some level, and yet his crack field team is comprised of one forensic scientist, a middle-aged lifeguard turned PI, and occasionally their photographer buddy. I would still love to know how the hell this reluctant partnership came about, but if I knew the parameters, it would cloud my judgment.
You know, isn't it amazing with all the scientific brains you seem to have and all the resources you seem to have, the only help you can muster up is us?
That's what I'm saying! Mitch hears a dog whining, and we all know how Mitch feels about dogs, so he's not gonna help no matter how many times someone on set shakes a bush at him.
Enough!
Don't bother investigating or telling me about any of this. Ryan and I found an exploded rat in the barn. You gotta see this. It's awesome.
Somehow this connects to my frog hybrid girlfriend.
Time to bust out the old microscope, because science. But who needs science when we have Mitch Von Malibu on hand, the world's greatest detective?
Just poured himself a cup of coffee, lit himself a cigarette, when something at the window catches his attention. Now, follow me closely. There'll be a quiz later. He hears something at the window. Strange. Unusual. A farmer doesn't jump up every time he hears a cow burp.
Okay, I'm no farmer, but if I was sitting at my kitchen table and a cow burped so loud I could hear it from inside, I am absolutely gonna jump up. There was a point to Mitch's rambling, and that's that a cat exploded nearby, just like Mitch's frog hybrid girlfriend. Ryan faxes the exploded cat sample findings to a friend, who explains that the organism infects the host and then, like a plant, explodes to spread its spores and reproduce.
And then for some reason, it blows up. It explodes in order to spread its spores, and that's how it moves from one host to the next.
She follows up, for some reason, with, here's the reason. So I guess we know what some reason is in this case. And then, because they've discovered an exploded roach, rat, and cat, Ryan concludes that the organism is moving up the food chain, despite not knowing the order of explosion or if there are any other things infected. Obviously, the next step is Mitch's frog hybrid girlfriend. Guess no one looked that hard for the farmer or his kid. No one but Mitch Buchanan could have thought to look in the attic. Meanwhile, Teague has gone to the EIT for help. He can just walk around without a hazmat suit, it's cool. He says he's going to get Ryan and Mitch out now, but Colonel Hazmat says no. She also says not to tell them anything, and he gets upset, despite the fact that at this point he's told them everything.
I know these people, I trust them.
Look, Teague, your personal feelings are way low on my list of priorities here.
See, that's Teague's problem. He's just too trusting for the shadowy organization of government origin?
Teague, are you coming back?
As soon as I'm able. Until then, you do what you think you have to do.
What the hell are you doing? You just purposely compromised this entire operation. Lock him up.
Yes, ma'am. Come with us, Mr. Teague. You don't have that authority.
You can't be telling people to do things. You've just purposefully compromised this entire operation of us dinking around farms and giving them the all clear. Everything was running perfectly until you came along and said do what you think you have to do to a lifeguard. A lifeguard, damn it! Are you insane?
Wow, this is crazy. Maybe we're finally getting some world building here. Teague and this colonel clearly have a tense history. I wonder what we'll uncover about them as the season— oh wait, sorry. She's just in this episode and we find out jack shit. So, Teague's out. Who else can help? I'm Griff.
Well, we're fucked.
Wait, is that locked up?
Lock him up.
Things go from bland to worse when one of the hazmat guys turns out to be infected. Better set off the tent alarms.
Colonel, he's been contaminated. One thing, stay away from him.
Oh, that was scary. Well, I'm glad we never come back to this. Whew. I'm Griff?
Sir, we've got a code 7. That's right, Griff on the loose. Griff on the loose!
This vague government organization is no match for a photographer in white sneaks. Ow! Somehow punching me in the mask knocked me out. I'm Griff! We all know infected dogs can't resist a Griffey snack, so he's trapped in the driveway while Mitch becomes a distraction. This will buy time for Ryan and the little girl to get to the ambulance, but mostly Mitch wants to confront the thing he hates the most.
You damn dog! Why couldn't you have infected Hobie? Then we'd all be happy!
But somehow they lose track of it? Wow, great job by all! Well, time to explode like Mitch's frog hybrid girlfriend. This is what I love about Baywatch. Even their dog explosions have to be overkill. I kinda love Griff's reaction, because at this point, he knows absolutely nothing about what's happening, and he just saw a dog blow up the fuck out of nowhere. Anyway, Ryan and the little girl are infected with the Dayglow paint.
It's too late, the gestation's already started.
Now, Mitch doesn't know nothing about no fancy schmancy gestating.
I don't know anything about gestating.
But he knows a little something about exploding after his frog hybrid girlfriend and all. If a decompression chamber can save divers from blowing up when they come up too fast, it can surely rid a person of a space spore. I'm Greg!
Never mind why we have weird fans in here or why we're taking them in on stretchers when they can walk. This is my save! Let my presence be a comfort to you.
Now was the time to remove my helmet when we know for sure infected people are on the loose.
Oh my god, there's a lifeguard and a photographer in here. Do we shoot? I don't know, I'm scared. I don't want to die!
You guys all have guns, but what about my one gun? Damn, you're right, stand down. They're at popcorn stage, they're saved!
Got to survive and be in better projects. Yeah.
Well, guess it's over, and there's no reason to arrest them or hold them at gunpoint by a jeep or whatever the hell these guys do. Makes it easy!
We felt real bad about your dog exploding and all, so here's another one, little girl.
Just know that I never agreed to replace the exploding dog and take no responsibility for it.
I guess you know getting us involved in something like this almost got us killed.
But it didn't.
On the road again.
Can we find a gas station? I need to go to the bathroom.
I told you to pee before we left.
But now I have to go poop.
Fine, but I'm not waiting outside the restroom, because that's how vampires get the hots for me.
Can I change the music? I want to listen to Enigma.
David Hasselhoff or nothing.
Next time on Baywatch, Inside Sports photo shoot. Meanwhile, Mitch swims in some toxic chemicals and gets sick or something.
Don't you know that you're toxic?
Nights will never be the same.
Folks, Baywatch Nights is about to become scarier than it's ever been. We've faced a Jogans, bad math twins, and exploding frog hybrid girlfriends, but never has it been more frightening than when we get into the warehouse section of the season. Quite unfortunately, the Mobius is the first of many, many episodes they decided to set almost exclusively in the same damn warehouse, because the last 10 cents of their budget got lost in the couch cushions. According to IMDb, the episode that aired after Spores was Possessed, but the German DVDs list a different order and air dates. I didn't explain this very well before, but I should note the German DVDs include the German and US air dates, which is what I was going by. Judging by Germany's dedication to the historic preservation of all things Hoff, it's more than likely their air dates are the accurate ones. But since I've been using IMDb as the basis for all the other videos, and the other seasons of Baywatch and Nights are in the same order, I've decided just to swap these ones out and continue using IMDb's air dates for everything else. I don't really have a way of verifying either one, unless I went insane and bought like 300 different TV guides, and honestly, I care more than you about this, but not enough to go that far. Anyway, this was a very boring paragraph in this review. Ready for a dull warehouse? The German name of this episode is Dimension X. Pretty funny, huh, Krang?
Damn you, Mitch von Malibu.
If only we were watching something as layered and profound as the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But unfortunately, we are watching Baywatch Nights. And hey look, Bistro Nights exists again. Will we ever find out if Donna really sold it? Or has Baywatch told us another beautiful lie?
You need a tie.
I don't like ties. I was in the water and the waves came and I went over the garden. This is the latest fashion statement. I think I look just fine.
Headcanon, Garner told him that was cool just before he left as one last parting shot. I do appreciate Ryan talking down to Mitch for a change, though.
This is a tuxedo. This is not a tuxedo. Once again, this is a tuxedo.
So Mitch and Ryan are off to the opening of Lou's new club down at the beach. Apparently, pursuing his music career full-time didn't work out. Very strange to see this remnant of Blue's Detective Baywatch Nights referenced at this juncture, but I can assure you, we will not be seeing anything as interesting as Lou Rawls in his new nightclub. Anyway, this thorough Mitch dunking is interrupted when Ryan's best friend Ashley we always knew about shows up. Even Mitch says he doesn't remember her, despite Ryan always talking about her, apparently, and how she helped her pass her science classes in college, etc. Ashley has showed up with a problem, but Mitch points out they're going to the club while giving her the smarmiest grin he can muster. Ryan is rightfully annoyed at him, because he's an asshole, but the camera tilts into a Dutch angle, which means some creepy stuff is gonna happen whether Mitch likes it or not. Ashley and her husband John were conducting some quantum physics experiments, and if there's one thing Baywatch Nights and I understand, it's quantum physics. They were messing around with some particle accelerators and created a time-space convergence. You know the drill. Mitch immediately tunes out and starts thinking about seagulls or something.
I don't follow.
Good. God, I thought it was just me.
Yeah. Particle accelerators and time-space buttholes or whatever. Tick-tock! Lou won't reserve our seats forever!
Ashley is worried her husband has become obsessed with this convergence and might enter it himself. So she's come to Ryan and Mitch because they can do something, I guess.
We can go over there, can't we?
Oh, absolutely. Let's help your friend.
I'm gonna call Teague. The experiment will interest him and, maybe he can help.
Oh, good idea.
Question, are we even supposed to like Mitch at this point?
I've never seen particle accelerators do this.
What, shine a spotlight from the ceiling? Yeah, I guess that's not what they're typically used for. I actually went down a rabbit hole trying to understand particle accelerators for this video, and I don't even know why I bothered, because look at this. You don't even see the accelerator. It's the quantum physics version of our town. Anyway, the guy who plays John is Neil Roberts, bringing yet another future Nick Fury alumni into the Baywatch Nights fold. As you can see by Hasselhoff's unbridled enthusiasm, he was enamored with his performance. Alright, so everyone's speaking in fancy schmancy science talk, but Mitch doesn't understand big words like anomaly and time. What he does understand is football. You right in the nuts! Alright, just go in already. Behold, the wonders of multi-dimensional travel! Mitch must now find Ryan and Ashley within this vast warehouse landscape. Meanwhile, John and Teague display starkly different sides of the acting spectrum.
No, they're gone!
So, just to review. Ashley was worried her obsessed husband would jump into a time-space convergence, so she went to her old college friend and the asshole lifeguard she's made a devil's pact with to come over to their particle accelerator to do something unspecified, only to just wander over and get all three of them pulled inside by a mummy of some sort, while her husband seems to have a very strong desire to not go anywhere near the dangerous time-space convergence. Mitch wears a suit. Teague is mildly interested.
They're not coming back. Calm down.
Please, you're acting like you don't see someone jump into a time-space convergence every day. According to the IMDb description, we were developing an inanimate laser, whatever that means. Yeah, well, one of our episode descriptions had a slur in it at one point. Anyone can write those things and nobody checks them.
Teague calls whoever the hell works for him, or he works for, or with, or whatever, and asks for a satellite scan to trace the target coordinates of any magnetic impulse generations emanating from this location, thus proving he can also say a bunch of smart-sounding words. In case you're wondering, this doesn't go anywhere. Meanwhile, what's Mitch up to?
An alternative universe school! Kinda thought he was gonna do more than just jump on me and run away. Oh, Ryan!
Hey, Mitch, I was just waiting here to grab your leg like a normal person.
Take this, you son of a Mitch!
Upon finding a rubber duck and a teething ring, Ryan concludes that humans have been here, and thus they're in a parallel dimension.
Okay.
Sure, they just jumped into a spotlight and landed in a ghoul warehouse, but an alternative universe is too far. The audience speculates if this episode has anything to do with that cutscene in Search and Rescue where Mitch mentions an alternative universe where a young girl got trapped in something way over her head. Which is not precisely how I'd describe this plot, but also sounds condescending enough to be Mitch's description. You might be wondering why this was called a time-space convergence when it's more of a space convergence. Well, here's what Ryan says.
Jonathan called it a time anomaly. It's another place, but the same time.
If it's the same time, why would it be called a time anomaly? What? But Mitch suggests that they're in the future, which Ryan thinks is a stupid thing to say.
I think we're in the future.
Oh yeah, the future's really gonna look like this.
I've pulled some ridiculous things out of my butt for the sake of clunky exposition, but an apocalyptic future with mutants in a parallel world? I wish you could hear yourself speak.
What appears to be a moronic episode of Baywatch Nights is, however, a smart social commentary. This is a window into our potential future if we're not careful. For in the sweet, sweet days of 1997, the world might be all beach fun in the sun. But if we don't change our ways, in the far future of 1999, we'll be one global warming away from becoming a warehouse full of mutants.
Wednesday, September 15th, 1999. Fires consume West due to ozone layer breakdown.
When at last climate change is reversed and we live in a beautiful utopia, we will look back on this episode of Baywatch Nights with fresh eyes and finally say the words they deserved all along. Thank you.
Pretty environmentally friendly, huh, folks?
Knowing that the world ended in late 1999 in the Baywatch universe, it makes a lot more sense that Baywatch Hawaii turned out how it did. Anyway, a giant egg?
Holy free holy! How do I make an omelet out of that?
Came out of that thing.
Oh, there it is! Oh my God!
Will we come back to this egg? No. While they continue to wander around the warehouse some more, now's a good time to note that this was directed by David Livingston, who has helmed more episodes of Star Trek than any other person. So in between directing episode 586 and 587 of a beloved sci-fi staple, he decided to take a quick detour to film an episode of one of sci-fi's biggest embarrassments. Kinda interesting to see how projects turn out when you take directors with some legitimacy and give them negative dollars to film on. And it's hard to tell what Baywatch Nights is ripping off at the moment because they have so many better franchises to choose from, but I'm pretty certain this episode only happened because Sliders was popular. Meanwhile, Teague gives a pep talk to the scientist guy. But perhaps it is Teague who needs the pep talk, for he is frightened and unsure of the fate of his only friends, or whatever they are to him.
She is alive. So are Mitch and Ryan.
Yeah, but you don't know that, do you? Do you?
Wow, brilliant. Well, I'm just gonna turn the Teague energy knob up a little bit and,
Now, they may only have one chance, but that one chance is you. You got that? Now you get out your old-fashioned slide rule. You power up your newfangled heights, and you start caring about the people who need your help. The people who are depending upon you and me to get them back.
Yes, yes, yes! We may never really know what Teague's whole deal is, but I can tell ya, watching him is compelling. Whoop, cameraman got drunk again. And who's this? That homeless guy that showed up in a couple episodes of Baywatch in season 1. Guess after Jill died, he wandered into another dimension for a while. He's pretty much resigned to death, explaining how the sun burnt everything up, etc., etc. And then Ryan asks when?
Can you remember when?
You just looked at a newspaper with the exact date. Actually, why were they still making newspapers if the world was destroyed? I'm beginning to think the ozone layer isn't the only thing with holes in it. Also, this guy was Ryan's physics teacher in their dimension. Supposedly, this is a plot point because they ask him later how to get out of this world, but his answer is just to go back to the place they came in, which is kind of obvious.
Our great arrogance killed us all.
Arrogance? I don't get it. So exhausted. Need burgers to refuel. Hi, Kima!
Girls can do it too.
Fresh fruits and vegetables.
Grab the back of my belt!
Why?
It will help somehow.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I couldn't have gotten through here if I hadn't held onto your belt.
I guess they got to home base. So now Mitch can complain about how if Ryan didn't want to help her idiot friend, they would be listening to Lou Rawls right now. Which kinda seems like a metaphor for the genre switch between seasons 1 and 2. Mitch beats up some more ghouls and they find Ashley. Teague finds one of the many Nerf footballs John just happens to have lying around his particle accelerator room and puts a message inside for Mitch and Ryan.
What do you know about things that go bump in the night? Teague!
I love you.
I know you do.
Han Solo, move over!
Dr. Arnold's notes. It'll show us how to avoid all the stupid... We lost the notes.
But we know what's going to happen. It's up to us.
Hooray! They stopped global warming, or something. Why did they bother with Mitch going back for some notes written by Ryan's old physics professor, only to have them burn up and leave us with basically,
only you can prevent forest fires?
What was that giant egg about, and why were all of Teague's scenes giving a pep talk to a guy who ultimately did nothing? Who cares?
Well, we're all gonna burn up horrifically in 2 years. Wanna go to Bone Town?
Nice try. I'm disgusted by you again.
Next time on Baywatch, Stephanie gets married! Meanwhile, Mitch hunts a giant jellyfish. Here comes the bride!
Nights will never be the same.
Fellow members of the Baywatch Nights, today we bid so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen goodbye to Donna. Not in Baywatch, of course, because unfortunately she's there through season 8. But as far as Baywatch Nights is concerned, they filmed the episode Possessed and called it a day. At the halfway mark of season 2, they finally realized she and Griff really had no point and just stopped bothering. And in case you were wondering, Griff has 2 more episodes before he disappears. And no, they didn't bring him over to Baywatch proper. Pour one out for all the Griffs out there, I guess. Anyway, while I'm at it, I thought I'd bring up the screenwriter for this episode, Donald R. Boyle. He was a co-executive producer for Baywatch Nights and responsible for the stories and scripts for about half of season 2. He was also a producer for half a season of Baywatch Hawaii before it seems like he called it quits on Hollywood. Somehow, this ties into the theme of halves here, where Donna and Griff were there for half this season, Donna is in half this episode, and Baywatch Nights is half-assed. But mostly I wanted to bring Donald R. Boyle up because he was one of the creators of Manimal, and that rules. Enough about that. Possessed! I originally wrote Poozest in the script here, and that made me laugh. Speaking of lazy things like that joke, it seems that when that alien kid beamed off into space or died or whatever the hell, his gay alien dads moved away and then a serial killer moved into the same house. I do not envy the realtor who has to try and put this place back on the market. This scene really informs us of the grisly nature of this man's crimes. According to the newspaper headlines in this collage, killer kills again and again! This medical examiner here explains to the audience that the guy responsible was killed by police outside the house in a much more exciting but probably costly scene that we won't be seeing. He also notes that this serial killer's MO seems awfully similar to another serial killer, Richard Kempler, who died 4 months prior. He knows all about this guy on account of his tragic backstory they bring up a couple of times and then drop. But that means that he's also onto what's really going on here. Obviously, a serial killer ghost is possessing people, and that spells bad news for whichever of our beloved main characters he inevitably chooses to inhabit. Or Donna.
Time for acting! Did someone order a creep around here?
The medical examiner has come to Mitch and Ryan for help finding Donna, because she was hidden away where no one would ever find her. Her house. As I'm sure the serial killer ghost did with all the other guys he possessed, Donna is posing sexily with lingerie in the mirror, sexily takes a shower, and then goes back to the mirror to pose sexily but naked this time. This is how she spends the first 8 minutes of the episode. This may be Donna's last hurrah, but oh, what a way to go out. So far, you could generously say her most prominent plot on Baywatch nights has been jumping off of a bridge and getting lost. But now, it's Donna's time to shine. Take it away! Every one of her strengths is on display. What a tour de force! Look, I don't want to be too mean here because acting is hard, but I just kind of feel after a certain point, you gotta pivot your story when you see Donna D'Errico screaming and running around with a knife in what can only be described as some sort of sick parody of what human beings act like. On the other hand, I did laugh, like, a lot, so maybe they didn't need to change anything.
What the hell kind of acting is going on in this house?
Oh no, I ran a stop sign, I'm going to jail! So how exactly did Donna become possessed by a serial killer? Well, I'm glad you asked. A few weeks prior, an 18-wheeler hit a prison bus and ended up killing the previously mentioned serial killer. I know they said he died 4 months ago in the opening scene, but they can't be expected to remember as far back as 10 minutes.
A few weeks ago.
Kempler died 4 months ago.
Anywho, his blood got everywhere and infected a bunch of people involved in the pileup, including Donna. No other explanation is necessary. This is just a property inherent in serial killer blood.
He preyed on young, attractive women.
And now Donna is the female version of Kempler?
Yes, which is why she targets men, because nobody is gay in the Baywatch universe.
Oh, hey there, big boy. You want to go get murdered or something?
What?
Wow.
Oh my god. Hey, don't go crazy on me.
Don't say that to me. We have to take our time. We have to really enjoy this. It's so pretty. You know how much I like it. It's crazy neat. It's all sex and death.
You don't have to kill him. Don't do it.
I have to kill him.
He said I wasn't the new Pamela. He has to die.
Okay, I guess if I was that guy, I'd be scared too. But I do have to mention, she's pointing the dull side of the knife at him through the entirety of this interaction. Donna has 2% of a personality on a good day, so you can imagine the struggle she's going through to assert herself over the serial killer ghost. Luckily, she manages to call her good friend lifeguard/PI/monster hunter Mitch Buchanan during the process. He doesn't get much information, but no detail will go unnoticed when Mitch is around.
I heard a small plane in the background.
Just take my word for it. I know exactly where they are.
Now kiss me.
No, please, you smell like 3 different lip smackers.
Lady, please. Ah!
We both can't pretend scream. We're meant to be. What? Here comes the Slim Fast. Blah.
I'm here to help.
Donna?
Ah, yes, the Donna POV, where she's either 2 feet tall or just running as she stares at the ground for some reason, as she does.
How do I look as I'm chasing down a serial killer ghost? Cool? Oh shit, a bistro owner!
Mitch! Donna!
You stop fake screaming right this instant, Missy, or I'll take your makeup away!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, Mitch! I ran a stop sign! You have to kill me or it'll never end!
Okay. Well, I killed Donna. We won't be seeing her on this show again.
Nah, they didn't really kill Donna. The actual explanation is far more insane.
They're currently removing any traces of Kempler's blood from her body.
What? How? What? That's literally impossible. Unless you drained her of all of her blood. Why am I even entertaining this thought? Even if you had the ability to separate someone else's blood from your body, how would they even identify it? The serial killer gene? Riverdale has a lot to answer for.
This is getting real dumb. What do we have, like 20 more minutes to fill?
That's right, Mitch, but it's incredibly boring, so we can just speed right through.
Whew, that's a relief. I popped my collar up so I'd look cool in front of the next serial killer.
Yes, that's my husband.
Hey, weren't you that lady who slept with me so you'd win that bikini contest earlier this year?
Yes, you might also know me as a car thief in that episode where you found out your favorite childhood band was made up of gang rapists.
Oh, small world.
And in case it's important, my husband was Mr. Sex in that hotline episode, and I was previously married to that reused establishing shot we saw earlier.
I'm beginning to think our resources have been stretched kind of thin in Season 2 of our Lifeguard X-Files spin-off series.
When I got too close to him, Kempler made it personal. He went after my wife. She was his last victim.
You never told me that.
Look, I have to be honest with you. My wife was one of Kempler's victims.
I'm glad we got that personal story about this medical examiner wanting to avenge his dead wife. Well, time for me to barge in and steal that story for myself, because Ryan's been kidnapped. Even though I had no reason to believe he would be here, my flash grenade trap went off without a hitch. Without a Mitch, damn it! Without a Mitch! Wow, you're right, that does sound better.
So this started out as some soft-core thing about a serial killer possessing Donna to kill men sexily, and now he's some weirdo with a serial killer code wherein Mitch must prove he is a worthy adversary and rescue Ryan while half-blind and deaf. Also, apparently he's a huge movie buff, because that's basically the only other thing he talks about as this policeman. Things just sorta happen on nights.
Come on, Mitch. Come on. Hang in. Come on. Go to your training. It's like a night dive, huh?
And that's why this is just like being a lifeguard. We're never gonna stop trying to convince you that that's relevant.
You see, Mitch had to rely on his other senses to just, I don't know, find the guy and punch him a lot. Just like lifeguarding.
Mitch Buchanan, your thoughtfulness has meant so much. Thank you for almost killing my husband and saving his life, Ellen Regan.
You know, the problem with people today is not enough of them write thank you notes after their husbands are possessed by serial killers and then a crazed blind and deaf lifeguard/PI punches their face into a pulp. And then they remember there were 8 cars in that pileup, and so far they've only stopped like 3 people. The end. Next time on Baywatch, Stephanie dies! Will she get in one more actually before kicking the bucket? Rest in peace! Previously on Baywatch, Mitch just lost the love of his life, Stephanie, to a damn boat mast. Anyway, now on Frozen Vikings. Baywatch Nights doesn't know or care what your emotional take on anything is at this point. What Baywatch Nights does know is how to waste time, so we're treated to 2 minutes of stock footage while Teague speaks to some no-names via voiceover. Volcanic activity in Iceland has knocked some glacier pieces loose, and they've discovered 2 frozen Vikings inside. Teague, apparently having authority across the globe, orders the Vikings be shipped to California, because where they film the show is his home base. I mean, he can probably get a team to Iceland to check it out, but what happens in the unlikely event of these Vikings unfreezing, coming back to life, and engaging in an ancient Viking feud, but there's no lifeguard/PI around to fight them with his expert ancient Viking knowledge? What then? Hey, guess what? They're gonna bring these Vikings back to life. There's another minute or so of voiceover where they explain how this will be accomplished, but it's all a bunch of bullshit, so don't worry about it. And if you have the fortitude to make it this far into the episode, you are rewarded with a shot of Teague just standing around. Pretty cool stuff. How do you unfreeze a Viking? Type a bunch of stuff on a keyboard or something? Yeah, sure, why not?
We have definite signs of internal warming.
Throw in a reused Star Trek prop and we're good to go!
The computer is initiating final defrostation.
Warm liquid goo phase complete. Evacuation beginning.
For some reason, Teague has called Mitch and Ryan to be there for this momentous occasion. So far, none of our main characters have said a single line on screen. When at last our Texan/lifeguard team arrives, Ryan is bugging Mitch about visiting some Vortex in Sedona. As someone who grew up in Arizona, I'm gonna save them the time. All you will find is a bunch of new age shops selling crystals and incense. The landscape is cool though. Mitch seems mildly interested in going, which is a lot for him, but he warns Ryan. She knows how he feels about boogity boogity.
There are all these legends about
You know how I feel about boogity boogity.
I'll go to Sedona with you, Ryan, but don't you go talking about vortexes or spirits or whatever. I'm still getting over the explosion death of my frog hybrid girlfriend.
Oh yeah, didn't Stephanie just die?
Who?
You'll change your mind, I guarantee it.
You're gonna love this.
This is a bold claim, considering Mitch has never given any indication that he can still feel love at this point. But as we will find out later in the episode, Mitch does seem to have a previously undiscussed fondness for Vikings.
Oh no, our flimsy straps did nothing to contain him.
One of the Vikings is on the loose, while the other one waits for the stupid battle at the end, and the one that's awake is not happy about it. And they kept his plastic sword and helmet right next to him? Man, they really bungled this one.
Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
What do you know about things that go bump in the— Whoa!
Man, you can see the plastic seam lines on the helmet. Like, you could have just not had him wear a hat, maybe. I mean, I know it's just to hide the bad wig, but, I mean, didn't make that any better, so...
He was a Viking.
Not was. Is.
And where was he during all of this? Just waiting by the fog machine for his entrance? The show never bothers to explain what the fuck is happening at any time, but this is Dr. Lancaster, and I guess you're just gonna have to assume he was off camera, but totally here this whole time. Lancaster is played by Edward Mulhare, who Hasselhoff fans might recognize as Devon from Knight Rider. It's quite unfortunate that this was his last acting role before his death, but I guess in Baywatch Nights' favor, as far as Knight Rider reunions go, it's less embarrassing than what they did with him in Knight Rider 2000.
Whatever the fuck that means.
Frozen Out of Time is a magnificent example of wasted talent. In addition to this being the end of Edward Mulhare's 50-year career and Hasselhoff's Monkey's Paw Wish, there are several other notable guest stars. There's Tom Dreesen, a comedian who was part of Tim and Tom, which is credited as being the first interracial comedy duo. He also toured with Frank Sinatra, and here he is playing a random fisherman who fights a Viking. Speaking of the Vikings, who never get names of any kind, they're played by Sven-Ole Thorsen, bodybuilder and frequent Schwarzenegger collaborator, and Nils Allen Stewart, a prolific stuntman who, most importantly, played Jesse Ventura in the extremely accurate and official The Jesse Ventura Story.
Come on, man, you sold him out. He's supposed to be a smize. Come on out, you butthead.
Anyway, who's gonna take care of this dang Viking? And how can we relate this to lifeguards?
Mitch, you know the docks. Find him.
Perfect. No one can navigate docks like Mitch von Malibu, and therefore he'll be able to find the Viking there, because somehow they know he went to the docks. Mitch suggests they call the police, but that's stupid. What are they gonna do that a single lifeguard/PI can't do on his own?
Find him. We have the resources to handle this.
Do you?
If you have the opportunity, use this.
What the hell is it?
An X-Files Nerf gun. It won't help you catch the Viking, but it might look cool.
Alright, well, then I better take some competent backup with me. Ryan, call Griff!
I'm Griff!
Oh, shut up!
Meanwhile, Ryan asks Lancaster how he knows so much about her and Mitch, despite the fact he's not really said anything about them. And this is his response.
Oh, I'm quite familiar with you, and with the help that you've been giving to Teague, the gift you have in achieving results. Your persistence, his arrogance, unbeatable.
Alright, well, first of all, hats off to Edward Mulhare for almost making that line sound believable. Secondly, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Do they have a gift for achieving results? So far, it's kinda seemed like they just stumble into dumb shit until episodes come to a merciful end. The last episode, they didn't even really conclude the serial killer ghost plot. You just have to assume maybe they got the rest of the possessed people later. I'd describe Mitch and Ryan as very beatable. But kudos for calling Mitch arrogant and then pretending like that's an advantage somehow.
That's what happens, Griff. You try and play God. I never consider the downside.
I'm Griff. Mitch seems to relate an awful lot to this Viking guy, and Griff, like us, wonders why Mitch knows all of this Viking stuff all of a sudden.
You live around the sea your entire life and not appreciate the greatest men in the history of the sea. The Vikings actually started cities in Europe. The Vikings were so fierce that the English even had a prayer for them. Lord, protect us from the wrath of the Vikings.
Yeah, everyone, can't believe you missed that Mitch is a real history buff when it comes to ancient Vikings. Except for all of the bad stuff he sugar-coated over or forgot about. You're not a true Baywatch fan if you don't know this factoid about Mitch, Viking expert.
I've always been into Vikings, Griff. It's a passion of mine that I've often discussed. Maybe it doesn't come up that often in conversation with normies, but if you're gonna talk to a lifeguard, ancient Vikings are gonna be discussed one way or another, and especially in these 7 seasons of Baywatch and 2 seasons of Baywatch Nights, 9 seasons of Viking lore. I'm Valhalla!
Well, if I'd lived back then, I might have been one of them.
Mitch von Malibu, honorary samurai and ancient Viking.
My favorite part of being a Viking would be the raiding and the pillaging.
And yes, we're still seeing credits 21 minutes in. If you're unlike Griff and you can do the math, that is halfway into this fucking endless episode.
Get away from there!
You heard him. Get away from that box.
Can you believe this guy taking a big ol' honkin' bite out of our fish?
Used to be back in the day, Vikings treated us fishermen with a little more respect.
You hear that, Viking guy? Get away from that box, you fish eater. Stop with the disrespect.
Yeah, stop with the disrespect.
Oh, that's the opposite of what we said.
Man, that's a big son of a bitch. Man, that's a big son of a bitch. Maybe you better just let him have the fish.
Like hell.
Dude, he's bitten into one fish. Calm down. I'm sure you take into account some losses on the job. It's not that big of a deal.
It's nerf or nothing. What was even the plan here?
Yes, understood. Well, I've been called out of the episode, darling. Why was I even here? Anyway, goodbye forever.
Wait. If I'd lived in your time, I would have been one of you. I mean, if I had Scandinavian ancestry and happened to sail and fell into that lifestyle, you know, a lot of different factors would have had to come into play for that to happen. But I just want you to know, I respect all of the robbing and murdering you did.
After all of that, they just call in Teague and some guys who also have a net. What is anyone even doing? And somehow they still lose track of this guy? Dude's so big he's got a gravitational pull, but no one can seem to find him.
Man, that's a big son of a bitch.
You know the word berserk? It comes from the Vikings. Never to retreat. They get themselves so psyched up they go into battle berserk.
Thanks, Encyclopedia Mitch. Eventually, Mitch's random Viking facts come to a point. Ryan calls to ask what the deal is with these two, and Mitch pulls out of his butt that they must have some blood feud going on. You know the drill.
Could be an honor thing.
Because Ryan was bored enough to call in the middle of this manhunt, Mitch surmises that the Viking guy is heading back to the lab to finish this blood feud. I don't know why he didn't finish the feud while he was there the first time, or how Mitch knows he randomly decided to track back now, but that is nonetheless a correct assumption. Alright, so the first Viking busted through the restraints no problem and immediately found the weapons they left lying around, and in all of the ample time they had with the other guy still frozen, they decided to do nothing to fix that situation. Got it.
Hey Ryan, I meant to call you back and give you a heads up, but I got lazy. That's okay, right? Eat broom bristles, asshole! Kinda seems like the problem solved itself, doesn't it?
No Viking can enter Valhalla without a sword.
Oh, don't suddenly act like this is meaningful, Baywatch! I'm Griff. And since Teague apparently fucked off, it's up to Mitch and Ryan to give these two a proper Viking funeral. For 2 weeks in a row now, Mitch has had to bury a friend. First Stephanie, and now 2 ancient Vikings he chased on a dock for a while. When will the tragedy end for our hero? When? Anyway, Mitch with a flaming arrow screaming, Valhalla!
Valhalla!
Yes! 10 out of 10! You know, this episode blew chunks, but this ending is absolutely perfect. I'm gonna piss myself. Valhalla indeed. Next time on Baywatch, Mitch goes on a talk show and saves Jay Leno. Meanwhile, Stephanie might be reincarnated as a dog. Woof! What year is it? 1997? Yeah, I guess it isn't too late to jump on the evil D&D or virtual reality bandwagons. Baywatch Nights always has its finger on the pulse of what today's audience wants. Just like me! We begin in medias res. Mitch and Ryan are on their way to save this woman's missing father and sister. We find out later on that her name is Mary Ellen, but IMDb tells me she's named daughter number 2. Her sister is named Debbie, and I can't find a name nor a credit for whoever the hell plays the dad. It's this kind of rich world building that separated Baywatch Nights from that weak-ass X-Files. Anyway, Teague was apparently very close to the unnamed, uncredited father, but Dorian Gregory is credit only, so, you know, that won't go anywhere. He's also supposed to meet them later, but I guess he won't. Ryan, it should be noted, is wearing a very cute sweater. Anyway, what happened to Mary Ellen's family? Well, it's pretty dumb.
You say they went into some sort of high-tech virtual reality type game.
My father's always been a big-time game player.
My father's always been a big-time game player.
Yes, her big-time game player father thirsts for games. He lives to play the biggest and most dangerous games man can invent.
He lives to play the biggest and most dangerous games man can invent.
If you lose, you get stuck forever. If you win, you get the vague promise of your life never being the same, like Nights. Whatever that means, Baywatch Nights will never tell you. As Mary Ellen explains, this game moves from city to city and is only available via invite to the most powerful, influential people. I don't know her father's name, much less what he does that makes him powerful or influential, so just make up a backstory yourself. Alright, so the target demographic for this virtual reality RPG is thrill-seeking, powerful, influential, big-time game players. Their cup runneth over. As with all bad virtual reality plots, this is apparently something you go into, and by that, I mean a warehouse. I'm sorry.
Hey, this looks way better than the usual dumps we film at. Maybe it won't be so bad.
Oh, shut up, Mitch. You know we can only afford half a day of filming here.
I don't know. She said a game. I expected a football field or a basketball hoop or a gym or something.
A game? It must be sport ball.
Stupid Mitch. He is unfamiliar with the ways of nerdy virtual reality RPGs. Not like hip, cool Ryan, who was also a big-time game player. She used to play these things in college. Yes, Ryan was an RPG fanatic, as we always knew.
You know how to play this game?
No, not this game specifically. It's not D&D or Myst, but they're all kind of similar.
Yes, D&D and Myst. Two very similar, comparable games. Hard to believe this was written by a screenwriter who started in the early 70s. Man, okay, I get not understanding how every game is played, but Mitch is so dumb, he has to ask Ryan if people always disappear inside RPGs. Like, are people throwing their dice during a D&D session and just poofing out of existence every time they play? How is this man alive? Ryan proceeds to tell Mitch that RPGs originated with Knights in the Crusades. And look, I did a cursory Google search and I couldn't really find what she was talking about. You can imagine the results when you look up RPGs and the Middle Ages. I can't just take their word that this is true because I did that with the Viking episode and it turns out berserk just means bear shirt, so they just like to lie sometimes.
You know the word berserk? It comes from the Vikings. Never to retreat. They get themselves so psyched up they go into battle berserk.
It's sort of a combination of romance, war, and amusement meets new high tech.
This episode is actively making me dumber.
Are we canceled yet?
Only RPG expert Ryan could figure out the puzzle of the symbols on the floor, which is just rolling the die and going forward 9 spaces. Wow, what a puzzle!
9!
looks like they've doomed themselves to obnoxious flashing and mirror shots of character actors. A fate worse than death, but nothing for big-time game players. The Game Master is played by one of the all-time greatest that guys, Vincent Schiavelli. And while Gerald Okamura isn't credited, I definitely recognize that dude. I think I've seen him in more roles uncredited than I have otherwise. Stunt fans might also recognize James Liu as, Asian gang / fighter? I think he played Asian Gang in Code of Silence and Fighter here, but someone accidentally credited him for both on both episodes. And I'm pretty sure he's playing, most of the fighters in this game. They just keep putting stupid things over his face. Also, I think he's this corpse. Also, ignore the credit for Jenny Inge as Lifeguard Jenny. Whoever updated her IMDb page decided to lie and say she was in every episode of Baywatch Nights. In case you're curious who Lifeguard Jenny is, here she is in the next episode of Baywatch. Wow, look at that. Also worth noting is that Dina Dory plays the sister Debbie in this episode, and she was last seen as Diana in the episode of Baywatch where Stephanie died. But it's not like that was an important episode that literally just aired or anything.
Where are we?
We're in the imagination of the computer.
Just like Myst.
Somehow we're in the computer.
They're trying to make Ryan look like an expert, but they only have the vaguest understanding of what an RPG or even basic gameplay is. So that's how you end up with scenes where Ryan has to stop Mitch from stepping into some frickin' lasers like some sort of lifeguard lemming.
Lasers. It means electricity.
How can you be so sure? I mean, how do you understand all this stuff?
Well, I don't understand it, but in this one CD-ROM game that we played in college, there was always electricity.
All of this is an extremely drawn-out way to say that lasers hurt. Jeez, it's like scripts are written by high schoolers trying to get their essays to a certain word count. They proceed to, quote, carefully walk through them, but Hasselhoff blatantly touches the lasers at multiple points and nothing happens, so whatever. Mitch asks how to win the game, but Ryan says in every game she played, success was measured by how long they survived, because in the end they always died. All that tells me is that Ryan actually really sucks at RPGs, and she shouldn't be leading this mission. And I mean, it's actually impossible to die in Myst, so if she managed to do that, then she really, really blows.
This is no game. This guy is really dead.
It has been established that if you die in the game, you die for real. Move on!
So how do we win? Not by dying, but by staying alive?
Oh, you're so dumb!
Because this episode likes to repeat the same dialogue endlessly to the point of madness, Ryan again points out that every game she played ends with getting to the highest level and dying, like the Donkey Kong kill screen.
That doesn't make any sense. There's gotta be some way to quit.
Yeah, we'd press Alt F4 on the computer.
We find a way to press Alt F4 in here.
Yes, this dialogue is bad, but if they find a giant keyboard and jump on it like the piano in Big, this may be the greatest episode of all time. Mitch knows how to get to the next level, though. Just give up!
We're not playing!
I knew that strategy would eventually pay off!
And what is level 2? I don't know, some archer lady with a modern crossbow or something.
That's a bolt. It's an arrow used in a medieval crossbow.
Ryan starts to explain who the archer is and her entire backstory, except she refers to her as a him, and that never goes anywhere. And she talks as if this is just like a universal character everyone knows. The archer, as established where? Like, in folklore, or...?
Used in a medieval crossbow.
Well, Mitch shouldn't have a problem facing her. After all, he is an expert archer himself.
Oh, an Ewok! Oh, James Liu!
So this is a game where you fight medieval archers, but also weird little gremlins that do somersaults at you and kabuki men? Like, what genre are we in?
Hey, thanks!
Even in virtual reality world, Mitch Von Malibu is irresistible to all females.
Nice try, lady. You aren't the first woman who's tried to stab me mid-makeout.
Now that they've rolled a die and pushed a lady off a ledge, they've garnered the attention of the Game Master. Mitch continues to be a dumb wiener, and Ryan gets rightfully pissed at him.
I mean, can he kill you? Yes, he can kill you. Is he real? No, he's a computer image. When are you gonna get this?
I may not understand your strange, nerdish ways, Ryan, for I am but a simple football jock. But I do understand the way of the samurai, Viking, Navy, lifeguard, private eye, musician, mime, Iron Man champion, go-kart racer, dancer, and architect. I think I know what I'm doing. Now, explain it to me again. We're inside the computer, or...?
In order to win, you have to survive. Maybe if we repeat this point 1,000,000 more times, the stupid audience will get it.
In case you're wondering, this is the episode with the longest credits so far at 22 minutes! Level 3, up here. Ryan has never seen such a thing in all of her RPG experience.
I haven't seen any place like this before.
But Mitch von Malibu, lifeguard, has vast knowledge of the water. So naturally, he just sticks whatever the hell in his mouth, like a big moronic animal.
Well, let me just taste this here. Ew!
Tastes like water.
Well, look at Mitchlock Holmes over here.
Keep an eye out for a little dog swimming around. Stephanie got reincarnated and she's always trying to show me up.
I can't tell if that really happened or if that's just a joke for this video.
Looks like you haven't watched the whole playlist, Ryan. Check out Baywatching Talk Show for more info.
Mitch yells at Ryan while the lightning flashes reveal the top of the set. When this proves a waste of time, he slings Ryan over his shoulder like a caveman.
Me, Mitch. If me live in caveman times, me would be one of them.
No, I don't know why he puts Ryan on his shoulder or why she stays there for the rest of the level. But much like Jesus before him, Mitch von Malibu walks on water through the horde of computer-generated swamp zombies. And that, wins the level, I guess. I didn't bring this up before, but they had an option and they chose expert.
Only one gold coin. A mere pittance to save one so beautiful.
Nah, I'd rather be cheap.
What does this mean?
They finally come across the missing sister, and luckily for them, the game waited until they arrived before it started lowering her into a pit of, something.
Fine, old woman, you can have my gold coin, but whatever you give me better include Hobie's college fund.
Please, I want to buy some...
What the hell? Oh, that was cut together confusingly. My stunt double save!
It's a CD-ROM and a virtual reality all combined to the nth degree.
Wait a minute. Are you saying we're inside a computer?
At this point, the Game Master reappears and says they can each pay a gold coin to get out of the game. As they only have 2 gold coins left, someone must sacrifice themselves. Heroic, brave, humble Mitch knows what choice must be made.
It's my choice. I'm not making that.
Die!
Why would it be Mitch's choice anyway? He spent his coin, so he doesn't have a say in the matter. Shut up, Mitch. Whoop, Game Master's got the fire finger now. He's pissed. Despite Ryan's protest that she can play the game better, flying in the face of the fact she's been in the background this whole time while Mitch somehow bumbles to victory, she and Debbie are shoved into a plexiglass cell so Mitch can, miss an extra frame in the edit and throw some piss-poor CGI fireballs around. And I guess Mitch placing an hourglass on a pedestal frees them all, including No Name Dad, who cares about why.
Don't say any lines, your silent praise is thanks enough.
After that, our heroes return to shut down the game for good, but alas, it's disappeared, thus continuing its reign of destruction throughout the world. It could be in your very town, on this very day, seducing the rich and powerful into its gaping maw. Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
Wait a minute. You're saying we're inside a computer?
Next time on Baywatch, Neely's ex-husband comes to town. Meanwhile, Caroline sees a ghost. That's the spirit!
The nights will never
I may be considered the world's foremost scholar of Baywatch Nights, but I've made it no secret that Season 2 is an absolute dumpster fire. Oh sure, I have a grand chuckle when I think of the highlights, such as Mitch fighting a vampire or shooting a flaming arrow at a Viking funeral pyre. But then I remember what it's like actually sitting down and watching the show, and it's an extremely sobering experience. While I might be able to enjoy the ridiculous moments when they come, I will be the first to tell you that most of it is a chore. When a show is this terrible, you might be wondering how bad a singular episode has to be for me to consider it the worst. Well, then I will direct you to Ascension. So here's what happened. Baywatch Nights prided itself in being the microwave dinner X-Files. They were copying the style and format of a far superior show, with no understanding of what made it work, and thus resulting in much cheaper and confusing results. And X-Files is one of the best sci-fi shows ever made. Their Monster of the Week episodes genuinely terrified me as a kid. They were gross and scary and darkly funny at times. The chemistry between the leads was undeniable, and the effects and atmosphere were impressive and unique. People watched on the edge of their seats as Mulder and Scully explored the bizarre and unknown, all while dealing with ominous government and alien threats. The overarching mystery kept the audience reeled in, while we wondered just where it was all going. Well, after 9 seasons, 2 movies, and 2 revival seasons, I can tell you that it was going fucking nowhere. The conspiracy episodes can kiss my ass, because I always found them boring and insufferable. It's just endless hours of people talking in smoky rooms about nothing at all. There's no plan, no clever payoff, it's just vague and pretentious. Who gives a flying fuck? Don't change my mind, I know I'm right. So now let's do the Baywatch Nights version of that. Baywatch Nights is already a show about nothing that makes no sense, so let's have them do some sort of conspiracy thing about something or other, but have no idea how to do intrigue or anything even remotely comprehensible. Then you have Ascension. I have seen this episode at least 3 or 4 times now, and I cannot tell you what the shit it's about. I just can't do it. Even the IMDb description is laughably unhelpful. Teague asks Mitch and Ryan for help of the Knights Templar when they are faced with torture devices which are controlled with modern electronics by an Asian woman. Having rewatched this episode, I can say only the part about the Asian woman really happens like that, but oh well, let's look at this piece of crap. Huh? Riveting. Oh, shut up! Teague is in the midst of some mysterious dealings of mysteriosity, while some guys wearing the biggest earpieces in the universe think they are being covert. Somehow, Teague notices them 2 feet away from him and proceeds to do what he thinks is a cool fence hop, which is kind of undercut by the fact he was apparently right next to the gate. Then, in a moment of absurdity, he manages to magically disappear off of a roof, which the show explains by giving us a big middle finger. Also, I guess we're now randomly getting Teague voiceovers, and he tells us it had to be Stallinger's men.
It had to be Stallinger's men.
Well, I just gotta know who Stallinger is. I'm strapped the fuck in. Meanwhile, at Casa de Buchanan... Oh, come on. The dude owned a couch made out of a boat. Do you really need special lasers to break in? Meanwhile, Ryan is sleeping in her eyeliner and has a psychic dream where she witnesses the whole thing. Why? So she can go over to Mitch's house and get kidnapped too. I guess that's a good enough reason for her to have random powers.
Ugh, they made me breathe fresh air in that thing. For upwards of 30 minutes, there wasn't a whiff of Old Spice in my nostrils.
Anyway, presumably Hobie was also kidnapped and tortured off-screen in this episode, so the next best person to talk to is Griff. I'm Griff. This is Griff's stunning last episode, so get your tissues out, I suppose. I don't have much else to say about him other than he was Griff. But I did want to point out that Eddie Cibrian followed up Baywatch Nights by joining a boy band called 3 Deep. Three Deep was apparently a very popular band in Canada.
Baby, tonight, from the moment I look in your eyes.
I found this to be one of the more fascinating transitions into singing that spun off from Baywatch. Like, it was a step above Jeremy Jackson's singing career, but not as weird as Alexandra Paul's song on the Baywatch album.
When you're all alone, looking out for love, you better let a few go by.
Since Baywatch Nights, Eddie Cibrian has had a decently successful acting career and seems to be doing alright for himself. Perhaps we were the Griffs all along.
I do believe this was cut with a Stilson laser saw.
Wait, so that's just a standard tool that can... You know what? Never mind. I'm just happy to see that this cop guy recovered from dying in the vampire episode, except for his memories of having met Mitch, Ryan, and Griff already. Meanwhile, the Asian woman is here. She says her name is Kyoko, but I think I'm gonna trust IMDb on this one. Anyway, she's here to do the dirty work, while the real person pulling the strings is a disembodied voice who demands information.
We need some information.
Information about what? Hell, if he's gonna tell Mitch, just ask vague stuff about something, but never clarify. That's how you get answers.
She doesn't have anything to do with this.
Do with what?
This episode sucks, but they do have a sweet topical reference to that time Clinton admitted to smoking weed, which was already 5 years in the past when this episode aired.
Clinton doesn't inhale, what else?
Mitch, why did you have to go and remind people about that? Shut up, Prez!
The audience's reaction as they watch this episode of Baywatch Nights.
Ah, you bastards!
Okay, I'm sorry. Are they actually torturing Mitch with fresh fruit? Or, I mean, I would love to speak to the prop master for Baywatch Nights and ask why this was featured in this torture chamber. Well, things are looking bad, but luckily they have Detective Griff on the case. That cop guy is gone from the episode. Griff takes 2 seconds to look in Mitch's phone book and discovers the super secret way to contact Teague?
Welcome to Cyber Earth. Your upload is confirmed. Please leave your message.
Yeah, Teague, what is cool? I'm sorry. If Griff can figure this out, then you have massively underestimated how bad Mitch is at hiding confidential information. I'm Griff!
Yes.
This is what sodium pentothal does, right? Makes you see wolves and gargoyles and stuff? What movie did we steal that from?
I'm Griff! Don't touch me unless you know something about things that go bump in the night. Griff demands to know what the Griff is going on here, to which Teague replies with a question.
Have you ever heard of the Knights Templar?
The Knights Templar, a holy order established in the 11th century, fought in the Crusades and were said to have found the Holy Grail. But according to Teague, that was just the beginning. Now they rule the world and orchestrate every important thing that happens, or something. They're controlled by a seemingly ageless, faceless man named Stollinger.
Controlled by a seemingly ageless, faceless man named Stollinger.
This is apparently the first time Stollinger is going to surface. Ever? I don't know. Teague thinks this may be his only chance to take this guy out and turn the tide of good and evil. Yeah, sure. However many centuries of total world dominance, and they're gonna be taken out by the guy who told Griff, I'm Griff Walker, about their whole secret plan. Teague lays it out straight. He can't focus on Mitch and Ryan. He has one mission, and he'll let them die if he needs to. When they go in, Griff is on his own.
You are their only chance.
Well, they're dead. Meanwhile, Asian woman has a change of heart and conveniently decides to help rescue Mitch in her sexy midriff shirt.
We must hurry.
Well, I guess they have time to discuss the plot, whatever it may be. It turns out they were captured because the Knights Templar think Teague, and therefore Mitch and Ryan, know about their secret meeting of secrets coming up.
There's a secret meeting coming up with a lot at stake.
There are secrets.
What secrets?
So many secrets.
It kinda seems like they took Ryan as a bonus and are focusing solely on Mitch, the lifeguard, as possibly knowing about this secret meeting, but whatever.
No, don't look up.
Don't look up, Ryan. We don't want anyone watching to know what's going on. Now, come on over here and I'll pull you into the grate. They'll never see that.
Up to my chin, the perfect height for a door.
Thanks, Asian woman.
My name's Kyoko.
No time to talk, Asian woman. Take your hair out of your ponytail and let's go. Just kidding. I knew you were setting us up all along. Nice try, Asian woman.
They've breached the warehouse. Take him out.
Frog hybrid girlfriend flashbacks. Ryan, I'm losing it.
What is this about?
You're not the only one who wants to know, Ryan. Mitch and Ryan come to the conclusion, out of nowhere, that the Knights Templar are setting up Teague. And then they determine they're going to be at a hospital because the hospital's name is on the side of one of their torture chairs for some reason. And then they just leave to go there? How did they get out?
I have one opportunity to bring this man down.
We escaped somehow. Hope us getting out of that place wasn't a majority of this episode or anything.
I'm Griff.
Griff? They let you on this team for some reason?
I'm Griff? Good to know we aren't the only ones confused.
We must have trust in each other.
We must have extremely loud, echoey secret meetings in abandoned hospitals. This is how we continue to rule the world.
Try, you will not fail me. I hope that in this final moment that you, Mr.
Oh, man!
Wow, this episode is blown more than usual. Teague, not our poor, sweet friend / boss / financier / question mark who was willing to torture a boy for science and leave us for dead. We're coming! Oh, thank God, water for some reason. Now me being a lifeguard means something.
Tell me, Mitch, is it still the time of the demons?
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Teague has been shaken by his near-death experience, and Mitch acts smug about it.
Thanks.
I am superior to you in every way.
But what about Stollinger? It turns out he was really the back of this old man's head all along. Let us never come back to this. Next time on Baywatch, Mitch and the captain? Together? Meanwhile, Manny was in a gang, I guess. Ay caramba! Let's see, has Baywatch Nights done werewolves yet? Well, I guess they had to come around to it eventually. It's somehow worse than when the X-Files did werewolves, and that one was pretty bad.
Charlie, do you believe in shapeshifting?
This is a funeral.
Zargtha may not be the best werewolf story, but it does win the prize for having the dumbest fucking title in Baywatch history. Anyway, enjoy! Yeehaw! I love being a cowboy trucker. I just hope a stinking werewolf didn't hitch a ride with me or nothing. I just feel terrible. According to IMDb, this is Teen Lily and, no one. Teen Lily is played by Ian Bohen, the original young Hercules himself. I'm assuming whoever put the names onto IMDb is taking the piss because he was also on Teen Wolf. After no one is killed, Teen Lily heads on over to Twitter headquarters where he meets... Is that Kay Morgan pretending to be a character again? Of course not, silly. Let's just forget that Pamela Bach Hasselhoff played a recurring character on Baywatch for 4 seasons. Now she's Cindy, the lady who runs this youth shelter. That makes her the 3rd Cindy in Baywatch Nights, but only the 2nd character out of 4 that Pamela plays in the Baywatch universe. Teen Lily is terrified that the Wolfman is gonna come for him next, but Cindy assures him that he's safe within these walls.
If anybody tries to get in here, I'm gonna scream. And you've never heard me scream. I could scare the bejesus out of you.
This is where Teen Lily meets Teen Billy. Teen Lily and Teen Billy. Look, I don't want to criticize the spectacular writing of Mr. Maurice Hurley, but surely if you're looking at the script and you have to check twice which character is speaking because they have basically the same name, maybe you don't. I guess to be fair, Teen Lily's name is inconsistently pronounced.
Lily, I'm gonna be right here.
Hey, Lily.
I only saw it once. It had hair all over it, fangs, blood dripping off them, and these eyes, yellow eyes.
Ian Bohen surely took everything he learned in this role and used it in Teen Wolf the series. I'm willing to bet money they saw this on his acting reel and said, yes, here's our guy. I like how Cindy was telling Teen Lily she believed him and she'd use their silver letter opener on the werewolf in the last scene, and then she follows it up by telling him to shut the hell up about his stupid werewolf bullshit.
Stop telling those scary stories, okay? Doesn't help.
They're not stories, it's true.
Haha, his friend was murdered in front of him. Somehow, the threat of the bejesus is not enough to ward off the world's quietest werewolf attack. I'm a-screaming and it's doing nothing!
Zargtha, 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 Zargtha.
Not Teen Billy, no! At last, our main characters have arrived. In a rare character moment that isn't lame or condescending, Ryan is disappointed when they experience a small earthquake. Mitch, a pro after having done 2 earthquake episodes of Baywatch proper, has seen it all. Ryan is unimpressed.
I'm not scared.
Mitch immediately runs off to see how his new girlfriend, Captain Thomas, is doing. Just kidding, she doesn't exist here.
I tell you what you should really be scared of, Ryan. The Knights Templar.
Hey, remember how Mitch is a lifeguard? Don't forget he's a lifeguard. And no dang Wolfman better go and ruin his lifeguard day. A corpse! Lifeguard alert!
You made the right call, Ryan. Allow me to stick my hands all over the crime scene.
How did werewolf fur get into Ryan's pocket? If anyone should be investigating this corpse, it should be a fellow corpse.
Ever since you came back from the dead, you've been on our ass. Get a life, man.
I find that very offensive, Mr. Buchanan. You're lucky I need a lifeguard on the case, or else I'd toss you right out of here.
Whatever, eat it.
Detective Deadman says this is the 4th kid they found killed in an animal attack in 2 weeks. As a lifeguard and friend, Mitch and Ryan are privy to this information, I guess. Ryan finds it weird that they hadn't seen anything in the news about these attacks, but Detective Deadman points out that only murder victims like Nicole Simpson wind up on the front page, they mention tastefully on Baywatch Nights 3 years after her death.
It's OJ. He's running from the police, and I looked at him and I said, tell me that that is not live. 90 million people saw him, and I think 30,000 was the estimate that we got.
Everything they've seen points to a dog attack. Detective Mitch is an expert on dogs on account of him hating them. And so far, he has deduced 2 things. 1, the victim didn't have any defensive wounds on her arms, and if it were a dog, she would. And 2, if this was an attack dog, well, he'd bite everyone who was in his path. There'd be attacks all over the city, day and night.
If this was an attack dog, well, he'd bite everyone who was in his path. There'd be attacks all over the city, day and night.
Pretty clever, Mitch. But how about this counter? No.
Navy SEALs will use trained attack dogs.
So Mitch's theory is it wasn't an attack dog, it was an attack dog.
Mind if I hold on to these?
Hold on to what?
An extra walked in front of the shot right when you did the reveal.
Yeah, I guess we could have done another take. Damn right. Hey, can I borrow some denim?
In case you're wondering, Ryan wanted to know if she could keep the dog hair she already presumably took from the crime scene and contaminated. Detective Deadman, who has expressed his belief that this was done by a trained attack dog, or at the very least is related to an animal, says sure, that dog fur probably doesn't mean anything. Have at it.
I know who did it. It was that damn Stephanie dog.
Hey, leave me out of this. I'm not going to appear on Baywatch Nights for another 3 episodes.
I've got you now, Stephanie dog.
Back off, man. I was on Teen Wolf.
Whoa, we're cool. I just have one question. Can you get me on that show too?
For some reason, Mitch magically knows that Teen Lily was involved in Teen Billy's death. But no matter how much he dutches his angles, he can't convince him to go to the police with what he knows. Mitch runs back to his tower because he knows an aftershock is coming and it'll be more dramatic. Meanwhile, Ryan has determined that the fur actually came from a wolf by, sticking it on a microscope all shitty. I don't know. Science.
What do you know about van surfing, Mitch?
This is serious stuff, Teague. Wolves are basically dogs, and dogs are the scum of the earth.
Well, I can't tell you much on account of the time of the demons, but I can tell you that if a wolf was involved, the culprit is definitely Romulus and Remus.
Look, I can't come up with dialogue dumber than the show.
We believe the killer to be a Zargtha.
A Zargtha. A Zargtha. The killer is a Zargtha. 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 According to Teague, a Zargtha is a Yugoslavian wolfman who preys on children, whom Yugoslavian mothers have used for centuries as a boogeyman to keep their kids in line. You may think Zargtha sounds dumb as fuck, and that's only because it is. You will be surprised to find out that Maurice Hurley made this up wholesale. As all of my research regarding Zargtha leads to this episode of Baywatch Nights, Slavic languages don't have a TH sound like that. Yugoslavia was a country for less than a single century, and in fact, it didn't even exist by 1997. Mitch rightly asks what the fuck a Yugoslavian wolfman is doing in Santa Monica, but Teague says the wars drove it out. Well, I guess that makes sense. Santa Monica is right next door. Teague hooks Mitch up with Hoffwife, for some reason, who tells him the whole story. No explanation as to how she escaped the Zargtha in her last scene, but maybe he only likes veal. She implores Mitch to find Teen Lily and get him to speak to the police about what he witnessed, despite the fact she too is a witness who could give them the exact same information.
Oh, there he is, down Dirtbag and Smoke Alley.
I'm sorry, why is Mitch dressed like he's going on a safari? At a pace rivaling an octogenarian, Mitch slowly follows Teen Lily into a condemned building that looks an awful lot like the secret underground tunnels where Mitch's frog hybrid girlfriend exploded. This is where we will be spending a majority of the final 15 minutes of the episode. I hope you enjoy not being able to see much. Also, Kirby from Frasier is here.
Will that question be on the test?
Not to be confused with Kirby from Baywatch, who was the heart of the team.
Hey, don't you use your low-quality sound effects on me, buddy!
I do love that Mitch discovers that yes, a Yugoslavian wolfman exists, and his reaction is mild at best. I guess to be fair, this might as well just be a smelly guy in a shitty robe for all we can see. Also, what even happened? The Zargtha flailed his arms at him and ran away?
Good God. What the hell is going on?
Somehow, despite having all of the information, I still don't get it.
Well, I found him here, I followed him inside the building, and then I heard this horrific scream, and came out and found the kid.
Guess they forgot to add the scream or something, I don't know. Detective Deadman tries to stop Mitch and Hoffwife from going back into the building, but as Mitch explains, he's a lifeguard, screw you!
LA County lifeguard, fireman. I accept and understand the responsibility. See ya.
I'm a lifeguard. I can do anything. Also, apparently, I'm a fireman now.
Me and my overalls are also here. Can Mitch and Hoffwife take on a Zargtha and earthquake aftershocks? There's nothing a lifeguard slash fireman slash PI slash monster hunter slash samurai slash ancient Viking can't conquer.
Hey, you! I need some help down here!
Huh? Yeah, Yeah, you, with the moth-eaten rubs and the furry face. You want to give us a hand? There's a Zargtha on the loose. Must get the styrofoam off of me. Yeah! Oh, that was easy. We're here to rescue you.
With the building coming down and the Zargtha on the hunt, they must come up with a plan to get the hell out. Step 1, Teen Lily is bait. Step 2, kill the shit out of the Zargtha. Job well done, everyone. Oh, but I guess now Cindy randomly has that letter opener from before. Clever? I think I'm stabbing him here. I don't know. This is shot confusingly.
And we helped.
Well, I guess I'm not too concerned about my wife being bitten by a Zargtha. We aren't coming back to this plot.
And I won't be returning either.
Don't announce it and just leave.
Next time on Baywatch, Manny's stupid friends. Meanwhile, Cody meets a mermaid. Sounds fishy.
The nights will never be the same.
We've done the sea creature, we've done the vampire, we've done the wolfman. It's time we continued this Universal Monsters trek with the mummy. And this episode is written by prominent comic writer Jerry Conway, co-creator of The Punisher and Scarlet Spider, and who wrote the issue of Spider-Man where Gwen Stacy died? And the episode of Baywatch Nights with a mummy? And it's a warehouse episode. If there's one thing mummies have been historically into, it's warehouses. Mummies are also interested in model Renee Saran, who was married to Slash of Guns N' Roses until the year this episode aired. Presumably their divorce was unrelated to this episode of Baywatch Nights. She plays Woman, who doesn't have a name, but her bodyguard has a name, Willis. And they've arrived at this warehouse in the middle of the night to inspect some Egyptian artifacts that are to be transferred to a museum. But the only thing being transferred tonight is Willis's life.
Hello, operator? I'd like the most awkward scene transition possible, please.
French almond mocha. Cafe latte.
You have a new client.
I want you to solve my murder. Okay,
I just want to point out that the Dutch angles on this show are so bad that when I zoom in and tilt the footage, it's actually straight.
This is where the body of the chauffeur was found.
Gee, Tig, how do you figure that?
Woman is convinced that she's going to die for some reason that's never explained. I thought it was because of the mummy's curse thing, but she doesn't seem to know about that, so whatever. Anyway, she's enlisted the help of the Buke Bride -B plus Teague agency. Teague describes the events so far to a denim-bedecked Mitch, who is half checked out as usual.
Cheeto dust. I'm on the trail.
That was a bullet. Fall out of somebody.
A bullet never exits a body. I am both knowledgeable and observant.
Hey guys, want to see another bad edit?
Follow me, guys. I'm a burglar.
Despite the fact the regular police have already investigated, and these two were brought in due to the fact the killer was shot several times and walked away, Ryan ignores that part and comes up with a theory that whoever it was, they were there to steal the artifacts and replace them with fakes. Mitch asks what a thief could do with priceless Egyptian artifacts, which confuses Ryan as well because they can't be sold to museums, because I guess the black market doesn't exist in Baywatch Nights. Ryan then notices the same dust Mitch did, but when she inspects it, he pretends he never saw it and sarcastically calls her Sherlock.
What you got there, Sherlock?
You fucking nerd.
I've seen something like this before. It was in London, in the British Museum. It was dust from a tomb.
Wait, okay, so not only did they have tomb dust on display in the British Museum, but apparently it was of such a unique color and consistency that Ryan instantly recognizes it? And why would it be weird for there to be tomb dust around more Egyptian artifacts? Also, I don't know what specifically about tomb dust is identifiable to her, but isn't it also possible that this shitty warehouse is just dirty? Look, a bunch of science stuff. Ryan analyzes some piss, I guess, and determines that the tomb dust is over 3,000 years old. Mitch pours himself some coffee in the background. I love that Ryan only addresses Teague here. Even she knows that trying to make Mitch give a shit is a losing game at this point. Teague deduces, given the overwhelming evidence of some dust on the floor, that what they've got here is a mummy's curse.
Oh, please. The last thing I need is for the two of you to buy into some cockamamie story about King Tut and his mummy.
How is it that Mitch manages to be mad about the only verifiably true part of that story, that King Tut in fact was a mummy?
A sage once said, in absence of proof, the wise withhold both belief and disbelief.
Hey, these fish are doing really good.
Who are we supposed to enjoy watching here? Mr. Romulus and Remus, or the hollowed out husk that once was Mitchell Buchanan? And I know this is a minor point, but where the hell did those fish come from? Ryan attempts to explain how the Egyptians viewed the afterlife, but hell if someone is going to try and teach Mitch something.
Uh-oh, this one's getting really fat. No more food for him.
And therefore, I get to eat it.
When Queen Hatshepsut died, her body wasn't buried until 5 months later. And in this century, the exact time when the constellation of Sirius passed the meridian, giving rebirth to the entire planet so that she would be reborn in the afterlife, he would personally take her through the portal.
I don't fucking know what anyone is talking about. Ryan's going on about portals, and Mitch is berating some fish, and I think there's something about a mummy queen here, but I'm not entirely sure by the end that it's relevant. I don't know. Look, to make an incredibly long and drawn-out story short, there's a mummy killing people. Mitch is having none of this. He explains that in the real world, this unnamed client of theirs is a target for murder. He thinks her husband's death may not have been an accident. He says casually, as if we, the audience, had somehow heard any of this information before now. He then makes a very dated Abbott and Costello joke, followed by what I think is just an improvised plea by David Hasselhoff to just have mercy on him and cancel the show.
Hey, Abbott! Oh my God, please tell these people to stop talking.
Meanwhile, Ryan goes to meet with an expert at the museum's insurance company.
Are you sure you want to go alone?
Oh, I'd prefer it.
Ryan hates Mitch, confirmed. The insurance expert is Dr. Kassan, played by Eric Avari, who is continuing his career of playing every that guy of every ethnicity. Ryan says that they've determined that by the time he'd completed his first appraisal of the artifacts, half of them had been replaced by fakes. I'm not sure when she had time to do this, or anything in this episode that seems to span only a single day. But nonetheless, Dr. Kassan claiming that everything was genuine comes off as suspicious. He tries to schmooze his way out of it, but Ryan has his number. Plus, he's kinda creepy.
One needs luck to truly appreciate life. And beauty?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Oh, I'm so lonely. Anyway, a warehouse shower scene?
I love cleaning up in a warehouse with my inside the shower towel.
On Baywatch nights, we wear clothes.
Hello?
Mrs. Crown.
Who the hell is Mrs. Crowell?
Warehouse police! I demand to know why there's a shower here and why I'm not in it.
On Baywatch nights, we wear clothes.
Oh, good. I'm glad this traumatized woman in a towel is here to tend to our hero, Mitch von Malibu. And I guess the mummy knocked him out and then just wandered off in victory. This is the last time we see Woman, by the way, and considering this whole episode kicked off with her asking Ryan to solve her own murder, that was a weird thing to never come back to. But if you think getting chucked around by a mummy is going to stop Mitch from being a total asshole to Ryan, think again.
Oh, please, will you stop with the mummies, please?
So according to Mitch, someone with superhuman strength is dressing up like a mummy to cover their tracks while they steal priceless artifacts. Like a Scooby-Doo villain. While Mitch goes to sulk into his protein powder, Ryan breaks into the insurance office to basically pull another neener on Dr. Kassan. I'm actually not sure why she feels the need to confront him with the same information she had before, or why she thinks breaking and entering will help their case, but whatever. Instead of finding him, she discovers ancient Egypt behind a bookcase or something? Look, they never explain who these guys are or what is happening. Is it time travel? Are they drugged? Why does it look like ancient Egypt? Dr. Kassan apparently has some sort of plan to open a portal, I think with the artifacts he's stealing or something, but I don't know what these guys had to do with it. And for that matter, if this had to do with escorting a mummy queen through a portal or something, then I'm not really sure what this other mummy has to do with anything either. I kinda want to stop trying to. I'm sorry for being so judgmental, Mitch. Wandering in without a plan or a single brain cell, Ryan fails to get any sort of response from the weird bookcase men. She does gather some evidence to try and prove the insurance guy is shady, but she already had proof that the artifacts were fake, and at this point, I kind of feel like there's a bigger picture here that's being missed. By me also, I don't know what's going on. Foolishly believing Mitch would be at the office, Ryan calls and leaves a message for him all about what she's found. I'm not surprised Mitch is fucked off somewhere, but where is Teague at this point? She just left him at the agency, and I guess he got bored and wandered out of the episode to celebrate the time of the demons.
I forgot to call the fish fat again. I'll be in and out. Hey, where'd everybody go? Go get her, boy!
You got it, boss.
After about a decade of Ryan wandering through the cave set, she finds the sarcophagus we just saw the mummy leaving. So I guess he got out, stood by Dr. Kassan for no reason, and then circled back.
No thanks, I don't do pot.
Now let's do the same scenes with me. That'll pad out the runtime.
Sauntering, the episode! You're literally repeating the exact same shots. Get to the damn point!
Yeah, mummies don't exist. I'm just setting a thief on fire, as you do.
Let me get this straight. You want to make me the mummy's bride and open a portal or something?
Sure, let's go with that. This is not the first or last piece of media I've seen where the villain dresses up in the most Las Vegas version of an Egyptian outfit possible, but it is probably the saddest. And I saw that episode of Relic Hunter with Sable.
Nobody is gonna wear cheap gold lame on my watch. Don't make me come over there.
As it was written.
Loaford!
It's hopeless, Mitch. He's gonna... Oh, wait, he just let go of my hand. Never mind.
Well, I guess we're just gonna leave then. See ya.
What the hell was even accomplished here?
We did see this, didn't we?
See what?
Next time on Baywatch, the gang must stop a terrorist from contaminating the water supply with a deadly virus. Meanwhile, a nude beach. And that's the naked truth.
Nights will never be the same.
Welcome back to Baywatch X-Files edition, folks. Hope you're ready for thrills and chills. Thankfully, this is the last episode of Nights dealing with aliens and conspiracy bullshit. And I will say that it's maybe one of the better X-Files ripoff episodes, but it's also endlessly confusing and hard to watch, so, I guess enjoy Terry Kaiser's guest performance.
What do you know about shrimp tails and cereal boxes? What if I told you that Kate Middleton was replaced with a doppelganger? The Wonka experience was actually aliens, not AI. Time of the demons! You're not gonna force me to emote like a human. Not even you, Romulus and Remus.
Eventually, Teague makes his escape from whatever the hell by jumping into the back of a truck. He's survived another day, just like we've survived watching 3 full minutes of Teague stumbling around. Mitch and Ryan dutch every angle as they arrive at the hospital, where they're informed that even more footage was filmed of Teague in a drunken stupor, and, sadly, further footage will be sprinkled throughout the majority of this episode. He was found by Terry Kaiser, who was wondering if maybe there is a project he should have said no to. Unfortunately, the hospital just couldn't stop Teague from wandering as he staggered on out of there. He was mumbling a bunch of incoherent nonsense, so they called in Mitch and Ryan in the hopes that they could make sense of it. It was simply too strange that a patient in a fuzzy mental state would say something that doesn't make sense. As a doctor, this woman has never encountered such a thing.
If you want to help, maybe you can find out what he was working on.
Shouldn't we be looking for him?
We already have people on that.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Hospitals always have elite search teams, right, Mitch?
I don't know. I'm gonna eat this rock candy now. Write me out of the episode with some exploding flowers or something.
That's right, exploding flowers to intro. Eat your heart out, Emmys! Terry Kaiser steals the rock candy, so Ryan makes chase while Mitch has a fart attack.
Yeah! This is for the season and a half I spent getting held hostage and waiting around while Mitch did stuff. How is now any different? I do science while Mitch makes fun of me, so there!
Teague is the key to everything, all right?
What is the key to everything, and how do you know Teague?
I don't know if I should tell you, you're not a lifeguard. Tell me now or you die!
Terry Kaiser is George Wilson, who explains that the rock candy belongs to, aliens. He's a conspiracy nut who is convinced the government is covering up an alien invasion. Like the X-Files. Baywatch Nights saw the lone gunman and thought, what if we made them one guy and not funny? And also, what if we condensed years of complex, overarching plot into one mediocre episode? Technically 2, since this is a sequel of sorts. Ryan may or may not believe him, but he knows something about Teague, so she drags him back to the hospital so Mitch can...
My leg! How am I supposed to reach tall shelves for canned goods now? I'm gonna die if I can't eat a sloppy Joe!
Yeah, okay, never mind. I'm gonna take it from here.
This is an episode I really would like to see the script for, as I'm convinced that they gave a big chunk of Mitch's scenes to Ryan, and that's why she actually gets to be the featured player for most of it. However, that doesn't mean she gets to do things without the guidance of main character Mitch, as she hilariously has to call him for permission every time she needs to so much as sneeze. I don't know the reason why they wrote him out, but I'm guessing it's because he was shooting 2 shows at the same time. And I'm not sure how they were able to rewrite the scenes to not include him making some sort of drink in the background while throwing out snide comments, but somehow they pulled through. After casually mentioning that she can hack into Teague's computer, Ryan takes George along with her to the agency. I guess I'm not surprised that Ryan can hack into Teague's computer if Griff was able to do it, but I gotta say, this episode isn't great for Teague's image as a mysterious, secretive agent who's good at hiding stuff. Anywho, George thinks that Teague got sick because he got too close to the alien's rock candy, whatever the hell. He makes a guess that Teague took the full charge of it, and that's why no one else we see handling it in this episode is affected. But Ryan touches it like a whole bunch before he even throws out this hypothesis. And at no point does anyone consider avoiding touching it as a precaution. He says that the rock is used for alien transferences, which he doesn't explain, and I'm confused, and so is he.
Without it, the aliens have no source of power. In no direction, they even lose their ability to communicate somehow.
Later on, he says the transference is them taking over people's bodies, which is what I thought he meant in the first place. So I don't know what he was talking about with the power and communication stuff. Well, anyway, George has a long, complicated history with Teague. He's been tracking these aliens for 10 years, and along the way, he's encountered Teague in several strange and exotic places. But as he explains, you don't meet Teague.
You don't meet Teague. He showed up.
Kind of a good summary for Teague's non-introduction to Knights. We never got to meet him, but he showed up.
It's like Roswell times 100.
Oh, shut up, Knights.
It's like NASA and Steven Spielberg all rolled into one.
Okay, now I genuinely don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, let's check on Teague.
Get away.
Great, thanks for the update. After repeating for the 5th, 6th, or 100th time that Teague is connected to the aliens and that's why he's sick, the episode decides to finally move forward with Ryan hacking Teague's computer. I'm not sure why he keeps his computer at the Lifeguard Detective Agency, or why it just looks like their computer. But after confidently claiming she can hack into Teague's computer no problem, Ryan realizes she needs a password and is completely stumped. What a hacker. Idiot didn't even try calling a lifeguard for help yet.
I dunno. Did you try I'm a big moron and Mitch is smarter than me?
That would be silly. No, it's actually a very good password.
Hello. No.
Try aliens.
Aliens. No.
Try, it's me.
It's me?
Just try it.
Yes.
Wow, the dumb leading the dumb here. Hasselhoff wasn't lying when he said the X-Files was too cerebral and Baywatch Nights was more like hockey. Mitch is just going around telling the hospital orderlies about their secret alien invasion plot. He does not give a fuck.
Wow, you know how many times this guy calls Washington a day?
Oh, come on. Ryan, who cares?
It's my lack of curiosity that brings the viewers back week after week.
Hauntings, poltergeists, beasts.
Sightings, crashes, contact, experiments, alien encounters, formations, discoveries.
Cool. Glad he hid all of that info under the ironclad password of It's Me. No wonder he's one of Washington's top guys. He's like Roswell times 100.
Contact, man! It was contact!
Hey, I can hear you. Quit trying to act over there. It's me. Your password is It's Me. Ugh, you're so stupid.
In the most shocking twist of all time, Baywatch Nights remembers they encountered aliens before, an attempt to have some sort of continuity?
Do you remember that kid you saved in the surf? Clear day lightning?
Struck by lightning. Nope, doesn't ring a bell.
Apparently, the aliens Teague have been following are the ones that landed with the alien boy Mitch was psychically connected to after being struck by lightning. This makes sense if you remember nothing about that episode, where there was no rock candy, they didn't take over people's bodies, and their backstory was that they had crash-landed and were trying to leave. But this episode explains that away by saying Jake was just a dummy and he didn't know.
There are secrets.
What secrets?
So many secrets.
I'm not sure why the aliens would pretend to crash land for this one random alien kid's benefit, but alright. Now, we're told that they're trying to take over the world, presumably by infiltrating the Knights Templar. They also said that they crash-landed 6 years ago in that episode, but somehow George has been tracking them for 10, and also following Teague around for 2, but maybe Teague was tracking other aliens, since they only encountered Jake less than a year ago, unless Teague was pretending not to know about them, or Baywatch Nights Season 2 is actually extended over several years, diverging from the timeline of Baywatch proper. We know it must be sometime before 1999, when the ozone layer collapses and the world ends. Unless, of course, Mitch diverted that with his lifeguard skills, or we've split into a multiverse.
Teague refers to something as it, and it's supposed to occur day after tomorrow.
Do you know what it is?
No.
Why would this doctor know about any of this? Why is he telling her everything? You want to know what it is? I'll tell ya. Nothing. They never say what it was that was supposed to happen the day after tomorrow, and it's never brought up again, and no one is even remotely concerned about it or interested in it. Fuck you, if you even want to vaguely follow the plot. Dum-dum Ryan can't figure anything out without big, strong Mitch to guide her, so he tells her to check under Teague's car info to see if he has a security device that can track it down.
Why'd you get so smart on me?
Well, I've always been a genius.
After encountering some helpful car thieves at a chop shop, Ryan and George are directed to the car's last location.
Aliens I'm afraid of, not guys with tattoos.
There aren't any aliens.
File this under evidence that Ryan was given Mitch's lines. Mitch is an idiot who loves to gaslight people, but Ryan has had multiple conversations in this very episode about the aliens they've encountered and how aliens are real. Anyway, these big, obvious power lines the aliens left sticking out of the dirt for no reason seem suspicious. Yay, more rock candy, let's touch it!
Oh no, I've done something without Mitch for 2 seconds. I've got to give him a call.
Hobie's with his mother.
Mitch wants us to wait.
And they have to listen to the all-powerful Mitch! Some exploding flowers won't stop him from arriving at the scene to belittle everyone with disinterest. We're at a full 90-degree angle at this point. Fix the damn camera!
I am Mitch von Malibu. Ambulances are my chauffeurs.
I think Hasselhoff falls over at the end of the take here? At last, Ryan and George have encountered the Spencer's Gifts Room. There's no tacky light-up appliance that can't be repurposed as some sort of alien, thing. This is where the rock candy is being used to transfer aliens into dead bodies, which is the first time the dead body part has ever been mentioned, and the clearest this episode has been as to what the hell is going on.
No one stops me from bumbling into danger!
That's it?
That's really the props we're using? How much money do we have? $2?
Why is it so warm in here?
Life is controlled by temperature. I have something to do with it.
You ever watch something and feel yourself actively getting dumber? Like, truly, you feel like your mental capacity is diminished for having watched it? That's Baywatch Nights for me right now. Wait, why is Teague there? They just told us they're taking over dead bodies. Well, I guess he's an alien zombie for the rest of the show. Who cares? And here's what the aliens really look like. Glowing brains.
Pretty spooky, huh, folks? Bet you can't wait for us to continue this storyline in Season 3.
Did someone ask for some zombie aliens?
Even on crutches, I have the strength of 10 men!
I do enjoy this, though. It's dumb, but enjoyable dumb. And thank goodness they explained that they're zombies now for some reason. Otherwise, Mitch just killed a shit ton of people. Now that this one random warehouse is gone, all of the people possessed by aliens are dropping dead again. So, to recap, Ryan teams up with a guy who's been looking into this for a decade in pursuit of their mysterious benefactor who's been investigating these aliens with all of his government resources for who knows how many years. And right at the end, lifeguard Mitch von Malibu shambles into the story on crutches and basically single-handedly stops the alien invasion of Earth. This is where we're at this point. Remember his humble beginnings as a lifeguard dad in the 80s?
Yes, that's correct. My password was "It's me." Oh, I'm fired? I see. Well, that's fair. At least I'm magically cured of my sickness for some reason.
And this is only L.A. I mean, how many power stations do you think there are across this country?
How about across the world?
How about a cup of coffee?
Not our problem. The end.
Next time on Baywatch, Caroline is sued for being a bad lifeguard. Meanwhile, CJ wants to make baby. Whee!
Nights will never be the same.
Welcome back to Baywatching Nights, everyone. And I think, for a change, now I can say the nights will never be the same. Because I got some Baywatch Nights scripts, baby! I've been wanting to get my greedy little hands on some night scripts for a while now, because this show is such a mystery. Is it truly written that badly? Is some of it a victim of editing? Or do the scripts perhaps enlighten us on things that were lost in translation? After reading them, I can say it's a little of all of the above. I'll cover the rest of the scripts in the next video, as they're all episodes I've previously covered, except for the 8th Seal, which I'll be talking about here. But is also an episode I've already covered. Yeah, so my very first Baywatch-related video was about the 8th Seal. This was way back when I first watched Baywatch Nights, had never seen any regular Baywatch, and quite frankly, didn't know what I was doing. I'd like to think I've gotten a lot better since then, and I certainly have a lot more Baywatch knowledge. And so I'm gonna take another crack at it here. I'm not going to rewatch my old video because it's embarrassing, so forgive me if I repeat or contradict myself, but I think personally this will be way better. So let's get to it! Content warning. This episode of Baywatch Nights features several scenes of attempted suicide. They're, not very well done, but just letting you know. Let me begin by spoiling things that have already been spoiled. But this episode is Alexandra Paul's triumphant return and swan song for the Baywatch universe. At least until the reunion movie. It's okay if I say this now, because the episode itself didn't give a shit about ruining it for the audience by just slapping us with a giant credit for Alexandra Paul about 10 minutes in. And it's honestly just a glorified cameo at the end that she did as a favor to David Hasselhoff, but it is truly my favorite Baywatch Nights moment. In fact, this might be my favorite episode of Baywatch Nights, period. There's just so much silly stuff packed in a way that's uncharacteristically not boring or overly confusing. Even if Stephanie wasn't in this episode, I would still consider it to be one of the all-time greats. Hasselhoff is at his hammiest, and that's what we all tuned in for. The nights were never the same. Snap into a Slim Jim! We begin with Mitch von Malibu on a jog when out of nowhere, this creepy description appears in the script. An attractive 11-year-old girl walks up the sidewalk, carrying a large, worn, one-eyed teddy bear. I personally don't see why they specifically needed an attractive 11-year-old girl, but I guess this enlightens us as to what age the character is supposed to be. The actress was 14 at the time, and her stunt double was definitely an adult.
My supernatural save!
Truly, Mitch wouldn't have been able to pull this off without the help of the badly ADR'd extras.
What's going on? Nothing, man. Oh, man.
What's she doing?
Call paramedics or something. I just called him. Good. Look, he's got her. Really?
Having rescued the girl, Jenny, from the attempt to take her life, Mitch is deeply concerned.
Why would you want to die? I mean, come on. Young. You're pretty.
I mean, if you were an ugly 11-year-old, I'd get it. But an attractive one? You have so much to live for!
At the hospital, Mitch meets with a doctor to discuss the situation. This character was originally written to be a man, and the actress, Karen M. Waldron, will be seen again in the Season 9 premiere of Baywatch proper. And Jenny's parents are played by Gregory Scott Cummins, who was previously on Baywatch Nights in Silent Witness, and Tane McClure, who hasn't been on Baywatch before, but was in a film the previous year called Baywatch Forbidden Parody. So, basically she was on Baywatch.
I really think you're making some sort of mistake here.
No, wait. There's more. Take a look at this.
And speaking of Jenny's parents, when Mitch wonders where they are, he's informed that they asked for her to be sent home in a cab.
They're not even gonna come here to thank me in person? Unacceptable! I'm taking her there myself!
I am ready to return to my parental lair, Mitch von Malibu.
Seems normal. Let's go! A thanks for saving our daughter party? Well, now we're talking!
But this isn't a thanks for saving our daughter party at all! In fact, Jenny's parents don't give two shits that she just tried to kill herself. When the dad pays Mitch off for his trouble, Mitch feels slightly hollow about getting the money, but not the gratitude.
$10? Pff, cheapskates. Ryan, what are we gonna have for lunch? I only have $10 and that useless Hobie is at his mother's, so he can't make me anything.
Because Ryan is doing actual work, she tells Mitch what she's come up with concerning the parents. They've won the lottery 3 times in a row, which is kind of strange, and Jenny was only recently adopted by them. The adoption thing isn't really necessary for this plot to work, but they have to pad out the runtime, which is why they added this phone call that wasn't in the script. Despite the fact Ryan just ran a background check on the parents, and that's how she found out all of that stuff she told Mitch, she makes a call to someone they never bothered to identify and asks for another background check on the parents. Apparently, all of Jenny's records of her past have been sealed, including who her birth parents are, but then we see that Ryan has written "killed her parents" on her notepad? How did she come to that conclusion if she doesn't even know who her birth parents are or if they're even dead? All they know about this little girl is that she's suicidal and neglected. This theory is never brought up in dialogue nor acknowledged again. And it is never explained why her birth records are sealed, by whom, and for what purpose.
You know what? Just do a core dump directly into my computer. I need everything you got.
just do a core dump directly into my computer?
The devil is watching as we slide into the night.
Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
Suddenly remembering that Baywatch Nights loves to do everything twice because that means they have to write less and can shoot in the same locations, Mitch once again rescues Jenny from trying to jump off a bridge. And this time, she's coming to Mitch's house to replace that stupid Chef Hobie.
I'm making you an omelet.
Oh, yeah!
As presented in the episode, Jenny hears Mitch talking to Ryan on the phone before informing him that she's making an omelet. But in the script, he hangs up on Ryan before entering the room, meaning Jenny only knows Mitch is there because of her spooky omelet senses. Even though her back is turned to Mitch and he hasn't made a sound, "I'm making you an omelet," Mitch is caught. The strange thing is, he is hungry. But how the hell does she know that? Mitch is never hungry. How could she have known?
Huh? How the hell did that chair know that I'm hungry?
We always know when Mitch von Malibu is hungry. He is insatiable. The world shall be consumed by the beast of the beach.
Hey, would you keep it down? I'm trying to get a hold of Hobie and tell him that his shift is covered.
Another amusing aspect of reading these scripts is discovering that Griff is still in many of them, meaning they were expecting Eddie Cibrian to be there until the end of the season. This exposition dump scene with Ryan and Teague originally had Griff there. He had like 5 lines and they just gave them to Ryan, thus confirming Griff was absolutely useless. How, oh how, did they write out all of his integral, contractually obligated appearances? There's a lot of exposition here, but basically, Jenny's parents made a deal with a demon so they could get rich. Baywatch Nights recognizes that Ryan and Teague sitting around talking is kind of boring, so they've intercut the scene with shots of Mitch eating an omelet to spice things up.
You know that this is all legend, okay? This is all fantasy.
Is it?
Teague proceeds to go on and on about how this sort of thing is happening in other places, to other orphans, because all of them are genius psychics or something?
Every one of them has a learning curve that skews off the charts in psychic sensitivity, precognition, psychokinesis. They have the power.
Sorry to repeat this so often in this series, but what the fuck is Teague talking about? The only sort of powers we see from Jenny seem to be demon-related. I mean, aside from the part of the script where maybe she psychically knows Mitch is watching her make an omelet, none of this ever comes into play or is even mentioned again. And in fact, this whole section of dialogue isn't even in the script. Did Baywatch Nights just keep adding shit like this into episodes because of the X-Files? Does everything need to be a conspiracy? And later, they add in even more scenes where they say that the demon possessing Jenny is connected to the book Ryan read in that witchcraft episode? Do they think that this is what continuity is? Just referencing a random other episode and saying they're nonsensically related? But, I mean, I guess I should trust Teague knows what he's talking about. He is familiar with the time of the demons. They find out that the other super special kids gave in to the demons possessing them and lived, meaning Jenny is trying to kill herself to escape the demon. But earlier in the episode, this conversation implies that the demon made her do it.
Well, then she could do it again.
No, not while she's with Mitch. His personality is too strong. He's too willful. If anything, he'll present the challenge, not Jenny.
I see. This demon didn't realize it would be taking on a strong, willful lifeguard personality. That's the real challenge.
Well, then we need to warn him.
No, not yet. Not till we're ready.
Teague, you're a fucking idiot.
This is your son's room. Do you think he'd mind?
Absolutely not.
This is your son's bed. Do you think he'd mind?
Shh! Do you think he'd mind if I float his bed evilly off the floor?
Actually, I think he would mind that. Fart attack!
Honey, you gotta listen to me.
You have to say, may I? Don't you know the rules? You, of all people. You're a lifeguard. You live on rules, Mitch. Absolutely. But be careful, Mitch. Lifeguards always must be careful, no matter how much danger they face.
You'll never wear down my willful lifeguard personality! That was weird. Anyway, I'm bushed. Sleep tight, you little scamp. Well, the night is still young, and there's a Taco Bell within walking distance. Oh, son of a Mitch! You're a monster! A monster!
And an exploding teddy bear? This might be as scary as exploding flowers. Now she's gone too far.
That special effect was terrible! I won't take this anymore! Go into Hobie, you hear me? Go into Hobie!
Good thing we didn't warn Mitch about this until we were ready. So does this mean Mitch is also a super special psychic child, or does this have to do with his willful lifeguard personality? Maybe it's both. I mean, he did have a psychic link with an alien boy once. Realizing that they've spent 14 minutes, over a third of the episode, sitting in the same spot spewing out a nonsense info dump, Ryan and Teague decide to head on over to Mitch's house. Dorian Gregory runs into a coat rack, and they're off. I actually have 2 scripts for this episode, and the one with Griff still in it cuts off as the 3 of them arrive at Mitch's, so I'll never know what amazing things he added to the climax. I guess it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, because this scene was always gonna be about Mitch, baby!
What do you mean, am I all right? Don't I look all right? How am I doing? How do you think I'm doing? Cat got your tongue?
Yes, yes! Mwah, mwah, mwah! Beautiful! No notes! This is the perfect episode! We might as well say this was the finale and end on a high note! After 18 episodes of watching Hasselhoff slowly drag his way through his Baywatch Nights community service, barely being able to give even the slightest shit about the most insane of things, we finally get to see him break out some acting! And folks, I am living for this ham and cheese. This is, without a doubt, the most entertaining episode of Baywatch Nights, and it's not even close. Past me recognized it, present me recognizes it, and future generations will never forget. Let this be a monument to what all of Baywatch Nights should have been. Mephistopheles von Malibu will always be here to lift our spirits. I salute Hasselhoff. I'm sorry I ever doubted him. His face is sallow and drawn. His voice is slow and calculating.
Hi, guys.
Pretty spooky, huh, folks?
I love this. Okay, so Mitch is supposed to be really getting into Teague and Ryan's heads here. A major mindfuck, if you will. And considering Teague has been such a mysterious presence, I'm sure it has to really rattle him that Mitch now knows all of his secrets.
Well, go ahead, Teague. Tell her. Go ahead. Tell her what you're thinking. Go ahead.
According to this dialogue that they cut, Teague was thinking Ryan should leave. But in the final version, I guess he's thinking nothing. Mitch raises a hand, points off screen. In the fireplace, a flaming fire erupts. As the scenery threatens utter collapse after Hasselhoff has chewed nearly all of it away, Ryan has had enough. The script describes a disturbing scene where Ryan tases Mitch, and his only reaction is to stare at her creepily with glowing red eyes, unfazed by her attempts to subdue him. But what if, instead of that, he just shrieked and flailed around a bunch?
You'll never make me care about Hobie. Never!
More dialogue where Mitch taunts them and sets a spooky atmosphere and they actually try? No thanks! That too is ditched in favor of Hasselhoff laughing crazily and just stumbling around. They've given up all attempts at making you feel anything but amused delight.
Tremble in fear of my subtlety.
Ryan tries to get through to Mitch, forgetting that her character is so meaningless to him that she will go completely unmentioned 3 episodes from now when this series ends. And Teague doesn't know what to do when asked to accomplish anything other than faux deep dialogue about nothing. Props to the visible crash mat, though. No, it isn't until Mitch sees his dead girlfriend's shelf that something is touched deep inside him.
No! My exploding frog hybrid girlfriend wouldn't want this! What's become of me?
Mitch races out, bursts up the street, running insanely. don't think we're supposed to be laughing at Mitch becoming so distraught that he attempts to end his own life via semi-truck, but with Baywatch Nights, you never know. It honestly took me way too long to get that this was supposed to be a parallel to Jenny trying to take her own life to stop the demon, but to be fair, the moment was so absolutely batshit bonkers that I had trouble focusing on anything. And as written, it was a little more coherent, with Mitch running to the bridge Jenny jumped off of and slowly contemplating the dark, swirling waves below. And then he decides to hurl himself in front of a tractor? Which, I mean, okay. But the way the episode frantically edits this bullshit, Mitch just rushes down the street and immediately steps in front of a truck for seemingly no reason, screaming like a madman. So you'll forgive me for missing some of the nuances of the story. But anyway, who cares? Let's bring in the star of the episode!
When you're all alone, looking out for love.
Meow. Bet you thought you'd seen the last of me, huh, Mitch? Well, guess again. I'm gonna haunt your ass to life.
No! Killing myself was my save, Stephanie! My save! I'm finally gonna get out of Baywatch, and you're not gonna stop me!
Listen, you little wiener. I have to spend the rest of my afterlife in a sexy swimsuit, despite the fact I died in a dumpy rain slicker. You can never escape Baywatch. You're gonna be Mitch Fun Malibu forever!
That's not true! Say psych right now!
But you died last year.
I died 2 months ago in February, Mitch.
I'm just a lifeguard/monster hunter, Stephanie. You can't expect me to be able to tell time.
What's it like?
Oh, it's great. I got reincarnated as a dog and I get to boss Caroline around and no one will ever believe her. I'm thinking about branching out into other animals, so she'll never know where I am and live in constant fear, but I kinda like being a dog since you hate them so much.
I'm glad I missed your wedding to go catch a jellyfish.
Stupid Mitch thinks that now that they're both dead, he and Stephanie can be together and show up that stupid best friend of his, what's his name? But unfortunately, Stephanie informs him that he's gotta live.
You're still needed, Mitch.
You're still needed, Mitch. People still love you.
I enjoy that this implies that nobody loves Stephanie anymore. And she says offhandedly that the demon found another host after the accident. Well, I guess we'll never have to look into that. But before Stephanie leaves, hey, remember how when she died, she was trying to tell Mitch that she loves him, tragically unable to finish the sentence before leaving her worldly body? Well, let's just completely undercut that in this stupid demonic possession episode on Mitch's supernatural PI spinoff show.
There's something I didn't finish telling you. I love you.
I love me too.
I know this is crazy, but we might just be able to dissolve cut Mitch to life.
Hope he's with his mother!
Well, I guess that's over. What about Jenny's parents, huh? A massive explosion of sparks which showers down on them, engulfs them, and their entire forms are incinerated. Or they just sort of fade out in an unfinished effects shot. Back at Casa de Buchanan, Mitch gently cradles a chicken soup for the soul mug as he recovers from his traumatizing night. Not only did he see Stephanie again, but he's confirmed the existence of an afterlife. I'm sure this is something meaningful that will change him forever. Or never be mentioned again.
Stephanie.
Who's Stephanie?
What? Who's Stephanie? She only died like 7 episodes ago. Did Mitch never talk about seeing her die or going to her funeral or even her existence? Did he never seem distraught over the recent death of his one true love? Did Ryan never ask about his dead girlfriend shelf on which Stephanie features prominently? Did Ryan never meet her in that one weird episode where she showed up on normal Baywatch? Stephanie never came up in the 2 years that Mitch has known Ryan? Did Mitch neglect to mention her because he wanted to get into Ryan's pants? What the hell is wrong with him?
I'll make sure you never forget me, Mitch, because I'm always gonna be watching you. My save.
Okay, actually, real quick, I just noticed in the end credits, the theme is titled Your Nights Will Never Be the Same, despite the fact Mitch says The Nights Will Never Be the Same, and that's the title on Alfonso Blackwell's album? Everything about this show is a lie. Next time on Baywatch Nights, let's talk about more scripts. Your nights will never be the same. Howdy, fellow members of the Baywatch Knights Templar. Welcome to one of the most extensive behind-the-scenes looks at the hit beach sci-fi series, Baywatch Knights. And I can say that unironically, because there's next to no information about Baywatch Knights out there, and I've got some of their scripts. After years of wondering just how much of this show's confusion came from the writing, the editing, or bad translation, I can now say that it's all of that and more. I've managed to get my hands on the scripts for 9 episodes, one which I covered separately for the 8th Seal, and while it doesn't answer all of my questions, I've discovered some incredibly interesting little factoids that I'm stoked to share with you all. Unlike Baywatch Knights, I don't feel the need to prolong things here, so let's jump in. I apologize right now for how many times you're going to be hearing in the script. Firstly, these are all autographed scripts, so that's pretty cool. I've got signatures from David Hasselhoff, Dorian Gregory, and Brooke Burns for some reason, despite the fact she wasn't even on Baywatch Nights. These scripts are guaranteed to have gone from their hands to mine, to live out their lives on my mantle next to photographs of my many dead girlfriends. Not every script contains a huge wealth of information, but they all add a piece to the giant jigsaw puzzle that is Baywatch Nights. And I know we're here for the insane Season 2 episodes, but the first one I'm gonna cover is for the singular Season 1 script I acquired. But I promise it's a really good one, and not just because it's for the drag episode. Kind of a Drag is an episode that, more than any other Season 1 story, is very obviously chopped down, edited, and reshot, and not what was intended to be made at all. The best example of this is the fact they open with Mitch rescuing a lady named Cindy, only for him to be dating a woman named Cindy later in the episode, who is either the same character played by a different actress, or a separate second Cindy. But there's things like this all throughout the episode, which is why I was stoked to get my hands on a script. However, upon receiving it, I discovered that this was a very, very early version of the story. In fact, it's so early that it tells us about ideas they had for Baywatch Nights before they even started filming. This isn't just a script for Baywatch Nights, but it's the very first draft. That means the story is almost completely different, and let me tell you, it yielded some very interesting results. Not only are we taking a trip back in time for Baywatching Nights, but we're actually going beyond Season 1. And for a show with next to no information about it, what I was able to glean from this was absolute gold. This draft of Kind of a Drag is by David Braff, who is only credited with a story by in the final episode, with that script being credited to Len Jansen. The date here is February of 1995, and the season began airing in September of the same year. This was also the last episode aired before the mid-season retool, which added Donna and Griff to the cast. I don't have any other Season 1 scripts, so I can only guess, but I think they wrote the first half of the season before shooting began. Given that this was aired before their mid-season break and still included Destiny in it, I imagine they had to do a lot of re-scripting to take her out past her 4-episode run. Lending further credence to my theory that this was scripted way before they started filming the series, Lou's Club is not called Knights, it's called Lou's Blues. And the detective agency is called the Beachhead Detective Agency and not located at the club at all. So at this stage, the show was called Baywatch Nights, but didn't even have the extremely tenuous reason for it to be called Baywatch Nights. This may have even been written before they changed it from Santa Monica Nights or whatever the hell it was going by at the time, but whenever they added the cover page and cleaned it up, it obviously had the name Baywatch Nights. I'm unclear on the timeline. There was also apparently an idea at one point that they would have a parrot named Harlow, who I think they inherited from the first owner of the agency. Anyway, the Beachhead Detective Agency functions much the same as the Bride-Bee Agency, with one key difference. Mitch fucking hates Ryan. Like, loathes her completely. He makes this known at every possible opportunity. Ryan is the bane of his existence, and also, he has a hate boner for her. Mitch stops punching.
The problem is, we are no longer the masters of our domain.
Resumes punching.
You may recall, the primary reason I sank every penny of my life savings into your midlife fantasy of becoming a private eye was so that you and I could be in total control of our own destinies. The two of us calling all the shots, answering to no one but each other, masters of our domain.
So things didn't work out exactly as we planned.
No, things didn't, did they?
You're in denial again. I thought you'd accepted the fact that Ryan owns half the agency.
I thought I had too. Turns out I was wrong. I've got nothing against Ryan personally. In fact, had we met under different conditions, we'd probably have been attracted to each other.
Garner opens the door to the Beachhead Detective Agency.
She has a lot of qualities I admire in a woman. She's smart, ambitious, not afraid to take chances. But I've made the mistake of getting involved with someone I worked with once before, and I don't intend to make the same mistake twice.
Mitch and Garner enter. Ryan's on the phone.
No matter how much she begs for it.
Mitch greets her with a big, if somewhat insincere, smile. She sticks out her tongue and makes a face.
As for me, I kept my sanity by focusing on what life would be like without Ryan.
To top off Mitch punching himself in the dick repeatedly to prove he isn't attracted to Ryan, he's dating a woman named Suzanne in this episode, the Cindy's of the script. I guess to be fair, Ryan equally hates Mitch and lifeguards in general, but there's less of a weird horniness to her insults. In addition to Ryan being lifeguardophobic, there's more references to Baywatch itself. There's Mitch alluding to his and Stephanie's workplace relationship, and there's a scene of him lifeguarding as a sub for a sick CJ. They seem to act like Mitch is phasing lifeguarding out of his life, perhaps hinting that Hasselhoff wanted to slowly leave the parent show to continue his detective adventures. Hilariously though, even before season 1 had begun, apparently Mitch had already given up on Baywatch nights. Lifeguarding is where it's at!
Let's face it, things aren't working out the way I planned.
In all the years we've been friends, I've never known you to back down from a challenge, no matter what the odds.
Working with Ryan isn't a challenge. It's cruel and unusual punishment. Life's too short. Why should I put up with her when I have this?
Mitch indicates the shimmering sea, the golden sand.
Because you made a commitment to your best friend, remember? You can't leave me holding the bag. Besides, you've got the instincts to be a first-rate detective. I've got nothing against lifeguarding, but it's not exactly where the action is.
A pair of bikini-clad joggers pass by and wave to Mitch.
That depends on what kind of action you're looking for.
As the joggers approach a jetty, a surfer comes up from the rocks and waves his arms excitedly, calling to Mitch.
Hey dude, you better get over here. There's like a dead body washed up on the rocks.
Anyway, you might recall that this is an episode about a drag queen serial killer. So there's no scene of a drag queen being found in the ocean. Instead, we open with the second attack from the episode. Only in this version, it takes place in the red light district. And the drag queen isn't just beaten up, he's actually killed. So a different drag queen named Coco contacts the agency for help. They meet him at a club called Crossroads, which is where the queens perform in the script version. Crossroads is described as the hippest of the hip and full of a Models Inc. crowd, which I think is where the odd daytime kinda red carpet opening outside of Nights came from. One bit of credit I can give to the final episode is that, while the plot is perhaps a bit problematic these days, for the most part, they've kept the homophobia to a minimum. Well, not in the script. Right off the bat, Coco is super flirty with Mitch, and he and Garner are like, no, we can't take this case, we aren't gay or anything like that. In the episode, the killer is a drag queen who is obsessed with a fictional actress, convinced that he's the only one who can portray her. Whenever he attacks, he spouts off a catchphrase from her sitcom, and yet somehow it takes everyone forever to make that connection, despite the fact all the targets specialize in impersonating that specific actress. Well, in the script, the actress is Judy Garland, and there's no catchphrase at all, which makes it a bit more of a mystery. I mean, the end reveal is complete nonsense, and you'll know what I mean when I get there, but still. And since Mitch's mother used to love Judy Garland, Mitch is, of course, a Judy Garland expert. So when they need someone to go undercover as a Judy Garland impersonator, Mitch is their guy. This section of the story is much longer than in the episode, with Mitch disguising himself as a drag performer not just to lure out the killer, but to interview all of the drag queens who are too scared to talk. But script Mitch is much more against getting into drag, because of homophobia. I guess to be fair, this is sort of a story arc for him, a way to learn that drag queens are people too. But when Stinky Ryan says they'll never have to work together again after this case, he agrees, because fuck Ryan. Even in this early script, they're struggling for a reason for Destiny to be there. So she's the one who gives Mitch the drag makeover, complete with a montage of her applying makeup, picking out dresses, and Mitch learning how to walk in heels. By the end of the montage, the transformation is complete, and we pick up Mitch walking down the Strand, dressed in drag like Dustin Hoffman coming out in Tootsie. Destiny starts upstairs as Mitch disrobes and puts on the dress. He sees himself in the mirror. Not bad. He pulls up the hem of the dress, tucks in the waist, stuffs a couple of dish towels on top. As you can see, this is more than just a physical transformation for Mitch. The lifeguard doth protest too much, methinks. Garner doesn't even recognize Mitch later, as he too thinks he's a sexy lady. Yes, even in drag, Hasselhoff is a god among men. Every single one of the drag performers is horny for him. The performers ad-lib greetings and breathy asides about his wholesome good looks. And just like in the episode, Mitch's date walks in while he's in drag, gets upset, and leaves. But it makes slightly more sense in the Suzanne version, because unlike Cindy, she didn't have any lines earlier saying Mitch should get in touch with his feminine side. Suzanne shows up again at the end because Destiny explains the situation to her, but she remains homophobic and puts Mitch in the friend zone. So Mitch isn't dressed as Judy Garland at first, instead given an original drag persona. You know, so he can really get into the part.
He needs to fully develop his new aura before we can proceed to the next level.
Mitch then starts to talk to the camera?
At this point, all I could think of was how lucky I was that Hobie was spending the week back in Ohio with his mother. Life is confusing enough to a kid going through puberty. This might have been too much for him to handle.
I'm not sure if this line is implying that he thinks his own son will be attracted to him, so I'll just leave that there. I assumed when Mitch did this in the pitch pilot, it was just to sell the product to investors, but it kinda sounds like this was something they were considering continuing into the show itself. I, for one, am glad it wasn't. The climax of the final episode is only the end of Act 2 in this draft, where a man named Ted attempts to grab one of the performers and there's a long chase after him. They end up at a fish market and Ryan slips on some of said fish before Mitch tackles Ted into a tub of squid. But Ted was actually hired by the performers' parents to rescue their wayward son from a life of decadence and depravity. This all ties into Mitch's journey of understanding, bonding with the son and realizing that it's okay to be gay, and the real enemy is supernatural sea monsters. Then, Mitch is hilariously attacked while taking a piss, which I really think they should have kept in the episode. Close on Mitch. He's just finished a strenuous pee and is clumsily putting his costume back on. Suddenly, the stall door swings open, and before he can react, the assailant has a fishnet stocking around his throat. But it turns out the guy who strangled him nearly to death wasn't the murderer. It was another guy trying to prove that the killer was framing him. But I just think he did the opposite of what a non-killer does. Then Coco is killed, Garner goes undercover as Whoopi, and Ryan is once again taken captive by a bad guy. So who the fuck was the real killer? Well, get ready for this. It's so obvious. It's Crossroads' one-handed bouncer who looks like Mr. Clean named Philip. And I'm not fucking kidding you, he attaches a weed whacker to his stump for a fight scene. And I have no fucking idea what I just read. But somehow it gets even more insane. Ryan shoots Philip, saving Mitch from a weed whacker death, and here's where we get his motive.
The one thing I still don't understand is why Philip would want to kill Violet in the first place.
Another angle, we see Philip, his shoulder heavily bandaged, being let out the front door by a pair of uniformed cops.
I say we let the DA worry about that.
Fuck you, audience! We don't need to know why things happen. Guys, I was so mad, but also they should have filmed this as is because it's perfect. Oh, right, the kid whose parents don't understand him does a touching performance and his parents cry, and somehow Mitch is credited for this moment. Genius. Okay, but we want to talk about Season 2. Sure, weed whacker bouncers are all well and good, but we want the really crazy stuff. So let me tell you what I discovered about Baywatch Nights X-Files edition, because there are some doozies here. We'll start with Possessed! One of the things that confused me in the episode was the statement that the serial killer Kempler had died 4 months ago, only to be followed up 10 minutes later by saying that he had died in a car accident a few weeks prior. I wasn't sure if one of the lines had maybe been a fumble by the actor that they just left in, but no, it's just written inconsistently. Also, Richard Kempler was originally called Pee Wee Kempler, and I wish they'd left that in because that's hilarious. Also, I got a good chuckle out of this typo too. Regan leans close, kisses Regan without closing his eyes. The attack by the possessed Donna on the hitchhiker at the park was originally a little saucier, with her taking off his pants. But Baywatch Night said no guy stuff, only Donna may be seen in her underwear. Also, she's possessed by a guy, and we don't want the serial killer ghost to seem too gay. The way in which Donna is possessed is left very vague, only saying she was in contact with Kempler's blood at the accident and leaving the audience to assume this is something serial killer blood just does. And while that's generally what happens in the script as well, there are a couple lines that hint at a different explanation.
They gave Donna a total blood replacement to remove any traces of the radiation. Only time will tell. I hope she'll be okay.
Ray, the blood transfusion you received, that blood was from a serial killer who had radiation treatments which somehow contaminated his blood. Now you're feeling what he felt.
My script still contains the backstory about a car accident being the way so many people came in contact with Kempler's blood, and these are the only 2 lines that mention anything about radiation or blood transfusions. So my best guess is that these are left over from an earlier draft. So radiation gave the serial killer blood possession powers. Makes sense? Aside from those leftover bits, the biggest difference between what's in my script and what's on screen is the ending. As aired, Mitch receives a letter from the police officer's wife, thanking him for nearly murdering her husband while he was possessed. Then Mitch and Ryan suddenly remember there were like a ton more possessed people to take care of, so they get to work as the credits roll. Well, the script takes more of a comedy stance, with Ryan making fun of Mitch's temporary deafness that happened while he was, saving her life and all. Neither Donna's story nor Dr. Block's tragic tale of his wife's murder are followed up on in either version, so pretty cool all around. Frozen out of time! This is the Viking episode, in case you need a reminder, and it was originally called Icon. As I surmised, the 2 minutes of stock footage / redundant voiceover at the beginning of the episode is not in the script and simply there to fill time. In fact, the first dialogue actually in the script isn't said until about 4 minutes into the episode. Plus, there's additional footage of Mitch's car added in with yet more voiceover to pad the runtime. In a rare instance of the editing actually saving something rather than making things more confusing, as scripted, Teague giddily tells Mitch and Ryan, "You're going to love this," after one of the Vikings has reanimated and violently flung a bunch of scientists around. One of the characters I really wanted to know more about was Dr. Lancaster, who was portrayed as very important with a deeper connection to Ryan and Mitch, only to abruptly write him out in the middle of the episode, never to be mentioned again. Lancaster, wearing a white lab coat over his vested suit, steps from the darkness. He returns other artifacts to the table, his bearing much more than mere scientist. He is authority, control, power. I'm familiar with you both, along with the assistance you've been giving Teague, the proclivity you have for achieving results. You in your way, he in his.
The gift you have in achieving results, your persistence, his arrogance, unbeatable.
I hope Edward Molehair added the part about his arrogance. Okay, so, obviously, they made him seem more important because he was on Knight Rider with Hasselhoff. But it came off really weird to me that he barely did anything with Hasselhoff at all, and regardless of who was playing him, why was this character even here? I just sort of assumed Edward Molehair had to leave the shoot, and they hastily wrote him out with a phone call, but no, that's just how it's written. Maybe they had the idea that he'd be recurring, but this is Baywatch Night, so I kind of doubt it. I also don't get the added importance they gave to a character simply called Lab Technician, who I assumed got more lines to cover for Edward Molehair's absence, but he also takes some of Ryan's story? As written, Ryan sees the humanity in the second Viking, knowing he's confused and urging everyone to protect him. But in the episode, Lab Technician says this, while Ryan just cowers. Like, why? And now that I know Lancaster was just scripted to leave that way, I'm even more baffled as to why Lab Technician had such copious amounts of screen time in comparison. It's possible in an earlier draft, Lab Technician was Lancaster, but if that's the case, I'm really confused as to why they didn't give him a name with his newfound importance. They even took out the part where he runs away like a coward, only to be murdered by the first Viking. I guess they were like, no, Lab Technician is a hero! Then comes this bullshit. The first Viking marches forward, bellows his challenge, waving his short sword as he grabs Ryan by the hair, claiming her as his prize. To prove she is his possession, the first Viking reaches around, grabs a fistful of her neckline, tears her blouse away. I'm not sure if we were saved by the Baywatch Nights team coming to their senses, TV censors, or David Hasselhoff's insistence that on Baywatch Nights they wear clothes. But Ryan losing her shirt is sadly a recurring theme in these scripts. But really, what everyone remembers about this episode is the infamous ending, where Mitch shoots a flaming arrow at a Viking funeral pyre while screaming, Valhalla! And I'm sure you're wondering about that, and no, it's not in the script, and whoever decided on changing it is a genius. I hope it was Hasselhoff getting bored and just going, let's wrap it up, Valhalla! What happens on paper is that Mitch shoots the arrow and says, rest in peace. And then he and Ryan yammer on about what Vikings do in Valhalla and how they love chauvinism. And Ryan calls Mitch a chauvinist, and we end on a comedy note? Screw that! Valhalla! Space Spores! This was originally called Space Spore. Maybe I should leave the trivia for this one there, because it doesn't get any more compelling than that. You'll be shocked to find out their stock footage voiceover was padded out in the episode. They did have some voiceover in the script, but it was only like 30 seconds, so they have to hilariously stretch it out for another minute while these voiceover guys talk about inane bullshit to fill in time.
Fred's got 2 busloads of relatives from Tulsa with hats and horns, all ready to line the field at the Cape. They'll have to be satisfied with Snapchat.
But we may be able to set them up in the VIP lounge with a video feed.
Fred would appreciate it, Houston.
Past the short intro, the script has no dialogue until Mitch shows up 5.5 minutes in. The call between the farmer and the EIT was another bit of added voiceover. So our one piece of information about them wasn't even in the script, which simply describes their base as the Military Headquarters Unit. While they've extended the voiceover, they cut down the chase scene at the beginning featuring the infected animals. Originally, they began with the rat chasing a roach, which explodes onto the rat, which is chased by a cat before the rat explodes. We do see Ryan bagging the roach later, so presumably this was rightfully cut down because it was overlong and redundant. I'm not sure filling in the time with all of that voiceover was better, but there you go.
Let me guess, Chupacabra.
Let me guess, Chupacabra?
One part of Space Spores that I enjoyed was Mitch pointing out how much sense it doesn't make that Teague apparently has all of these resources, and yet he keeps calling these two dummies to help.
You know, isn't it amazing with all the scientific brains you seem to have and all the resources you seem to have, the only help you can muster up is us?
Mitch says, isn't it amazing in the episode, while in the script he says,
kinda sad, isn't it?
I feel like this was only changed because Hasselhoff was paraphrasing his dialogue like usual, but I do think sad is the more accurate description. After studying the exploded animals on the farm, Script Ryan has some cool double helix animations to look at on the computer as she explains animal DNA and compares it to the spore DNA. You know, 'cause she's the scientist. But all of this is cut in the episode, and she just says her buddy Russell told her what happened. No brains required from Ryan! Looking at the double helix animations is also how Ryan deduces that the DNA is similar to plants, and therefore that's why the animals explode. 'Cause spores or whatever. But because they didn't want to pay someone to make a double helix animation, yet kept a lot of the dialogue the same, Ryan states that the animals explode for some reason, then explains the exact reason her buddy Russell told her they explode in the next sentence. Most of the little girl's lines are cut, I don't know why. In an interesting bit of cast change, Colonel Sorensen's character was written to be a man. I'd like to think this was a cool, feminist move to have Teague's old military acquaintance / boss be a woman, but I'm pretty sure it's because they wanted the part to be played by someone sexier. I was a bit baffled when she ordered her men to lock Teague up, only for him to just be seen standing next to a truck later. In the script, the colonel says keep him under guard, which makes a lot more sense to me. And in case you were curious, no, there's no weird pause in the middle of Teague saying, "You don't have that authority."
You don't have that authority.
Lest we think that Ryan has any part in moving these stories along, she had a line warning Griff to stay in the ambulance, and they gave it to Mitch. But I guess they balanced out the bullshit of that by removing this exchange.
And if you build up the pressure all around him,
nothing can explode from the pressure inside him.
Oh, sometimes you're so cute.
Keep in mind, Ryan is saying this while she is currently waiting to explode via space spores. So she and the little girl are taken to the decompression chamber in order to flush the spores out, and apparently they cut out a part where Ryan's watch and a pen in her pocket explode from the pressure. However, you can still hear Mitch kind of mumbling about it in the episode. And what about Teague's badass moment where he proves his loyalty to Mitch and Ryan, pointing his one gun at the Colonel and saving the day? Surely that's in the script. Wrong! He just stands there the whole time and does nothing. And also, the Colonel stands there and does nothing, and doesn't stop Mitch for some reason. And then Teague sorta silently joins the others at the end like he did anything before they fade to commercial. Mitch goes to the Suburban, brings back a large wicker picnic basket. Katie unties the bow, lifts the lid, and out pops the cutest puppy God ever created. Ryan is the one who gives Katie the puppy in the episode because hell if Mitch will touch a dog. The Mobius! This episode is one of those Knights plots that's not very well thought out, kept vague, and shot confusingly, which is a triple whammy of what the hell. I still don't really know what they were going for, but to refresh you, Mitch and Ryan travel to a warehouse dimension full of ghouls that's also the future where the ozone layer collapsed. I'm gonna disappoint you now, the script does not elaborate on the giant eggs, so we will never know what that was about. So anyway, Mitch and Ryan begin the episode by dressing up to go to Lou's new club when Ryan's old friend Ashley arrives asking for help. In true Mitch fashion, he's a complete asshole about it, but it may surprise you to know that it appears this was an acting choice by Hasselhoff.
I think I'll come back later. You guys are going somewhere special.
No, nothing special. Only the opening of Lou's new club down at the beach.
This line was originally Ryan's and not meant to be said like a dick. And when he sarcastically says they should help Ashley at the end of the scene, it was written to not be sarcastic. As in, he genuinely wants to help her and acts like a hero, or cares even a little.
Absolutely. The party'll still be there. Let's help your friend.
Oh, absolutely. Let's help your friend.
Maybe you can help.
Oh, good idea.
I don't know why Hasselhoff decided Mitch needed to be a douchebag, but it seems at least some of the scenes were written with self-awareness. Large glass vacuum tubes, diodes, voltage regulators, transformers, etc. Teague and Ryan are already fascinated. Mitch already bored. I do enjoy reading the stage directions that detail what the writer envisioned for the episode, and then seeing the hilariously sad final product that was put together for $2. It's not like they have any big ambitions, but they can't even reach that. For instance, the particle accelerator is described as 2 opposing reflector dishes with a shimmering cone of light between them, and all they could manage was a spotlight. And during this fight, I think Mitch was meant to throw this mutant into the fan blades to get chopped up, but the fans on set are too small for that, so they just add an electrocution noise.
It's a human being.
Ryan, there's a person in there. I can feel it. I can always feel when somebody's in trouble, needs help. It's just a sick old man.
But it scares me.
This sick old man, Ryan's old college professor, is apparently supposed to be one of the mutants with a half-scarred face, but I guess they didn't want to do that. If it's not a monster covered in rags, they aren't interested.
I still dabble in areas that are best left alone. I've learned nothing.
Mitch leans to Ryan, Sato.
I like this guy.
And when Mitch is leading Ryan and Ashley back to their old professor, the script has Ryan warn them that there's danger ahead. But once again, the episode gives the hero lines to asshole Mitch. The episode also has Mitch find the football Teague sends them instead of Ryan, because he's the smart guy who does things, and she's the one who cowers and gets her clothes ripped off, as women are wont to do. Mitch charges down the stairs, Ryan safely in tow behind him, but as they leave the mutants strewn right and left, Mitch and Ryan lose their footing, tumble down a pile of debris, all arms, legs, and elbows, intermeshed, both gasping for breath. Mitch starts off. Ryan hesitates, trying to smooth and tuck the shreds of her blouse and pants to cover her exposed underwear. Finally, she gives up. I told you, it was a recurring thing. Sadly, the final episodes are sometimes an improvement. I'll leave it up to you to decide if it was the right decision to cut out Mitch and Ryan's kiss near the end. Hey, and speaking of endings, in the final episode, Mitch and Ryan discuss the upcoming end of the world while Mitch teases Ryan about her love confession. But what if, instead of that, it went a little something like this?
Still want to go to Lou's?
He'll be real disappointed if we don't show up.
You know who's going to be more disappointed?
Mitch tucks his dirtied handkerchief back into his torn tuxedo.
The rental shop, when I return this.
Ryan laughs, slings an arm around Mitch's waist. The two of them starting up the street, happy to be back to this universe. Suddenly, there's an ungodly crash off-screen. Mitch and Ryan spin, on guard. Hear the screech of an alley cat as several trash cans roll from the darkness. On Mitch and Ryan.
Oh, I'm not jumpy. Not me.
Me neither.
Not much, I'm not.
They laugh again. Continue up on the street. And we fade out. The end.
Zargtha, 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 Zargtha!
Remember when Mitch fought a Yugoslavian wolf man? Well, he did. It was called Zargtha. Do you want to talk about names? Because it got like a huge section on names here for some reason, so you're getting it. I was a little confused about what to call the teen Mitch meet since his name was inconsistently pronounced in the episode, and IMDb credits him as Teen Lily because the actor was on Teen Wolf. In the script, it's spelled Lily, and it's an odd choice, but I guess that's purposeful. One of them is Lily, not his name, just what he's called. Oh yeah, and his friend who's immediately killed is named Alex. So, R.I.P. Alex. Detective Deadman is called Sam Spores in the script, and in Night Whispers, the same actor plays Detective Chorus. So apparently this is intended to be a different character, but I am unclear on if his character in Ascension is supposed to be the guy who died, this guy, or a third unnamed detective. And amusingly, we also get a name for the Zargtha? Yeah, the script calls him Khan. Like, just a little trivia tidbit thrown into the stage directions. This is never said on screen, nor do they ever really explore the idea that this wolf man is also a person, so I found this surprising. I don't know if Maurice Hurley thought it would be dumb to call him a Zargtha throughout the script, but Khan is also a weird name, so it's basically a lateral move. In a bit of cut dialogue, Lily says that he can tell who's going to die, and I wasn't sure if this was supposed to be a power he has, or just like, he's good at guessing. Could go either way in this show. His friend Teen Billy was written as a boy, and when the two of them run from the Zargtha, Sydney gets in her car to search for them instead of disappearing until she talks to Mitch later in the episode. In fact, I think a lot of the stuff chopped out of the episode does a disservice to her character, because basically all of her backstory or moments of empathy are stripped away. She has a whole monologue explaining how she got involved with helping street kids and why she's so determined to stop anyone else from dying. This leads into a Mitch monologue about how he got involved with lifeguarding because his best friend Derek drowned when he was 12 and a lifeguard rescued him. There's even some cut dialogue later where Mitch talks about Hobie, his often unmentioned 16-year-old boy. But what if, instead of that character crap, they had nothing? It's not like the episode was edited really tight or anything. They could have cut out a couple minutes of endless walking through hallways to keep this. I only see 2 sets of prints. Don't you think that's weird?
The sand will fool you. Makes things look different. You can't trust tracks in the sand.
Well, when it comes to sand, no one's going to argue with you.
During Mitch and Ryan's investigation of Teen Billy's murder, they randomly cut to a shot of Ryan pulling dog hair out of her pocket, despite the fact they never established that she had found any dog hair to begin with. Well, I figured out that this was actually a reverse shot of what was intended to be inserted into a later part of the scene, when she asked Detective Spores if she can keep the dog hair. But as scripted, they were supposed to talk to Detective Spores before they investigate the dog tracks, which is where we see the aforementioned reverse shot of the dog hair. I don't know why they rearranged the scene in this way, because all that did was create more work for them trying to edit around the swap. I guess I should mention that basically every one of these episodes chops up and rearranges scenes like this, and often for no reason. But this one is particularly nonsense. There's a befuddling section of dialogue here where they discuss if an attack dog could be the culprit. And Mitch says it wasn't an attack dog, but maybe it was an attack dog.
If this was an attack dog, well, he'd bite everyone who was in his path. There'd be attacks all over the city, day and night.
You got a theory, lifeguard?
Navy SEALs will use trained attack dogs.
I was fairly certain this was a result of Hasselhoff fudging the dialogue again, but it's nice to be proven right, because in the script, he's supposed to say wild dog the first time. When Mitch and Sydney are on the search for teen Lily, they're supposed to be driving through a bad neighborhood, to show what these homeless kids are going through. And you can see just a bit of this in the episode, but for some reason, Maurice Hurley has decided the streets are full of homeless, creepy goth kids? They see groups of kids. Goths, kids dressed like ghouls, white faces, black clothing. All of this culminates in the Zargtha chase in the abandoned building. And let me tell ya, there were some serious failures here vis-a-vis editing or establishing things. There was the moment, of course, where they forgot to add in a scream when a kid is being killed.
And then I heard this horrific scream.
There were also stage directions, dialogue, and a plot point establishing that Sydney had the silver letter opener throughout the episode, rather than just her randomly having it near the end. Like, Mitch says the letter opener is part of their plan to get the Zargtha, so it didn't come off like some random way to end the episode. Sydney getting bitten wasn't in the script, which is maybe why they don't get into the implications of that. But they do have a couple bits in the script where Mitch gets a knee injury and is also bitten by the Zargtha. They were cowards not to elaborate on that and make Zargtha Mitch. And the ending of the episode is extended from the script, which simply ends with them leaving the building and Mitch joking with Ryan,
"And you thought this was going to be another boring winter day at the beach."
Knights to Dragon 1! I have 2 scripts for the virtual reality D&D episode, which is great, because it shows us what things were changed due to them having negative dollars to work with. There are other reasons for them to alter things, but 90% of it is because they got a warehouse and a shoebox, and that's about it. Anywho, this was originally called Dragon Master. That's because Vincent Schiavelli's character was called the Dragon Master before being changed to the more generic Game Master. And I don't know if that was for copyright reasons or something else. The episode was retitled Knights to Dragon 1. They kept the dragon part because, I don't know, they had a Welsh flag on a D&D business card for some reason. Despite the fact the second draft I have is closer to the final episode, there are still some pretty big changes. For instance, the character who comes to Mitch and Ryan for help rescuing her family doesn't exist at all. Instead, Mitch and Ryan are roped into this via, something else. Okay, so in this original opening, Mitch and Ryan are heading into the office after seeing a movie Ryan's friend directed, and Mitch is mad because it was a softcore porn. Ryan then gets an email that's presented as a holographic image that talks? And I know this was 1997 and technology was still an enigma, but they had email back then. But anyway, here. A holographic image appears on the screen as the E turns, and we hear the voice of a distinguished but strange gentleman who speaks with a stilted nasal speech pattern. "Hello, Ms. McBride. I assume Mr. Buchanan is there with you." The odd voice draws Mitch's attention to the screen. He leans over Ryan's shoulder.
"Who is that character?"
"You are probably wondering who I am. I am a friend of a friend. And as you know, a friend is not your enemy."
What is he talking about?
"A situation has arisen which requires your attention. A man has disappeared. A very important man. With good and valid reason, we believe him in danger. If you choose to help, the address where you are to begin your search is on the screen. Goodbye, Ms. McBride. Mr. Buchanan."
The email concludes. The screen goes blank.
Mitch, this is crazy.
"I know. Teague?"
Maybe. Probably.
"Your call. Do we go on this?"
Ryan holds an imaginary coin in the air, calls one side versus the other. Accept or ignore. Ryan flips the imaginary coin, catches it, peeks and grins.
Let's go.
What the fuck was that? I don't know. I just don't know. I guess they rightly realized that the script was extremely confusing, which is why they added the daughter character to give a long exposition dump about her dad being a hardcore rich gamer guy. Because none of that is in the script. We don't know who this email guy was, why the guy they're looking for is important. There's not even anything about games before they enter the warehouse. Mitch and Ryan simply go in blind, because this unhelpfully vague email was just so enticing, I guess. And neither one of them seems to think the email being a hologram was weird, so I guess that's just how they work in the Baywatch Nights universe.
That's where you lose me. I was never into games. I even hated Monopoly.
Mitch starts out the way they came. Ah, but while you were sitting in the sunshine, the world's sunshine is playing CD-ROM games.
The world's sunshine is playing CD-ROM games. That sure is a thing that was written. Since Mitch and Ryan weren't given the backstory by the daughter, they slowly discover that it's a game, and Ryan just really likes playing games, while Mitch bitches about it. There's less repetitious dialogue about being in the computer or how this whole thing works, so I guess there's that. Most of the time is instead filled in with more bitching.
Can I ask one thing?
No.
Alright, then I won't. But I'll tell you something. You can't always say it's my fault, Mitch, because it's not always my fault. Most of the time, it's your fault.
And because Mitch and Ryan don't know anything about why they're there, they come across the rich guy's daughter just by chance. This is about 3/4 of the way in, and that's when she starts to give her backstory about how she was the one who got her dad into games, and Mitch does not care.
In so many ways, it's all my fault. I was the one always fascinated by games like these.
Sure we couldn't talk about something else?
In the first draft I have, the tunnel full of lasers is a tunnel full of snakes. I totally get why this was changed, and yes, Ryan does say the obligatory Indiana Jones line. But when it was switched to electricity in the second draft, they kept the line in but swapped snakes with electricity, which makes less sense and sounds bad. It's also funny to read the description of a sizzling crisscrossed web of electricity, and then see that represented by shitty lasers that Hasselhoff just half-assedly wanders through. In the snake version, there's a long sequence where they have to avoid them, and Mitch says that snakes aren't interested in hurting you if you aren't aggressive with them. Which he should know isn't true, considering that time he fell from a hang glider, got bit by a snake, and fell down a mountain. At one point, Mitch gets mad at Ryan for not telling him that she's never played this game, even though there's multiple bits of dialogue where she says she's never played it. But she does explain the game she has played and actually sounds like she knows what she's doing, which is something the final episode decided wasn't necessary, despite insisting she's an expert. All she does here is mumble something about this one game she played in college that always had electricity in it, and also the game she played always ended with them dying, meaning she sucks at games.
Enough! The killing game is over. We're not playing.
I say enough! That's what I say! You and your stupid killing game are over! You know why? Because I'm not playing!
When Mitch and Ryan are on the foggy pier, and Mitch slings her over his shoulder like a caveman, that was not in the script. He just takes her hand and leads her along, but Mitch strong or something. There's this hilarious part in the script where Mitch and Ryan discover the dead guy and unzip his game uniform to reveal an expensive business suit underneath. So you're aware that he's a rich businessman. Since they don't know anything about why the hell they're there in this version, this scene adds to the lore that richy rich ultimate gamers come here and contributes to the mystery that Mitch and Ryan need to solve, to help them discover that someone is making big bucks off of this deadly game. But in the episode, we already know all of this, and there is no mystery to solve, stuff just sorta happens. Also, for some reason, the game is specifically preying on Asians?
Mitch, lots and lots of very wealthy people, especially wealthy Asian people, are very big on number 1, gambling, and number 2, becoming bored with simply making and having money.
This is a big, mildly racist swing for Ryan to take, considering this is the only Asian person they encounter in this episode that isn't a game character, and also this is never brought up again because it's not the case here. I just don't know why this dialogue was included. It was in both drafts. And instead of being scared, Ryan is just like, wow, cool game, after seeing that dead rich Asian man.
It is exciting, the same way it was always such a kick back in college. You couldn't quit. It's the rules. You either win or lose, but there's no withdrawing or changing your mind.
Great, it'll be a hell of a story. Once upon a time, you lived in a CD-ROM game.
I feel really bad for James Liu, not only because he had to be a corpse, but I'm fairly certain he's playing all of the monsters they encounter that have stupid things on their faces. Apparently, this character is a monkey man thief, whatever that means. But we do get another Asian guy in the cast with an uncredited Gerald Okamura, who wasn't in either script, but at one point, Mitch gets him to charge at his denim jacket, and I think this is a reference to an earlier draft where they encounter a giant bull? Is he supposed to be the bull? I'm not sure how they thought they were going to pull this one off, nor the second draft that changes it to 3 faceless horned kelp monsters. And this next description is both amazing and stupid, which I'm very into. A huge form moves toward them from the depths of the shadows. A form half human, half animal, to be determined by combining available special costume rentals. We shall call it an Eeble. Moving with Mitch as he circles the Eeble, a massive structure of muscle combining the partial armor of a gladiator with the black hooded head of an executioner. In one hand, a net, the other a trident. And then, guess what happens? As Mitch disappears into the darkness, Ryan and Gwen react as the chattering sounds move closer, closer. Suddenly, gnarled semi-animal hands rise from the mist, clutch at them, scratching, clawing, tearing at their clothes. Ryan and Gwen do their best to keep the snarling, groping, animal-like hands from doing any greater damage than shredding their clothes. And yet again, we have a different ending. Whereas in the final episode, Mitch and Ryan return to the warehouse alone, in the script, they lead a SWAT team inside and find the place empty. The SWAT team thinks they're a couple of idiots. The end.
It had to be real, yet it's gone, like it never was real.
Well, who cares? Who's to judge what's real and what's unreal? Not me. And you know why? 'Cause I hate games. Now, more than ever.
The Servant. Of all of the scripts I've procured, I think this one made it the clearest as to what the hell the episode's intentions were. And even then, it's a giant question mark. I'd even go so far to say that, astoundingly, almost all of the plot-relevant details were either cut out of the episode or only included in the stage directions. You wouldn't think a story about a mummy would be that confusing, but folks, this was difficult to decipher. And now that I have more knowledge about it, I'm perhaps more confused than ever as to why they made the choices they did. This script was both a blessing and a curse. A mummy's curse. So I have 2 drafts of this one as well, and the later draft has Griff no longer in script written prominently on the front. I mentioned this in my 8th Seal review, as Griff was also in that script, but apparently when these were written, they were expecting Griff to stick around. He had the least to do in the 8th Seal, but neither of the episodes lost anything by removing him. He was Griff. More shocking reveals, but the prominent use of a warehouse in the back end of the season was a cost-saving measure. In the earlier draft of this episode, there isn't even a warehouse at all, with the bulk of the action taking place at the rich widow's beach house. This explains the random-ass warehouse shower scene, because it was originally written to take place in a house, and they just decided there'd be a shower in a warehouse, because they had to have a shower scene. In the first draft, the shower scene actually ends with her getting chucked off of a balcony and dying, and the mummy leaves after fulfilling the curse, as opposed to the episode, where it tosses her aside and just leaves for no reason. This explains why the woman just disappears from the episode, though, despite the fact our heroes started investigating this to protect her. The beach house is described as large and expensive, which is why they knew by the time they'd redrafted it that there was no chance in hell they were going to film in one. As for the mummy, well, he too is a victim of budget saving, with a much more creepy description than we see on screen. The chauffeur shields his eyes from a blinding flash of lightning, which reveals directly behind him a tall, gaunt, bald figure. A man-thing with a face of strange, parched, linen-like skin, wearing only a linen breechcloth, tattered and yellowed with age. His skin dry and dusty, blackened as if burned. They could do a whole-body makeup/prosthetic for the mummy, or they could just cover a guy in rags and call it a day. The fight between the chauffeur and the man-thing was another, more expensive venture initially, with the two of them fighting throughout the beach house and eventually falling off of a balcony onto some rocks by the ocean. Not that finding out someone was shot a million times and walking away would be normal or anything, but wondering how someone escaped falling off of a balcony onto some rocks unscathed is a much more intriguing question than,
how does a bullet fall out of somebody?
When shower woman, Mrs. Crowell, runs away from the attack, we get a very confusing edit where they flash back and forth between her life and death moment and Ryan listing off coffees for no reason. This is both a bad editing choice and something left over from an earlier draft, where Mitch and Ryan are deciding on what kind of coffee they want to order. In the version where Mitch is there, he complains about Ryan's fancy coffee choices. And this doesn't have to do with the script or anything, but it has been established previously, in kind of a drag coincidentally, that Ryan does not like coffee.
I don't even like coffee.
When Mrs. Crowell arrives at the agency in the script, Teague is not with her. In the episode, she states that she wants them to solve her own murder and does not elaborate, which is a really weird thing to not come back to. Well, that's because, surprise, they cut out her explanation and her entire backstory. She establishes that she's a widow and her husband died under mysterious circumstances, which we only find out in the episode in a throwaway line by Mitch much later.
In the real world, we have a rich husband who was killed in a traffic accident where the brakes were probably tampered with.
She believes that there's a curse on her husband's antiquities, specifically the mummy stuff, and anyone who disturbs the mummy's resting place or possesses its treasures will meet a violent death. Her husband was warned, but he didn't listen, and he died in a car accident 6 weeks prior. But what if, instead of saying all that, she just said, I want you to solve my murder, and nothing else? And then later, Mitch is like,
hey, I think that lady's husband's death, oh, by the way, she had a husband and he died, was no accident.
Interestingly, in the second draft, the backstory about the mummy expedition and the curse is given to Teague later, which is what happens in the final episode, but they don't include Mrs. Crowell asking the agency to solve her own murder, meaning the final episode is an amalgamation of the two scripts. And when Teague mentions the cursed expedition to Ryan, they never explain the connection between that and Mrs. Crowell because they've removed the story about how she got her antiquities in the first place, nor do they even pay lip service to the fact Mrs. Crowell is cursed at all. The mummy, as you probably recall, leaves behind some tomb dust, which Ryan immediately recognizes as tomb dust, despite the fact it just sort of looks like normal dust. That's because in the script, it's described as having a bluish tint, which is not really what tomb dust looks like, but is more distinctive. Additionally, it would be more strange and noticeable in a beach house than a warehouse, which is where it was originally written to be found. Mitch presses his fingertips into it, tests its consistency, smells it, grimaces.
Smells like an old shoe. But who wears old blue shoes?
When Ryan finds the tomb dust, Mitch observes that it's the same stuff he found just a little bit earlier. In the episode, he just goes,
"What you got there, Sherlock?"
When Ryan is analyzing the tomb dust later, she says it dates back to the reign of Queen Hatshepsut.
That's when Thutmose and Queen Hapsit ruled.
But because the detail about the Crowells owning her stuff isn't in the final cut, this revelation is meaningless. With this scene in particular, by following the two drafts of the script to the end product on screen, I witnessed the hilarious evolution of Mitch's character from someone you might want to watch in a show to the jerk-ass we all know and love. So in the first version, Teague is not in the scene, and Mitch is very interested and involved in the mummy conversation. In the second draft, Teague is there, and Mitch is mildly asshole-ish. In the episode, most of Mitch's lines are given to Teague, and Mitch just bullshits about fish until he can leave.
Uh-oh, this one's getting really fat.
There's also some cut lines where it's explained that certain mummies were buried with their servants, believing they would guard them in the afterlife. This would explain the title, The Servant, although I guess if you watch the episode and fill in the blanks with your own plot, you could come to that conclusion. These lines led into Ryan explaining how Egyptians viewed the afterlife. But because they were cut, she just sees Mitch talking to the fish and non sequiturs into a spiel about the Egyptian afterlife for no reason. Script Ryan then says that the pharaoh promised to take the queen through the portal to the afterlife. But that line was cut, so she just says he would take her through the portal, and we don't know who she's talking about.
He would personally take her through the portal.
When Ryan goes to meet with the insurance expert, Dr. Kassan, The first draft includes Mitch, and the second draft gives all of Mitch's lines to Ryan. Kassan is described as very different than Eric Avari, with a French accent and resembling a young Omar Sharif circa Lawrence. Also, apparently he's like immortal, and he's supposed to be in the picture from the original Cursed Expedition in 1923? He's the Arab in the 1923 black and white photo, though neither Mitch nor Ryan recognizes him. Somehow we were supposed to know this thing that was buried in the stage directions? I don't think this was left in the final episode, but I think maybe he's still supposed to be immortal and serving the queen? Or he's the pharaoh? Or actually, I'll get into that a bit later. It's confusing. Kassan is supposed to be sitting in the dark until he turns on the light and sees Ryan, hence why he reacts to first seeing her beauty. In the episode, they're already in a lit room where he can see her the whole time, so just a delayed reaction, I guess. You might be thinking, gee, this seems an awful lot like a setup for a story where he's attracted to Ryan and wants to turn her into a mummy queen like every other cliched mummy plot. And you'd be right! This is in fact where this story was going at one point. Instead of him creepily hitting on her and the episode leaving it sort of vague as to what that was all about, Ryan is instead really charmed by this guy and kind of into it. Mitch, of course, is a jealous pee-pee pants. From the way Ryan reacts to him, he radiates an intense masculine presence. Mitch just finds him irritating. Mitch looks from Anton to Ryan, instinctively irritated by Anton's old-world manner as Ryan is charmed by it. Ryan even says she has a feeling she's met Kassan before, and he responds, perhaps in another life, setting up the reveal that he wants to make her a mummy queen, or she's the queen reincarnated, or, whatever. It would have made more sense if the final episode went with this, instead of him capturing Ryan for no reason at all. While this creepy flirtation is going on, Mitch investigates Kassan's place and discovers the guys working behind the wall that come the fuck out of nowhere late into the episode. It would have been nice for them to give us anything to go by at all with that, and while the script gives us a little more, I'm still very, very lost. While Mitch finds these guys behind the wall, the scene is intercut with Kassan talking to Ryan about ancient Egyptian artisans. And when Ryan reveals that the gold came from Sacramento and not Egypt, this tells us that the wall guys made the artifacts to replace the original ones, which Mitch also explains to Ryan when they leave. Therefore, Kassan is stealing the real artifacts to lead the mummy queen into the afterlife, which is nothing I ever fucking got from the episode. Watching it back after reading the scripts, there are pieces of what they were going for in there, but the way it's presented is so vague and muddled as to make it incomprehensible. And even knowing that the wall guys are supposed to be skilled in the art of ancient Egyptian craftsmanship, that still doesn't explain why they're behind a wall, why it looks like ancient Egypt in there, and why they never react to things. They don't explain it in the script or in the episode. Fuck you, that's why. You'd also never know from the episode that this Jasper cat is important, and while the script makes it more prominent, there's a whole bunch of stuff I completely missed because they just skim over it. Why does Kassan react to seeing this? Since Jasper can't be phonied, they surmise that the mummy keeps showing up to try and get it, as opposed to the mummy just appearing for some reason, sometimes. In the episode, Ryan mentions this bit about Jasper not being able to be faked, and says she wants to see how Kassan will react to that, but we don't know why it matters. Mitch brings the cat with him to bargain for Ryan in the script, and apparently it contains the mummy queen's soul, but in the final show, we just sorta see it sitting around during the ritual. Keep in mind, this was still an important plot point that Kassan needed this for the ritual and couldn't fake it. They just didn't bother going into it much. In the version of the story where Mrs. Crowell dies, Mitch goes to investigate the scene of her murder and warns Ryan not to go after Kassan, but she ignores him and calls Griff to go investigate with her. In the episode, Mitch just fucks off because he thinks mummies are stupid. He says Mrs. Crowell is safe in Teague's hands, and then we cut to a scene of Teague with Ryan where Teague is not protecting Mrs. Crowell. Then Ryan decides to go confront Kassan alone for no reason. We like to make jokes about Griff being so meaningless that all of his lines might as well have been "I'm Griff." And just to prove my point, here's some of his great dialogue that we missed out on.
Now, if one is a sarcophagus, and two are a sarcophagi, how come when we eat asparagus, it's not called asparagi?
He was Griff. And just like in the episode, Mitch goes after Ryan, but this time he teams up with Griff and does more interesting things than just repeating the exact same shots to pad out the runtime. For instance, they have an epic battle with some tomb guardians, which is apparently who this random guy is supposed to be. And I guess there's 2 mummies for some reason. Oh, and then there's a bit where Mitch finds a trapdoor using water because he's a lifeguard. I'm kind of shocked at all of the lifeguard content I'm finding in these scripts, considering the dumb shit they deemed fit to include in the actual episodes. At one point in the second draft, Kassan uses, some wind powers on Mitch. I can see why they cut this, though. They were saving the evil wind stuff for an entire episode later. You might be wondering about what the hell Kassan is doing, because at this point in the episode, I was thoroughly and completely lost. I thought he wanted to capture Ryan to be the mummy queen and escort her into the afterlife or something, but he just sort of does the ritual and leaves. And I don't know what was accomplished or why. Well, that's because the original idea was the same setup you've seen in every plot like this, and they took that out and replaced it with nothing. In the first draft, we see a portrait of Queen Hatshepsut, who bears a striking resemblance to Ryan. Kassan might be the pharaoh, at least in the draft where there's a line at the end hinting about it. Ryan's then taken to a chamber similar to Hatshepsut's, which I think is still in the episode, but it's not clear at all. And of course she's put into an Egyptian costume to look like the queen. You probably could have written the first draft of this yourself. But in the episode, I don't know why Kassan decides to take Ryan through the portal with him. He literally just says, "The time has finally come," and that's it. Okay, fine. And in the script, Ryan is supposed to be under Kassan's control, only to pull out of it just in time to get away, chucking the Jasper cat into the portal and causing an explosion. In the episode, Ryan isn't under his control, but Kassan just sort of forgets about her and she runs away. This actually happens in the second draft too. It's kind of astonishing to see it was actually written like this. Anton moves to the glowing wall, raises his hands in ceremonial tribute. He calls out the ancient chant as, in that moment, Ryan breaks free of Anton's grasp, rushes for Mitch. The second draft keeps the same ending as the episode, but I prefer the one in the first draft where Teague smugly strolls in and he might be a ghost. In tandem, they don't even react as Teague enters.
You like legends? I like legends. Seems there was a pharaoh named Thutmose III who loved his wife, Hatshepsut, so much that when her afterlife was threatened by the discovery of her tomb, he returned from his own afterlife with his tomb guardians and slowly retrieved her treasures over many, many years to enable her passage to the world beyond. Fascinating, don't you think?
Don't believe in no legends.
Don't believe in no curses.
I'm Griff.
In the absence of proof, the wise withhold both belief and disbelief. Be wise, my friends.
Ryan turns to give Teague a piece of her mind, but he's gone. The three of them are alone in the room. On their looks, we fade out. The end! Hatshepsut was actually married to Thutmose II, who was her half-brother, but I digress. This was amazing. And that's all I got, folks. I wish I had more, and believe me, you'll hear about it if I ever do. But this has been such a wonderful journey. I love excavating for clues when it comes to shows like this, and I bet there's still plenty of wild stories that haven't been told. After reading these scripts, I feel I know more and less about the show, which is pretty fitting for Baywatch Nights. There are no answers, only more questions. The nights were truly never the same. Welcome back to Baywatching Nights, folks! I've unfortunately ran out of Baywatch Nights scripts to talk about, but I'm sure some of you might be relieved after the hour-long marathon that was my last night's analysis. However, Hot Winds is still a pretty interesting episode with lots of things to talk about, not the least of which is that this is basically the happening before the happening. For those who might not be aware, M. Night Shyamalan's The Happening centers on a mysterious wind that causes people to harm themselves in various terrible ways.
Plan on murdering me in my sleep?
What? No.
But 11 years before that movie came out, Baywatch Nights aired the critically acclaimed Hot Winds, an episode centered around a mysterious wind that causes people to harm themselves in various terrible ways. I'm not going to say that M. Night Shyamalan watched Baywatch Nights and perhaps subconsciously used this idea in his equally respected film, but there is an internet rumor that he ripped off an episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark when he wrote The Sixth Sense, so it's funnier to imagine he did. And on top of that, this isn't even the first episode of Baywatch relating to a magic wind, and this goes without saying, this is a plot that didn't need to happen once, let alone 3 times. On a further crazy note, this episode is near the tail end of Baywatch Nights' warehouse era, but it somehow is shot with some sort of ambition. That's because it's directed by Parker Stevenson! Yes, old Craig is back! His last directing gig was in season 3, and while this is the only episode of Nights he directed, he'll be back on screen next season on Baywatch proper. Other returning actors are Rance Howard, who was last seen in the 3rd ever episode of Baywatch, as a fireman, ironically, and Krista Frazier, who was in season 6 as, Danny's girlfriend? Lifeguard Jenny, as usual, is not in this episode or this show. Content warning. This episode features a lot of flashing images. Unfortunately, it's kind of tied in with the monster in this one, so I can't really edit them out. Sorry. We begin in the desert. You're gonna be seeing a lot of it in the next 40 minutes. A couple walks into shot, flagrantly dubbed over. This goes on for 1.5 minutes.
You ever been here before?
No, I haven't been here.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's just, wait up a minute.
Wow, look at that.
A little steep for me.
Let's check it out.
Oh, look, we got company. Well, why do you have to run?
There it is, Chuck. Our destination.
Oh, up here? Okay.
These
That's
rocks?
terrific.
They're amazing.
When stuff actually starts to happen, we find out that they aren't a couple, and this guy is, in fact, in the friend zone.
It's beautiful.
Thanks.
You know, I'm so lucky to have you for a friend.
Friends always give each other heart lockets to say I love you.
Yep, that's what friends do.
That's when Vasquez Rocks starts to break wind. The two of them investigate, and that's when the fart wizard attacks. Ah yes, the fart wizard. One of many unique and terrifying creatures Baywatch Nights thrust upon the world. The fart wizard is played by Rick Zumwalt, 5-time world champion in arm wrestling, who's probably most recognized for his starring role in the Sylvester Stallone film Over the Top. But he should be most known for playing the fart wizard, because this is where he really got to show off all of his talents.
Look at him, swing that stick. That's a championship arm right there.
Apparently, walking up to that hole and kicking a rock into it really pissed off the fart wizard, because now he's unlocked all of his oldest, crappiest wind stock footage he could find. Meanwhile, at the Buke Bride -B agency, Mitch is dutifully ignoring Ryan.
Ouch!
This should be how every scene starts from now on, with escalating ways of torturing Mitch, preferably culminating in a nut shot. Confusingly, Mitch apologizes for being a jerk and gives Ryan a warm hug? Who the hell is this, and what has he done with Mitchell Buchanan?
What do you know about fart wizards?
Teague explains that there's been a bunch of people acting crazy, and Mitch says it's the Santa Ana winds because they always make people go crazy. And then Teague says these winds are different because they're hotter, even though Teague hadn't mentioned any wind prior to this. And I guess the audience knows the wind is connected to these crazy incidents, despite the fact all we've seen so far is a couple scream into a hole. And then Ryan asks why hotter, as if that makes sense.
Why hotter?
Mitch is more concerned with the fact winds don't have origins, which is an equally nonsense thing to say.
Winds do not have an origin.
I think Mitch is full of hot wind. Teague's team, whoever the fuck they are, doesn't know exactly where the winds are originating. All they do know is they've come out of a lot of cracks.
So you think that winds coming out of these cracks are causing all the incidents?
There shouldn't be this much hot wind exiting out of all these cracks. Something doesn't smell right here.
That's right, Mitch, and we need you two to blow this case wide open.
We recorded the wind, and when we slowed it down, this is what we heard.
It's off to the desert with Teague! Along the way, they encounter a distressed man with gum stuck to his fingers.
Free gum? Gimme! You have to pry this gum for my dead body! No! You're wasting it! This is madness!
Despite the fact they are currently on a mission to investigate some wind they believe is making people go crazy, all three of them assume it's just some guy on drugs. Amazing detective work by all.
An astrologer would say it's something that came in from the sky. A mystic would say it's the rebirth of an evil presence. We can have coffee at Starbucks and talk about it. But right now, we have to go.
Then they find a guy lighting himself on fire, and you really start to get the happening vibes.
Good God! Good God!
Like, the "are you afraid of the dark" thing may or may not be true, but I mean, this plot is so specific and bad, I kinda have a hard time believing it was thought up independently twice. Ryan tells Mitch that she saw the fart wizard standing on top of the car, and Mitch makes this face, so fill in the blank as to how you think he responds.
A few minutes later, that guy would have been well done.
Maybe that was the intention.
Well, Teague, he didn't set himself on fire to cool off. Teague isn't completely useless, however, because Ryan's description of the fart wizard and his fart stick seem familiar to him. And by that, I mean he says the Yuki Indians used to live here and doesn't elaborate on why those two things connect. And he thinks maybe it's a spirit, because he always thinks it's a spirit. They come across a mob attacking a car, and then Teague calls Mitch Mick?
There's a man inside that car.
Mitch, no.
And for the third time in a row now, Mitch rushes in to help while Ryan and Teague stand around and do nothing.
No, Ryan, Mick's got this.
I gotta admit, M. Night Shyamalan stole from the best.
I'll hold them off with my one gun while you get in the car.
Is half of this episode our heroes encountering people who are certainly dead, who miraculously survive, then stuffing them in the car, only for them to disappear shortly thereafter, never to be mentioned again? Yes. Using Teague's vague information from before, Ryan has searched up Yuki tribe man with stick on the internet and come up with the answer. The fart wizard is called Bruja, and the Yukis believed he was the evil essence of the wind.
The guy with the stick is called Bruja. The Yukis believed he was evil essence of the wind.
This explains a lot while explaining fuck all. Bruja is simply Spanish for witch, and a female witch more specifically, and I don't know if the Yukis use that particular term, and I don't think if they do, it refers to some evil wind guy. But anyway, his shenanigans with his evil wind stick caused the Yukis to move out of the region. Before that, they sealed him inside his lair, so I guess they decided to also run away for good measure. Later, Teague says that the fart wizard escaped his lair due to land development, despite the fact Ryan is the only one who found out anything about the fart wizard, while Teague just said vague things about spirits.
Maybe it was a spirit.
That's documented.
Yeah, right here in mythology.
Oh, right, yeah, it's documented in Mythology, the website.
Think about this, guys. It makes total sense. Hurricanes, tornadoes, cyclones, typhoons, they all have a very destructive force.
Ryan's supposed to be a scientist, right? I mean, look, in canon, they fought mummies and demons, but you don't actually need to come up with magical explanations for natural disasters. We have normal ones.
Mitch, there he is again!
Baby tossin' time.
Do it! No, don't! Do you have any idea how young that baby would make me look if I adopted it? Think for a second! Wait, the fart wizard is real? No, son of a Mitch! Here, women folk, hold the babies. I'll take it from here, Teague. There's no need for anyone else to do anything in this episode.
With all of this insanity occurring around them, one big question looms in the air like a gaseous cloud. Why haven't the hot, steamy winds affected them?
Why isn't it affecting us?
I don't know. Maybe it's because we're onto them.
Yeah, that tracks. The wind can't get you if you're onto it.
Hey guys, what's up? You figured out how to defeat my farts yet?
All right, what are we looking for?
Where the wind is coming from, the origin.
Yeah, that's the whole reason you came out here.
And how are we going to stop it?
The Mississippi starts as a stream. It builds as it travels. If we find the source, stop the Mississippi.
Oh, I see. In order to stop it, they have to stop it. At last, they found the fart wizard's hole, and they're gonna have to plug it up if they want to stop his hot winds from escaping.
Sup? Whoa! Didn't expect to encounter any strong winds when facing against the evil wind guy.
According to IMDb, he's a satanic worshiper.
And our episode descriptions are always right on IMDb.
Ah, way to ditch me, guys.
With Teague out of commission due to his glass bones, Mitch and Ryan must burrow deep into the fart wizard's hole. And like the great sci-fi masters before them, Baywatch Nights once again finds itself in their cave set.
Good God. Good God. Good God.
What's an I love you friendship necklace doing down here?
Throughout all of this episode, they keep cutting to footage of actual disasters and pretending this has to do with the fart wizard. And apparently, this is destruction of apocalyptic proportions, which can't be good for Baywatch's SeaWorld show.
The fart wizard is too powerful, Mitch. We'll never defeat him.
I've got this, Ryan. No one's a bigger blowhard than me.
It's the stick. He's using it to control the wind.
We got that forever ago.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna fight him.
Brilliant tactical move on Mitch's part.
Maybe for once, I can save the day.
Not without a man telling you what to do, you don't.
If you say so.
No, the other way.
You're so stupid. Of course it's the other way, for some reason. Oh no, it's reversed my footage.
I did it! I saved the day!
Fine, I'll give you half of that save, but that's it! Now what the hell are we supposed to do with this fart stick? Whatever, just ignore that filming equipment in the corner. We're going home.
There's a lot to be learned from that stick.
Nah.
How come I always get the short end of the stick?
Pretty funny stick.
No. Laugh with me. Okay, hurts.
Oh, it's
Always walks in the bar, bartender says so well.
Next time on Baywatch, Samantha has an ex-fiancé? Meanwhile, Numi likes a hot lady. Love is in the air.
Nights will never be the same.
Welcome to the penultimate episode of Baywatch Nights, people. Yes, sad but true, we are nearing the end of this whirlwind journey. Fittingly enough, they're winding things down with perhaps one of the most confusing episodes of Nights to date. And considering how lost even I, the Baywatch Nights expert, have been, that's really saying something. They're also apparently out of ideas, because this is the second episode in a row involving magic Native American bullshit. Why yes, they did cast Floyd Red Crow Westerman, who played a prominent recurring character on The X-Files.
I guess this show must be exactly the same.
Anywho, you like time travel? They kinda already did that too, but this time is different because I'm not even sure if it is time travel, but I didn't know what else to call it. So these Native Americans are doing some Native American stuff, and we dissolve to some other stuff going on in the Amazon, but some vaguely indigenous music plays in the background, so we know it's connected. These people are putting chemicals in the soil or something? I don't know, whatever is going on, voiceover by people we don't know and will never see, indicates that Teague has ordered some testing on a soil sample. Soil bad? The Native American lady is watching this via magic. I wish I could tell you her name, but they don't give her one, so you're just gonna have to deal. She knows that the only person who can solve an Amazonian soil creature problem is a lifeguard/PI/monster hunter named Mitchell Buchanan. And friend.
Fortunes? Come on, you don't believe in that stuff, do you?
I don't believe in it, but it's fun.
No, the whole thing's phony.
Fortune tellers are bullshit. I only believe them when they're telling me I'm gonna bone my boss, and that's it.
All-consuming love. It's in the cards.
Ryan insists that Mitch spent his day off having his fortune told and then throws his coffee away. So for once in this relationship, the asshole's on her. But there's no one around, so Ryan just decides to start fooling around with the cards herself.
Oh, the death card. Sure puts a crimp in my day off.
Sometimes Mitch is justified in his sarcasm, and this is one of those occasions where Ryan deserves it for being unbelievably lame. This is when a hot lady enters, asking for her fortune to be read. After getting a very classy shot of her boobs through a crystal ball, Ryan is shocked to find out that she somehow knows this woman's story. This should not be a surprise to the audience, however, as her dream about Mitch's kidnapping in Ascension indicated that, for some reason, Ryan sometimes has psychic powers.
How can you be so accurate?
Hard to believe she's playing an actress who can't get a part in a movie called Fish Monster 3.
I've never felt like that before.
It is because you are one of the chosen, the seers, the anointed ones.
Admittedly, I thought the spirits were bullshitting me when I first saw you, but that was before I realized you were a lifeguard.
If you're wondering what Mitch and Ryan being the chosen ones means, ha! So this guy does get a name, Wahote, and he says they'll see their futures if they just go through the curtain. The Vortex. And some mystical flute music is playing, so they gotta do it.
Talented cat in Oakstrill? Holy shit!
Oh wow, the curtains lead to their cave set. What a shock. That's because they have 4 sets now. Night, the cave, a boat, and a warehouse. And speaking of the latter...
You're telling us we're gonna be in a warehouse in the future? Come on, lady, we do that like every week. Running away like a coward, pretty standard me.
Okay, following so far? Well, that's come to an end, because it's question marks from here on out. I will try to interpret as best I can, but if there's a real answer as to what the hell is going on in this episode, please let me know. So Mitch and Ryan exit the fortune teller booth and argue. Then they encounter another Mitch and Ryan, who were talking to Teague on the phone about the ship attack. The other Mitch and Ryan are the present Mitch and Ryan, and the ones we followed out of the booth are the future Mitch and Ryan. Except they don't remember anything about what the present Mitch and Ryan experienced, and in fact, they seem to have experienced different things. So try and fucking make sense of that. The present Mitch and Ryan apparently didn't talk to the native folks. They talked to the normal fortune teller, who said Ryan was going to be on a ship soon. Seeing as how they live by the water, no shit. The future Mitch and Ryan are dead. Or at least not in the world of the living, according to native Vortex woman. The Vortex lady says they became ghosts when they entered the Vortex. So that means all of the stuff before that was supposed to be happening when they weren't ghosts. But then why would their other selves have talked to the fortune teller instead? This implies 2 divergent timelines, or something. According to the IMDb plot description, Spirit, Mitch, and Ryan have been sent 20 years into the future. And that's so incredibly wrong that I think someone was really bored and just taking the piss with these summaries. If they were 20 years in the future, the world would be a smoldering wasteland, because as we know, the ozone layer collapsed in 1999. And technically, their spirit selves were sent to the past. How far in the past, I don't know. Sometime after the fortune teller thing, but before whatever thing apparently killed them later. So they're the Mitch and Ryan from somewhere in the middle of the episode, apparently. They seem to imply that their spirit selves were ripped out of their bodies and sent to the past, and the present selves are actually their past selves before whatever terrible fate befell them. And I guess are just walking around without souls? I simply do not know. We are unfortunately only a third of the way in. I know I've already lost you. I'm so sorry. Also, I love that Spirit Mitch's first thought is that A, these exact doppelgangers are stealing his car, and B, flinging himself in front of a moving vehicle is the best solution. This is a consistent character trait for Mitch.
You have entered the Vortex, and you've become your future.
Oh, well that explains everything. Thanks.
When you enter the Vortex, you take on the form of the ghost spirit.
So now we're ghosts.
Spirits.
You just called them ghost spirits!
You are the future. They are the present. When your times come together, you will be one again.
What the hell is going on in this episode?
Future Mitch and Ryan chase after the woman into the spirit hole, and now we're following the present Mitch and Ryan. At some point, I will lose track of who is who.
Let us put on our coats, so as to distinguish ourselves as the present Mitch and Ryan.
What?
Never you mind, present Ryan. Let's see how many times I can say it's my day off in this episode.
Just because I want to spend my day off.
It's your day off.
It's my only day off. Sure puts a crimp in my day off. It's my day off. Look, it's my day off. No way, I'm not going to St. Peter's. My only day off. It's my day off.
This is my day off!
So while Mitch bitches about why they're there, Ryan explains that, I don't know, one of the guys on the ship went missing, maybe there's something there, who knows what happened. Oh, and also, maybe this is relevant, a homeless guy was killed after something attached itself to his face and dissolved him. Didn't think that was worth mentioning until now. Okay, but why bother doing a body outline when he's just a pile of formless goo at this point? It doesn't even go around the stain. Part of it goes over a newspaper.
Well, this is fun.
So the stuff with the crystal ball and the tarot cards were, apparently, the Vortex lady speaking to them through a language they would understand. Yes, it was vitally important that Ryan tell that actress's fortune for some reason. It was the only thing she would understand. The Vortex lady is also a spirit. Hard to determine if she's her future spirit or present spirit, but whatever. She says Mitch and Ryan can go visit their present selves if they wish to be there, but Mitch says they shouldn't because this is all fake or something.
And all of a sudden, that's what I love about her. She always listens.
Mitch begrudgingly wishing his spirit away, whilst complaining that a woman didn't do what he told her to do. Classic nights. What follows is 20 endless minutes of wandering through, somehow, a combination of all of their most boring sets. We go from the boat, to the warehouse disguised as a boat, to the spirit cave, and so on and so forth, until we too leave our mortal bodies because the lack of mental stimulation has caused us to go brain dead. And this is, I don't know, Amazonian face slug vision, whatever.
Relax, would you? You're acting like this is our first time on a boat set facing a monster that dissolves people.
Wait, so this skeleton is the guard they said nobody could find? They didn't try searching the ship he was on? Yeah, have them walk away and then cut to the present Mitch and Ryan entering a room. That really helps with the whole confusion of it all.
Wow, this ship is really bottom heavy.
How did they not notice that? Also, I guess this is a slug zombie or something. I don't know. They don't explain it till later, so I was a little lost for a bit. Well, present Mitch and Ryan are in trouble, and future Ryan suddenly gets one of her all-of-a-sudden psychic flashes about it. Not sure why she didn't make better use of this through the series, or why they wrote Destiny out and then decided in 2 random episodes that Ryan was psychic too, sometimes.
Whatever killed that guard is gonna kill them, and if it kills them, it kills us.
And somehow I'm supposed to understand how that makes sense.
Ryan slowly explains that if their past selves die, they also die. And I thought Mitch was being really dumb for not getting that, but then I remembered that they're there to stop themselves from dying, and they're their future ghost selves, so technically they're already dead, or if they aren't, they shouldn't exist. Also, it turns out the slug thing isn't what killed them, and they don't actually do anything to stop it, so Ryan had a psychic flash about, nothing?
Oh my god, what the hell is that thing?
You ever wanted to see a story about someone time traveling to save themselves from a horrible fate? Except the versions of them who time traveled come from a separate timeline and only have vague psychic notions to lead them along? And also they're spirits who can't affect anything, so they just sort of watch themselves wander a lot while they also wander? Asked the Baywatch Nights writers.
Why did the slug thing dissolve everyone else but make me a zombie? Oh well.
Deal with this another way.
Oh yeah, Vortex lady, how do we kill the slug zombie?
You must learn to trust, to believe.
Believe in what?
In yourselves.
Listen, lady, I don't mean to criticize whatever the hell it is you're doing, but there is no one who believes in themselves more than Mitch von Malibu. I do enjoy this face that Hasselhoff makes, though.
What do we do now?
Like the Indians said, trust us.
So in order to save themselves, they must do nothing. Brilliant!
I don't know, we saw something kinda like this on the X-Files once. Who cares what it is? We're more like hockey! Huh, kinda thought there'd be more of a battle there.
Okay, we get it!
Wait, okay, so future Mitch and Ryan find the box one of the slug zombies came from, see this cartoon outline of a person, and say it must have grown?
Must have grown.
A, slugs don't grow into people. And B, the only version of the slug thing they've encountered is the zombie version. So unless this is like a giant zombie, what is Ryan talking about?
It's tropical. No wonder this thing is angry.
What does that mean?
I'm here to be vague and unhelpful.
After finding some seeds and some crystals, present Ryan and Mitch deduce that they irradiated the soil in the Amazon and mutated something or other, and that's what they're fighting.
What are you saying here? We're fighting some sort of insect? Something that mutated from radiation?
That's exactly what I'm saying. That thing looked like a giant slug.
Slugs aren't insects, but everything else here checks out.
Good God.
Good God.
Good God.
Good God.
Mitch's plan to escape the dissolving mutated creature is to blow up the ship, making Ryan stay behind while he does all of the work. Sound familiar? We've seen this episode. It was called The Rig, except in that one, Mitch fought a trash bag and it was funnier.
I still can't get used to her not seeing us.
Stay right here and face the wall like you always do, future Ryan.
What's she running from?
I'd take a wild fucking guess and say a slug zombie, Mitch.
There is nothing which can be done. Your knowledge is of your time. It cannot be used to benefit them.
They couldn't do anything this whole fucking time? What was the point, Baywatch Nights? What's the point? Why were they sent here? What's the motivation? What's even the intrigue?
Oh yeah? Well, what if I magically make my past self able to see me?
What? Why did that happen?
We have 5 minutes left. Let's just finish the episode.
You have got to get off the ship. It's just fine. Just get off the ship.
She knows Mitch dies on this ship, and the last thing she said about him was that the slug might have eaten him. So how is he fine?
Maybe the creature, it got you.
And she was already trying to get off the ship. This is the only time either of them interacts with their past selves. Maybe. It's unclear. This is a waste of time! And now the present Mitch has taken off his jacket, so I can't tell the two Mitches apart. And one of them tells present Ryan to get out, which she's already doing, but his voice is all warpy, and that makes me think it's the future Mitch. But then he follows her, and I think it's the present Mitch, but they just fucked up the audio. And then future Ryan meets up with future Mitch, I think, who is inspecting the setup for present Mitch's bomb, which is crap. But I guess they're becoming physical now, or something, so now they can set the bomb off themselves. So this whole thing was about, their future ghost selves dying? Well, it was worth reusing some tunnel explosion footage and killing themselves if they could get rid of some mutated slugs.
It was the same future that I saw in the Vortex.
Wait, I thought this was the Mitch and Ryan who just met with a fortune teller who said they'd be on the ship soon. Did Baywatch Nights forget which Mitch and Ryan we were following? Why does she know that their future selves died and everything that happened? And what was the part of the vision with Mitch abandoning her all about? When did that happen? Why did they need to believe in themselves? Why were they the chosen ones? Why was Ryan psychic? Who were those native people and why did they do this? What's going on? Mitch, does our future selves blowing up mean we have to go back in time and blow ourselves up, thus defeating the point of saving us and leaving us in a loop?
Shut up!
Next time on Baywatch, CJ is kidnapped by a Phantom of the Opera guy. Cody continues to be dumb. Love never dies. Welcome, fellow members of the Baywatch Nights. Today is both a glorious and somber occasion, for at last we've reached the end of the wildly successful spin-off series, Baywatch Nights. It's series finale time, baby! It's a plot so confusing that I thought it was about an evil painter, but I guess it's some serial killer ghost who owns a restaurant and sometimes traps people in paintings? Look, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. This season cannot end any differently than how it began. Extremely confusing and kind of boring. It's also, and might I add, hell yeah, the amazing return of Garner! Yes, finally, all of our questions will be answered. First and foremost, where has Garner been when he could have made this show at least 60% cooler? The show's reply? And fuck you! I was really sad that we lost him, but I couldn't be happier when he showed up at the last minute to try and save this mess. Alas, there are some problems even Gregory himself can't solve. This isn't the last we'll see of Garner, as he returns for one more episode of Baywatch proper in Season 8. Coincidentally, the director of that episode, Tracy Boom Boom Britton, only ever directed one other thing in the Baywatch franchise, and it was this episode of Nights. More importantly than that, this episode is also the return of Philip Troy Linger, who was previously in Season 4 of Baywatch as Stephanie's 2-episode Coast Guard boyfriend, and Camilla Moore, who played Jill in Home is Where the Heat Is. Jill, everyone! Tragically, this episode is the last we'll be seeing of Ryan and Teague, two stars that burnt out far too soon. But it isn't all bad news, because Dorian Gregory had a long run on Charm to look forward to, and Angie Harmon found huge success after this, starting with Law & Order the next year. As for Hasselhoff, he had 3 more seasons and a movie on his Baywatch journey, and he couldn't have been happier. 1,000 Words was written by Maurice Hurley. God help us all. We open on a realtor giving a tour of an old restaurant, and considering it can't have been shut down more than 6 years according to this episode, there is an excessive amount of cobwebs.
Luckily, the last owners thought that candlelight was romantic.
Sacre bleu! I hope nothing terrible like that befalls us.
Trust me, this place.
Oh, I thought it was going to be something worse.
Our heroes have arrived with a shaky cam at the ready. You might notice that the camera work is particularly atrocious in this episode, and considering how this show has looked previously, that's frankly astonishing. Teague explains that 6 years ago, this other lady will give the exposition.
It all started about 6 years ago.
What started?
Sarah's the expert. You explain.
Okay, so Sarah explains that 6 years ago, this location began experiencing numerous parapsychological events. Basically, a bunch of ghost shit. Last episode, they did future ghosts, so that was different. Also, they did a serial killer ghost like twice before, but those were different because it involved possession and time loops. Also, who the hell is Sarah and why is she here? The episode says she's Teague's assistant, but IMDb tells me she's a psychic, so who am I to believe? Unless the person who wrote the description on IMDb thinks that Garner is just some random psychic?
So this is where the frost was?
Around where this frost is? This is where the frost was?
Teague reveals that the women from the cold open were killed, but the man survived. And they can excuse serial killing, but they draw the line at misogyny.
The male ego is a disease.
Mitch just wants to get out of here, probably because he's hungry.
The sooner we get this started,
The sooner it's over.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, Teague, I think the loud shrieks of the restless dead might have been slightly audible to everyone else.
We'd better get to the basement to investigate, or some demonic spirit might— cobwebs! Get rid of them!
Teague must give more exposition, and this time he can't rely on Sarah to do it for him, because she's taking readings with Ryan so they can have something to cut away to when they have to edit something. So anyway, maybe this would have been important to know earlier, but this building was originally owned by a man named Ray Elliott, who was a serial killer who hated women and buried his victims in the basement, before being killed by lethal injection 6 years ago. Perhaps that connects to the women-hating serial killer ghost they suspect moved in around 6 years ago. But who's to say? Ray's defense was that his mother made him do it. And judging by how he looks and acts through this episode, basically, Baywatch Nights was like, but what if Norman Bates was a ghost? And instead of a hotel, he owned a restaurant. And everything was shot badly, and Hasselhoff was really tired. There's a really shocking twist involving Ray's mom. Just wait to have your pants scared off.
Mother says you have to die.
You brought us in the middle of all this.
Normally the cases you bring us on are safe and friendly. How could you betray us like this, Teague?
No one else has been able to get a response. I don't know how you do this, but you've already initiated more than anyone else has.
But nothing's happened yet.
Not true. Only a lifeguard would be able to initiate a response like, give me a minute, I'll think of something.
The ghost killed those women, isn't that a response?
No, we don't count that!
Meanwhile, Ryan is actually being useful. She notes that the painting on the wall looks awfully pristine compared to everything else. She states that the painting is clearly expensive and not a cheap reproduction, as Baywatch Nights hopes you believe, even though it's clearly a Photoshop picture with a filter on it.
Jeez, this basement is huge!
Wait a second.
This is a cheap reproduction. I can't believe they wanted you to think this is a real painting. They have no money. Even in season 1, they commissioned a real artist when they did a plot about an evil killer involving paintings and a psychic.
This crying painting bit makes no sense when they reveal that this is Ray's evil mother, like this.
No, not Sarah! Not our sweet, innocent Sarah!
My save! Oh, couldn't find her. Well, back to wandering.
Good God. Good God. Good God. Good God.
Well, Ryan's missing, and this time, Mitch kind of gives a shit.
It's the series finale, damn it! We gotta squeeze out just a hint of acting, okay?
Listen to me, son of a bitch! I have followed you to everything. Things I don't believe, things I don't understand, but right now we're talking about Ryan. Now you get the police now!
Okay, Mitch, but please, don't replace me with Garner. I know he's a more likable character, and people actually know what the hell he does on this show, but I'm begging you, no one else will listen to me ramble on about bullshit. Not even that colonel from Space Spores.
What have you gotten us into?
Ryan literally died last episode, and I died twice in the last 3, but this time, it's serious!
Good God.
Good God.
Good God.
Good God.
Good God.
Good God.
Okay, so even though they had the perfect setup with Mitch barking orders at Teague to call the police, Garner is instead introduced into the episode because Mitch has gone so bugshit, Teague doesn't know who to call. Yes, Mitch has gone insane with worry over Ryan, a largely out-of-character move for someone so determined not to care about anything. And this is his mode throughout the entire episode, so I hope you enjoy this. Teague doesn't want Mitch to be alone while he meets his team at the airport, which is also out of character for someone who routinely leaves Mitch and Ryan alone once he's done with the exposition portion of the episode.
Garner, next to Ryan, you're his closest friend. I can't have him here alone until I return.
Okay, but who the hell is this?
Much like when Garner left the show, there will be no explanation as to why Mitch no longer speaks to nor mentions his best friend Ryan after this. And considering how this show ends, that's doubly hilarious.
I need to find Ryan.
Garner's on his way.
Well, that was abrupt. Anyway, hi, I'm here.
But this isn't just Garner, folks. No, this is Action Garner. He's no longer the goofball detective we knew, but a hard-boiled guy with an undetermined job who wears sunglasses and says things like, "What's the situation?"
What's the situation?
It's not good. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, no problem.
Hi.
Well, I guess "it's not good" is the only briefing Garner needed when entering this scenario involving a serial killer ghost and a season's worth of supernatural plot he's never been told about. Also, he's brought his previously unmentioned niece Kira along for some reason.
This could get dangerous, so you stay in the car, here?
Ah, nuts!
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Somehow smashing everything will help me find Ryan!
What's all this overacting happening over here?
It's gonna be all right? And wherever she is, we'll find her. We've done it before, we'll do it again. We're partners, yeah?
Yeah, right.
Okay, now, why don't you bring me up to speed?
Okay, so we work for this guy named Teague, who might be from the government, but we don't know because he just existed in our lives one day and we never questioned it. And he brings us on supernatural cases. And we fought in a Jogan who exploded. And I dated a frog hybrid woman who exploded. And then we fought a blob monster who exploded. I was struck by lightning and formed a psychic connection with an alien boy. Then Ryan became a witch. And a serial killer ghost in a cabin that just turned out to be a dream after I was hit on the head by the #1 serial killer fire axe. And then there was a voodoo guy, and then there was a twin who was bad at math. Then a vampire fell in love with me. Then some space spores made a dog explode, and Ryan almost exploded too. Then we went to the future and found out that the world ended in 1999 when the ozone layer collapsed. Then Donna was possessed by another serial killer ghost who I punched a lot. Then some unfrozen Vikings came to life, and I got to show off my ancient Viking knowledge that I was always telling you about. And then we entered a deadly virtual reality D&D game. Then we were tortured by an Asian woman, and Teague exploded. Then we fought a werewolf with my wife. And a mummy tossed this naked lady in a warehouse, and that episode ended with an explosion too for some reason. Then those aliens I had a psychic connection with came back, but this time they were zombies and they exploded. Then I was possessed by the devil and died, but Stephanie's ghost brought me back. Oh, by the way, Stephanie's dead now. Then we fought a fart lizard. Then Ryan and I both died, and our future ghost saved us from a slug zombie by exploding themselves. And now we're here with another serial killer ghost who's turned Ryan into some sort of spirit for the second episode in a row, and now she's possessed your niece, and there she is!
Please help me, Mitch.
Mitch, I say this with the utmost respect. What the fuck?
Mitch, what the hell's going on, man? What the hell is going on?
Interesting choice for Gregory Allen Williams to act like suddenly fighting the supernatural is alarming and unusual. A bold take for Baywatch Nights. I don't really know what they're going for with Kira here, as there seems to be a deeper backstory that I'm not clear on. She keeps saying things that seem to indicate to me that she's always been able to talk to ghosts, or she can channel death or something, and I gathered that's how she could communicate with Ryan. It doesn't seem like anything she does can't be done by anyone else in this episode, since the ghost interacts with pretty much everyone, so I don't know. They use her knowledge to channel the spirit world later, but it doesn't really matter anyway. So, I don't know. This is just the vibes I get. They don't really explain anything. They're like hockey, okay?
Hey, Mitch, I'm in a painting now. Check it out.
Is this episode about an evil painter?
What happens next involves a lot of that annoying flashing Baywatch Nights loves. So just imagine Mitch grabbing the painting and a bunch of confusing shots of everyone flailing around in a circle until he puts it back. I've cut this out to protect both people with flash-triggered epilepsy and the viewers in general from seeing just like the shittest cinematography Nights has ever had.
Oh my God, Ryan.
Okay, so the painting was supposed to have changed to Ray and his mother, but the way it was edited together, it makes it seem like Ryan became an old woman. And the chair behind the woman makes her look like a turkey, and that makes me laugh. Apparently, saying Ryan was going to die while pointing to a painting of her being threatened by a man with a knife wasn't enough. Kira has to once again say that Ray is going to kill Ryan, and everyone acts shocked about it. And again, Mitch decides to assault the painting. And this is where I'd cut to the same footage of them spinning around like idiots to make a joke, but it's filled with that shitty flashing. So what actually happens is an earthquake this time.
Apparently shaking the painting and putting it back on the wall multiple times does absolutely nothing helpful. But let me try this again one more time.
Mitch, I know I've been gone a while, but have you always been this stupid?
Everyone separate. The best plan is the one that allows them to pad the episode with people wandering through hallways. I actually have no idea what's going on for like a good 6 minutes. The editing is like really bad. I mean, really, really bad. They keep cutting back and forth between Kira and shots of random things, and the killer ghost says some stuff, but I'm not really sure what or why or where anything is in relation to anything else.
All right.
I don't know if the terrible look of this episode was a coverage issue or just a series of bad editing choices or all of the above, but I am thoroughly lost. Now, why do they cut to a shot of this pig head turning where you can clearly see the stagehand who's moving it?
Ew, I got paint on my hand. My mother was so beautiful when she was young. A boy should always love his mother. She always told me to stay away from girls because, you know what, you get the idea. Let's get to the killing.
No, don't chase me through multiple hallways to pad the episode out. I'd hate that.
Okay, so apparently you can just toss a ghost down the stairs. Stupid idiot Ryan didn't think of that.
I could go back the way I came and get away from this guy, or I could walk down the stairs so he can catch me again.
Ha-cha-cha! And it goes on like that. I guess this is just the Kira show now? We've completely abandoned all the other main characters, including Garner's big return, and now it's just some crappy horror movie about a ghost chasing a random girl through a haunted house. And Kira might have pulled a dumb move going down the stairs, but otherwise, she's acting more competent than anyone else we've seen in 22 episodes. She tries to reason with the ghost and buy herself some time. She even pulls a "look over there" so she can get away and, yes, cause an explosion.
Bye!
Now, what is going on here? Like, honestly, what is going on? Suddenly, we're watching a show about Garner's spirit-channeling niece kicking a ghost's ass, and I'm not mad at her. It just seems like Baywatch Nights has completely lost interest in its initial premise at this point.
Kira, Ryan!
Thanks, Garner. Anyway, back to Kira. Is the ghost dead yet? I fear Kira has a severe misunderstanding of what a ghost is.
I'm back in the episode!
Thought you could get away from me?
Ah, ghost backhand!
Oh, you're another one of those with all the answers. Think everything's easy.
Just because everything is insultingly easy for me? You got me all wrong, man! Wait, am I the ghost again?
You can't leave me on Nights now. I'm not carrying this whole show on my back, you son of a bitch.
It's son of a Mitch!
I don't know how it happened, man, but I was there. I crossed over.
Is that what that was? Anyway, back to the Kira show.
Mitch! Mitch, where are you? And my uncle too, I guess.
So apparently at some point, Kira entered the ghost dimension where Ryan is trapped. Kinda like that other episode where there was a serial killer ghost dimension in a cabin. They truly don't have any new ideas right now. And I guess Mitch somehow bumbled into the ghost dimension for a bit before he fought the ghost and fell out of it. Now Ryan's back to do the much more interesting episode with Kira.
All right, this is where Kira was standing when she disappeared, right?
Wait, when did that happen? Was that what was happening here? I can't blame the director or the editor for everything here, but man, there are some serious failings to establish anything even basic in this episode. Eventually, they figure out that if Garner touches the painting, it sends Mitch into the ghost dimension. Oh, I don't care anymore.
We'll make it look fun.
You won't!
The audiences despair as they try to watch Baywatch Nights to the end.
I'm sorry, Mother. They shouldn't be bothering you.
You mean he kept his mother's skeleton? What could have inspired this twist?
I know mentioning this is pretty meaningless when we're talking about Baywatch Nights, but the mom corpse reveal kind of loses something when the mom was apparently a killer too. Her ghost is also wandering around, the son is also dead, and they're in a ghost dimension where the skeleton might not even be real anyway. Back to Baywatch Nights Psycho Edition, let's do the thing!
Is that you, Ray?
Mother? I'm sorry I killed you, Mother.
Norma Bates was Ryan the whole time? For 2 whole minutes of screen time, I thought his mother really came back to life. Ryan tells Ray that it's okay to move on, and it seems to be working. But Kira isn't going to stick around to find out. Good luck, Ryan! Well, glad Mitch went to the ghost dimension just to walk up some stairs and immediately fall out again.
Kira, thank God I can stop pretending to care about Mitch. Well, this is the last shot of me in the episode. I guess I don't have any feelings about Ryan's potential death or your declaration of love later. Why was I even here?
Ryan!
I met my team at the airport and escorted them straight to McDonald's, which is why they never show up.
Guys, this is serious. Ryan might be stuck in the ghost dimension forever, and Mitch has decided to care today.
She's not coming back, is she?
Mitch, after this episode, it won't matter either way.
I just wish I could see my frog hybrid girlfriend one last time.
If there's anything I can do.
Yeah, don't ever call me again.
I've pointed out in this episode that Mitch has died multiple times on the show now, but no, the Psycho ripoff episode was too much. And apparently, canonically, the reason Teague is never seen nor mentioned again.
Mitch.
I love you.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be, Teague.
And now, a moment of complete insincerity.
Hey, Ryan. Wherever you are, I just wanted you to know I really loved you.
Aren't we dating or something?
Shut up, Samantha. We've already written you out unceremoniously.
You loved me. We never even had a date.
Unless you count that time you made me think I slept with you as a mean-spirited prank.
It's at this point in the episode where Phelan just blurted out, "Where is anyone standing in relation to each other?" in anger. And honestly, in the last minute and a half of the show, this is the mood.
My work here is done.
But you didn't do anything.
Didn't I?
I can't believe it. After 2 seasons of will they or won't they tension, Mitch and Ryan have finally declared their love. I can't wait for it to not mean a damn thing right about now. And now, finally, truly, we have reached the end of Baywatch Nights. Am I sad to see it go? A little bit. Am I glad to be done reviewing it? Absolutely. Baywatch Nights had a really fun first season, at least the first half of it, and a batshit second one, but it really does become a chore by the end. Everyone was tired, there was no money, and they made things needlessly confusing at every possible turn. I'm glad that this show happened because it's honestly one of the craziest twists a show ever took, but in this form, I think it got the run it deserved. And seeing as how Season 2 was only made to save face for the Baywatch brand, and they ended on a hollow, empty love story they knew wouldn't have an ending, I think they were done too. They fought the good fight, but in the end, the Baywatch monster consumed them all. But they didn't leave without an impact, because after the sun went down, we discovered that nights were never the same. Next time on Baywatch, it's the 200th Baywatching episode! Our save!